Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
The Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant. I don't know. I just came up with that top of my head. I'm driving home last night. So I had a fun event last night. And good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Marcus, I had a fun event last night. I'll tell you about later. The NC2A tip-off dinner at the Olympic Club. I've gotten to MC that thing for a while. And I had zero idea how the Giants did. Zero, because I was focused on my task at hand. I wasn't looking at my phone. Kids, you can learn from that. Anyway, I got my car. I didn't even check my phone because I was talking to people in the parking lot. I drove home. I call home. I say to my lovely bride, I said, hey, I don't even know how the Giants did. She said, they won 11-0. I said, wait, what? So, hello, sweet 500, beautiful 500, and hello, pennant-winning Giants. Anyway, it was a fun way to end my Tuesday night. Good morning, Marcus.
Yeah, nice little Tuesday night special. Good morning, Murph. I just got one question for you. Do the Giants know that they're eliminated from postseason contention? Because they're not playing like it.
I think the answer is yes. There's a quote from Logan Webb where he calls it out. He said, I guess we played tight until we didn't have to.
Damn.
So he's admitting. Now that the pressure's off, they're playing better.
Damn, that must mean next year on opening day, someone should just tell the Giants they've been eliminated from postseason contention. Well, they essentially will be if Farhan Zaidi's back.
Nice riff. Mutual riffs.
Great
there.
minds think alike.
Well, we'll obviously do a deep dive into the Farhan interview, which I guess was in Andy Bagley described it as a cinder block wall in a tunnel.
Ooh.
How romantic.
We're going underground with Farhan Zaidi.
Outside the visiting clubhouse at Chase Field, which, by the way, have you been?
I've never been at Chase Field.
I would say the first time I went there was 1999, and it was with the A's, and they were playing interleague against the Diamondbacks. I walked in, I said, what the blank is this? I feel like I'm at a freaking mall. It is the least ballpark feeling place I've ever been.
Is it because it's inside?
Yeah, but I've been in other inside stadiums, like the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome. I covered that. That was not my favorite either. There's something about Chase Field. Maybe they've changed it. I don't know. But at that time, it was like an Aunt Annie's Pretzels or a Cinnabon. Everything you got from walking through an airline terminal, or I was like, wait, I'm at a baseball game? I don't feel this is zero baseball. Anyway, so for that to happen down there made it even less romantic.
Yeah, weird.
But anyway, if you missed it, Farhan gave, I don't want to say he gave a State of the Union address. Mm-hmm. He did. But he did it to 4 beat writers in a tunnel leaning against a cinder block wall in Phoenix, Arizona. Mm-hmm. How romantic. Did he have, official answers? No. Are there things we're going to read between the lines all morning? Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you have an initial instinct after your scouring of the quotes?
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall that Farhan is headed out of town.
Do you think the writing was on the cinder block wall?
I think it was literally spray painted on the wall by Bags and Alex Pavlovich and Susan and any of the beat writers who were out there yesterday.
So Shayna Rubin, Maria Guardado, Alex Pavlovich, Andy Bagley. The 4 horsemen ride again.
Yeah, and from reading the reports, it seems like Farhan Zaidi is still under the belief that he will be returning next year. He talked about working this offseason and what the roster is going to look like next year, but I don't know, Murph. Pick any quote you want, and we can sit here and dissect it.
I'll lead with the first one that Andy uses in his story. Quote, anytime you have a disappointing season, by the way, last 8 games haven't been disappointing.
Hey,
7-1
the
on
Giants
the road.
are back to 500, and we should tell the people that they matched their win total from last season.
Take that, you Gabe lovers. All right. I honestly, no joke. I mean, it's not a large contingent, but it's a noisy contingent who's like, Gabe's better than Bob Melvin. I'm like, you know what? Just give me 80. So I can say, you know what? He wasn't. Mm-hmm. He wasn't better.
But I'm just curious if you know the distinction between a 79-win team and an 80-win team, Murph.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
I mean, there's actually a low-key weird chance if they win 3 of their last 4, they could finish above 500.
Wow.
Dude. They could finish 82 and 80. The high likelihood, though, is they go 2-2 in the Final Four and finish 81 and 81. Wouldn't you think?
Most likely.
Anyway, he says, quote, anytime you have a disappointing season, comma, it's my job to evaluate everything in my purview, and here it is. And it's their job to evaluate everything in my purview plus me. That's what he said.
Dropping purviews.
And so I think that process is happening, and I understand it. You look around baseball, and there are other teams in the same boat as us with playoff aspirations, and it didn't happen, trying to figure out what went wrong and how to be better. And then he says, I'm still very committed to that. And we can get into all the stuff he talked about, the team, if he is still here. What teams do you think, just quickly on a digression here, what teams do you think match the Giants in terms of disappointed aspirations?
We always throw out the Boston Red Sox.
Boston Red Sox, okay.
That's another
Stay
big
in the National
market
League.
team.
Here's the teams below there. The Rockies, the Nats, the Marlins. None of those teams had aspirations, did
No,
they?
not at all.
The Reds, the Cardinals, maybe.
Yeah, they always have high.
They're
high
80 and
hopes.
77. The Cubs,
Kinda. I mean, they went out, got Shota Imanaga.
but they sold at the deadline, didn't
brought
they?
in Cody Bellinger.
But
So
they-
they had a few pieces.
But they sold it at the deadline. They kind of waved the white flag at the deadline, which I thought the Giants should have done.
yeah.
Pirates, Red Sox, Rays, perhaps Blue Jays, maybe.
Blue Jays were thinking about selling at the trade deadline.
Well, I
also.
mean, here's a team with great aspirations that must be disappointed. Chicago White Sox.
Oh yeah.
Heyo.
Hey, now.
Rangers, maybe.
Yeah.
As a defending champ.
Yeah, I'd say that's
Mariners,
disappointing.
maybe. Although the Mariners are still in it technically. 2.5 back in the wild card. Anyway, I was just looking around saying, what teams is he talking
The
about?
Atlanta Braves, if they don't make it, I'd say that's another good comp.
True, but you can say they've been. I mean, they lost two, Acuna and Spencer Strider.
Yeah.
I mean, lost two of the best players in baseball.
And they still have a shot to get in.
kind of like losing Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, and George Kittle.
Hey yo.
Heyo.
Does that mean that
We'll get into
Ronald-
that later.
Does that mean Ronald Acuna is out in Germany right now?
Oh man, but say Stephania Bell on ESPN, kind of trying to almost say it's not that bad. Stefania, pardon me. What I call her, Stefania? What the hell is that? Is that a made up name?
Who?
Stefania? Stephania? I don't know.
Is that our buddy out in Vegas?
We're gonna junk that one. Anyway, he goes on to say, even as I think about the trade deadline and think about how good we felt about the rotation going into the last couple months of the season, we had that one good turn through the rotation, and then it was a bit of a struggle. So he's talking about Robbie Ray getting injured. He's talking about trading Alex Cobb. He says, just in this last stretch, we've gotten some momentum with the rotation with some guys we didn't necessarily expect to be there, a much younger group, which I think is good for us going forward. One thing he did say that I do agree with is that the Giants going into next year have their best core of young position players and pitchers that they've had in a while. So does he get credit for that?
I think he does deserve credit for that, but I'd also give him some blame for not developing that talent at a major league level this season. Whether we're talking Marco Luciano bouncing all over the infield, whether it's a Luis Matos, it's just the up and down, the constant elevator. You look at a team like the Oakland A's who are playing their last games in the Coliseum, at least they're letting their guys play. Like, they're letting them learn at the big league level, whether we're talking Shea Langeliers behind home plate, Zach Geloff, Law Dog, or Brett Rooker. Brett Rooker's having a really good year, but some of these guys have struggled, but they've let them play and they have let them develop. So that's my only issue. Yes, there is a lot of talent. I just don't feel like it's being developed correctly.
Right. So here's what he would say to that, I'm sure. And this is something we've talked about at various points through the years. He wrote, quote, "This has not been a typical rebuild. We've tried to compete every year." That's I think where Farhan, if you're going to defend Farhan, and who knows, we can do that just for fun and devil's advocate, is that Larry Baer and those guys say, never rebuild. We always want to tell our fans, we play to win, unlike John Fisher, right? Unlike John Fisher, unlike the White Sox, unlike the Marlins or whoever, we play to win. So that's their thing. But by doing that, they put their GM in a tough spot. And Bobby Evans is probably listening right now saying, yeah, that's why I had to go get Longoria and McCutchen. They told me we play to win. Go get Samardzija. Go get Cueto. All those guys. Which blocks, as he says, I do think it's kind of blocked some opportunities for those prospects to sort of get over the hump. I'll defend for that's kind of a fair statement because I have wanted them to just kind of, hey, listen, get it. We have some young. I wanted to trade Snell at the trade deadline, and I wanted to trade others too.
And Farhan said yesterday they expect Blake Snell to opt out and test the market this offseason. And he said, yeah, we think we'll have a seat at the table, but it's going to be a big table.
Pretty much said he ain't coming back.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
which means you should have traded him at the trade deadline.
Correct. Absolutely correct. And that was our take at the beginning.
Yep, so now he'll join the club of Kevin Gausman and Carlos Rodon, former Cy Young candidates who are walking away from the organization for nada.
What a rotation
Absolutely nothing.
What a rotation of Farhan Bupkis, the Farhan Bupkis rotation.
yeah.
Gosman, Rodon, and
Blake Snell.
Blake Snell. That's a hell of a Bupkis rotation.
Yeah.
They came, they stayed, they left. Bupkis. There it is. All right. Well, listen, we'll call it in on the other side. We'll get the guest list going on the other side. It's definitely going to be a Farhan kind of day because he spoke. But we got to start thinking about the 49ers and the Patriots, too. And we still got to continue to talk about Oakland. Last night was the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
The final series.
Yeah.
Another last night game tonight.
Yeah. And
Did you see people started taking seats?
Saw some A's fans ripping out seats at the Coliseum last
You
night.
can't encourage that, can we?
No, come on.
You
There's
can't
2
have to-
games left. Me and Tony need somewhere to sit.
All right, guys. All right, on the other side, we'll call her in. You won't believe how many strobe lights were flashing in Arizona and get the guest list, which is actually a pretty cool guest list today on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports City.
I appreciate the question. And
It's bright and early on a Wednesday morning, but never too early for Steve Moskowitz to help you out. So, Steve, you want to tell us about what happens if you didn't get your ERC check?
You should call us. There's a lot of people that are due a lot of money, and they're growing long white beards waiting for that check to arrive, saying, hey, am I ever going to get this money? There's 3 different ways to hurry up the IRS. Call me. Let's talk about them. I'll explain all 3. And then if appropriate, let's go ahead and do it for you, because you don't know how long you're going to have to wait. The IRS has a tremendous backlog of paper forms just sitting there, not being processed. And they've been sitting there for a long time. Or if you got a nasty gram from the IRS, it's rejected, no ERC for you. You only have 30 days to appeal. And, we think the IRS is using AI because some of the letters we've seen, the IRS is denying claims on information they don't have, and they don't know whether you're qualified or not. We got to file those. Or if you're being audited, we'll represent you. Bottom line is, anything that's ERC related, give us a call and say, hey, Steve, get me my money.
Well, there he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Calling all Metallica fans. We have a new contest that is going to be just the right thing for you. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you win 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi Stadium on June 20th and June 22nd next year. This prize includes 2 tickets to both shows as well. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's a drive, deep right field from Bailey. It is gone, Patrick Bailey. Conforto drives one out towards left center field. McCarthy, back of the wall, gone! Michael Conforto launches one. His 20th of the year. Wisely, it's a high drive. Right field. Carroll at the wall. Gone! Ramos hits a high drive. Left field. It is gone! Elliot Ramos. The home run parade continues. Fitzgerald, high drive. Left field. Gone! Another one!
Listen to that. What the hell? And it's funny. I mean, how Giants fans process that last night? Because you were watching. It's a Tuesday night. There's nothing on. There's no football. I got the first two texts I got were from pissed Giants fans. Were you pissed last night? Yeah. They were. Where was this? Why is this happening now? So I was like, man, I actually getting kind of a kick out of it. Just again, because I want to beat the Gabe win total. That's honestly my motivation in life. Nothing like, if people want to know like what gets my goat, it's people saying, bring back Kapler. That's what they're saying. That gets my goat. That's like my needle. Yes.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
The more I think about that, how he was out there sending subliminals, and his DMs just blew up.
But that's kind of how I felt last night. I don't care if they're eliminated from postseason contention. I like my home runs in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah, and you know what? I find the Arizona Diamondbacks, and again, that park's so boring. I don't really want to see Diamondbacks in the playoffs, so go ahead and knock them out.
Yeah, please, spoiler alert. And I'm not surprised to see young Tony is not wearing his Brandon Pfaadt jersey this morning after he allowed 5 bombs in the first 5 innings.
They went to the same high school, is that right? Yeah, that's crazy.
And how about him buying a Brandon Pfaadt jersey? But he says it's only a bit to wear it to a concert.
Yeah, to wear. In fact, you might as well hop on right now, young Tone. First of all, good morning, young
Good
Tony.
morning.
What up, Tone?
Fadias. You bought that Pfaadt jersey for house music EDM shows?
Yeah, it's the plan is to wear like a random jersey. My friend's got a DeMar DeRozan college jersey. Just
don't like that.
Yeah, just
SC.
random jerseys that you're like, why the hell does this guy have a jersey like this? Like,
Okay,
what do you need it for? So anyway, Pfaadt had a bad game last night. Still gonna wear the jersey this weekend.
Let me ask you a question. Do the ladies like this?
Yeah.
Absolutely, and it's a clean jersey.
Oh, they do?
Actually, I think that Tony is out here sending subliminal messages that he's looking for a Pfaadt bottom girl.
That's high level.
They make the world go round, Tony.
I got to tip my cap
They
to
make
you
the
right
world
there.
go round.
That's very, very good. Hey, by the way, is it the City Connect Serpientes?
No, it's actually a classic 2001 pinstripe jersey.
Dude.
I thought you might be sending more subliminals. If you got a
Ooh,
Serpientes.
hey now.
There you
He's
go.
got the snake. But I was pissed off that Tony bought the 2001 version. We all know what happened that season.
Yeah.
I'm like, Brandon Pfaadt never even pitched in this jersey. What the hell are you doing with this?
Was Brandon Pfaadt or young Tony born in the 2001 season? Yes.
Yeah,
close.
no doubt.
That's
Again,
close. That's
random
close.
jersey. It's all good.
I know.
One of the highlights of this summer was when I went through the play-by-play of that 9th inning, and Marcus was ready to throw a freaking chair at me. He was like, "Stop!" I was like, "No." He's like, "Stop!" He really was ticked. You were really ticked
About Brandon
about
Pfaadt
the
last year?
9th inning of the 2001
Oh,
7th.
yeah. Come on, dude. We don't got to relive those memories.
By the way, before we call in the score, do you know Michael Conforto, that bomb last night? His 20th? His 17th on the road. 3 in San Francisco. 17 on the road. You think he wants to come back? He was talking
Probably
about how
not.
he liked the baby child care and all that, but he's like, get me the hell out of here, man.
Yeah.
Although he's opting out. But that's good stat for him and his marketing going somewhere else. Like, look, man, get me out of San
I
Francisco.
mean, that's phenomenal. It's been a frustrating kind of era here for Michael Conforto, especially when I think I brought this up 3-4 times over the season. He actually hit pretty damn well against lefties. It's
Yeah,
a
he did.
smaller sample size, but he's got better numbers against left-handed pitching
Way better.
than right-handed pitching. And so that's why I was pissed off the other day when Bob Melvin came out and talked about Michael Conforto against lefties. But, the entire season, they've been platooning him because of the analytics.
He said in that interview that he used Conforto as a guy he wishes he trusted him more against lefties. Yeah.
And that goes back to Bob Melvin talking about managing with his gut versus the analytics and
Now-
him second-guessing himself.
I got the splits right in front of me. Batting average, correct. 283 against lefties, 220 against righties. However, power, much different. 14 bombs against righties.
And there's a big difference.
There is a sample size, too.
336 at-bats versus righty, 92 versus lefty,
so
but
if
still
you-
6 bombs and 96 at-bats.
So if you
92.
extrapolate, didn't he has more power? Yeah, he's 893 OPS against lefties, 718 against righties. So
That's what I was talking about with Overnight Dave the other night. Like, it was so nice watching the Yankees and A's game on Friday. Game goes to extra innings. A's have a lefty on the mound. Juan Soto was on the bench, was scratched from the lineup. Lefty-lefty matchup. Boone says, blanket, I'm putting in Juan Soto. Comes through clutch. Didn't care about the lefty-lefty matchup. Now, not everybody's Juan Soto, but it's nice to see guys go out there and perform and actually have results in those situations.
when you watch old baseball on YouTube, and I mean by old, I even mean like the 1990s or the 2000s. You'll see things that are just never done today, like leaving relievers in at a certain point for certain matchups that are righty-lefty or lefty-righty. You're like, oh man, this is how they used to play. You're like, this is so stupid. No, it was just baseball, and that's something we need to talk about before we get the guest list. Or after we get the guest list is this to me, the biggest thing to come out of the Farhan thing is, number one, he may be toast. His goose may be cooked. But number two, what he talks about is his strategy versus what Giants culture and fan base wanted. There's some quotes in there like how it never married, like who he was never married with what Giants fans wanted. Going back to that very first chalk talk he did when he talked about openers and all that, he said, would you guys rather see a starter who's going to lose the game or an opener who's going to win the game? It was like a starter. He's like, what? You guys are crazy.
No, I'd rather see you re-sign Kevin Gausman or Carlos Rodon or Blake Snell this offseason.
Now, again, is it revisionist history? Because Bobby Evans was doing that, and they were losing games in 17, 18, and 19, right? So, or 17 and 18. So, we can get into it. But that brings the question now, whoever hired him, and who would that be? Larry Baer, Greg Johnson, those guys, when they hired him, did they understand what they were getting into? Because Farhan's like, I'm just me. I'm going to be me. Don't blame me. I came with my briefcase full of analytics. You guys hired me. And now I opened my briefcase, and now you say you don't like it. This is a big question we got.
I like this take. Yeah. Murph is asking, is he who smelt it dealt it?
Well, as Paul used to say, Waterboy's hot today.
Yeah.
It's hot today. All right, guest list on a Wednesday, 9/25/24. That Brandon Fott was high level comedy. You don't know Fat Bottom Girls by Queen, do you? No
I
way.
don't think so.
Oh, next rejoin. Give it to me.
Well, either that or we can save it for young Tony. Well, we can do both because the 625 crowd is not the 955 crowd. If you are, then God bless you. All right, what do we got today, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, for anyone who did not get to hear our 49ers Player of the Week, Talanoa Hufanga joined us. We are going to replay that interview at 6:50 this morning.
Knowing that we replay them on Wednesday mornings, as I literally was saying it, I was like, oops, I'm blowing the replay because I said, how's your Tuesday morning plan? I was like, well, there goes the replay. If we play it on Wednesday, people could be confused.
That's all right. We got the magic of editing.
Okay.
We'll have Tony take that out.
Can you take that out?
It's also live. I mean, we'll replay it. But, I mean, I get it. You're trying to keep it evergreen.
In the future, I'm just going to say, how's your morning looking?
There you go.
We got on that Pilates riff because of it. We asked him what he was doing. He was talking about Pilates.
That is true.
Yeah. All right, what do we got?
All right, well, coming up at 7:15, we have a bit of a news segment. We debuted it last week. We are going to do it again this week. Tony's Top 3, or as Marcus likes to say, what did young Tony ask today?
Yeah, that's the way. That's
He's
what
a
we're going
curious
with.
kid.
By the way, the open is incredible. Tony Ryan cooked it up.
Open.
Unbelievable open. Wait
I can't believe he did it because when we asked him to do it, he appeared so annoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was really...
He's got a lot to deal with right now.
All right, there you go.
All right, well, coming up at 7:30, we will talk to Mike Krukow. The big hit at 7:50. Billy Bean, ladies and gentlemen, at 8:15 this morning.
There we go.
Huge get.
Big booking, buddy. Big booking.
Big booking. We will
see how
talk
it
to him
goes.
at 8:15. Cooler content at 8:30.
Now, we got to go along with Billy. We probably aren't doing the content at 8:30. We got to go along with Billy.
Wait till you see what else we have in the show. We got Andrew Bagley at 8:50. We got Marcus Thompson at 9:15. And then Peter Cooperstein and Richard Allam from Amici's at 9:40, ladies and gentlemen. We got a packed show.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll just do a short cooler then. Or we'll see. Maybe Billy's going to be bad and we'll tap out early. I'm kidding, of course. All right, let's get into that culture question, too. Oh, we still haven't called in the darn score.
Ooh, call him in.
We'll do it on the other side because I'm a clock maniac this week.
I need those strobe lights.
Exactly. I do, too. Despite some people on the text line who don't like it, I love it. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
0-2. Diamondbacks down to their final strike again. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch. Newman, fly ball right field. Yastrzemski moves back, squares up, reaches up, makes the catch. And this Giants roll keeps on going. They hammer the Diamondbacks tonight here in Phoenix by the final score, 11-0. A lopsided result for the Giants. And, man, did they look good again.
There it is with the rejoin of rejoins right there. By the way, that gets the Giants into the plus run differential. This thing's going to end so good. They're going to finish over 500 plus run differential. Bring back Farhan. which we will discuss, obviously, because he spoke yesterday, and that's going to be the controlling thing. Plus, the Niners didn't speak yesterday. They had no media. But we will have Talanoa Hufanga for you at 6:50. This is it. Great knowledge. Didn't know this was in your bag, buddy.
Oh, I got it in my bag, Murph.
Good job. We talked about this because Brandon Pfaadt was the starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks last night. He went to young Tony's high school in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
What high school is that, buddy?
Trinity High School in Louisville, Kentucky.
Was he your classmate? Or?
He was. Multiple classes.
Did he used to stuff you in lockers and stuff like that?
Dog, no. All right. We were boys.
All right, you were boys.
Dog.
So he bought a Brandon Pfaadt jersey because he and his buddies have a bit of buying an obscure, clean jersey for concerts. And I said, is that for the ladies? And then Marcus said, maybe it's for the Pfaadt bottomed. There it is.
I know. Everybody thinks I send out subliminals. Young Tony's got it right on his back. He's here for the Pfaadt bottom girls.
Queen's making very little, there's very little subliminal about Queen here.
Yeah.
And by the way, Freddie Mercury performing a part because he really wasn't interested.
Hey now. Hey now.
Sorry. Hey, I've been promising to call this thing in, so let's call it in on a Wednesday morning because we only get to do this for a couple more days. People getting melancholy. I heard Larry Krueger yesterday. John Joe, that's who it was. I drove in. I did the Olympic Club NC2A basketball tip-off dinner last night. Shout him out. Shout out the comic stylings of Herb Sendek, who told some pretty darn good PG-13 jokes. I'll tell you that. But anyway, I was driving in. That's when I get a heaping helping of the afternoon boys. And Tommy was drinking like a gallon of water yesterday or something. It was a whole bit, and he was dying by the end of the show. He was dying.
Man.
But they had Larry Krueger on, and they started riffing, chopping it up with Krug at the end. And they asked, and Krug said something about the Giants. He goes, I'm getting to that point. He goes, I gave up on the Giants in late July, early August. He goes, but now I'm getting to that point. Like he didn't use the word melancholy like we say. I use that word. I get very sad at this time of season. No more Giant. Yeah. So Krug goes, so I DVR these games now. And he said, because 5 weeks from now, I may need a little Hayden Birdsong in my life.
5 weeks from now.
Copes and Tolbert went nuts. Dude, the fact that you need some Hayden Birdsong in your life 5 weeks from now, they were rolling with that whole thing.
I'm going to say, I didn't even think Hayden Birdsong was like obscure enough. Like I thought he'd be asking for like some Eric Miller in 6 months.
That's pretty good. Or Spencer Bivens.
Yeah, give me some Bivens.
In 5 weeks, I need some Spencer Bivens. By the way, I'll take Bivens next year.
Hey, Bivens put on performances
as a middle reliever?
I mean, that's a guy that can kind of take over that Tristan Beck role from last year. I know Tristan Beck's kind of fighting to get that back, that long relief role, but I think Spencer Bivens has proven he can pitch at the big league level.
I mean, I haven't studied the numbers, but every time he's out there, it seems like it's an effective outing.
Yeah,
including, remember when he struck out, who was it, Shohei?
He came in and pitched against the Dodgers that day and was phenomenal.
It was a Sunday afternoon, and then and the Dodger beat writer mocked him for his celebration.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, bro, you didn't know the story.
Yeah, my guy was out here pitching in Paris.
In frickin', not even Paris.
Yeah, in the
he dreamed
slums.
about Paris.
Yeah,
About 5,500 miles outside of Paris.
He might have been the guy that got hit by Mark Spears in that car in Paris.
Once again, it's probably Waterboy's hot today. Keep feeding him the rock.
Feed me the rock. Feed me the rock, zone.
Man. There you go. He's like Kuminga, who will be in our lives next week for Media Day.
That's right. Hopefully he finally grew to 7'2" this offseason.
Look, keep going, buddy. Feeding Marcus the Rock. He's a one-line machine today. Don't lose that energy, buddy.
That's it.
All right. Hey, Pat Burrell calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, wait a minute. You just called me for the 5th game in a row? You haven't done that all year. He said, that's right, you empty suit. 5-game win streak right down your throat. Put it in the book. San Francisco Giants 11, Arizona Diamondbacks 0.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants game is great.
I like that.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, love it. We only get to hear it a few. In fact, what do we got? Like 3 more chances to hear that?
Yeah.
And everybody knows that's Yaz at the end after his epic booking from young John Joe Curley, who booked him. But the home runs are going, baby. And in honor of them introducing the strobe light at the park this year, we dug into the B-52's early punk archive. So get it ready. And if you don't like it, you got to wear it. If you like it, like me, you get to enjoy it. Patty Bailey, number 8. Boom. Mikey Conforto, number 20. How about this? How do you guys feel about Brett Wisely, number 4? Dude, Elliot Ramos, number 22. And then, even though he had a little dip for a while, this guy's going to walk away with a darn near, I'm not saying 2020, but close to 2020. One of these days, Tyler Fitzgerald, 15. So there it is. We called it in, and the Giants hit 5 bombs. And congrats to Ramos for number 22, and, of course, to Conforto for hitting the 20th. Again, 17 away from home.
That's a lot of strobe lights, Murph.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm at a rave with young Tony.
Yeah, there you go. Wearing the Brandon Pfaadt jersey?
That's it, man.
All right.
Strobe lights everywhere.
You said you had one this weekend, the Pfaadt.
So John Party's on Friday. Portola is on Saturday, Sunday, boys.
Or is it, as the true San Franciscans call it, Portola?
Ooh. Is that right?
Well, it depends on where you're. Are you talking about you down in
Pier 80?
Yeah, it might be called Portola. Mm-hmm.
Really?
Well, if that's real San Francisco now, that'd be the old heads who live out near McLaren Park and all that. If I'm wrong, come at me on the text line. I'm pretty sure I'm right.
808 KNBR.
I've been told. I've been instructed by old heads. So anyway, back to the Farhan thing.
Yeah, real quick though, because we're lighting up the strobe lights, I want to make sure to acknowledge our guy Logan Webb and light the beam for him once again getting over 200 innings pitched this season.
Light the beam.
Yeah,
that's a huge
in
accomplishment.
fact, we should talk about that. He had said. It's funny. I was listening to the postgame wrap on the way home, and they were like, "Is he going to go Sunday? Is he going to go Sunday?" Because he's literally tied in a flat-footed tie with Seth Lugo of the Royals. Ooh. Who I discussed with my buddy, John Sherman, the owner of the Royals.
Mr. Sherman.
He was talking about putting the team together and how Lugo and another guy were buddies, and now they did their research and they figured out if they signed the one guy that Lugo would sign. Anyway, I just said, yes, Mr. Sherman, yes. Anyway, the flat-footed tie at 204 and 2/3 innings. So on the post-game wrap, they were saying, well, Logan Webb, he's going to want to go Sunday to get that win. But no, I guess he told the writers afterwards he's going to shut it down.
Yeah, it seems like last night was the last start for Logan. Way to end it on a high note. I would love to see him on Sunday for Fan Appreciation Day, but hey, it sucks.
Second time he's done it, second year in a row. Here's the best part. Last Giant to eclipse 200 innings 2 years in a row.
Ooh, I would guess Matt Cain. Did he do it?
Good guess. Young Tone, or you got no shot? You got no Giants trivia in you, do you? Does John Joe have any Giants trivia in him?
Ooh,
no, he doesn't.
He should.
Then who's the last Giant to eclipse 200 innings in a row? Yeah.
I'm going to say...
Lincecum?
No,
buddy.
I don't think Lincecum worked that deep.
Yeah. Ready? Jeff freaking Samardzija.
Wow, the shark.
Jeff freaking Samardzija.
That
did
was
it in
not on my radar.
16 and 7. Neither did I.
Wow.
16 and 17.
I would have guessed Johnny Cueto before him.
Yeah, how about that?
Wow, the shark.
Isn't that amazing? Also, 13 and 10 with a 3.47 ERA up. And the metrics showed that his changeup was not good this year.
There were a couple of times where he just straight up abandoned the changeup, and I think those were some of his worst starts of the season. That's your bread and butter.
He's added a cutter that he threw yesterday that he's looking forward to in 2025. So, anyway, back to the Farhan thing, and this is a big one to drop because I know we got Talanoa Funga coming up, but we can talk about this not just today, tomorrow, Friday, and on into next week. But here's the big quote for me. Getting away from the meat and potatoes, we can get into Tyro Estrada, Marco Luciano, Yaz, Snell, all the things he addressed. But it talked about the cultural fit. The cultural fit. Like, was his analytics mindset what Giants fans truly wanted? And now we got to go back to, if we could roll tape from 2019, what were we all saying back then? I think we were in favor of a change. If I recall, I don't know what I said last segment. You know what I mean? But 5 years ago, I don't remember resistance to Farhan. I remember people being fairly excited. Fairly excited?
Yeah, I remember 5 years ago working with a former host here at KNBR that said that we would be building statues of Farhan Zaidi.
That was a hot take.
I remember that.
Yes, that was that. So that was maybe the most extreme.
Yes, definitely.
But I think for the most part, we were like, okay, something new. And I think, let's be honest, Bobby Evans, I think was, and listen, Bobby, I know you're listening right now. God bless. You're World Series champ. But it wasn't going well. 17 and 18 were bad.
No.
And remember Paulie had that sound about, hey, Bobby. We used to play that derisively, right? So, but did we fully understand what we were getting into?
I don't think so. I think a lot of people just looked at the signing like, oh, he's done well with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
He's going to turn the Giants into the Dodgers.
And the A's.
And instead, he turned them into the Oakland A's.
And it's like, were they chasing the Moneyball tail a little too late? Like the Moneyball thing happened when when you were sleeping. Then everybody was doing it. Then you're like, it's like you know your party's bad when the not cool kids show up. You know what I mean? Like, you ever had that situation? It's pretty funny, actually. My kid just told me a story recently about that situation where he's like, well, when, because he was riffing on himself and him and his buddies. He goes, well, Dad, if we got a hold of that party, it could not have been a cool party. That's what he said to me. It was pretty funny, I thought.
He's got his dad's humor.
I know. So he goes, when we pulled up, he goes, I knew that party was dead on arrival. He goes, how did we get our hands on that party? So anyway.
Good riffs.
I know. He's got riffs.
I like them.
All right, so point being is that were the Giants coming to Moneyball late? And at that point in time, it wasn't cool anymore. And when we found out it wasn't really cool was when Connor, Joe, and Michael Reed joined the team on opening day.
Yeah.
We were like, wait, what?
When Bruce Bochy was trying to figure out who his left fielder is.
And that began a parade that I think he lost Giants fans. Well, first of all, in the win-loss column, right? That's where it all starts. But second of all, it was in the constant churn. I think the number one beef was the constant churn.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Maybe you guys feel differently. But we're talking in the past tense. He still might be here next year. I'm not totally convinced. I'm sick. I'm 55-45 that he's gone.
I mean, one more guaranteed year on his contract for both him and Bob.
I mean, they could play it out.
I think there's a chance they could, but it seems like the writing's on
Here's
the
the
wall.
argument if you're Greg Johnson to keep him. It's we got, look at that, Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, Mason Black, Bryce Eldridge, Tyler Fitzgerald, Elliot Ramos, Grant McCrae, Jung-Hoo Lee. We got some young pieces.
Yeah, his former first-round draft picks like Carson Wisenhunt or Reggie Crawford are both at their AAA level also.
I mean, are they healthy? Could they perform next spring?
I believe so. Carson Wisenhunt has been dealing with some elbow issues, but Reggie Crawford has really been healthy throughout the entire season.
I know we've been as frustrated as anybody, but there is a scenario where you keep him. There is a scenario where you give him that one last year to play out his vision.
Yeah, and
it took him a long time to find his vision.
And it seems like he's finally identifying and recognizing the Giants' culture. Because look at the attendance number this year when he signed an everyday third baseman in Matt Chapman or Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, or actually put together a starting rotation where people could show up to the ballpark and know who's on the bump. So it seems like he's finally starting to change his ways a little bit.
100%. So will that buy him another year? We'll see. But anyway, again, this is not something for one segment. This is something we can address all morning long, tomorrow, Friday, whatever. Of course, we got the Niners, though. Niners are playing the New England Patriots on Sunday. Are they still 10.5-point favorites? I didn't check this
10.5, bro.
Man, oh, man. And we'll see if they can get back on the winning. But our player of the week, we always love playing it for you guys, give you guys a peek inside the Niner locker room. And it's Talanoa Hufanga, the safety, number 29, who came back after a year away from a torn ACL and played in L.A. We'll be playing this Sunday at Levi's against the Pats. So our player of the week is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And from reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2".
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. 9 is on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
That's what you love to hear is, and it's not just lip service. That's how Huff really thinks. I talk to him a lot, and he always wants to be better. And if you have that attitude with his ability and his makeup, you constantly will get better, like Fred Warner. And so I think Huff's got the right mindset, and I'm just excited to go watch him play. And I know our fans are. He's a fan favorite because of the passion and all the things that I talked about with the way he plays.
Yeah, it's John Lynch last Friday talking about the return of Talanoa Hufanga, who was criticizing his own Pro Bowl or All-Pro season in 2022. And then he made his return back. Great to see number 29 back out there. Tough loss, though. He'll give us some perspective on that and how he's made it all the way back from a November 19th right ACL tear to a September 22nd 10-month return back to the field. So all that to talk about with our 49ers Player of the Week. It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Talanoa Hufanga, welcome back to KNBR. We've had you on before. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus in the morning here. How you doing, Huff? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Huff?
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. Always like to find out how you checking in. What's on the Talanoa Hufanga Tuesday morning plan here?
Tuesday morning, on my way to do some Pilates, try to get the body activated, get ready for a good week, strong week, and just getting ready for put some prep into the film room and get ready for some New England Patriots. So.
I love it. Yep, turning the corner already to the Pats. Tell us about the Pilates. Yep. Is that like something you've always done, or is this specific to your rehab?
No, honestly, I got into it. I've done it a few years ago, but who really put me on was actually Fred Warner. So, I'm just shout out to him, just getting me right, just making sure my body's taken care of, and trying to do my best at the highest level for sure.
Yeah, and Huff, how was the body feeling after your first game back?
Honestly, I can't be complaining at all. I feel excellent. Continue to strive and put good stuff out there on film and stuff. But for me, the body held up, and for a first game, I played more snaps than I could ever even imagine.
Oh, man. Well, it's great to have you back. And so, in the old days, ACLs sometimes ended careers. I mean, you're 25 years old. You're back in 10 months. What did they tell you back then when it happened? I know you were so upset and you missed. We can talk about, missing the Super Bowl and all that. But is that where it's at now, modern medicine, where you're talking about you can come back in 10 months from an ACL tear?
Yeah, well, it's crazy, and even before that, I'm 24. That's the crazy part. I'm not even 25 yet, and so I know I'm still young. I know my body's just gonna bounce back really easy. But just the type of people that I had in my corner, the training staff, the strength staff, the coaches, they made this process, really, really easy for me. And so, all I had to do was just be consistent in showing up, and I knew at the end of the day it would take care of the rest.
Yeah, and Tal, I know we've talked to you before about your relationship with Troy Polamalu. I know he dealt with a lot of injuries in his career. Is that somebody you reached out to over this offseason to help you recover?
Oh, most definitely. But, it's funny because, when you look at it, he had some injuries that, sat him out for seasons. But, he told me to look at the positives of the injury. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, this is the time for you to really dive down into your playbook, dive into the film, critique yourself at the highest level, and most importantly, spend time with the family. So when you can do all those things, you come back out stronger mentally and physically for sure.
Wow, truly a silver lining. You're hearing the voice of Talanoa Hufanga, our 49er Player of the Week on the UMA guest line, and he's all the way back from a November 19, 2023 injury to get him all the way back on the field on Sunday. So that's the high. I mean, I don't know, before we get into the particulars of the game, just tell us a little bit about getting into that locker room on a Sunday morning, looking around, seeing your brothers in the locker room. Because did you get emotional?
Me, honestly, I didn't get too emotional. I was just more filled with gratitude. This game brings so much joy to me, and it's just an exciting time. I think I have so much passion. It wasn't necessarily emotional. It was more passion that I was just excited to get back out there and suit up. Having the jersey on is a different feeling for sure. But it wasn't until probably the national anthem where I really was like, wow, I'm here. I'm standing next to my teammates, and this is a time for me to really enjoy and just be present in the moment for sure.
Now, Huff, I got to say I was surprised when I heard your comments last week in the locker room when you reflected back on your all-pro season, and you said, in your opinion, it was mediocre. So if you could, for our audience, expand on those comments, and what do you think your future looks like?
For me, I have to hold myself to a higher standard. And when I got the chance, and it's tough. It takes an injury for you to. Sometimes it takes an injury for me to go back and watch the film like to the highest level. I watched every single snap since my rookie year, and I looked at it and I was surprised. I was surprised with myself why things happened the way they did. And the reason why I say I critique myself that level, there's plays that were left out there, plays that were to be made, and repeat plays that were made. And so it's not always just because I may have had a highlight, but why did it take me two, 3 times to see the same play? And so for me, that's why I got to be better. And even progressing forward for our team, even against the Rams, I got to do better. And that's what I got to hold myself to for our guys. So.
Yeah, well, that's what Lynch was talking about, how much he loves that attitude. And guys like you and Fred Warner, we're talking to Talanoa Hufanga, our 49er Player of the Week. We do it every Tuesday at this time. So now to the game, and it's going great. You guys are up 14-0. The Rams are doing nothing offensively. And then it got weird. Huff, can you tell us about what it felt like watching that game or feeling that game slip away? And unfortunately, a couple big plays on D-backs. It wasn't you, but a couple DPIs. Yadam had a DPI, and Mooney Ward would like that play back with Tutu Atwell. So the big plays given up by the secondary, is that something that's like number one on your guys' list right now to tackle?
For us, it's a tough game. Credit to the Rams and what they did late in the game to get going. But we got to do better, and that starts with me. Whether that's something I can do in the huddle, alerts, checks, different things. So anytime plays are made in the back end, I like to put it all on me, because at the end of the day, that's my job. My job is to communicate. My job is to get guys set up and put them in the right positions, because I feel like me and Fred can really run this defense, and Fred gets his guys going, and I got to get my guys going as well. So we get back in the film room. We're trying to figure everything out and detail it out so we can come back out with a strong week this week.
Yeah, and last week we saw you out on the field for the first time with Nick Sorensen calling plays. Now, I know you're familiar with Nick Sorensen, him being around the organization the past couple of years. You guys also bring in Brandon Staley to help out that defense. So how's that been playing out, especially in that defensive backfield?
Oh, they're awesome. They bring great energy, great knowledge of the game, and you got a guy like Nick that's played in the game, and Staley, the way coming from a head coach, understands so much ball. It really does help you, and it teaches you, and you're learning, and you're absorbing all this knowledge as much as you can. So for us, it's just we got to make the call come to life, and we got to put good stuff on tape. And for us, we're grateful for the opportunity. But guys like that it's amazing for sure.
Well, they're new for sure, and we'll see what happens on Sunday against New England, against Jacoby Brissett and that crew, and what kind of adjustments you guys make to those deep balls. But when you get in the huddle on Sunday, Huff, there's going to be no Javon Hargrave. And I know, he was relatively new to the team, but could you speak to that loss? I know it's a next man up league, but how do you guys, it's already you've lost McCaffrey and now this. How do you guys handle this one and rally up?
Staying positive. You never want to lose anybody. I know the feeling from, myself going through an injury that took me out of a whole season. And a guy like him, he brings so much, not only to the field, but off the field. I think his experience, being in the league 9+ years, I would like to say, that's a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience for sure. And so understanding that it sucks, but for us, it's like you said, it's the next man up. It's guys like Jordan Elliott. It's guys like Kevin Givens, and they get their chance to come out and play at the highest level. And so for them, it's a good opportunity, and we'll keep Javon in our prayers and our thoughts for sure.
Yeah, you mentioned playing behind Fred Warner earlier in this conversation. We actually spoke to John Lynch last week, and he said that you were the eyes of the defensive backfield, but also Fred Warner is the overall eyes and quarterback of this defense. So what it's like lining up behind an all-pro player like Fred?
It's makes my job a lot easier for sure. Fred is truly the best in the game, and I believe that through and through. Watching him, the way he prepares, the way he shows up, and the way he operates, there's nobody else like him, and that's a brother that I get to call and rely on each and every game, and it's really truly an honor to play with him. I don't think a lot of people understand. Like, they see the highlights, they see what he does on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays, but they don't see the prep that it took all off season. How diligent he is with his film study, how diligent he is with his body, his maintenance, the way he prepares and works out. It's actually unbelievable, and I love it, and I love guys like that. And that's credit to Lynch, credit to Kyle, the way they believe in him to run the defense. And for us, we just got to make the calls come to life, and it starts with him.
Plus, he turned you on to Pilates, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty
Most definitely.
Hey, big picture, before I let you go, I know you guys are in the weeds. You're just looking at film for New England. But the big picture is the 49ers are 1-2. Christian McCaffrey's in Germany seeing a specialist. Hargrave's out for the year. Debo and Kittle are missed games. So there's a lot of chatter that, the Super Bowl hangover is real. Things aren't going your guys' way. How do you balance sort of getting ready for New England play-by-play versus the outside noise saying, so far the Niners it's not happening for the 49ers this summer or this spring, fall?
For us, we block out everything. Honestly, I'm not a man that's on social media and a lot of things like that. So you really just got to block it out, keep going, and keep together as a unit, for sure. And we're striving for the end goal. Being 1-2 is not the end of the world. We always do want to win. I'm not saying we're complacent with this, but I've been in spots where we're 4-4, and we ended up in the NFC Championship. So for us, it's a time for us to get going, and no excuses for that for sure. But we know what we're capable of, and when we get everything going and everybody healthy back, we'll be ready to rock.
Yeah. Last question for me, Huff. I can only imagine what it was like for you having to stand on the sideline to watch the Super Bowl last year. So was that extra motivation for you, since you didn't get to participate in the game last year, to get back to the big game this year?
Oh, most definitely. But just to be in that experience and get to watch guys play in the biggest game of the year, it was fun in itself, and it taught me a lot. You get to learn and see how guys operate, see what the passion is like in an atmosphere like that. For me, I just, I would love that feeling again. So, that's what we're striving for, and we got to get back in there for sure.
And then wrapping up the last one is takeaways. Fred Warner mentioned after the game, you guys didn't have any on Sunday, and he said maybe that's why you lost. So is that the focus now going forward?
Definitely. Well, that's focus every week as a defense, as many as we can get, and you can't put a limit on them. You can't put the minimum is at least 3, but you can get as many as you want. So for us, we didn't get any, and that's going back to the film room and figuring out ways to take the ball for sure.
All right, we're looking for 3 this weekend then. Yeah. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, Huff, we know you got a break. We appreciate you coming. But hey, congratulations on making it all the way back to the field. That's a huge deal. The health in the NFL is everything, and for you to make it all the way back is a big, big deal. I know you'll probably enjoy that homecoming on Sunday at Levi's Stadium. So thanks for coming on with Murph and Marcus, and have a great Pilates workout.
Yeah, thanks, Huff.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is. Good old Huff, man. And listen, and again, first and foremost, congrats on getting back. I was just telling you during the break there as we were listening to him that I finally catching up on Netflix Receiver again. I just haven't finished it in August, and things is going on with life. By the way, I saw the episode where Davante Adams literally killed Jimmy Garoppolo on national television.
Damn, Jimmy.
Well, that's because Jimmy Garoppolo almost got Davante Adams killed on national television.
Whoa, you talking hospital balls?
Whoa.
But how about Davante, who's such a pro, and tried to keep his best face forward as long as he could? He couldn't do it anymore. But anyway, the point is that between his injuries, his shoulder injuries, where he was in so much pain, he could barely play, but he was out there. Yeah. Justin Jefferson blowing out his hamstring. Amon-Ra St. Brown Amon-Ra St. Brown admitting that he slid sometimes to avoid hits because he just takes too many hits. And then Debo's hairline fracture of his scapula and the work they're doing on him on the body. And these guys, I mean, Captain Obvious here, but it's worth repeating. The physical pain these guys go through is outrageous. And we don't even think about, like, hey, is he playing? Mm-hmm. Get him out there. So for Hufanga, overcoming the ACL, congrats to him, because it's a constant battle for these guys.
I mean, even taking it a step further, in the later episodes of that Netflix documentary, we hear about George Kittle and all the injuries that he was dealing with last year. When he was down, 10, 15 pounds in the Super Bowl because of the injuries he was dealing with, and he couldn't work out. So we know that these guys are always battling injuries. So, yeah, it's good to reflect on guys, because the fan base, to your point, a lot of the times, whether we're talking 49er fans or the fantasy football fans, they just want them to get back on the field. Like I see it on Twitter. I need Christian McCaffrey to get back out there. He was my number 1 overall pick. But people don't think about the hours and days that these guys put in physical therapy, sitting in a room, just trying to get movement back in their knee, being able to walk, being able to run, and get back on the field.
And pain tolerance, too. At one point, Debo's just dying. He goes, that's a 10. She goes, I have to do this. He goes, no, you don't. And she's like driving in on his broken scapula. It's like unbelievable stuff. But anyway, getting back to what Hufanga had to say, turnovers and giving up the deep ball. What the negative stuff we talked about. Most of it was a positive conversation. We said, what are you guys going to do about the deep ball? He's like, that's on me. That's on me, being a leader out there. But here's my other question is, how much of the deep ball problem is the pass rush problem? Because they are not getting home this year. And maybe that's where it all, we always talk about complementary football. The pass rush is tied to the coverage is tied to the pass rush. Right now, when we're cooking their secondary for getting beat deep, maybe we should be cooking the D-line for not getting home.
And it's something that stood out last weekend against the Rams, even though they did get to Stafford a couple times. But last year when we saw Matthew Stafford dissect this defense in the second half, it was all quick, 1-2 seconds, pass, dump off. And even with a beat-up offensive line where they're missing a guy like Jonah Jackson and other pieces on that offensive line, Matthew Stafford this past weekend was stepping back 4, 5, 6, 7 drops and launching it down the field to Tutu Atwell. And I think absolutely it comes with the 49ers not getting pressure. Now, they do have, I believe, 8 total sacks on the season, which ranks around middle of the pack, around 14th or 15th. But when Nick Bosa is one of the highest paid pass rushers in the league, there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on Nicky Bosa and him not getting to the quarterback, and the entire defensive line not getting the quarterback on their back, especially on third down to get off the field.
I didn't study the film, raised my hand, didn't do my homework, but Eric Branch in the Chronicle did and said Hargrave's game wasn't as good as you think. Said he did not get a lot of pressures. He only tore the triceps in the fourth quarter, but the other guys aren't getting home either. And oh, by the way, for as much as he was off the field a lot when Eric Armstead was in, we would rag on him, but he was a presence. He's gone. Hargrave's gone.
Yeah.
Dude, this D-line's getting worse, not better.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We talked about Leonard Floyd coming in this offseason and how that can maybe be the first bookend with Nick Bosa to have 10 sacks on the other side. But I got to ask questions to Nick Sorensen on why the hell I saw Leonard Floyd dropping back in coverage on a couple plays this past weekend. Let your dogs eat, pin the ears back, and get after the quarterback.
I mean, again, is this Sunday? This Sunday's not the true test. This Sunday, you just got to cross your T's and dot your I's. You go beat the Patriots, you get back to 2-2. Then you go into October, and it starts to get interesting, and that pass rush has to improve dramatically. How? Whether it's winning your individual battles or picking up somebody like they have through the years.
Yeah, I mean, we saw John Lynch trade for Chase Young in the middle of the season last year. And now with this injury to Hargrave, I wouldn't be surprised if John Lynch is on the phone right now.
Right, and then or coming up with different schemes or well-timed blitzes or stunts. But right now, I would say the D-line and the deep ball is tied together. Yeah. And then that's not to absolve the cornerbacks. They do play their role in it, and they do have slow safeties. Mm-hmm. But here we're acting like they're getting blown out. They should be 3-0.
Yeah, but like it's something that Kyle's talked about his entire time in San Francisco. Complementary football.
Yeah.
The front seven helps out the back. Yeah. And like both pieces have to be in sync and working
when the
together.
Niners are at their best, they had, Bosa was an animal and quarterbacks were running and moving in fear. And right now they're not moving in fear, especially a guy like Matt Stafford, especially against that O-line that was playing a bunch of bums. Well, I shouldn't say bums, a bunch of young kids. By the way, you want more X's and O's, you go from us to Steve Young, who joins the afternoon crew at 5 o'clock today. By the way, Tommy is off after drinking all that water. How about Brody Bazile coming in? That's good booking because Brody's good, and Brody's, this is a big week in Brody's life.
Yeah.
The Oakland A's, which we'll talk about with Billy Beane, the legend, the icon, the man Brad Pitt played in a movie. And we can talk to him about that, too. We can riff on that. He's joining us at 8:15 in the final week of A's baseball in Oakland. But our new feature, what did young Tony ask today? I don't know. He's got 3 questions for us. We don't even know what they are.
No idea.
We could be paralyzed and we have dead air.
Yeah.
We'll find out next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, the open. The open is there. Young Tony. Dude, you made your ship. The SS Tony frickin' is docked right down here on the pier, bro, tying up traffic on the Embarcadero. I mean, what more? Is it almost too much too soon for this kid?
No, Tony is a made man. It reminds me of when I became a made man when Steve Young gave me a shout out.
Waterboy, do your thing.
And now we got John Lynch dropping a Young Tony reference. You've been made, Tony. You've been made.
So we're doing one of those things. We were like, hey, man, Wednesdays are slow in the NFL season because there's no media on Tuesday, et cetera, et cetera. We said, let's do a Wednesday bit. Let's have young Tony ask us like PTI style rundown, whatever part. What do they got? What was the other one? Not PTI.
PTI.
Where they all yell at each other and Tony Reale scores them around the horn.
Oh, around the horn.
Yeah. So we're just stealing ideas here. So Tony, congrats on your open.
Thank you.
Propers.
Thank you to both of you for welcoming me.
But we're wasting time. We got to get going. The rules are just 3 questions, up to 1 minute each. You don't have to take your whole minute.
Correct. Yes.
You can go Miss Teen South Carolina if you want. You know that?
Yeah. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Added to the list. Added to the list.
So yeah, you both get 1 minute. I'm going to play a bell after the minute is over, and you get 1 minute to give your take on a few things that I have to throw at you guys.
1 minute, plenty of time.
It's a great riff.
Last week I went first. Do you want to stay that way? Or do you want to go first this week?
Age before beauty, Murph.
Oh, a lot of gray in that.
Take the lead.
A lot of gray in that. But somebody said to me, "Goes, saw you on YouTube." He goes, "A lot of gray in that beard." I said, "What do you expect?
It's a good beard."
What am I, 20? All right, thank you for the support, Marcus. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go. So we had a highly controversial topic last week. Did McCovey Cove Dave do the right thing when he chose to keep Elliot Ramos' 21st home run, the first ever right-handed splash hit? Now, Ohtani, our boy Shohei Ohtani, just hit his 50th home run of the season. Obviously, a huge deal. People are evaluating the ball at $500K. Ooh. We've heard people say $1 million. Would you keep Shohei Ohtani's 50th home run baseball?
Okay, so here it is. Again, we'll just start with the premise of you guys know the story. If you know the show, that when I was assigned to sell a TV for the Murphy household, I went to my buddy's garage sale and I put it out there. Guy walked up, said, "How much for the TV?" I said, "I don't know, $5." Because I just wanted to get out of there. He goes, "You kidding me?" I go, "No." He gave me $5. I drove home. I got home. Candace said, "You sold the TV so fast?" I go, "No." She goes, "What'd you get for it?" I said, $5. She goes, "What? What are you, an idiot?" I said, "Well, you told me to sell it." So my financial acumen is not strong. It's not strong. So that's the premise of my answer, which is to say, you know what? I'm okay. It's Shohei Ohtani's moment. It's Shohei Ohtani's ball. It's Major League Baseball's ball. If you give me a little something, I don't know. What do you want? I don't know. Give me lifetime peanuts. Maybe Lifetime hot dogs.
Lifetime peanuts.
Maybe you know what? That's not how I want to make my fortune.
Wow.
You know what, young Mr. Otani? Congratulations. Here's your ball. Thanks for the Lifetime peanuts. There's my answer.
Wow. This is mind blowing. You know how many hot dogs and peanuts you could buy for $1 million, Murph? Like, this is a record breaking ball. Shohei Ohtani not only joined the 50-50 club, they're saying he might have had the greatest regular season game in MLB history. And that's why when this McCovey Cove Dave story came out, I said, look, I'm always siding with the fan. Get your money. Give McCovey Cove Dave that Orange Friday jersey. Now, of course, McCovey Cove Dave took it a different direction and started talking about how Elliot Ramos didn't follow him on Facebook or MySpace, or he's not in his top 8. So that's where I got off the kayak with McCovey Cove Dave. But I stand with the fans. Get your money. I'm holding out. That guy who got into a dog pile out in the bleachers out in Miami deserves that money. Get your money. Get your $500,000. Get your $1 million check for that Shohei Ohtani ball.
You soulless money grubber.
Money makes the world go round.
Yes.
Not just fat bottom girls, Murph.
All right. That's
This
number
man
one.
said a bag of peanuts and some hot dogs
come on.
for this ball. Are we serious right now?
It's not my fortune.
Brian
it's
Murphy,
his moment.
Brian
It's
Murphy
his
does
moment.
not have the art of the deal.
Now, are we going over a minute, or are we moving
You
on?
guys stayed on time. Both
Okay,
actually right at under a minute, we'll say. So that's good for both of you.
We're disciplined.
Number 2 on the list, we have been talking about the Oakland A's. They're in the news, obviously. Talking about their owner as well, John Fisher.
Ooh.
Brings the question, worst Bay Area owner of all time. We have options. We have Chris Cohan, we have John Fisher, and then we have an other, if you guys want to fill in the blank.
Well, I mean, okay, so 24. All right. Number one, I'm sorry. You got it. The other has to be my man over here, his family. They've left the Bay Area twice. The freaking Davis family has left twice, which in some ways may be worse. Because then they come back. It's like moving back in with your guy, and then you move out again. But in honor of the greatness, and in forever kicking Lamar Hunt's ass, I will leave Al out of this.
Thank you.
I never thought anybody could be worse than Chris Cohan. I lived through it. Chris Cohan was I hated Thunder. I hated the orange jerseys. I hated the losing culture. I hated how dull they were. I disassociated from the Warriors for like 10, 15 years because of Chris Cohan. But nobody has been a more like Batman, Robin, what am I trying to say? Scooby-Doo villain like John Fisher. Every misstep everywhere, tears the team, tears up hearts, tears up lives, tears up souls. At least Chris Cohan didn't leave the Bay. It's John Fisher.
Yeah, I think there's really no argument here. Chris Cohen's a good one, but I actually was a fan of Thunder, and I was a fan of getting those free chalupas when the Warriors would score 100 points. So this is easy to me. It's John Fisher each and every day of the week and twice on Sundays. This guy's a clown. He's a joke. This is a guy that I called a silver spoon rich kid yesterday who bought the team with some gap money, hasn't done a single thing with this franchise since 2005 except for intentionally tank the value. Put out a roster that's so bad and so underpaid that his fan base refused to show up to games. We've seen the protests, we've seen the sell signs, and now we're seeing the last games at the Coliseum this week. Without a question, it's John Fisher, the worst owner in Bay Area history.
It's almost like he's like trolling to be the worst. It's almost like there's some sort of plot that we're missing here, how bad he is. So, and by the way, blank that letter. All right? Blank that letter.
I think AI wrote that letter, actually.
Well,
I don't even think it's John Fisher.
John Joe said somebody did that on Twitter. Somebody had AI write it, and it came out almost the same. So how about that? So there you go.
By the way, John Joe wants me to mention Charlie Finley.
Well, I mean, 3 championships.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do? And didn't leave Oakland either. Stayed in Oakland. So I mean,
right.
you rip. But again, I hate to tell you this, but we're on the move. Manifest destiny. You guys left twice.
What are you saying about my son, Mark?
Exactly. All right. What do you got?
All right,
Maybe Mark Davis, not
We have
Al.
a third topic, but we also have an honorable mention, so I'll get to the third topic first. John Party is going to be at Shoreline Amphitheater on Friday night. I will be there. Brings the question, I've never been to Shoreline Amphitheater. I'd like to ask both of you, what is your favorite concert, your best concert you've ever been to at Shoreline?
It's an easy one, even though I have seen any number of great ones through the years, whether, humble brag, Jonathan Cain having me and Paulie backstage for Journey, seeing Prince and declaring it colder than a witch's tea in a brass bra, having Carlos Santana join Prince. But in 1987, OG, baby, out she came wearing a Giants hat on the True Blue Tour. Who saw Madonna in 87 at Shoreline? Who has two thumbs and saw Madonna at Shoreline in 87? This guy, all right? Mic drop.
Wow. See, Murph, I know to be more entertaining, I should go with the Kid Rock ZZ Top Tour that costs $20 to get in and $4 beers.
And wait a minute, you told me ZZ Top open?
That is correct.
I
Open
want to
for
throw a
Kid Rock.
freaking chair through a window
And I gotta say,
hear that.
that
dude.
was a hell of an experience out at Shoreline, but my number one answer has to be my first concert ever. Rock the Bells 2008, an entire lineup headlined by A Tribe Called Quest, my favorite rap group of all time. It really laid the foundation of like my love for hip-hop music. I walked in at 10 a.m. and Wale was on the main stage at 10 a.m. Rock the Bells then blew up, was one of the biggest rap festivals in the country. R.I.P. Rock the Bells. I got to go with that.
How
for my
old was
answer.
young Marcus at that point?
Oh, that must have been like sophomore in high school, so probably about 14, 15
Formative
years old.
years, baby.
Yeah.
So you got to match those Shoreline concerts on Friday with your boy Party.
That's wild.
All right,
Yeah,
there you go.
Wale at 10 a.m., bro.
Yeah, 10 a.m. He was the opener. Nobody knew who the hell he
Madonna
was.
wearing a Giants hat in 87 doesn't
That
rate?
sounds pretty cool,
Come
too.
on
Don't
now,
get me
all right?
wrong.
Still in my Nike boots.
Honorable mention, we did want to bring up the Giants. Chapman hit his 27th of the year on Monday night. The Giants haven't had a 30 home run hitter since 2004. 4 games left in the season. Can Chapman do it?
The short answer is no. He's coming home. It's going to be cold. The fog's in. Although I did hear Friday might be warm. So maybe he gets one. But that's asking too much. But it's been a great year. Listen, I'm going to say this about Matt Chapman. I know we're running out of time here, but I was a huge advocate of him coming here, and I thought he would be that culture guy. Now, did we see it entirely? No, there's 79 and 79. But look at the way this guy's finishing the season. Look at the effort. Look at that inside the Parker. Look at him knocking down 106-mile-an-hour shots right at his nards. I've been very pleased with the Matt Chapman experience. I'm very pleased with the Matt Chapman future. So no to 30, but double thumbs up to Matt Chapman.
I am a believer in the dad strength, Murph. Matt Chapman's hit 3 bombs since becoming a daddy on Saturday. 3 games left. Let's get those 3 more home runs.
Okay, that's a bold call.
I'm
3
doing
tanks in 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
And we answered what young Tony
Oh, we have
asked
this
today.
bell. Didn't even play it once
Well, that's
today.
because we're tight. You know what I mean?
You're
We're
clock
tight.
machines, fellas.
Yeah, we are clock machines.
Clock.
Can we get some applause for the kids for... we hope you all enjoyed that. This segment sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Can you imagine me walking down the street eating peanuts and Marcus drives by in a Lamborghini, you know, and it just revs it too. Got this from the Shohei ball. You know what I mean? He buys like a $250,000, what's it called, Maybach? What are those things?
Yeah, Maybach.
Like he buys a $250,000 Maybach while I'm walking by eating peanuts.
And then out the window, you hear Waterboy say,
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Murphy,
Blank
thanks
your-
for the home run ball.
Blank your negotiating tactics.
Blank your peanuts.
All right, here's the deal. Mike Krukow, the big hit, which is probably the Farhan interview down in Arizona. And then Billy Bean, the legend. Brad Pitt played him. Mr. Moneyball himself at 8:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Clock.
All right. Oh, Amici's is coming today to our office. How exciting is that? It's like, honestly, John Joe Curley told me he was thinking about it all day yesterday, which shows you how long his diet's going to last when he's already thinking about the pizza a day in advance. But here's the deal. We love Amici's. We're so excited. And they're going to bring us pizza, and we're going to talk to Peter. And one of the things we're going to talk about is half-baked pizzas. Because I'm telling you guys, I was late to the half-baked party, I will admit. It took me a while to get on board because I was like, why would I get it half-baked? Well, first of all, your schedule's crazy. You don't know when dinner is. Second of all, you don't know the glory of the half-baked. That when your schedule's crazy and you're driving all over and you come home and there it is and you slide it in, take it out 5 minutes later, it's piping hot. It's crisp. The cheese is bubbling. It's so good. And we're giving you 20% off for the month of September. Any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com. Once again, any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com. 20% off for the rest of September. I'm telling you guys, it's the thing to do. 2 words. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty, the Giants, what the heck is this? Well, it's fun, I'll tell you that, and it's kind of bonkers, but 11-0, 5 home runs, derailing the Diamondbacks' dreams, a 5-game win streak, all sorts of wild stuff to talk about with Mike Krukow, brought to you by, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan, fine savings on every model. Mike, did you have 11-0 Giants on your bingo card going into that game last night?
Are you kidding? This is unbelievable. I mean, I don't even know who these guys are. Neither do the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're going, what's going on? I'll tell you what, tonight's ball game, they have Zach Gallen pitching for the D-backs, and Giants have Mason Black. The Giants win this game, D-backs are in real trouble. I mean, they're a half game ahead of the Braves right now, and the Braves have to play one more game than they do. And then the last 3 games of the year, they're playing the insanely hot Padres. So, I mean, this is their season tonight. That would be an unbelievable game, and I wouldn't put it past Mason Black. Last time we saw him throw, he looked like he finally relaxed and he was trusting his fastball and he was throwing well. So the attitude they have in that clubhouse right now is kind of bulletproof. This ought to be an interesting game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the spoiler thing is for real. The Mets right now, the Padres clinched last night on a triple play, don't you know? Mets have 70 losses, Diamondbacks 71, Braves 71. So 2 of those 3 teams will make it, 1 will not. The Giants can really mess with them. Let's do a little wrap up on Logan Webb, Mike, because I think he said after the game he's not going to pitch Sunday. He's going to leave it at 204 2/3, which means he may not, if Seth Lugo pitches again, he may not win the MLB title, but he'll win the National League title. There were some interesting things about his year. 13-10 with a 3.47. His ERA was up from a couple years ago. 3.47 is nothing to sneeze at. Goes over 200 for the second straight year. Samardzija, the last Giant to do that. Kind of crazy stat there. And the fact that his changeup by the metrics was not nearly as effective this year. Just your analysis of all those kind of stats or numbers, which jumps out at you?
Well, the changeup was not as good, and I think the reason for that is he threw it too much. I think this year is still an indication that he's a young pitcher and he's still developing new pitches and he's still learning how to pitch. It takes time. I mean, it really took me 10 years to be able to say, I know what I'm doing and I can win when I don't have great stuff, which I think is the barometer as to, who can and cannot pitch. When you can go out there and give your team a chance to win when you don't have good stuff, well, you know what you're doing. What he discovered this year was the 4-seam fastball. Coming into this year, I think his usage of that pitch was like right around 2%. Now it's up there close to 6%. And the more he throws that fastball is the more he throws a pitch away from that changeup. The changeup is one of the best pitches in all baseball. But if you overthrow it, if you have guys going up there looking for it and being able to recognize a pitch that's going to be out of the strike zone because they've seen it a lot, then all of a sudden the effectiveness of that pitch diminishes. And that's what happened to him. At times I think he got a little changeup happy. But with his development of the 4-seam fastball, it gives him another fastball that he can throw that changeup off of. So I think as he goes forward, I think the usage of the 4-seam fastball is going to increase. And now he's starting to develop a cutter, which is another look away from his big 3 pitches, the fastball, the slider, and the changeup. So it was a year of growth, and I think it was a year of self-analysis. And one of the things he looked at himself and said, well, I need to change a few things, is as to how much he throws that changeup. When his butt is on the line, he goes to the changeup. And I think now this year he has developed more options, which doesn't put him into a predictable pitch count or predictable pitch situation. So I think, he's growing, and this was really a nice year for him. And they finally got him a few runs. So, I think if he goes back and is overcritical of himself, he doesn't really need to be, because I think he's a better pitcher now than he was at the start of the year, despite the fact that his changeup was not as good this year as it was last year.
Mike, I want to talk to you about Patrick Bailey, because first of all, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for what he does defensively and how he manages his staff, especially over the last stretch, over the last couple of weeks. But there's a lot of focus on his second half numbers offensively. But you look at the month of September, he's hitting .273, went deep last night. So what does this say about Patrick Bailey having a strong finish to the season?
Well, you always want to finish well because the old saying in baseball is the last thing you do is the last thing they remember. In regards to his catching ability, he can improve. He misses a lot of balls. He has too many pass balls. He has too many balls that he boxes. And that's just simply catching the ball. I think that he gets tired. I think that as he goes forth, he needs to really increase his workout regimen in the offseason to get stronger. That's the only way that you can maximize your abilities is if you're in a strength level that allows you to be sharp. When you get tired, you miss easy plays. You miss fastballs that are, right there at your mask. So I think that he can get better as a catcher. I think he's got a great foundation. He's obviously got one of the best pop times in all of baseball, if not the best. But if you take a look at the accuracy of his throws to second base, they're not great. Of the 60 or so pitches that he's throwing, I think only about a third of them are accurate throws. That's room for improvement. So I think it's important to him that he pushes himself to be a better defensive catcher than he is right now because there's room for improvement. In regards to his hitting, same thing applies. He got tired and he lost bat speed. When he's on, he's one of the guys that I think puts the ball in the barrel, especially from the left side, consistently. And that started to wane as the season wore on and he got tired. So, I mean, it's a real simple thing for me to look at his abilities and realize that he needs to get stronger, and that'll make him better.
Talking to Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. We do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Mike, there's so much to squeeze into such a short time. I know you don't want to check in on the Farhan job situation. You're like, I'm done with it. You've said what you needed to say. But he did talk about certain X's and O's that we can get into. And he talked about Marco Luciano. He talked about Blake Snell. He also talked about, second base. And it's kind of interesting how we just let Thairo Estrada's career just slip away. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that. I mean, he was a good little player. He won the 2023 Willie Mack Award, and now they're saying second base is open next year. Do you see, first of all, I don't know, do you have any thought on Tyro's career kind of slipping away with the Giants? And second of all, do you see a lead horse at second base?
Well, if they actively pursue a shortstop in the offseason, you slide Tyler Fitzgerald over to second base, and there's your second baseman. I think that he has warranted that consideration to be an everyday player. I don't know if he is, I think he can improve going to his right. I'm not 100% sold on his backhand abilities, but that can all be improved with technique and work and reps. I do like him. I like his at-bats. I think that this guy really has just kind of separated himself from the herd, but I also think that he's exhausted. And I think that, workout regimen in this offseason, get him stronger. I think he can be a very good player. I think he can be an everyday player. But I think that, if you do get a shortstop, it's the logical choice to move him over to second base. In regards to Thairo Estrada, there's only one statistic that got him out of the lineup and off the roster, the active roster, and that's his on-base percentage. And with Farhan, that's the big deal. That's a huge deal. But when your on-base percentage is around 250, 260, it's not going to cut it. And he's a good little defensive player. Really good defensive player. I like him out there. So I don't think his career's over here. I do think he has to come back a changed player. I think it would be beneficial to him to play winter ball this year and get as many reps as he can to try and improve his ability to take walks and get on base when he doesn't get hits and move that on-base percentage up. Because if he wants to be an everyday player again, that's something he's going to have to improve.
So, Mike, we're sort of we do these things a little shorter now. I wish we could ask more questions about the Giants. We're doing it on Friday. But I wanted to save a question for you at the end here about the A's. And it's the final game in Oakland tomorrow. And, John Fisher wrote that letter. A's fans are emotional. We've never seen a baseball team leave the Bay Area. We've seen the Raiders leave. But we have never seen a baseball team. The Giants almost did this. I don't know. What are your emotions going into this? It's a big deal for, I want to say, millions of Bay Area residents.
It sucks. I felt the same way about the Cleveland Browns. I felt the same way about the Chargers and the Raiders. I felt the same way about the Pac-12. This whole thing about, ripping histories out of people's lives that are so important is disgusting. And I don't like it at all. I think that this rivalry between the A's and the Giants has grown to where it really means something. It feels like an in-season playoff game. And now you're taking this history away from Northern California fans, which in my opinion are the best in the world. I just think that their passion is so deep-rooted, and their appreciation is just at the top of the line. I mean, they don't boo anybody; they appreciate. And if they boo, it's subtle. But they never stop loving. And now you take the history away from that franchise. I just it's awful, and I don't like it, and I'll never like it. I'll never buy into it. What has happened in sport is something I just kind of shake my head at. How can you erase histories that mean so much to people, that mean so much, that this is the ballpark that people fell in love with baseball, fell in love with football. That stadium, if you were to ask Carlos Santana, he'd tell you it was a holy place, and it is. And I don't like that, and it's sad. It saddens me, and it saddens me for all the players that played there, because in a way they get forgotten. We watched it happen when the Montreal Expos went to Washington, and now you know what their history is. It's a small little letter that says Andre Dawson, that says Tim Raines. It's almost an afterthought, and their names are on the wall. And it doesn't say Expos. Expos is nowhere in that ballpark. And where do you think that the Oakland franchise is going to be in Sacramento or in Las Vegas? It's not going to be there, and that's to me is awful.
Do you feel like in Ted Lasso, Rebecca gives this famous speech about we don't own these teams. We're caretaking them for the community. Now, the counter to that is, hey, it's business, man. They're capitalists. We're here to make money. It's America. So I'm wondering, do you feel like when an owner buys a sports team, it's different than buying like a car company or a pants company or something? Like there is a community responsibility?
I do. I've always felt that. I've always believed that the most precious asset we have in baseball is our history, bar none. Our stats book, our records, our histories. I mean, the Giants. We're just finishing up our 142nd year. That's a lot of history. Why would you ever mess with that? And I think the A's are right around 125 years, right? You guys would know that, but that's a history that has been moved already twice. And now you're moving it a third time. I don't understand it. I don't like it. And that's from a fan's perspective. And I'll never like it. And I just think that the A's fans and the Oakland fans, think of it, they lost the three teams. That's terrible.
It really is. And just there's really no response other than just rage and howling to the heavens. And then 2 precious days, tonight and tomorrow, where they get to watch their team play one more time. Just want to get your thoughts on that, Mike. So obviously Friday we'll have a lot more to talk about. The Willie Mack Award will be given out and the final homestand of the weekend. And so we'll get all that on Friday. You enjoy tonight's game. We'll talk to you Friday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the UMA guest line. By the way, he's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes and Brody Brazil at 5 o'clock today. Okay, so Farhan stood against, according to Andy Bagley, a cinder block wall in Arizona and answered questions about his future and the team's future. What did we take from it? What do you take from it? At 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And then the A's icon, the GM, Mr. Moneyball himself, Billy Beane at 8:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Calling all Metallica fans. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi Stadium on June 20th and June 22nd next year. This prize includes 2 tickets to both shows. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys. So stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning, 8:30. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
There's a couple of things that stand out to me. One is, there's, I think, a handful of teams that are in our position that had playoff aspirations that were maybe projected to make the playoffs that have kind of, not reached that standard. They're kind of in around 500, around the periphery of the race. And, the story a lot of times is the same. It's a combination of injuries and underperformance and places you were hoping to get production from, you didn't quite get it from. I think the thing we've got to ask ourselves as we build out this team is, do we need more veteran depth? Because one of the things that we like to do is when we have injuries, call up young players, give them a chance. And really, some of our successes this year in terms of Ramos and Fitzgerald were opportunities created by injuries and spots on the roster where we had openings. Those guys have taken those opportunities and run with them. But there are other cases, particularly on the pitching side early in the year, where we went with younger options and really struggled. And
there he is, Farhan Zaidi's last appearance on KNBR. Who knows when his next will be, and who knows what the status will be of Farhan Zaidi, who is our big hit today because he spoke yesterday down in Arizona. Plus, the Niners didn't do anything, so we're going to dive into this. 808-KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to react to everything you heard from Farhan. Now, none of this stuff is on audio because he was talking to 4 beat writers. Shout out Shayna Rubin of the Chronicle, Maria Guardado of MLB, Alex Pavlovich of NBC Sports Bay Area, and Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, and Andy will join us at 8:50. But some interesting things happened. Here's a couple of the big quotes, guys, you need to know. But number one, the lead quote, anytime you have a disappointing season, it's my job to evaluate everything in my purview, and it's their job, meaning ownership, to evaluate everything in my purview plus me. So there's Farhan standing in a tunnel in Arizona saying, yeah, ownership's taking a hard look at me. And meanwhile, they haven't given him an answer. So, you would think that if ownership, one way to look at this is, if ownership was committed to bringing him back, they would come out here and say it. Kind of like, though, Greg Johnson did last year, that we're committed to keeping him and then wound up firing Gabe Kapler, right?
So it was right around this time last year. I believe it was the Friday before the final home game series where Gabe Kapler got the axe.
Right. So everybody's on alert. We were on alert because of that story Baggerly had last week about Buster Posey having to come in and finish the Matt Chapman deal. You had John Shea and Susan Slusser in the Chronicle and Scott Boras disputing that characterization, but admitting that he's on the hot seat and ownership is taking a hard look at him. So he says, I think that process is happening and I understand it. That's the quote from Farhan Zaidi. So I got a question to you guys in the big hit is, does this make you think Farhan's goose is cooked? The fact that ownership has not said anything publicly, that all that static came up last week, and that he stood out there in that cinder block wall, leaning against the cinder block wall in Arizona, not knowing if he's back next year, and then having to start to talk about the 2025 Giants, addressing the possibility of Blake Snell, addressing second base's opening, addressing, Bryce Eldridge's future. Very awkward because he's addressing it without knowing if he's going to be that guy. So is this making you feel like, because we're talking about it here as the morning's going on, making you feel more and more like his goose is cooked? Or is there a party that says, well, no, because the way they're finishing, because of some of the arguments he has. Look at Elliot Ramos, Jungle Lee's coming back. Look at Tyler Fitzgerald. Look at Hayden Birdsong. There's enough young pieces to think that give Farhan one more year to finish his vision. And we can talk about what his vision is, because how long did it take to come to this vision and all that stuff. But where are you at? After yesterday, did that change your opinion about his future at all?
Yesterday didn't change my opinion too much, but I kind of had this opinion a week or two ago when we've been talking about it. I mean, hell, we've been talking about Farhan's future since I joined the morning show back in 2020. And here we are in 2024 talking about the 5th failed season of his 6-year tenure. So to me, if I had to handicap it, I'm about 70-30. 70% chance that he is out the door, 30% that he could come back. Now, we've talked to boys around the bullpen. They say, it's like 90-95% chance that he'll be gone next season. But then why did the Giants front office give him that 2-year extension last year? And my true belief is the only reason why they gave him that 2-year contract extension is to see how the farm system plays out. And I know that's not what Giants fans want to hear, but I would think that there is still a route to bringing back Farhan and Bob Melvin with that 1 year of guaranteed money still left on their contracts, that they could be back Now, could be and should be are two different ballparks because, as I said, for 5 out of the 6 years that he's been running the ship, they have been a failure. Let's just be plain and simple. And even if they get to an over 500 record this year, it's still a failure because you missed the postseason and you had postseason expectations before the season started when you signed Blake Snell and Matt Chapman, and you had postseason expectations when you didn't trade away Blake Snell at this year's trade deadline. So to me, there's got to be some accountability.
Well, there's that for sure. Now, here's a couple of things we got to get into here. Quote, is this true from Farhan Zaidi? I do look at a lot of the silver linings this year, and the fact that I think we're going to go into next year with the best group of young players we've had on the roster since I've been here, both on the position player side and on the pitching side. That's really something to build on. I think in Farhan's defense, I think that's true. Now, we could talk about, why did it take so long? Or should you have hit on draft picks earlier? Or should you have traded veterans for prospects that could have made impacts earlier? But I do think in his meager defense, that is an accurate statement. That next year's team has more young prospects than any team we've seen since maybe the nucleus of the late 00s, really. Mm-hmm. Because you can make an argument that Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison, who are Farhan projects, are going to make up 40% of your rotation next year. Maybe even more if you I don't know where Landon Roop. Landon Roop's finishing pretty strong.
Yeah, Landon Roop.
Position players. Elliot Ramos, now he's not a Farhan guy, but he is a young player on his way up. Second base, either going to be Tyler Fitzgerald or Casey Schmidt. That is a Farhan guy. First base could be Bryce Eldridge's job. Now, I hope he's not rushed up or anything. Right field could be Grant McCray, although he's striking out a lot. So anyway, I'm just saying, I'm trying to look at this fairly. I've been as upset as anybody, and believe me, if they, and I said this in a Jock blog last week, if they handed him a check and said, you're done, I'd have zero problem with that at all. Because I said all that's happened from 2019 to 2024 is we've gotten older and they haven't won a single playoff series. Yeah. Okay, that's the fact. That's pretty damning. We had a funny text I can't get out of my head. Somebody said, dude, presidents only get 4 years to fix the nation. Yeah. This is year 6. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So now there's a lot that goes into who do you bring in? That's my big thing. If you're going to fire somebody, who do you got? Like when they were firing Gabe, I was cool because there were options out there, including Stephen Vogt, or guys like that, Bob Melvin, who I was glad they got. And by the way, they're finally making me look good with this winning streak here at the end.
But anyway, Gabe's record.
The point is that there is that. If Farhan has his last plea for mercy, but getting back to our big hit in general, the fact that he's out here right now not knowing or not saying does not bode well.
No, it's not a great look. And I want to circle back to his comments about having young players on the roster. I agree with that take. We talk about prospects all the time. I tell stories about going down to San Jose and getting beer batters with Kyle Harrison, striking out guys left and right. But my problem has been that this franchise, this organization, not just Farhan Zaidi, have been afraid to commit to a rebuild. Because instead of letting Elliot Ramos or a Luis Matos or a Marco Luciano, or the list goes on and on and on, get everyday at-bats and develop at the major league level, you've got Austin Slater in the outfield. You've got Nick Ahmed at shortstop. You've got A.J. Pollock in the lineup. You've got Mark Canha at the trade deadline. To me, that's the issue. Because who knows what Elliot Ramos would look like if Austin Slater and Jung-Hoo Lee never get hurt? Who knows if he's still swinging down in Sacramento right now? So it's nice to give him praise for some of the prospects, but to me, he's botched the development of a lot of these prospects. Yeah. Whether we're talking about Luciano in his quotes yesterday saying, it's only a big story that he's changing positions because he's on the 40-man roster. No, it's because you told everybody that he would have the opportunity to be the everyday shortstop last year, and it took you 6 years into him being in the franchise to realize that he's not a shortstop. When I was seeing him in San Jose boot balls with his backhands, when I was talking to scouts saying, he's not a long-term shortstop, then why did it take this long for him to get called up to the major league level for you to figure out that he's not a shortstop? That's where you botched the development, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Yes, the constant shifting and mishmash, the constant shuttling of prospects, the constant roster churn, the constant mishmash of mixed messages, which I went nuts at the trade deadline when you traded Alex Cobb and brought in Mark Canha. I was like, wait, what? What are we doing? Why is Mark Canha? All due respect, nice guy, Cal Bears, go Bellarmine, all that stuff. Why is he on the team? He shouldn't be on the team. He should be playing these guys. And now, this gets to the biggest one. And by the way, good morning, everybody, because we're going to have Billy Bean on at 8:15, so we want to make sure everybody sticks around for that. He's an old pal that I used to cover back in 99, 2000. He's coming on. So here's the big one that stuck out at me. Forget the young players for a second. Forget the fact that he doesn't know his future. Was it a bad cultural fit all along? That's and now here we are looking, revisit. Sometimes this happens at the end of presidencies or relationships when you're breaking up with your girl or your guy or whatever. Was it a bad fit all along? Was he the wrong guy for the Giants fan culture? Giants fan culture is Mays, McCovey, Cepeda, on the wall. Let's honor the heritage, forever Giant, all that stuff. Will Clark saying, I am San Francisco. I am Will the Thrill. And, of course, what happened in 10, 12, and 14, right? All those things are icons. They're iconic players. And to bring in a guy who says, let's do it the Tampa Bay Rays way, might have been the wrong message from the jump. Now, we got to go back to 2019. And all you fans out there, you got to ask yourselves, you were upset at Bobby Evans. I'm just trying to be fair here now to this whole process. You were upset at Bobby Evans, and we were. 17 and 18 were bad, bro. They were bad. And it was even like so bad that even though the Giants had just won the World Series in 2014, people were pissed. It was like, bro, you just won the series in 14. But anyway, it was so bad, people thought there was a change needed. Bringing in Farhan seemed like, oh, we're finally doing what everybody else is doing. But it turned out that it was too late in the game. It turns out that Moneyball was kind of played out and that every team was doing it, thus kind of negating Moneyball's effectiveness, right? So here's some of the pieces in this quote from Farhan I want to read. I think it's about his culture of roster churn, margins, versus Giants fans going, wait, where's my Mays, McCovey, Will Clark, Buster Posey, right?
Yeah, see, that's the issue. I think a lot of MLB owners around the league would say, hey, look what the Tampa Bay Rays are doing, putting out a actual product that performs on the field, not this season, but traditionally they're a team that's in the mix every year to be a postseason contender. So a lot of owners would say, hey, I would love to run my franchise like that, save a ton of money, and still be a postseason contender. But I can tell you that no MLB fan wants to be a fan of the Tampa Bay Rays because that stadium is empty each and every day. And that's the problem. When you're going with platoon lineups and bullpen games, nobody wants to pay money to go out to those games, and that's where you lose the entertainment value.
There's a story in the Chronicle today by Susan Slusser about the anniversary of Moneyball, and as the A's are finishing up, what is the ultimate legacy of Moneyball? And Michael Lewis himself, who wrote the book, said, he says, I ruined baseball. And he says, most people tell me I ruined baseball. And he goes on to say, I think that's, he says, here's the quote I was looking for. Has it been bad for baseball? Michael Lewis, I think that's true. It turns out the smart way to play baseball is boring. Don't steal bases. Don't swing at bad pitches. Position fielders so the ball is right, hit right to them. It makes what is already a pretty sedentary sport less kinetic. So now they're trying to address it, making the bases better, not letting people shift. But he says, it was much less fun having geeks from MIT running the baseball team than it was having colorful, tobacco-chewing former players who you knew. It's much less fun when the manager is clearly less important, more like a middle manager. The way reason permeated the front office has bled onto the field, and players are more reasonable, more rational, and not likely to go off half-cocked. Could you imagine Al Hraboski today? That was the mad Hungarian. This guy used to come in like a lunatic. It would be fun to watch, but it would be like, oh, that's weird. That's not optimal. I agree that moneyballing baseball made it more boring. It's a hell of a quote from Michael Lewis himself. And this goes back to our buddy Howard Bryan, who told us when we were talking about another Farhan failed year or whatever, he said, people don't become baseball fans for efficiency. We don't root for efficiency. We root for our stories. We root for our players. We root for our heroes. We don't root for efficiency. So that's what it's come down to. And Farhan brought that, and maybe it was the wrong cultural fit. So here's what he says. He says now he's changing, which is Jung-Hoo Lee, Matt Chapman, starting pitchers. He says, quote, I think I've evolved in my views of things, and some of that has to do with the culture around the Giants organization and our fan base, the things our fans want. I was like, whoa, wait, we're 6 years in, and now we're making that connection?
That's my issue, and that's the argument I made earlier this morning. I think the attendance numbers would tell you that Farhan Zaidi is changing his strategy by having everyday players in the lineup. For fans to know who's actually starting the game tonight instead of walking up and hearing, wake me up, it's time to go with John Brebbia. It's like people didn't know what the hell to expect going to the ballpark last year. But it is interesting when you see these comments from Farhan Zaidi yesterday saying, yeah, we are very much synced up in the vision of the team we want. He's talking about him in the front office, which is a younger team. Now, to his credit, the farm system is better than the day he took over, but he goes on to say, we want a more athletic team, and we want some consistency in the rotation in the lineup. Where was that the first 5 years you were here?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this is the first year that we are consistently getting guys playing every day, that we were consistently getting a 5-man rotation. So I don't know if it's a little too late. Honey, look, I've changed my ways. Bring me back in, baby. No, Farhan. You had 6 years to prove that your system worked, and for 5 out of those 6 years, it's been a failure.
Yeah, you are 100% right. And that goes to my quote I'm talking about here. He says, I think there's been a meeting of minds over the time. He goes, listen to this quote. This is pretty interesting because I feel like there's a humble brag sort of subtly. He goes, some of that has to do with the culture around the Giants organization, the things our fans want, and the things that this organization has done when it's been most successful, which may not have been how I was successful earlier in my career. He goes, we have to figure out our identity and not feel like just because the strategy is successful, it's the right thing for us. I'm like, oh, so you're telling us your strategy is successful. Well, it is the right thing to do.
It hasn't been successful.
No, it hasn't.
And
That's
we
the
can talk
point.
about
Yes.
the outlier season, them winning 107 games. Congratulations. You had Buster Posey, Brandon Crawford, and Brandon Belt on your roster. And oh, by the way, Gabe Kapler won Manager of the Year.
And Kevin Gosman.
And you ended up firing him after that. And yeah, we can talk about that one successful season. The Giants still haven't won a postseason series since they won the 2014 World Series. We're going on a decade without postseason success.
I think the best case scenario we thought in 2019 was that he was going to bring the best of Moneyball, meaning smartly fine dudes, and the best of big budget baseball, going out and landing big fish. That was like the idea. I think it's what the Dodgers have pulled off. Yeah. The Dodgers have pulled off by getting Mookie, Shohei, and Freddie, and then still finding guys on the margins. But you got to have Mookie, Shohei, and Freddie in the middle. So you could say, and Farhan would say, well, I tried to get Shohei, and I tried to get Aaron Judge or whoever. But, dude, the point is, that's where I get to the point where he didn't make that status quo changing trade. You got to give something to get something. That's where if you can't find everyday position players or young guys, you got to make that big trade. And it might mean you have to trade one of your prize pitching prospects for a prize everyday player. But this is the kind of thing he needed to do, and he didn't. He never had the cojones to make a defining trade. God, we're talking about him in the past tense here.
Yeah, and he could still be back next year. But I guess that's a big question we'll end it on, and a question I want to ask you, because I think you've been spot on. Farhan is a number 2. He should not be the number 1 guy trying to close out these deals. But is there a scenario in your mind where Farhan Zaidi could step down to maybe the GM and somebody else steps in as a president of baseball operations?
Something like that.
Yeah.
There could be a reshuffle. Susan has brought that up for a fair few times, where they're like, they still like some of the things Farhan brings to the table, but they don't want to blow him out entirely. Now, is that Buster Posey? I don't think so. There's Billy Owens over here in Oakland, who everybody loves. They could bring him over. But at that point, I'd blow him out. At that point, I'd say start all over. And if you do, you better have the right guy in mind or the right gal in mind. Kim Ng is out there too. So, but the bottom line is, for me, him saying here in year 6, we're figuring out the cultural fit, is like, whoa. And that's on ownership too now. In 2019, they might have said, you know what, guys, our fan base loves our heroes. We're forever Giants. Why are we bringing in the margins guy who wants to make a Tampa Bay
And
Rays?
after all this, after 6 years of Farhan Zaidi, he's essentially telling us he's got concepts of a plan.
Stay hot. Feed him the rock. Feed Boucher the rock. All right, guys. Well, listen, that was our big hit today, and thanks for letting us rant. We wanted to get that off our chest. Here's the deal. Billy Beane, I covered a lot of people in my long life. Billy's one of my favorites. Don't forget, he and I were in a sort of a flaming text war during the England-Italy Euro Championship in 2022, kind of getting on each other's case a little bit. Whether you want to talk punk rock, Ramones, or just his career in Oakland coming to an end. And also, what's he doing these days? I don't even know if he's affiliated with the club much these days. So we'll get into that. He's just fun to talk to. Plus, we can riff on Brad Pitt. We can. We're allowed. Billy Beane on the final week in Oakland. Next on the Sports Leader.
The problem we're trying to solve is that there are rich teams and there are poor teams. Then there's 50 feet of crap. And then there's us.
Hey, Marcus Boucher here, and you know the question I'm going to ask you this morning. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I dove into this program 7 weeks ago, and guess what? I'm down nearly 25 pounds, and I've been able to do it without counting calories, without counting points, no prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs, or anything else that has serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about how I lost this weight, check out the AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com program and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Calling all Metallica fans. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi Stadium on June 20th and June 22nd. This prize also includes 2 tickets to both shows. This is the last time we're going to tease it before we give the tickets away. So stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, what a treat, man. In all my years of sports writing, one of my favorite guys to just chop it up with about anything, life, sports, or music, like a deep pull from The Clash by young Tony here. White Man in Hammersmith Palace. That's Billy Bean time. I haven't talked to Billy in forever. It's obviously a hugely historic and nostalgic week. So Billy, I don't think you met my partner, Marcus Boucher. You know me, your boy Murph, but we played you a little Clash to bring you in here, Billy, to make you feel welcome. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Billy.
Good morning. Hey, Marcus. Nice to chat. I thought you might have me on because of the Oasis reunion, Murph. I'm a little concerned that I was a little concerned with my kids laugh at me with Oasis. They just tell me, Dad, nobody listens to this. Yeah, well, think again, my friend. Wait till next summer.
We'll just take them and say, it's the old, remember what they used to say about Elvis in like the 70s? Can 40 million Elvis fans be wrong? It's like, you're going to show...
It'll make my 30 T-shirts relevant again.
It's very good. So anyway, well, listen, bro. You're getting pulled 10 million ways, and I have pestered the bejesus out of you, so thanks for hopping on, man. We'll talk about any wide-ranging topics, but... I'm going to start with this. August, I have it right here. I did some research, Billy. August 9, 1986. A guy in a Minnesota Twins jersey named Billy Bean steps into the box at the Oakland Coliseum. By my research, that's your first game at the Coliseum. Am I right on that? 8/9/86 as a Twin?
I believe you're right. And was that a doubleheader? Because it's quite well, there was a doubleheader somewhere in that series. And a funny story, that was when fans were still in center field. And the second game of the doubleheader, I played for Puckett. And for 9 innings, I heard fans yelling at me as to asking if I'd stole Puckett's car keys and what the heck was I doing out there in center field for 9 innings.
Who are you, right?
That's exactly it. And I think I might have said, buy a program meet, and they said, we did, and you're not in it.
Oh, that's too good, man. Did you steal Puckett's car keys? You probably did. Well, that's it, man. And that began your relationship with the Coliseum. So, I mean...
Yeah, actually, you want to know that my first time actually in, I came in 86 that year on opening day. I somehow magically weaseled my way onto the opening day roster, but I did it vis-a-vis the DL. At the time, it was called the DL. And it was actually 86, and I was a Charger fan growing up, so my experience with the Coliseum was always Raiders versus Chargers on television. And I walked out there, and I was really just in awe because it seemed so much actually cozier, believe it or not, which isn't a word you hear about the Coliseum than I'd seen on TV. And I was standing there with Roy Smalley, and we were going out for batting practice. I think it was the workout day before opening day in 86. And I saw Canseco for the first time, and he had like 10 batting practice pitches, and this was the old configuration, and he proceeded to hit 10 baseballs in a row from left to center to right field for a home run in the Coliseum, which, by the way, didn't happen then. And Roy Smalley, longtime veteran, turned to me and he said, that's the most impressive batting practice I've ever seen in my life. And that was my introduction to both Jose and to the Coliseum in 86 on opening day as a member of the disabled list.
That's a great tale. Any tale that involves Roy Smalley gets plus points for me. How about Jose, man, just doing his thing with that crazy, crazy forearm strength or what? And then, Billy, you go from there and we pick it up in 89. You put on the A's jersey. And I guess that's my long way of saying, how's your vibe this week? How you feeling?
I think like a lot of people, it didn't really seem real. I've obviously been at a little bit of, on the inside, but on a distance, David and his staff have done, except for me getting Rooker and drafting Butler and putting Miller in the bullpen, they've done everything else. But I've had a little bit of a, kind of been able to put it out of my mind. But I think like everybody, all of a sudden the reality, it kind of hits you. And so, yeah, certainly there's a significant amount of nostalgia that I have going back. Listen, as you mentioned, 86 as a visiting player, then 89 as a member of the A's. So Yeah, it's kind of hard to sort of get your arms around it and your mind around the whole idea, but it is, unfortunately, it's reality, and I'm going to enjoy the last couple of games like everybody else.
Yeah, definitely an emotional week, not only for the players and for the organization, but also for the fans, Billy. And now this is the third team that is leaving the city of Oakland, joining the Warriors who are in San Francisco and the Raiders who are also now in Las Vegas. So what would your message be to the Oakland fans seeing their ballpark and their ball team being ripped away from them?
Well, you mentioned 3. Well, the consolation prize is I'm not going anywhere, so I'm staying here, unfortunately. I'm going to be a citizen of the Bay Area for the foreseeable future. But, yeah, listen, I think like with every major league team, it's, the people I think about, not so much like myself there's times when I remember walking down the little alleyway, Bert, you're familiar with me, go to the dugout from the clubhouse, and there's longtime fans that have been there. They're there every game, every single year. Some of them even, would drive, great distances, and you kind of realize that this is really this, and, with a little bit too, like the radio and guys like Bill King and King Korak have been a part of their life for the last, in some cases, all the way back to the beginning, in the 60s. So yeah, it's a little bit sobering, and for everybody. So I know everybody, even in our organization, feels your pain, because we've got, and Murph knows this, I mean, you got employees like David Renetti who go back to, he grew up in the Oakland Hills. He's our director of stadium ops, and I know it's going to be a really, really sad day, not for just fans, but also longtime employees as well.
It is, and we're talking to Billy Beane. He's kind enough to join us in a busy, busy week for him. And of course, Billy, before I get going, what is your role right now? What's your official role?
Friend of nature, lover of peace, and I just annoy David about 4 times a day. So, it really is an advisory role. Listen, I'm, David, beyond our professional relationship, he's like a brother to me. So I really, truly do, I think, annoy him like 4 times a day. And I'm obviously very close to David and Cott. So I speak to both of them quite a bit. And, anything I can, sort of add in any experience, I do. But more than anything, it's not just professional, but it's the friendship that I've had with these guys for a long time. So, again, amazingly, I watch far more games now, and that's why I'm kind of annoying, I think, to David. I watch far more games now than I did when I was a GM. I mean, it's not urban legend that I really had a hard time watching the games and would just sort of disappear. But now that, I'm in a different role, I'm probably far too attentive than other people in the organization would probably be. So it's very much an advisory role. I've got 2 kids who are going to be out of the house soon, so it's been a great opportunity to plan trips with them that they don't want to go on, and because they're teenagers and they would prefer to do other things than hang out with their dad. But I do have a lot of time to spend with both of them, and it's been great. So I really enjoy this. It was a good time for me, and I watch more games than ever, and in a weird way, it's been a lot of fun. The challenges the staff has had and some of the progress they've made is really, really incredible. And I know nobody's going to talk about it nationally, even locally, but I've seen the challenges they've had, and really I've seen an incredible amount of progress here. It's been a fun team to watch, to be honest with you.
For sure, no riffing here. You put Miller in the pen, you drafted Larry Butler, and you acquired Brooker. Those are your 3?
Yeah, just it. Yeah, it's a minimal role. Nothing. Trying to help where I can, Murph. You know me.
I know you. Billy, I told Marcus before you came on, it's so easy to talk to you and it's so much fun. We can go there and we will go there. Contact with Brad Pitt. You got to tell us, when was the last?
It's been a while. What was really amazing about him, and I say this to everyone, and until recently, he must have had 10 years in a row where he sent gifts every single year to my wife and my kids, like on the clock. And, obviously he was in the news and with some other stuff, which was distracting for him, I'm sure, and everybody. But I haven't spoken to him in a while. I didn't want to be that guy that couldn't let go, so to speak. I was sort of fortunate enough to have him choose this role, and I was just going to go with it. And the idea that I was going to fully embrace it for the rest of my life probably wasn't a good idea and probably wouldn't have been that attractive. So I haven't spoken to him in a while, but obviously follow him and cherish the
the time we kind of got to hang out a little bit.
Yeah, Billy, and since we're on the topic of Moneyball, Susan Slusser from the San Francisco Chronicle just did a really interesting article, a sit-down conversation with Michael Lewis, who, of course, is the author of Moneyball, and he actually agreed with the notion that the book and the movie hurt the game of baseball. So after all these years, how would you reflect on the Moneyball movement, and is it good or is it bad for baseball, Billy?
You know, I actually spoke to Michael, and he was down in Orange County. He was down in Orange County yesterday. And we actually spoke because we stay in touch, and I thought it was an interesting take. And in some respect, I think he kind of hit it on the head with it. Also, remember the subtitle of the book was "The Art of Winning an Unfair Game," and so for us, we weren't necessarily looking for aesthetically pleasing ways to play the game. We were looking for a way to compete against larger clubs with more revenues in a very unbalanced playing field in terms of what we had to spend. So for us, our ultimate goal, I say us, the entire organization, the baseball ops, we had to find any way. We sort of were trying to find loopholes within the game and the business and the way it was done to succeed. Because as I sort of kid, that was, I sort of half joking now, but I had no choice in my life. I better succeed in running a baseball team because I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do the rest of my life. So there was a sense of desperation. But it really was. So as to Michael's point is, listen, if you like, and Murph knows this better than anybody, if you liked home runs, I was your guy. If you're making outs in the bases, I wasn't a big fan of. I think the misconception was everyone says, oh, well, you hate stolen bases. I actually love stolen bases. I just hated the caught stealing. So I used to, So it was, again, for us, it was a way of exploiting the way the game was being run and the way players are being evaluated and basically just trying to succeed with what we had. So as far as it aesthetically being pleasing, at that point, I'm not sure it really mattered to us as much as if we figured the most important thing for the fans of, say, Oakland, if we won a lot of games, we figured people would really enjoy watching that team. And I think, over the course of David and I's tenure, we found a way to do that. And I think we're a pretty fun team to watch, regardless of how we were put together.
I think it's a totally fair answer. There's two things can be true, that you guys were winning an unfair game, doing what you could with your minimal resources, and also it somehow bled into other organizations and teams became static and teams became sort of anonymous. Do you know what I mean? Like two things can be true there?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, there was, obviously this is self-serving, but there was I always thought, the one thing, I think they touched on it on an article today, the one thing I was always proud about being with the A's is we were always a little bit, the organization was always kind of the first to do things a little bit different. And there was a cool factor to that. You've heard, I think I said this to you, Murph, years ago. I always said being a Giants fan was like, cheering for the Bee Gees. Yeah, we know you sold a lot of albums, you're number one, but cheering for the A's was like the Ramones. It was cool and it was going to last. And we sort of took pride in that. We were the Velvet Underground. We didn't necessarily have a lot of number one hits, but we influenced. I felt like there was an influence, and that was kind of cool. And our environment kind of really helped. Listen, being in the Bay Area, this is a cutting edge area in every walk of life, and so. We were a part of that, and it was cool. Again, always the criticism, well, what did you win? Well, you know what, true, but I think there was a tremendous amount of influence that went on, going back to Charlie Finley, to Sandy Alderson, to Tony La Russa, and the groups that followed. So, and I'm pretty proud to be a part of that.
Damn, it's funny, we were trying to pick the perfect rejoin when we brought you in, and I was going Ramones, then I go, no, Clash. I should have stuck with the Ramones. Or Rancid, although your boy Lars is out. They're saying some stuff now. How do you feel? Those are your boys now. Green Day, Rancid, they're saying some stuff. How do you feel about that?
Hey, listen, and I know this to be true because Lars hits me up for tickets whenever he's on the road, and a great guy and a huge A's fan. Listen, I think that's sort of the emotion, right? That's the emotion that comes with it. And so, I think there's an expectation that that's going to be not just, they have a, platform to give that, and I'm sure a lot of people would voice the same things they did. But I know, if I know Lars, I haven't had the opportunity to meet Billy Joe, but a big fan. And, Lars, I do know, and I know, he'll probably begrudgingly still find a way to root for the A's, hopefully. But, there's no doubt. I know it's raw.
It's the punk rock ethos, too. They gotta lash out against authority, for sure. We only have a few more minutes. I know you're so nice to spend time, Billy. Billy Beane, of course, the icon, the man played by Brad Pitt in the movie Moneyball. and my old buddy from my days on the beat is your pal Farhan. I'd love I know you're a huge fan, and you see him. He's getting pilloried by Giants fans because 3 straight years they're going to finish either at or right below 500, and everybody's pining for the Madison Bumgarner days and the Buster Posey days. And I just love for you. I mean, maybe you want to offer a defense for him because there's a lot of angry fans out there. Is there? Do you want to go there? Do you want to defend him?
Oh, well, of course. Well, first of all, listen, I'm obviously a little biased. I adore Farhan. He's brilliant, and you know this to be true, Murphy. I mean, you have to interview on a professional standpoint. There's no funnier, warmer, more enjoyable person to be around. And so, in that sense, and listen, I've worked with this guy. This guy is really, really smart, very smart. He cares so much. And again, yeah, you'd have a hard time finding me. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story. When Farhan left to the Dodgers, I think my kids cried. I mean, that's how much they adored. My wife felt the same way. It was, I miss Farhan, and we do. And hey, listen, here's what I would say. If that man's a free agent, there'll be no shortage of people who would love to have him with him. That's, again, you're asking the wrong person, Murph, because I've been with this guy. He's brilliant. He's a wonderful human being. And so I'm, am I biased? Maybe, but I'm also, objectively, I've seen this guy work. And hey, listen, some of the things, I mean, listen, the Dodgers, he was down to Dodgers, which I don't think anyone doubts have been the most dominant team in baseball the last decade, with Andrew Friedman running it. And they're kind of doing some of the same things that Farhan get criticized for. So it seems to be working for the Dodgers over a 10-year period. And so the idea that doing this or doing that, you don't like it. But the fact is that your biggest competitor down south has done it brilliantly. And he was a major part of what was going on down there. So there's my defense of quite frankly, a guy I absolutely adore. So, and listen, I'm Bob too. I'm close with Bob too. So I know how much the Bay Area means to Bob. And a funny story about Bob too, and this is true, and kind of wrapping the Oakland thing, is me and Bob always felt the same way in Oakland. Whenever we had when we were playing and we had a big crowd on a weekend, and if for some reason the team lost, I mean, we would be so disappointed because we really, really wanted, people that went out there to watch a great team and want to come back. And I remember we both had that same feeling. And I know Bob feels that way, certainly about the Giants too. I know he feels such a sense of responsibility that he takes every loss and any disappointment that any fan has, he takes it to heart. And so I know it's been a challenging year for Bob. I keep in touch with both of them, obviously, but Farhan does owe me a call because I called him yesterday and he hasn't called me back. So maybe I should start burying him.
Put him on blast right now. It's funny. Every time I talk to Bob, I can't talk about the Giants because all I want to do is talk Bay Area sports history with him. I want to do a podcast with him where he and I just break down iconic times and teams in Bay Area sports history. We'll have you as a guest, Billy.
Oh, well, I would. Bob's a big Oasis fan too.
Oh,
so you could go a little music.
Okay, we'll do it all. I see it now. Bean, Melvin.
He kind of
go ahead.
Well, he kind of goes in a little too much 70s, rock for me. But the 70s rock I liked was is this Ramones, Sex Pistols.
Yeah.
Bob likes to go down that. That kind of what would they call that? The Yes era.
The prog rock of a Yes and a Genesis
prog
kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's funny. Were you gonna say ELO? Is that what you're gonna say?
Well, that too. ELP.
Okay. ELP.
Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
This is where Billy said, "No, man, I'm turning my back on that. You were part of that movement. I got you. The Joe Strummer and all that phony Beatlemania has bitten the dust, right? Hey, I'm going to put you in one tough spot. You can choose to you can swat it away. Do you want to defend John Fisher? Do you want to say anything?
Oh, well, listen, no one, there's no shortage of people who've taken this opportunity. So I don't think it would certainly be appropriate for a man in ownership and a family that I've worked with for 18 years. So I've seen the frustrations on this side. This hasn't just been a one-way street. So, and I know, he didn't have to write the letter. He did. Okay. And he's not unaware that it comes with criticism and he put himself out there. But again, it's been a raw time for everybody. But again, understand too, it's been challenging on this side in many ways as well too. So I guess that's the best answer.
Yeah, I appreciate you even taking it on. You could have hung up. You're good. I appreciate you. You kind of come on. You kind of spend time, and it's a very delicate situation. And I know you you're from that side of the fence, so it's going to be put you. I want to. Go ahead.
Are we still on? Oh, I thought they
Billy, something's been nagging at me personally. I got to settle a personal thing. It is my mind, and whenever I tell this story, people say, no way. But I swear one time we were chopping it up at spring training, and I swear you told me that Bonds, Kent, and Burks, you said, dude, that's the best three. You said that could be the best 3, 4, 5 in baseball history. Do you remember saying that? Did I imagine that?
Oh, yeah, I do. I mean, and listen, obviously it's a superlative, but
yeah.
I think at that time, if you look at those guys, again, I think when you're going to make that statement, it's got to be over a long, long period of time. But for that period of time when they were in their peak, they were unbelievable. And I'm curious how that would hold up.
No, because I've told that story and I've dug deep, and it kind of holds up because there's a lot of teams with 2, but not many with 3 like that.
Yeah, well, the one that comes to mind in a brief, the Soto-Judge combination this year is absolutely incredible. Listen, Betts and Ohtani, too. Obviously, Mookie's been hurt this year. Yeah. But, yeah, I remember looking at Burks was, obviously everyone knows Bonds and Kent, but people forget when he was healthy, Ellis Burks was just real, and, just the understated, no one really now talks about him, but this guy was unbelievable, and you put him with those guys, it was pretty formidable. And so it's interesting that I'm curious that it does hold up, which is nice because it'd be nice to have a statement 30 years ago that had some weight. So I'll keep holding my breath.
It's one of those things that blew me away, of course, as a Giants fan. And by the way, I want to just defend Giants fans as the cool kids because in the 70s, it was not cool to be a Giants fan at all. And that's when I grew up. And the A's actually were winning World Series. And then late 80s, the A's smoked the Giants. So we had our punk rock moments out there at Candlestick. There was a time when you guys were Madonna and the Bee Gees, and we were the punk rockers, all right? I do want to defend that.
All right. I was a Padre fan. Listen, I was a Padre fan growing up, so I have no room to talk.
Hey, last one. I got to tell you 2 things on my partner, Marcus, here. First of all, he's 25 years younger. It's unbelievable working with this kid. Number 1, lifelong Raider fans. You guys want any Raider Charger beef you guys want to sort out here?
We'll leave that for another day, Billy.
Okay.
Listen, I was on the couch as a sophomore in high school in the Fumblerooski watching.
The Holy
Roller?
By the way,
the chicken,
Holy Roller?
Yeah. The chicken at that time was not known as the San Diego chicken, but the KGB chicken, which was an FM radio station there, and you can still see him in the background. He used to go to my high school rivalry basketball games back then. This is before he was famous, and so I remember that. I remember off the show. I was at the game and was a championship game when the third play of the game went off the shoulder pad to Raymond Chester for 80 yards and just crushed our hopes for the Super Bowl. So, yeah, I got a beef with you, Marcus.
I thought we were ending on a good note.
No, the other one I can really hurt you with is Marcus's dad raised him a Yankee fan.
Sorry, Billy.
I'll still never forget. Billy, how about this? Do you have the Steinbrenner story? Remember in 2000 in the playoffs?
Yeah. Oh, well, 2 Steinbrenner stories. One, the playoffs was the drums, which I've told. Is that they called and wanted me to stop the drums, like the commissioner's office called, you got to stop the drummer, Steinbrenner wants it. And I go, oh yeah, I'll get on it. And I hung up, I go, no way I'm stopping that. But the other one was, me and Brian Cashman are longtime friends. We started the same year, and I go to New York, and this is when we were starting to trend line up. We had a good young team, and we were kind of becoming a little bit of a story. And I met Mr. Steinbrenner for the first time next to Brian, and we were like 2 little schoolboys. And then George just looks at Brian and he says, you got to watch this guy, Cashman. You better watch him, right? And I'll tell you, to his credit, I wish I could saved it. When we made the playoffs the first year, he sent me a handwritten note on his own stationery, which was really, really cool for a guy who was, in his 3rd year as a GM. So I've got good memories. But yeah, I did nothing to stop those drummers and hope that they kept pounding away.
That's the story I was looking for. By the way, I got your Larry David Steinbrenner impression too. I wasn't anticipating that. You got to watch him. Got to watch this guy, Cashman. So good. Get the
story.
All right, buddy. You took on the chore of doing a public interview in the final week. You're the best. I don't know why I don't call you more to hang out. We should be just chopping it up. I'll see you at the Oasis reunion. Much love, Billy. Much love. And listen, soak it in this week, and hope to talk to you soon, bud.
Yeah, thanks, Billy.
Nah, great. Marcus, great to chat. Murph, great as always. And, yeah, let's do it again.
Billy Bean on KNBR 104.5 and 680, and call for your Metallica tickets right now. 415-896-KNBR on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Well, there it is, buddy. This was one of your young Tonys, the Oasis reunion. You heard Billy brought it up right away. It's funny, I was jonesing. I was like, what can I stoke Billy with on a rejoin? Ramones was my first choice. I was like, nah, it's too, I was like, let's go Clash, because they're kind of the founders. And then he's like, yeah, where's my Oasis? I was like, oh, damn it. Guess should have gone Oasis. Anyway, pretty funny stuff. But anyway, thanks to everybody for reacting to the Billy Bean interview on the KNBR Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Hugely enjoyable on a number of levels. And we did ask him about Fisher and the fans and all that stuff, but also just chopped it up with baseball memories and Oakland memories and all that good stuff. So let's now shift to the next topic, and that's Giants baseball. Andy Baggerly wrapping up his weekly hits with us here, and there he was. And Andy, I loved how I think the key to my whole enjoyment of your story today was that Farhan leaned up against a cinder block wall in the tunnel outside the visiting clubhouse at Chase Field. Just so unromantic, and kind of puts it all in stark details that this was not a pleasant experience, and he had to answer a lot of things. So first of all, Andy, good morning to you. Second of all, as you wake up this morning, what was your takeaway from the conversation?
Hey, good morning. First of all, putting Britpop as an interest on your resume is always a good idea, and because that's how Farhan Zaidi got noticed by Billy Bean, among all the other reasons that his resume stood out when he applied for that job with the A's. But I think he said that.
No, that's the not just the urban myth. I think the urban reality is that the resume had MIT and Berkeley and all that stuff, but he's also like mad fan of British punk pop Oasis, and Billy goes, bring that guy in. There it is.
You never know how you can make a connection, and all of a sudden you look up a couple of decades later, you've carved out a place for yourself in an industry. But it was interesting. We heard from the Giants that Farhan wanted to address us, as a beat writer group, and I think that there were a few things he wanted to clear up. Particularly, he wanted to put his point of view out there on Marco Luciano, because that's gotten a lot of consternation and ink lately. And I think he also never really talked about Tyro Estrada and how that all went down. I think he got some criticism for that. And you could look at it a number of different ways. And, I really don't like how all of this becomes a big old conspiracy theory, and we try to read into everything. And, the board has a decision to make. They're going to make their decision known very soon. There are a lot of indications that, there's a number of board members who are ready to move on. And, I think it's like any group of people. It's dynamic. Opinions change. They start moving in a direction where they get a little bit of a critical mass, and then they reach that kind of inflection point. And I have heard that for many of them, they've gotten there, and we believe it's time for a new start. And, Greg Johnson is someone who's been in Farhan's corner for a long time. He's been very vocal defender of his, and I think there's still a lot of belief that, a lot of what he does brings a ton of value, and there's a lot of his vision that, even though it hasn't really worked outside of one magical season in terms of wins and losses, there is also incremental progress in the system as well. And, I think that when it's all said and done, if this is the end for Farhan, that there are a lot of really good things that he's done as well, and a lot of things that, a lot of good residues that whoever would step into this position, if it does become a new person, is going to inherit probably a lot more than what Farhan inherited. So, I think it's only fair to bear that in mind. And honestly, we'll find out soon enough just where this franchise is going and whether they're going to look for a new head of baseball operations or not. But in terms of him wanting to meet with us, I don't think he would have. I don't think he necessarily would have summoned us if he knew he was safe or if he knew that he was for sure gone. I think he doesn't know yet, and that's just sort of my supposition right now. But again, we're going to find out in good time just where they are, what the direction is, and the explanation for that direction. But, for now, I think everyone's trying to enjoy the fact that the team is playing well and not focus too much on the why it hasn't happened until now.
Pretty good insight there about the board and maybe time to go in another direction, and how you're saying just a lot of static and noise around that. I guess one of the things that jumped out at me the most was the cultural stuff. And you had some really interesting quotes where he talked about the culture around the Giants organization and the things the fans want, and how he says, I've evolved in my views of things. And I was like, wow, like they didn't figure that out in 2019, that Giants fans love their retired numbers on the wall and their Forever Giants ceremonies and their icons. And they hired a margins guy who's going to churn the roster. And that is only coming to a head now. Is it? What was your take on his comment about the cultural not fitting his strategy and how they're having to bridge the gap?
Well, I go back to something that he said, a long time ago. He told me that he went to one of those chalk talks with the season ticket holders, that they do in the Giants clubhouse. And he asked the group, of season ticket holders, he said, what if I told you that using an opener would demonstrably give us, X amount % chance higher of winning that day's game? I mean, it just absolutely will turn the math in our direction and give us a better chance of winning that game. What would you say to that? And the overwhelming response in the room was, no, we hate it anyway. And he was kind of stunned by it. He really was. And, I think that, it has been definitely a situation where a lot of the things that he wants to employ, he kind of realizes, there's, you kind of have to, is it worth it to make this marginal move for a marginal benefit when it could kind of upset the apple cart in other ways? And that's something Gabe Kapler, I think, struggled with as a manager at times and got better at. And it's something that I think there's been more, push and pull with some of the moves the Giants have made. Now they have a manager who's a little more traditional. They've had a rotation that has been more traditional and maybe to their detriment. I mean, Farhan brought up, what Scott Harris is doing in Detroit, and they've really untraditionally deployed a lot of their young pitching this year and turned themselves into a playoff team. So, I think there are maybe sometimes you could look up and say, if the Giants did do a little more sort of bullpenning this year, especially when the rotation was kind of decimated, could they have snuck out a few more wins and maybe found a way to get in this? And I don't know if that necessarily would have happened, but I do think that this is a team that did not necessarily take advantage of everything at the margins like the 2021 team did, and maybe it served to their detriment a little bit, even though it's more the style of baseball that I think the fans wanted and ownership wanted. So, does that mean that, well, we tried it and it's just not a cultural fit? We can't bridge the gap between the things that Farhan thinks that can win more games and the things that our fans want? Or is it just, hey, we tried and in a lot of ways we grew toward each other, but we couldn't quite get there? Or, maybe it's just a plain matter of results, and we're making too much of all the culture stuff, and it really just boils down to making the playoffs one time in 6 seasons.
Yeah, and Bags, that's why I wanted to ask you about Farhan's relationship with the front office and the ownership group after he told you guys yesterday that they are very much synced up in the vision of the team that they want, which is a younger team, a more athletic team, and to have consistency in the rotation in the lineup. But in my opinion, Bags, it feels like Farhan is kind of coming to this conclusion 5-6 years now into the process. So is it a little too late for Farhan in the front office to sync up and have the same vision?
I don't think so, because I think you always want a younger team and a more athletic team. The stuff about continuity in the roster and the rotation, even when they were doing a ton of bullpenning, even last year, I mean, it was always with sort of the caveat that, hey, we would love to have 5 starting pitchers that are going to throw us 180 plus innings that are super quality every year and make these decisions easy for us. But, we have some guys who are maybe going to get exposed a bit if we tried to do that with them. So we're going to try to optimize around that. And, I think that that's very much the goal, has always been in sync with the kind of team that they want. But, you got to say it has been difficult for anyone to come in, really. It was difficult for Bobby Evans. It was difficult, for Brian Sabian when he had Barry Bonds and he's punting draft picks to sign Michael Tucker, or he's, trading Brian Reynolds to get, a rental essentially of Andrew McCutchen. I mean, the goal from ownership has always been keep the top spinning at all costs, and you can't strip down and do a total rebuild. And, you have to say that the Giants have had to go free agent shopping for a lot of what their roster has needed, and yet sign free agents that aren't going to be blocking young players who do sort of insinuate themselves into the situation and show that they should play every day. And that's why we've had all the short-term contracts. That's why we've had all the opt-out type contracts to lure people who otherwise would sign somewhere else. And, a lot of it's worked, a lot of it hasn't worked, but I think that's kind of the predicament that Farhan has been trying to solve this entire time, is, basically tap dance until and put a competitive roster on the field as best you can while you wait for really the thrust to come from within the farm system. And ultimately that's, if he is out, or whenever he's out, I think that's probably going to be the main criticism against him, is that there just wasn't enough that's come down the pipeline, especially star level type performances. And even so with that, I think that, again, if there is someone new in that chair, they're going to inherit a much better situation than what Farhan inherited 6 years ago. So, I think there's just a lot of nuance to the whole thing.
There is, for sure, and that's for sure. We can talk about a plea for mercy from Farhan to ownership. But first, I got to tell you guys that Andy Baggerly's Hit is sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's, as was the case with everything. Like Bobby Evans could say, hey, I have Elliot Ramos in the system, and you guys told me to get Longoria and McCutchen because you wanted to compete every year. That's been one of the big things. And I maybe just address that for a minute, that as long as this ownership group has been there, they will not rebuild. They always want to tell Giants fans, we're in it. And that's a detriment, that's a hurdle, baby. You can't do what the Orioles did or the Astros did 10 years ago, right? And would you say, like, Farhan be like, man, I had to try to field a winner every year. That's why I had to go get Michael Conforto, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And sometimes, even though, like he said yesterday, a lot of the moves in the off season are really were popular moves at the time, and were kind of, it generated some excitement, but also might have blocked some people. And who's to say that Tyler Fitzgerald wouldn't have broken out earlier if they hadn't. Not that Nick Ahmed really excited anyone, but there are definitely a lot of criticisms, I think, that are very, very warranted that you can lodge at moves that this front office has made. Miscalculations here and there, some unforced errors that are pretty obvious in retrospect. And I think that's the case for every front office. You just can't have an accumulation of them. And there probably has been enough of an accumulation to really, warrant a lot of the criticism. But, as we all know, as you guys hear all day, a lot of the criticism that does come out of Farhan is frankly just off the mark, or it's just they're criticizing the wrong things, or they're getting superficial, or frankly a little bit racist sometimes. I mean, you do yourself a disservice if you're a Farhan critic and you just call him a propeller head or something. I mean, have an argument. There's things you can point out that are very, very warranted criticisms, and you kind of ruin your own argument when that's the stuff you focus on.
Tags. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Murph. But you mentioned the comments from Farhan about Marco Luciano yesterday. It's a topic that we've talked about a lot this year on this radio show. And I agree with you, and I think most Giants fans would agree that the farm system is in a better spot now than when Farhan originally took over. But would you say there's been a bigger problem with development in the farm system, whether we're talking about guys like Kyle Harrison, Patrick Bailey, or Luis Matos showing flashes? It seems like they haven't figured it out to put it all together at the major league level.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten major league contributors, and the problem is a lot of these guys are learning in the big leagues. You know, I wrote something the other day about Casey Schmidt and just what kind of future he might have when his position is blocked for the rest of the decade by Matt Chapman now, and he's going to have to play second base, and a lot of his value was in his defensive third. And I looked at what he did in the minors versus what Chapman did in the minors, and it's almost the same amount of minor league games at this point, almost the same amount of plate appearances, like 300 games, 1,300 plate appearances, over 4 seasons to get to the big leagues at 24. But the dispersal of those plate appearances is just totally different. I mean, Chapman played a whole year, like 120 games at Double-A, and Schmidt played 29 games at Double-A. And a lot of these guys, Patrick Bailey barely played Double-A, McRae barely played Double-A. And part of this is the fact that there was a pandemic year, and these guys are have to be added to the 40-man roster still, even though they had one less year of development. In Luciano's case, he's been around forever, but, you have to add him to the 40-man roster when you do to keep him away from the Rule 5 draft. And that starts kind of his options clock a little bit. And so, I think you look back in retrospect and you think, how could they be pumping him up as someone who could have been the opening day shortstop? There's no way he would have been ready for that. And I think that's just a consequence of sort of the place and time of the truncation of the minor leagues. The losing the COVID year, all that stuff. Now, having said that, everybody in baseball is going through the same thing. So, you can't just have it up there as a blanket excuse. But there's been a lot of contributors at the big league level. I think what Giants fans are, if there's dissatisfaction, it's 2 reasons. One, the Dodgers have Shohei Ohtani still. They have all the stars. The Giants don't have that star player. They haven't developed their own Buster Posey yet, which is really hard and really rare to do. And maybe Bryce Eldridge will be that player, but they haven't had that kind of player, arrive on the white horse yet. And I think that's, maybe it's overly simplistic, but that's kind of what maybe the box that a lot of fans feel needed to be checked by now and hasn't been checked.
It's funny you say that. My question I had queued up was about the stars. I was going to give you this example of all the playoff teams. Yankees, obviously, Judge and Soto. Houston, whether it's Altuve and Bregman. Baltimore with their young guys. Now, you brought up the Tigers. That's sort of an outlier because I was just looking at their roster. Oh, my God. Do yourselves a favor, everybody. Go on Baseball Reference. Go look at who the Tigers are running out there. Good luck. You've never heard of the Tarek School. But the Dodgers, Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Phillies, Bryce, and all the studs, Schwarber. The Padres last night turning a triple play led by Manny Machado. So I guess my question was just kind of like they never got the star. And he never, again, I'm talking like in the past tense like he's gone. Who knows? He may be back. But they never went and made that status quo shaking trade that Al Rosen and Brian Sabian did in the past to bring in the Kevin Mitchells and Dave Draveckis and the Jeff Kents.
Yeah, and I think that they have the pieces on the roster to put together, different trades and be a little bit bolder with trading pieces off the major league roster. I trade a Lamont Wade Jr., trade a Camilo Doval. I mean, all these guys should be on the table. And not to say that they don't have value to the Giants. Of course they do. But, you got to give up to get something. And we haven't seen those kinds of trades. Whether part of that is just the overall landscape of Major League Baseball, and there just haven't been as many big trades in the offseason. The last few off seasons, maybe just there hasn't been the market to deal, but we haven't seen that kind of creativity in adding what they need via trade, and that is, I think, one thing that you can say is something that's been a little bit underwhelming. But you're 100% right. I've noticed this as well, that there are very, very few just big-time bankable star players in the major leagues right now, difference makers, and they're very much concentrated on, as you mentioned, the rosters that are going to the postseason. And in fact, you hear every year you got to have pitching and defense. You got to have pitching especially. And if you look at wins above average, some of the teams that are at the top of the league in pitching, well, the Braves, they might not make the postseason. The Reds, they're not contending. But then you look at the bottom of the list, and Diamondbacks are bottom 5, Dodgers are bottom 5. But these teams have just been overwhelming in terms of run creation and their position player core. And that's what's really fueling a lot of these teams that are going to be in the playoffs. It hasn't been their pitching. And you got to be there to some extent. But a lot of it has been the teams that just have had the big-time horses and the teams that have had, have the lineups that have been most difficult to navigate and have produced the most consistently.
those are the teams that I think, aside from the Blue Jays, maybe the top 8 teams in terms of position player wins above average are all the teams that are going to be in October. So, it just sort of shows you maybe where the game is, and it always goes in cycles, right? You can't be adjusting to what you see because it's always changing, but that's kind of where the game is right now.
Last question for me, Bags, comes off the heels of our interview with Billy Bean, where, of course, we talked about the Moneyball approach a lot. And Murph and I were discussing whether or not the rest of the league has caught up to the Moneyball approach. But as it pertains to the San Francisco and Farhan Zaidi, if the Giants do end up moving on from Farhan, do you think they would hire somebody with a similar analytical approach or go in a different direction?
I think it's going to be someone who maybe is a blend. I don't think that it would be someone who is an absolute, clone, and which is unfair because everyone's different. I don't think it would be necessarily someone who is, 100% scouting background and sort of, talks down to analytics because, it's demonstrated that it helps you win games. It makes you smarter. Why would you want to turn away from strategies, from data, from analysis that makes you smarter as an organization? It's all about the deployment of those strategies and that information and really, again, making it part of the culture of an organization, not wedging it in there, not forcing it in there, not making it, sort of above everything else, but, making it have its proper place and having everyone buy in. And that's a hard thing to do, and I think that whoever they would move to after Farhan, whether that's after next week or after 2 years or whenever, is going to be someone who embraces the value of analytics because, it's a tool in your tool belt. People knock on Farhan for roster turn to the bottom of the roster. Well, first of all, the bottom of the 40-man roster was in pretty terrible shape when he took over. So, yeah, he's going to, churn through everyone and try to find some flecks of gold, and he did. Some of them were here and there, like Alex Dickerson. Some of them are still here, like Mike Yastrzemski and Lamont Wade. And, why would you want to throw away a tool that's in your tool belt? Maybe it shouldn't be the most prominent tool in your tool belt, but I just don't know why you'd want to throw away something that's a skill, that's a value add. And a lot of that is a huge value add and has been and helped the Giants win 107 games a few years ago. So, I don't think you throw, the bathwater out or whatever, however that metaphor works. I think you want it all. And you want someone who's well-versed in all of it. And even if they're not an expert in it, they have people around them who are and who have their ear.
So wide-ranging, so deep. We appreciate it, man. All these long conversations about the Giants. I think that's the end of our weekly hits with you, but we'll chase you down, Andy, as the winter goes on. And you enjoy this final run here, and then obviously we'll see what happens next week. So thanks, Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Cool. I won't go far. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Andy Baggerly. Man, it's sounding. I just went up to about 90, 95. When he's talking about the board members? Yeah.
It's starting to feel like that.
Wow. Kind of wild. Is it the old be careful what you wish for? Because then who's next?
That's always the question.
Man, oh man.
Who's going to come in next?
Meantime, is Amichi's coming in?
Hey.
Is it here?
That's
Young
who's coming
Tone?
in next.
Is it here?
I see some food on the, what is that, the shuffleboard table over there?
Oh, yeah.
They're here. I believe they're talking to Holler as we speak.
I'm spilling ranch dressing on the shuffleboard.
Oh, we got to grab those pizzas before the sales team comes down.
I just want some pizza. Marcus Thompson next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dante Whitner joined Papa and Lund yesterday to break down what went wrong for the 49ers in all three phases against the Rams. All IC, all winnable games. You can hear the full podcast on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Love you keeping the Oasis alive, young Tony. We're going to get you out to that show. That's the goal. We're going to get out there for the show. All right, it's been a crazy morning. Billy Bean with a really long... By the way, Billy texted back, said he had a blast.
Nice.
That's what he said. So that was really fun. And then big conversation with Andy Baggerly there about Farhan's future and it's sounding like the drums are beating. And then, of course, the city of Oakland saying goodbye to the A's this week and all the emotions. Man, oh, man, a lot to talk about. Oh, by the way, there's a football team, too, called the 49ers.
Yeah.
Too much to squeeze into 10, 12 minutes with Marcus Thompson, but we'll do it. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Good morning, dude. How are you, man?
What's up, Marcus?
What's going on, my homies?
I know. Let's start in Oakland, man. Come on. I lived there for 7 years. You're born and raised there. What are the emotions this week?
I feel nothing.
Okay.
I'm over it. Goodbye. Are they still here?
You haven't left
that's
yet?
How I feel about the matter. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, are you still around? Jeez, I thought you said you were leaving. I can't wait for this saga to be over. And the crazy part is, it might not be over. That's another reason why I'm not so ready to just emotionally lay it all out there, because there's still no financing plan in Vegas, right? And I hear you on the minor league stadium in Sacramento, but at some point, I could 1,000% see the players union and the owners saying, "Hey, this is kind of embarrassing. We're the laughing stock of sports." Like, yeah, I mean, they haven't done anything well, so why would this work out swimmingly? So, I don't know. I think I'm gonna read a bunch of stuff, and people are gonna put me in a mood. But right now, I'm just standing at the door, holding it open, wait for them to walk out. Like, please hurry up. I got things to do.
Yeah, and Marcus, we've been down this road before, whether it's talking about the Raiders going to Vegas, the Warriors going across the bay to San Francisco. But does this feel different that now the city of Oakland is losing their last major league franchise?
I actually don't think so. I think the other two kind of prepared us for it. And if we're being honest about it, the A's were become the least important of the three. So, by their own, desire to leave for a matter of, at least a decade. So I think now it's like, to me anyway, and, when the Warriors left, people just couldn't stop talking about it. Like, as you go around in daily life, it's all everybody was talking about. The Raiders leave, that's all everybody's talking about. I think people are starting to talk about it now, but it hasn't been a topic because people are you're just used to it now. We've known we were going to lose the teams, and like, that's what it is. So to me, it feels far less significant at this point. I really feel like, this thing's still going. Can y'all let's just get through it, man. Let's just get through it. Let's do our thing. Let's have our little funeral and then move on, because this is getting old.
How about the building itself for you? This will be it. I mean, I guess it stays. Does it host a soccer team or something? I don't even know. Like, for you, what's that building mean? Is there something about that spot? Is there a spot? Is there a seat? Is there a best memory? Like, what about the actual structure?
That just the Coliseum complex to me is significant, but mostly for the sake of nostalgia. Like, in many ways, like, it's lost
some of that luster just because of how it's been treated and kept up. That part too, like the Mountain Davis and, Feral Cats and Seward, right? Like it doesn't hold that thing. And then you take out the fans. It was this place of community, this place of accomplishment. Like, it was for like, especially back in the day, this was like Oakland's Wall Street. Like this was the place where if you were there, you knew you were successful. You knew you made it, right? Because that's where people in the community who made it, this is what you did. You went to a Raiders game, or you went to a Warriors game, or you went to an A's game. That was kind of the hub. Part of the reason I'm just so over it is because the stewards of that part of Oakland just completely failed. They gave up. They didn't care, and they let it run into the ground. Like they didn't see it as this community hub and beacon. They saw it as a profit margin. And so to me, that's why it's okay that they leave, because the great value that we got from them no longer exists anyway. It's been sucked dry by capitalism or whatever, right? So that's why we're not losing anything. It's like a dilapidated house, man. Tear that thing down so we can build again.
Last question for me, Marcus, on this topic, and I don't even know if you want to address it or not, but personally, I would love to get your thoughts on John Fisher's letter to the fans of Oakland.
Just listen to Larry Bill. I read the first sentence and just couldn't stomach it. Like, so I sent the letter, I'm reading this. What is this? I read it, John. Like, I don't even want to hear anything he has to say, especially not in a choreographed letter he probably didn't write. Like, he stood in front of a microphone in Sacramento, stand in front of a microphone in Oakland, or don't say anything, just like you haven't done for the last 20 years. So I feel like I didn't read it, but when Larry Bill did his thing, I was like, yeah, Larry, talk to him. That's about right there. That's the sentiment. And clearly, judging by how he responded, the letter didn't contain any authenticity or any genuineness, which wouldn't make any sense. Like, a letter wasn't going to solve this. So, yeah, it did. I wouldn't read a letter from John Fisher. It's just not happening. Not about this. If you wanted to talk to me about making me a billionaire, I'd read that letter. But about owning a team, yeah, I'm good.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic here, and he's done. When I was a kid, I had a Dr. Seuss book, Marvin K. Mooney, will you please go now? And he keeps telling this guy to leave. That's what I feel like you're saying here to the A's. Marvin K. Mooney, will you please go now? He's showing the guy.
I know it's going to change, man. I know I'm going to get, you're going to see all the sappy stuff, and I'm going to read all. I'm already getting sent a bunch of articles and stuff, and I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to start getting either angry or sad. But I've been so over it that I don't even want to write it.
So we could call it denial. If you admit that there may be a time you crack, you're currently in denial then.
No, it's just kind of like, when you have that reminder, you lose somebody, and sometimes you'll see, oh, they used to drink this soda. You see the soda, you have that moment, you still moved on. Like we out here. We on the Oakland roots now. Let's go.
Real quick, because I do want to hit Niners and Warriors, but did you have an A's player, like a guy did you have a guy growing up?
Ricky Henderson. Ricky Henderson was everything.
That's it.
Yeah.
Ricky number one.
When I was coming up, everybody in Oakland was Ricky Henderson or MC Hammer or T Short's cousin. Like, that's how it went down. Like, yeah, Ricky Henderson's my cousin. Everybody, you had to be a cousin of one of them, or you probably wasn't even from Oakland. Like, that's how it was. So I was like, yeah, Ricky Henderson is my cousin. Like, that's what you got to say. And then it's like, no, he's not, prove it. And then he's married to my so-and-so. We all making it up. But that's how it was at Claremont Elementary School, trying to claim Ricky Henderson as our cousin.
That's odd. Or Klay Thompson, as it were. So, and one Warriors, one Niners, before I let you go. Dude, I mean, crisis time in Santa Clara, not just 1 and 2. Javon Hargrave's out. They're not sacking the quarterback. McCaffrey's in Germany. What are we rating the crisis level right now?
The McCaffrey in Germany thing might be the best news. Kobe came back kind of lit from the PRP in Germany, right? Like, hey, I'll see you, McCaffrey, get it done. It's what's crazy that the season isn't over. It's kind of that's a hat tip to Kyle and John Lynch, because they put together a team that's so deep they could go through all this, and who would be surprised if they won the next two? Like, they should be able to beat bad teams, right? That's kind of what you got to do. Beat the beatable teams, which is what they didn't do against the Rams. They didn't beat the team that was beatable. But to me, you got Purdy, you still got Bosa, you got Fred Warner, you got Jawan Jennings, the like top 5 receiver in the NFL right now. Like, you have enough to win, which is crazy to think considering what they're losing and what they've lost, right? So I felt like this was going to happen the entire time. It was going to be rough. They was going to have a hard time. Stuff was going to happen. It started in training camp. Now you got these injuries. It just wasn't going to go swimmingly. We're going to see how they survive this, if they can manage to survive. Because if they do, they'll be pretty good at the end. But they got to get through this. This is going to be rough.
Man, oh, man. And then real quick on the Warriors, what's your best – who are you seeking out Monday at Media Day? Just Kuminga or Steph about no Clay or –
Let me tell you how much of an OG I am. Guess who's not going to Media Day?
Oh, Media Day is for suckers. It's for suckers. You already got your story.
You know what I'm going to be doing at Media Day? At Media Day, I'm going to be in Hawaii waiting for them to arrive.
Okay,
that's how you play the game,
baller move,
right?
Yeah, that's baller move. You're playing chess.
4D chess.
Hey, you want to play checkers? Go to Media Day.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You want to play
it's a game.
That is my new tattoo right there.
There's a game of checkers going on at the at Chase Center. There's a game of chess going on in Hawaii. All right, man. I got you, buddy. All right. Aloha then. All right. And mahalo for the hit. All right.
Yeah.
Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
Hey, man, appreciate y'all.
There he is. All right. That was good. I like that. He's next level, baby. 3D chess. What do you mean, Media Day?
Yeah.
I'm going to Hawaii. I'll meet the boys when they land.
Aloha, brother.
I'll get the real story in paradise. All right, guys. Here's the deal. Amici's is here. Let's discuss life, pizza, and, of course, all other good things. Next on the Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, we're back, baby. We're back. What a morning. It's been a crazy. Do you feel like it's been a crazy morning, Marcus?
It's been a wild morning, Murph.
First of all, the energy of the What Did Young Tony Ask today was popping, right? We had that going. Then Kruko with some good stuff. And then the big hit was tense with energy about Farhan. And then Billy came in and just blew our doors off with 20 minutes of wide-ranging, some laughs and some serious stuff, and then some takes and some hits and some thoughts and some just Billy Bean-ness. And then into Bags, who dropped some bombs on us. He said he thinks he's heard some members of the board are ready to move on.
Yeah, we went
Farhan.
straight from Billy to Bags dropping bombs about Farhan's future to Marcus Thompson giving his thoughts on the final game at the Coliseum.
And then on top of that, we walk outside and Amici's is there.
Then we got pies.
Stacks of pizza and wings.
It's looking like a cheat day for your boy, Murph.
Nutty day. So Peter Cooperstein is going to come in. He's the founder of Amici's, and we just wanted to thank him for everything. So he's going to talk in just a few minutes. But the cooler of content, did you see what happened at Chavez Ravine last night?
Man, oh man.
Padres 3 to play, or three game series. They have a 4-2 lead in the ninth inning, 2 on, nobody out. Miguel Rojas is up. Shohei Ohtani on deck. Dodgers might win this thing until.
Rojas on the ground to third. Machado touches third, fires to second. Out at first. Oh my goodness! It's a triple play. It ends the ball game. The San Diego Padres have clinched their spot in the postseason after a magical 2024 campaign. Will this finally be the year for the faithful?
Will this finally be the
Don
year?
Orsillo was doing good until then. Yeah.
I got an answer for you.
No.
So anyway, it's an incredible story. In the history of Major League Baseball, no team has ever clinched a postseason berth on a triple play.
Wow, and that was my big question. Because, of course, we've seen guys clinch the postseason with walk-off home runs and crazy plays before, but I've never seen anything like this where they go straight from a triple play to popping champagne in the locker room.
That has never happened, my friend. Don Orsillo on the call. I'm reading some of the reports. The Dodger beat guy for ESPN, sorry, I don't have his name in front of me right now. He tweeted out, the Padres are a vibe.
Ooh.
And I'm going to say, when they were here in town, they were kind of pulsating with an energy.
Yeah.
Is this the year?
Yeah, I got an answer for you.
No.
So who knocks them out in the National League?
The answer is no. I don't think the
Phillies?
Padres are deep enough. I mean, the Phillies are
Dodgers?
good. I mean, the Dodgers are always going to be there. But, hey, shout out to the Padres who did knock out the Dodgers of the postseason a couple years ago.
Get into that short. As our 8 o'clock guest said, Billy Bean, when you get in the playoffs, it's a crapshoot. As it stands right now, they would play the Mets. I mean, would they have anything to fear with the Mets?
I think they would probably move on round 1 against the Mets. And Billy's right. In baseball, all you need is a ticket to the dance to go home lucky.
Chip in a chair, Marcus. Chip in a chair. How about Shannon Unk Sharp and Chad Ochocinco talking about Brandon Ayuk's slow start on the Nightcap Show?
Yeah, and this actually, to set it up real quick, they were reacting to a 49er fan burning a Brandon Ayuk jersey.
Well, that's stupid.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Need him on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
49ers fans, Ocho, are burning Brandon Ayuk's jersey. Ocho,
What do you do? He didn't even do nothing.
That's the point. That's why they burning the jersey.
That's the point.
Oh, here they go, man. Come on now, man. Come on, fans. We got fans have to stop being so fickle. I mean, you paid for that jersey. You ain't hurting Brandon at all. You're not hurting him at all. What did he do something wrong? What they got him on fantasy team? Are they expecting the fact that he got all that money? He's supposed to come out the gate having a phenomenal season. He had no.
Yeah, that's what they expect.
Yeah, that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. There's some.
Well, Justin Jefferson got paid. That's the way it worked. CeeDee Lamb got paid. He worked.
Well,
Tyreek got paid. It worked. So what you mean? It's not the way it's supposed to work. AJ Brown came out the gate fired until he hurt his hamstring. It worked.
Right.
Devontae Smith came out the gate fired. It worked. So I'm trying to figure out what you mean. That's not how it's supposed to work.
You notice everybody you just mentioned was in training camp except CD?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just making sure, just showing you the importance of training camp and how much is needed.
Yeah, man. Man, oh, man. We thought Ayuk would break out against the Rams on Sunday. He did not. So now you got to do it. But don't burn the jersey.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dumb look. Now, I agree with the take from Shannon Sharp. It's pretty funny. Chad Ochocinco. Why are they burning the jersey, man? He hasn't done anything. Yeah, that's the point. He's done nothing. And I get it. 49er fans are frustrated. Hell, we've been frustrated with Brandon Ayuk after spending our entire summer talking about his contract status. But this is always a bad look. And I hate that it gets out there and now it's like a negative representative of the 49er fan base. Oh, they're burning jerseys. No, it's one clown on social media who's burning jerseys.
Yeah, for sure. And that's true. Something like that just gets way disproportionately represented. All right, well, there's your cooler content. It was short today. Today's a wacky day. Yeah. But we ended on the highest of notes because we are wolfing down.
Oh, man.
Wolfing down Amici's Pizza. By the way, how about the sales guys coming in for this right now?
Everybody wants a piece.
Checking this out?
Everybody's looking for a slice.
Well, we invited Peter and Richard. We didn't invite CY, did we? Come on now. Anyway, they are good to see you boys. Good to see the suits. Look at this. We got Amici's. Hey, how's the camera? Can we turn the camera around? Can we do that?
We got digital Jack Loader in
make
here.
yourself useful and turn the camera around on these guys. Richard Allam and the man, Peter Cooperstein, founder, owner, Grand Poobah.
Big boss.
The legend of Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. Peter, welcome.
Oh, thank you.
You want to lean into that microphone like Fred Lynn hitting a fastball in 75.
That's right.
There you
Okay,
go, there you go, buddy. There you go. First of all, number one, thank you for bringing your food today. It's outstanding.
You're welcome. Well, thank you for doing this.
And we want to thank Richard, who's been bringing pizzas in for how long? How long have you been doing it?
At least 35 years. Not quite that long, but yeah, got to be as long as we've been working together, which must be
long time,
15 years now,
like
at least.
that.
Yeah,
I think the line of the day from Richard is he walked in, he handed a pie to me and young Tony. He said, "I've been delivering pies longer than you've been alive," which is correct. I'm 32.
Or he said, "I've had them all over the world." And oh, by the way, don't sleep on the wings. You guys brought the wings too. So everybody talks Amici's Pizza. I'd like to talk Amici's wings, brother.
Can't go wrong with those lemon pepper wings.
And, of course, we can get into all of it. But it's great having you guys here. We wanted to thank you. It's been a long-running friendship. And we had lunch at Pier 39 the other day. I said, let's come in and tell the people about it. So we're at Pier 39, Peter. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I had Coit Tower. I had the Bay Bridge. I had the boats. Congratulations, man. How you feeling about that?
Well, thank you. We're really excited with this location, too. And just like everybody, I kind of knew about, Pier 39, but it hadn't been there in a few years, but it's such a pleasure to be there. I was just saying that, typically for the last, 35 years, our challenge is, customers come in, they're in a hurry, they're hangry and so forth. If something goes wrong, you just really want them to leave with a smile. And Pier 39, everybody enters with a smile. Everybody's in a good mood to begin with. And nobody's stressed, and it's really just a fun place. Even it's also a big community, with the other restaurants and other vendors there. Everybody's nice and helpful. Everybody wants you to be successful. So it's just a great place to be.
We should tell everybody when you get to Pier 39, you walk to the back. You got to go back to the merry-go-round. So don't be dissuaded by the fact that you don't see it right away. Just go and you want to walk through Pier 39 anyway, see all the shops,
right,
and do everything. And then you get to the end, the merry-go-round's on the second floor. And by the way, just non-pizza wings take here. The bar, if you get Marcus, you ready for this? Because you've been known to have a pop.
Tell me more, Murph.
So listen, I didn't know. Have you maybe the cool bars you go to in the city because you're a youngin'? They put the pint glass on, and then instead of pulling the draft handle, the beer fills from the bottom. There's a little hole in the glass.
There's a hole in the bottom of the glass.
And so the draft beer under the keg of beer under the counter just fills immediately to the bottom of the glass.
That's phenomenal.
And it produces the perfect head.
It makes me feel like a kid at Disneyland. they got tricks and toys out there.
It really is fun.
So good. Well, listen, I've been so happy and proud to be with Amici's for all these years. Listen, I'll have Little League parties. I'll call Richard. Say, can you do some catering? You guys have big parties. We bring in huge amounts. The pasta bins, Richard. You know what I mean? We always sleep on the pastas.
Oh yeah.
So people can do large parties, and I've done it on a number of occasions.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got a full catering menu. So if you have got some kind of special event going on, or office party, family celebration, and you want to give people the option to enjoy whatever they want, take whatever they want, buffet style, you can just order from our catering menu.
We got a deal going on, don't we?
But you can also order all your your individual pizzas and all that kind of good stuff from that menu too.
We're going 20% off end of September.
That is on our half-baked pizzas. That's on the half-baked.
Well, I set you up.
So, you tell them about the half-baked.
Peter, who came up with the half-baked idea? Was that you? Or?
Oh, it was me. Yeah, I came up with every good idea. No, what's really...
Is that something's commonly done back east, or I don't know?
No, but actually, when our kids were little, my wife and I started doing it because, we get the kids are young and they don't care if the pizza's the warmest or whatever like that. They're just in a hurry to eat, and we want to have a salad and relax. And so when the kids are done and they run off, we have a pizza, and, we don't want to have a cold pizza, so we'd start doing half-baked pizzas. They're really more like 2/3 baked. Just pop them in the oven for 4 or 5 minutes. Slide them back in the box, cut it up. There's no mess, and it's the closest thing to eating it, right in Amici's.
20% off through the end of September on the menu category scroll bar.
Correct, and yeah, basically it's restaurant food from your own kitchen when you're ready for it.
It's the breakout.
In less than 5 minutes and no dishes. If you live anywhere just that's more than sort of 5 or 10 minutes from an Amici's, it's a perfect solution.
I have no idea why I slept on half bakes for so long. I may only go half baked from here on out. Because you pull that thing out, man, that cheese is bubbling. And it's crispy, and it's like, why? Wait. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So, everybody, I'm down with it. So.
Oh, and for a single man living in the city, half-baked, no dishes, sign me up, boys. Sign me up.
Plus, a guy like him, out on the town, who knows when he gets home?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it could be at any time.
Pop it in the oven late night.
Yeah. You made it. When we talk about unpredictable dinner times, that's him on a bar crawl. And then he gets home and you slide that thing in. 5 minutes later, dude, you wolfing down a fresh baked, half baked at midnight. That'd be on a slow night.
Oh, I see that in my near future merch.
Well, listen, it's great. I mean, I'm so proud to be associated with you guys. And the Pier 39 is just, to me, I can't talk about it enough. It's as a native, right? You sleep on Pier 39. You don't do the touristy things. Like, I didn't go to Alcatraz till I was 30, and that was for a NASCAR press conference.
Wow.
I didn't ride a cable car till I was 18, and we did it just because it was prom night, and we thought we should do it. So, like, these touristy things you don't do that you should. Pier 39 is fun.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Yeah.
And so I'd say the locals go, or if you have family from out of town. Right. But even you don't even have to have family from out of town. You just go and walk.
Yes, and my daughter's 25 years old, lives in the marina, and she's there with her friends, and they're, besides the Amici's, there are new brew pubs opening up and everything like that.
Yeah.
It's really an exciting place.
It's awesome. So, by the way, if you hear the accent, Peter is from Boston, so you know your East Coast pizza, right? You brought it here, and by the way, we should shout out the dear departed Ralph Barbieri and his legendary 6-minute live reads that he used to do.
That's true.
I mean, you guys,
you can do those for us, right?
Yeah, no problem.
But it was you guys had. That's where it started with KNBR all those years ago.
No, Ralph really put us on the map years ago.
He did. He did. And then here we are, proud 2024, still have this relationship. So it's awesome. And you guys always know that when you come with your, as the Irish would say, knock with your elbow, right? You come with those pizzas that we're going to leave happy.
Good.
And,
we'll be back Friday then.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, actually, I just want to get to break so I can go eat more wings. That's what I want to do. So, once again, if you need to cater a large event or family gathering, Amici's is the place to go, Amici's.com. The Pier 39, we can't stress enough. The half-baked, 20% off going on. So, it's just good news wall to wall. And look at this guy; he benefits from it all.
That's it. I'm supposed to be on a diet, but not today.
Well, he is. He does these diet reads, but I think everything in life needs balance, right?
Absolutely.
You need a cheat day.
So, what's your order now, if you have to, Peter, the founder of Amici's? What do you, if you have to?
Well, right now I would get the Calabria pizza and the New Haven white clam pizza. There's one of our original pizzas is the New Haven white clam pizza. It's got clams and garlic and bacon and
no red sauce.
That one doesn't have red sauce.
Showing your true East Coast roots there.
Right.
Buddy,
Exactly.
that is.
Yeah.
Richard, what about you? You get one last pizza at Amici's.
Oh, I'm all over the Polo pizza. It's sliced chicken breast, baby spinach, and slow roasted garlic. Those flavors go together so well. You can smell that one from a mile away.
Your boy Lamont down the hall likes that one too.
I can smell it from down the hallway.
Well, thanks, Peter Cooperstein, founder, owner, the man from Amici's, and of course Richard Allen is general manager who does it all. So thanks for coming in, guys.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Hey, thanks so much.
Now let's go
Great
eat
to be here.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Oh, Bigelow Tea. We go right from Amici's to Bigelow Tea because it is Bigelow Tea season. Well, every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We got it right here at KNBR, right here in our break room. Just go brew yourself a nice piping hot cup of Bigelow tea. So many great flavors. It's perfect for those of you who need to soothe the throat. Living behind the microphone is real good, so look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's your boy from Friday night. There it is, Young Tony. That was part of what Young Tony asked today about he's going to see John Party at Shoreline. First time he's ever been. He asked us each for our best Shoreline shows. That Young Tony could be the breakout hit of 2024. What did Young Tony ask today?
I think so, Murph.
Or just the pizza and wings. People hawking us in the bullpen watching me double dip my wing.
Dude, shout out to the
That's incredible.
831 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line that is watching the live stream during the break where we have cameras on the bullpen, and he calls out Murph for double dipping his wing in
Called
the
it
ranch.
a boss move. So no, that ranch is now mine. That's my property.
I know. It's got Murph's cooties all over it now.
Incredible. But you try to double dip the part of the wing you haven't eaten yet, right? But there's no question. It is what it is. It was done. What's done is done. Here's the deal. Thanks to Billy Bean. If you guys missed it, go catch it on the podcast. A really great conversation with the A's, former A's. Now he's just quote-unquote advisor, as he calls him. But anyway, that and Andy Bagley on the Giant situation, which could be coming to a head by the end of this week or next week. Man, oh man. And thanks to Peter and Richard from Amici's for bringing us that good stuff. Man, you could eat that whole freaking pizza right now. It's unbelievable. You got to get, I'm just telling you, you got to get it. So, where are we at? We at Sutter Health? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, today the doctor's got an update on Randy Rodriguez, who's been on the IL with right elbow inflammation. Well, he threw yesterday down in Arizona for the Giants, so they're saying there's a chance that Randy Rodriguez could rejoin the Giants bullpen for their final regular season series against the Cardinals this weekend at Oracle Park. And that, my friends, is your Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to help make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
All right, well, there you go, man. We're down to the end. Giants get to 500. Willie Mack Award coming up on Friday. We usually talk about that. Is it a no-brainer that it's Matt Chapman?
I mean, I know it's a in-clubhouse vote, but Matt Chapman seems like the guy. He's Bob Melvin's leader. He's his right-hand man.
Who would be another candidate?
I mean, Logan Webb for the Dog S Manifesto. But how often do pitchers win it?
Bumgarner, a number. Dude, I'll throw you a Mark Leiter in 1986, 1995.
I think like most people think like, oh, a position player has more impact in a clubhouse each and every day. But going back to spring training, when Logan Webb was telling all the rookies to go say hi to the veterans, it seems like Logan's been a leader.
He's never won it.
I think that might be my runner-up then.
The last two were Flores and Estrada. Going back up, how about some obscurities? 2017, Nick Hundley. 2018, Will Smith. So last pitcher to win it was Will Smith, the reliever. Javi in 2016 shared it with Crawford. Bumgarner won it in 2014. Vogelsong in 2011. So a fair number of pitchers.
Yeah, I might actually cast my vote for Webby.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, going back to spring training, he's been the leader day in and day out. He's been with the franchise longer than Matt Chapman. And hey, the good news is Matt Chapman's going to be here for a few more years to maybe win another one.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like Chapman playing 150. What's he at? Is he at 150 now?
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked the difference between a position player and a pitcher winning the award.
No, we usually don't have guys playing like 150 with the heart and soul he does. But then they've surprised us before. I didn't expect Wilmer or Tyro the last couple of years. Tyro's so quiet. By the way, Tyro Estrada, you won't see him no more.
Oh, you got to go see him in Sacramento playing for the River Cats.
All right, what did young Tony learn today is funny because we were talking about him wearing a Brandon Pfaadt of the Diamondbacks got lit up last night,
Yes,
right?
he did. 5 bombs, 5 innings.
And now the little known history is that he went to high school with young Tony. So that's kind of young Tony's guy. And young Tony then said he wore a Brandon Pfaadt jersey to his next EDM show. And then I said, do you think the ladies will like that? And then Marcus very cleverly said, well, maybe the Pfaadt bottom girls would. Ha ha ha. We all had a big laugh. And Tony's like, what are you guys laughing about? And we said, you don't know the song by Queen? There it is. What do you think, Cone? Can you believe that in the pre-political correctness era, you could record this?
That's wild. That's crazy, bro.
I think even in the post-political correctness era, we've had Gabe Kapler before tell us that he does like him in all shapes and sizes.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
And I mean, 1992 might have been pre-PC, but Sir Mix-a-Lot went there, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah,
He cannot lie.
And I believe any number of the new rappers have expressed their preferences.
Oh,
haven't they?
shout out BBL Drizzy.
Okay, exactly.
BBL Drizzy.
Exactly.
BBL Drizzy.
So there you go, Queen. Young Tony, did you ever see the Freddie Mercury movie?
No, my brother saw it. He said it was really good.
It is interesting, yeah. It's worth it, I'd say, for sure. By the way, the What Did Young Tony Learn Today is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, so that was a crazy busy day. Last night game in Oakland tonight, and we want everybody to take it easy on the property. I mean, this property was already starting to get confiscated in Oakland last night. And just, I understand. Everybody's upset. Let's just try to be safe. Everybody be safe out there because it is get a little rowdy, get a little crazy. But just remember public safety. There's going to be kids out there. And, hey, just go enjoy it, man. Take whatever. I'm trying to think in the end what my number one Oakland Coliseum memory would be. I mean, tomorrow's going to have to be that day.
Yeah.
Start conjuring yours up. I mean, you've had any number. Actually, I can probably think of it right now. But anyway, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll save it for tomorrow.
And then what's that structure going to be? I mean, do the Roots go play there? What's going to Bay FC? Like, who's going there?
That's what they're saying. Oakland Roots going to play some soccer there.
Man, oh, man. I don't know. And then the arena sits there, too. Every now and then gets a concert.
Yep.
Globetrotter, something like that. Gosh, this will be the third team to leave Oakland. Just think, Tom Hanks was narrating that City of Champions HBO documentary in the 70s when the Warriors were world champs, the Raiders were world champs, and the A's were world champs.
Yeah. History being taken away from a city.
Pretty much, man. All right. Hate to end on that downer note, but that's what's going on right now. All right. Giants try to do it again tonight. We'll get more into the Niners tomorrow big time because all the media will be done today, and we'll start ramping up our Niners-Patriots coverage. But it is time for a change, and thanks to Peter and Richard for bringing in, and John Joe and Young Tone. Marcus, I'll see you tomorrow. It's time for a change, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, get yours at Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service and help fight breast cancer now through October. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. What do you want? I don't know. Give me Lifetime peanuts, maybe Lifetime hot dogs.
Lifetime peanuts?
49ers fans, Ocho, are burning Brandon Ayuk's jersey.
What do you do? He didn't even do nothing.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Flight is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I think like everybody, all of a sudden the reality, it kind of hits you. And so, yeah, certainly there's a significant amount of nostalgia that I have going back. Listen, as you mentioned, 86 as a visiting player, then 89 as a member of the A's. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to sort of get your, arms around it and your mind around the whole idea. But, it is, unfortunately, it's reality, and I'm going to enjoy the last couple of games like everybody else.
Yes, thanks for joining us, Pop and Londons. We're live from Levi's Stadium. Thanks for hanging out. There is Billy Bean. Great interview on the morning show today. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com. We'll play bits of it today. But as good as I've heard Billy, as happy as I've heard Billy. But, of course, the sad news and the sad reality is the last homestand in Oakland for the A's has started. Pop was here. If you're looking on YouTube and Twitch, you can see he's got the Kelly Greens on. You get the Kelly Greens on today, so we'll get into that. Obviously, we're down here at the 49ers. Farhan Zaidi speaks, and I don't like the way that he was addressing potentially the Blake Snell situation. We'll get into that. They win again last night. 11-zip home run derby for the Giants as they win, but the Padres turn a triple play. They're in the playoffs, but the Giants still will not be a ton to get to today. Thank you for being here. Good morning.
Good morning, John. Yeah, it's 5 homers last night. Yastrzemski got robbed by Corbin Carroll. Could have been 6, and Logan Webb broke out the cutter and it cut like a knife. So we'll get into what the Giants are doing. And they're a 500 team, so hopefully they can do well here at the end and and get to 500, which I think is significant. But we are at Levi's today for installation day. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan. Is Brock Purdy going to be a full go in practice today? We'll cover it all. Tim Kawakami will join us later, and we'll get into everything Bay Area related. And I was there last night. I can't be there tonight, obviously, being in Santa Clara today. Tomorrow's a full day. Bob Melvin, though, is planning on going after the Giants wind up their road schedule and get home in the wee hours. He's hoping to be there for the noon or a little afternoon, 12:30ish, 12:47, whatever it is in Oakland tomorrow. But I was there last night. First, want to thank Melissa Guzman in particular and everybody with the A's. But Melissa just took care of me, and she did. When they had the reunion of the 20 consecutive wins 2 years ago, brought that team back in 2022. She was great to us then, and she was even more so last night. Tickets and escorted us down to the field. And the first thing I did was go into the A's dugout like I did so many times through the clubhouse. And who do we run into right away is Dennis Eckersley. And Eck is looking bronzed as ever. He's living back in the Bay Area. He's in the East Bay, living in Alamo, playing a lot of golf with Kipe. And he's got to get out of the sun. I worry about him. And then we saw Steve Vucinich right after that. Vuce has been here since the A's arrived 56 years ago in 1968. And he was there with Dave Perrin, who worked with the A's forever and ever. And Robert Vaughn was there as well. It was like the old days, just sitting on the dugout bench, waiting for the A's to take the field and talking to Eck and Vuce and Robert Vaughn and Dave Perrin. They were playing the Texas Rangers, so went over and had a nice visit with Boch. Haven't seen Boch in a while, and he's definitely getting up there. He's not the same guy he used to be when he was a younger man. He's going year to year. Had a nice visit with Marcus Semien before the game, but just taking it all in, being on that field that I had been to so many times, obviously for not only athletics games for 14 years, but Raiders games for 21 years, just walking up the tunnel in each direction, and the A's have taken over the Raiders clubhouse. But really the highlight of it all, everything, just being on the field and just all the sight lines. I remember so many times interviewing Tony La Russa, first game of a weekend series, maybe against Sparky's Tigers, and just wrapping up the interview and looking out on that field, and Mount Davis wasn't there yet. And we that first year that I did Ace Baseball, they drew almost 3 million people. It's like a different world. They had a nice crowd last night. They walked it off later. But just walking around, just to do the lap around the field. And then, Melissa was good enough to give me this little glass bottle, and she said, take some dirt from the field. And I'm like, where am I going to take it? From the bullpen, behind home plate. And then I saw Clay Wood out there manicuring his infield like he always did. So I said, Clay, can you give me some dirt right off he took it right off of his rake behind his tractor. He himself scooped it up in his hands and put it right in there. And I met his son after. His son's a pretty good pitcher up at UC Davis. And the whole experience on the field was just, I don't want to leave here. I don't want to leave the field. And you went up that tunnel, and obviously the diamond level seats are different when I was there, but just interacting with, it seems like every usher that I ever saw when I was there for 14 years, just doing the A's and 21 with the Raiders, they were all there. It seemed like, what it felt like? It felt like going back to a reunion, a class reunion of some kind when you haven't been back. And I don't know when was the last time I was there, but it felt like forever. And then going upstairs, that three flights up the elevator, Hale wasn't there. They got paneling on the elevator, which they didn't have before, and it took forever, just like Hale was telling stories and waiting. And like, how long does it take to go up 3 floors? I got to get on the air. And I walked in the TV booth right away and saw Jenny Kavnar and Dallas Braden and everybody on the crew. Tommy Adza told me to get the hell out of the booth. It wasn't mine anymore. And then we went next door like I wanted to and got a picture next to the Bill King, Holy Toledo sign of the Bill King broadcast booth, and had a quick visit with Ken and Vinny. And then outside the booth, Devin Fox invited everybody there. My boss with the A's for years, he's the one that hired me to do A's baseball. It was actually Andy Dolich that did it, but Ted Griggs was instrumental from NBC Sports Bay Area, was there. We weren't even NBC Sports, Bay Area. What the hell were we? Fox Sports Net, Sports Channel America. I mean, it goes on and on. And then David Coppett was there, and he was a line producer on A's Baseball for a couple of years. Then eventually he became the executive producer and was in charge of all on-air, games. And just visiting with them, seeing Susan Slusser and David Feldman and John Shea, and it went on and on. Just everybody. Ron Kreutzschek was there. Mike Selleck's been working for the A's forever. I know the A's, what they're doing is tough, and you could view it as highly disloyal to the Bay Area and the East Bay. But they've had a lot of people that have worked in that organization for so long. Mike Selleck's been there forever. Obviously, Voos worked there as long as he could, the last couple of years. Mikey Thalblum, who still runs the visiting clubhouse for 44 years. His son is at Arizona State now, is learning to be a film producer, and he's making a first film on the A's leaving Oakland. And he interviewed everybody from Ricky and Reggie and Eck and Stu and everybody. And then seeing Vittorio Del Bartolo is now working on the A's broadcast and their Diamond Vision as well. Just the whole experience was just amazing. And then going back down and watching a few innings, and the A's did walk off the Rangers last night. But it was really the time on the field and going up in the broadcast booth and just reminiscing. It just seems like yesterday that I was there doing those games. So to some respects, it did feel like a class reunion, and going back and seeing a lot of people you haven't seen for a number of years in a place that was so special to you for so long. But then when I got in the car and drove away, it felt more like a funeral. And it felt like someone very close to us has died, and you're not going to see him again. And I'm not going to go back tonight, and I won't go back tomorrow afternoon. Maybe after I get out of here, I'll go visit some people after. But class reunions we'll see in 5 years, we'll see in 10 years, we'll come back. It's over. I'm not going back there. And it hit me hard leaving that stadium, Jet. I mean, I know everybody has an opinion about them leaving. And I believe you own a team. You could do what you want. And Oakland has changed a lot from when I moved here in '86. The East Bay is just different. And I saw the Raiders, have trouble coming back, and the team ultimately having to move, although I think the A's were the number one factor why Mark Davis, moved that team. But I was always looking to go somewhere better, so he may have moved it. He lived longer. But so they do have a right. I mean, the A's, the other thing is the murals, the walls in that ballpark. What are they going to do with that? Hope they don't tear that place down. I mean, it's not just the Oakland A's. The history of the Philadelphia A's. You walk through those concourses, and it's a little like going to Yankee Stadium. A's have a great history, and just the walls. It's just all the different decades and generations of A's baseball. It just hits you. Wow. And you feel lucky that they were in Oakland for 56 years. They were in Kansas City for 13. But, Philadelphia, what a great franchise they have with Connie Mack. How do you think those people felt when they picked up and moved the A's to Kansas City? You kidding me? That outpost? Where are they going there for? Or Philadelphia, or the nation's capital for a while. There'd be no USA without Philadelphia. What are they moving there for? But they did. But at any event, it's just when you pull away from there, and you're all going to feel it, whether you go tonight for the final time or tomorrow afternoon for the final time, is going to hit you hard. It hit me. It was partly, wow, I haven't seen so many faces, and just the views that I had when I looked out on the field from the booth. It reminded me so much of when I was watching A's games. I turned back the other way, and it reminded me when I was with Coach Flores and Jim Plunkett on each side doing a Raiders Open. So there was just moments that came back to all of it, but the one that hit me the hardest is when you pulled out of the F lot, got on the highway, and pulled away. A lot like closing the casket on your mom or dad, and you're like, never go back there again.
Well done. Well said. Give us your thoughts if you were there last night, if you're going to these final games. You're the best at that, man. Well done. There's the true emotion of it all. That's it. Well done. All right, we'll continue to talk about it. A lot of things to get to. We're down at Levi Stadium. Obviously, we'll get into a lot of Niners and Giants, but if you got some A's thoughts, hit us up. Love to hear it. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line as well. And you can check us out at YouTube and Twitch. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
This morning, did you hear Billy Bean? He was awesome. On the final homestand of the A's, check it out on all our socials, at KNBR.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. We had a lot of great sound for you. Played Billy from the morning show today. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com. Farhan spoke yesterday. Andrew Bagley was on with the morning show as well and kind of speculated why Farhan spoke, so we'll get to that. And, of course, 49ers, we've talked a lot of injuries over the first couple days of the week, and they got the Patriots coming in. But what's up with Brock's back, so we'll get into that. By the way, Patriots game with Tom Brady in the rain, 7, 8 years ago, was the worst game I think I've come to almost every game, well, every home game just about, since they opened this place. Driving rain, friends in town, sitting in the end zone. I called up to Lee Hammer and said, hey, I got about 8 friends with me. We're coming up to the booth. Don't know if you can accommodate us, but we're coming.
Lee Hammer says no.
It was pouring rain.
You went to the Lon Simmons broadcast booth?
Yeah, I went up there.
Did Sarge let you in?
And I hid. No, we went up to the KNBR booth.
Secret probation.
We went up to the booth, to the KNBR big booth.
Oh, the suite, not the broadcast booth.
And it was even worse because our sales manager at the time went to Sarah High School, and it was like him and like 50 Sarah alums rooting
Jim
for Tom
Fregosi,
Brady.
Lynn Swan, Bob Fitzgerald.
It was all
Barry Bonds.
and they were all wearing Patriots jerseys, and it was the game where Eddie DeBartolo was honored for getting to the Hall of Fame, and nobody stayed in their seats. It was honestly the worst day at Levi's Stadium in the history of this stadium.
I remember one against Dallas when Joy Clark gave a speech, and they were getting trampled in that game. That was not good.
It was just pouring rain.
The reason you bring it up, that's the only time the New England Patriots have played at Levi's, but Tom Brady's not quarterbacking him.
No.
Bill Belichick's not the head coach. But just watching the Patriots this morning, and we'll get into it more during the week, do not sleep on this team.
Stop.
I'm just telling you, John. You didn't think they'd have any problem with the Rams. I'm not listening to you. You said the Chiefs would never win a Super Bowl. They haven't lost since Christmas Day. I'm just telling you. The Niners can roll these guys, but they have a formula. This quarterback is heady, Brissett. And they've got 2 tight ends. They're going to keep the Niners in base personnel. They've got a big offensive line. You got to tackle the running back, Stevenson. The other back, Gibson does come from Washington. They got our guy, Jermichael Hasty. Remember him? And their defense is good. Their defense is good. I know you won't believe it.
They weren't good against the Jets.
I understand. I watched the game, John. Go watch the Cincinnati first half. I'm just saying, do not sleep on this team.
All right.
You are unbelievable.
We'll get to it. I'm just they're going to be fired up. We'll see.
The Niners will, but so will New England, and they have 3. I'm just saying, do not sleep on the New England Patriots. That's all I'm saying. And I'm also promise you, I'm not going to cry anymore the rest of the show.
I just want to readdress that. That was awesome. That was you're great in these situations.
It's just.
But your historical perspective, the way that you described the emotion.
Honestly, I didn't watch much of the game after I left to let them go to work when the game started. We just walked around. The murals in that stadium, every concourse you go up, and when I was working there, you're in a hurry to get from here to there. You got to go on the air, and they didn't really have it all. And they did dress the place up a little better. They rubberized the floor a little bit. It was in disrepair when I was there last July. It looked a little better, but it's just there's so much history in that stadium. I mean, outside of Dodger Stadium and Fenway and Wrigley in baseball, and what stadium in football anymore has the kind of tradition, just walking through those, I just think of so many moments walking out to think about going out for a Raider game, and then obviously all the A's triumphs, and then seeing X sitting there with Voos, and then Boch was there, and it hit Boch hard. Boch managed in this ballpark a lot, with Giants and A's rivalry against Bob Melvin, and Bob's going to go there tomorrow. They got an off day tomorrow. It's a day game. He's going to be tired from getting in from Arizona the night. So it just means a lot. And the finality of it all. I saw Ricky last night in the corridor, and just people I haven't seen in so long. And you feel like, wow, it's great to see. And then at the end of it, you're like, am I ever going to see that person again? Am I ever going to see Steve Vucinich or Mikey Thalblom or Clay Wood again?
Are any of those guys going up to Sacramento?
A lot of them are. Now, Vuce is retired. Mike, I think Mike's going to go up. Mickey Morabito, I didn't see him last night, but he made. That's the thing about the A's. I know they, to the outside world, they're a callous organization, and they've gone through a lot of ownership change. Again, Walter Haas has just not been recognized enough for what he's done. He's the one. He was just different than Charlie O, obviously, or Connie Mack, or Steve Schott and Ken Hoffman are the current owners. It's just different when he was there, and that's the team that I was hired by with Andy was Mr. Haas. But and then Sandy Alderson. I mean, there's so many people you think of over the years. A lot of the people will be going to Sacramento. They're loyal to that organization. They've been there for a long time. Mikey Thalbaum's been there 44 years. The visiting clubhouse guy. So that goes back to 1980 when Billy Martin arrived to manage the team. After he did. Charlie Finley was involved in his ownership group still to bring him in. But it's just, I just so much, and just raising my children there. I know this is hard on Derek, and he's going over there tonight. Derek was in that booth with me doing all. He's a little baby kid in the back. I'd set up a way for him to play a game, and then he got old enough, going on road trips with me. I remember one long one to Arlington, Detroit, Anaheim. He was there for all of it, and then all of a sudden he's not turning the other way and playing a video game. He's old enough to look at the field and love it, and it's why he loves the Raiders and the A's, and he's East Bay. My other children, Nick, and my oldest daughter, Alexandra is more, Alexandra and Derek are older, so they kind of remember the Oakland years. The younger kids, Danielle's kind of in the middle. She had a big crush on Barry Zito. There was a big picture of Barry that I saw with his shirt off, the one that she crushed on Zito. And then
that was in your room?
The twins, no, at the Coliseum last night. I don't have a Barry Zito one. And I remember Miguel Tejada, the game. They asked me which games do you remember the most last night. The 2000 team, when they flipped. When I got there, they were a dominant team. They just won the World Series in '89. And we drew almost 3 million people. And I remember that my first game I ever did with the A's against the Twins. And it was Mike Norris's comeback game. And just sticking my head out the booth. And when you're growing up and you aspire to be a broadcaster, at that time, and it's changed a little bit with distribution and popularity of the sport, but we all wanted to be Vin Scully, right? You wanted to be John Miller. You wanted to be Bill King. You wanted to be a baseball announcer. So I remember sticking my head out that booth, and it was a day game. And we drew 3 million people that year. So every game was 35, 40 sellout, the ice plants, and just sticking my head out that booth and like, wow, I'm announcing a major league game, and just what that all meant. But then, so that first, so that team was great. And then they had some lean years, obviously the heartbreak of the World Series in 90, the 92 heartbreak in the championship series. And Eck was the coolest guy in all of sport. To see him now, he's still the coolest guy there, giving up the home run to Roberto Alomar, Jr. to lose that game. And that was a hard one. And then they had to reinvent themselves. But when they traded for Kevin Appier, to some degree, Kenny Rogers, although Kenny was difficult to deal with. But anyway, the 2000 team symbolized Billy's imprint on that franchise, Billy Beane. And when Jason Isringhausen struck out Frank Catalanato, the Texas Rangers, in a big loopy curveball, Huddy started that game, pitched a shutout, went 8 strong. It was like 2 or 3-0. And then seeing those young guys, it was Mulder, Hudson, Zito, Tejada, and Chavez, and Terrence Long, Ramon Hernandez, the way they partied in that clubhouse. They weren't pouring champagne all over themselves or wearing ski goggles. They just poured beer all over themselves and drank it all. Like, you got to play the Yankees in like 50 hours. You guys going to be sober enough? It was unbelievable. But then just, all those years of being around it and seeing, the ups and downs and all arounds, but just so many moments. But, and then obviously Miguel Tejada and the team that won 20 in a row, and that weekend he had against everyday Eddie Guardado on Labor Day Sunday, got the game-winning hit against Grimsley of Kansas City on Monday. And I remember my son, Nick, who's now in his last year of law school at Santa Clara, was just a baby. And he was such a big Tejada guy. He was a baby. I put him in Miguel's arms after the game, and he got so overwhelmed by emotion, he cried. He was just so frazzled that Miguel Tejada handled it great. He patted them, and but Nick to this day is still embarrassed by that because he was a baby. Anyway, just for me, it's a lifetime, and I haven't even been to the arena. I want to go back there for a show, and they're still not tearing it down. I mean, really, where I started was with the Warriors in '86, and just walking those. I haven't been back in the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum Arena, whatever that's called now. I can't remember the last time. Probably, I'll tell you when it was, June 13th of 2019, I guess, when Clay tore his ACL. I haven't been back there since. So, but that stadium for both the Raiders and the A's, and just all the accomplishments. I mean, Yeah, the original Yankee Stadium, a lot of winning there. The Fabulous Forum, obviously. There have been other places, the Montreal Forum. But when you think about just the city of champions and what they represented, and the Warriors broke through in 74, 75 to win one. But think about what the A's from 71 to 75, how they dominated baseball, won 3 in a row, won their division. There was no wild card or anything like that. They won the American League West 5 straight years. And then the Raiders, they won the AFC West every damn year. And they got to the championship game, and whoever they lost to, whether it was Miami or Pittsburgh, went on to win the Super Bowl. It was just, this was the epicenter. When I was a kid watching it, this was the epicenter of American sport, and they were just cooler. Reggie was cool. Kenny Stabler and Fred Biletnikoff, they were, if you wanted to follow one city, it was Oakland. And HBO did that great doc on it, and just they were just cooler. And again, the A's with the colorful jerseys and in living color on NBC, they came through the screen. It's like, who are these guys? What are they doing? Mustaches and beards and swag. What are they doing after the game? I want to party with those guys. And so then to go to work for both franchises and be there and then go back and remember all the moments I had as a very young broadcaster raising my kids and having a lifetime of memories there, and what those walls, if these walls could talk. Could you imagine, Reggie dropping by the Raider locker room after a big win and hanging with Freddie and Snake after a game, what they were doing? I mean, it's just a different time, John. So thank God they didn't have social media. But I get emotional because it's really my children and raising a family there. And it's like going back to your first house you lived in a little bit. I grew up there. I got here to the Bay Area. I didn't know I'd stay. I've been here about 40 years now. I'm going on 40 years since I graduated school. And anyway, so just going back there was what a great moment to see all those faces that I hadn't seen so long that meant so much to me. And then at the end, the finality of it all. And you're all going to feel it, whether you went last night for the last time or tonight and you're going, just brace yourself. It's gonna hit you in a way. If you really love Oakland sports, you love the Oakland Athletics, the Oakland Raiders, the Golden State Warriors, the Oakland Seals, the California Golden Steels, they were here, whatever you want. It's going to hit you because that place, I went there every day, sometimes twice a day for decades. And we may never go that way again.
Yeah. Well said. I love the stream of consciousness about it, and you're taking it through. And I think for a lot of people, it's therapeutic because as you're talking, I'm thinking about all those times, all the way to the times that we used to broadcast there and in the Gumby game and and Josh Hamilton dropping the fly in center field. And I mean, there's just so many things. And you and I did tons of Raiders games.
The Gumby game was great.
That was awesome.
That was the diamond level seats. We sat next to a guy who wore a Gumby outfit the entire game.
You're on the front of the...
Did we have seats or did he sneak us in?
No,
I think he snuck us in.
Probably snuck us in. But I mean, how many times that you and I sat there and thought to ourselves, is this the last time we're broadcasting
for
a
Raiders every year?
Or we talked about that all the time. Through the holidays, I remember thinking, is this it? Is this it? Is this it? And just when you grew up a certain way, I mean, I wasn't here, but I one of the first things I remember was the green uniforms of the A's and being in the World Series and guys like, Tony Kubek and Joe Garagiola and
Kurt Gowdy.
And I mean, that's the thing. Or remembering, the NBC games, with the Raiders and Madden versus the Steelers. I mean, a lot of people, that's how we grew up. And like I said, there was a perception of Oakland because of what you just said. And I don't know how it was forged between those two teams, but shaggy hair, long mustache, Joe Rudy, Ken Stave, like all these cool guys, Sal Bando. That's a lot of us grew up that way.
Totally, yeah.
And the difference to me between the Raiders and the A's is this is the last one. And my son grew up the same way your son did, which is he's a devout Raiders and A's fan. He's going to stay with them. Now, a lot of people stayed with the Raiders. One of the questions too is because there's so much hatred for John Fisher, and I think Billy Beane answered every question this morning, was as enthusiastic as I have ever heard him. But when it came to John Fisher, obviously he's an advisor of the team. He didn't say a whole lot about him, but just said, look, it's a two-way street. It works both ways. But with the hatred of John Fisher, I do wonder if people are going to stay with the green and gold. Now, if you're dyed and true, there's just nothing you can do. You're probably going to stay with the team, but it's owned by this guy that's hated. I don't believe that Mark Davis, when they left, was hated. I do believe, obviously, that John Fisher is. So, I don't know what people are going to do. They're just moving up the road, but it's not like the Warriors crossing the bridge. This feels much, much different.
It does, but I will say I have to blame, and we've gone through this before. The Raiders leaving is at the feet of the A's. I had many conversations with Mark Davis when we were on good terms about them staying here. And he tried to get it. He tried to, to reach out, emails, him, reach out to Lou Wolf. They didn't want to deal with him. They kind of forced the Raiders out. And, the municipality in Oakland and the county, you got 81 dates versus 8. So they would choose baseball. But did they really make any, inroads with that? I always felt like the A's, and I understand what they're trying to do with Oakland and Jack London Square and all the different, sites they had. Living out in the East Bay, I always thought, make it a county fair. Go out to Pleasanton, get some land by the county fair. The money in the Bay Area and the East Bay that are A's fans are in Contra Costa County, and out there, that's still Alameda County and Pleasanton, but that's where the money is. And it was hard. The Giants' popularity, the Raiders couldn't figure it out. I remember, we got off to an 8-3 a year one year, couldn't sell out a Sunday game after Thanksgiving. And I remember having lunch with Amy Trask and Bruce Allen, and Al was lurking, and they're like, why can't we sell? What's going on? Then when you left for 13 years, the Niners became the Tiffany franchise in America. The people that have the money don't want to hang with your fans, partly. They're afraid of them. So you got to break down those perceptions. But it's just, for the A's, it was just make it more of a family environment. But they wanted to be rooted in Oakland. There was a attachment there. I think, different ownership would have, put different priorities on this. They'd still be here. You could make it work here, but this ownership did not want to make it work. And there was a time, honestly, when probably when I left the A's and went to work for the Giants, and remember the A's, at first when it was what was it, Rayleigh Field when it opened, now it's Sutter Health Park, whatever it is. And so that was a beautiful ballpark, and the A's AAA team was there, and for 15 years they were great. And I kind of always thought they may go to Sacramento one day. And if they can, up that stadium from 20 to 40, so they are going there now. It's something we always, thought was a possibility. It's a lot better than going to Las Vegas. It's obviously not as good as staying here. And the reason it's so distressing is they couldn't get a short-term lease, assuming that they will get to Vegas, and that's a big assumption. But by allowing them to they should have just gotten the deal with the A's to keep him here temporarily. And then who knows, the Vegas deal falls apart, they stay here. And maybe they change ownership. And if he has egg on his face and he can't get the Vegas deal done, then he does stay here. But now that they're going to Sacramento and tomorrow's the final game, that's not going to happen. And can you ever patch it up with a new owner? I don't know if Vivek has a clause in his deal to buy the A's if the Vegas deal falls through. So I don't think Sacramento's horrible, but it's not Oakland. And it's not the Bay Bridge series anymore with the Giants, with the Carquinez Bridge now involved. I guess you have to go over the Bay Bridge technically to get still from the city to even Sacramento. But it's the finality of Oakland and what that all meant to us. And when I first got here, I thought the traffic, I'm sitting there and it was Highway 17 then. It wasn't 880, it was the Nimitz. I'm like, damn, where do I live? Midtown Manhattan? Is this the Long Island Expressway? Or the 405? It's such gridlock. But then when you looked over off the highway and you saw that glistening basketball arena and the stadium that had the home of the Raiders and the A's when the Raiders came back, obviously they were gone when I got here. But it was like, this is pretty cool. I do understand why there's so much traffic. There's no there. It's right there. You got 3 teams, right, within a drive away from, all playing in the same facility. And some days they played simultaneously, and I would broadcast them both. It was unbelievable as a young broadcaster to have it all right here. And now, go on that same highway. And Thursday at about 3:37, when the A's game is over, it's tumbleweeds. They're all gone. Yep. Where the hell did they go? Why did they go?
That's wild. Good stuff, man. Good to listen to. Give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll play some of the Billy stuff a little bit later. He made some great comparisons. He was telling a George Steinbrenner story this morning about, the drums in right field. And he even did a George Steinbrenner impression, but where he was talking about, the Yankees were saying, hey, you got to shut that down, shut those drums down. And Major League Baseball called him and he goes, yeah, I'll get on that. And he's like, I had no intention of ever stopping that stuff. It was
Put awesome. Him in the visitor's owner's suite.
And he was talking,
the drummer right there.
He was talking about Giants fans versus A's fans, which you always talk about. And he was saying that, that being a Giants fan was kind of like loving the Bee Gees. He's kind of a dated reference, but then that being an A's fan was like loving the Ramones. And then, of course, Murph reminded him that in Candlestick, it wasn't that way. Like you said, in Oakland, that was the time. because you were outdrawing him. And it's a really fascinating conversation. Billy, for the situation, was certainly very upbeat. So we'll play that a little bit later for you. But ton to get to today. Great stuff from Pop. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-KNBR on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or the call-in line, 415-808-5627. Got a lot of 49ers. Do we have to worry about another injury? And this is the injury of all injuries, potentially. And then we'll also get into some Giants stuff because Farhan spoke yesterday, and some of it, especially when it came to Blake Snell, was disturbing. We'll get into all of it live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Really good stuff on the text line. We'll get back to it, and we'll play some Billy Bean. I got to say that Murph has a really good relationship with Billy, and you could tell in the interview today, and they chopped it up about everything from Brad Pitt to Giants fans to what's going on in today's situation. They talked Bob Melvin's favorite music, Brad Pitt. David Force, like a brother, was talking about Farhan, has a lot of admiration for Farhan. He did say that he admitted this, the 3 moves that he was involved in with the A's, he's an advisor, and he says he calls David Force 4 or 5 times a game. He said it is not urban legend that he wouldn't watch the games when he was running the A's, but he watches them now all the time. 3 moves he said he made were Lawrence Butler, moving Mason Miller to the bullpen, and Brent Rooker.
All the successes the teams had were my idea.
Yeah,
Thank you, Billy.
I know a team that needs an advisor, just saying. So anyway, we'll play that a little bit later on in the show. But speaking of Farhan, he did speak to the media yesterday, and it was interesting because Andrew Bagley was on this morning with Murph and Marcus and said he found the timing, he didn't use this word, I'm using this word, a little peculiar because he didn't think that Farhan would meet right now. He'd wait till the end of the season to assess.
He may not have that luxury.
But that's exactly what Bag said is, if you're thinking, if you're kind of reading into this, he's doing it now because he may not do it after the season because his job is in jeopardy. He admitted that during the call yesterday. Another thing that I did not like, and I want to get the exact quote. This is on Blake Snell. He said he's going to go into free agency the same way he did last offseason. He wants to keep an open mind. I think we'll be pretty high on his list, but we're respecting the fact that he's going to want to play out for agents for free agency. I expect us to be part of that, but it should be very competitive with the way he's pitched. Maybe we have a seat at the table, but it's going to be a big table, unquote. I hate comping to the Dodgers, but they are in the league and they're your biggest competition. I just don't think they'd say something like that. I think that you say to the fans, we're getting Blake Snell back. We're going to go hell and high water for Blake Snell. I mean, I don't like it. That sounds like when Chris Bryant was going to leave. And yeah, nobody wanted Chris Bryant back. He wasn't ready. And he kind of, I hate that because you have the advantage right now. I know he's going to want to get to free agency, but free agency has started for you. You're out of it. So other teams can't speak to Blake Snell. Other teams can't speak to Scott Boras. You can. You've got an advantage right now, right here. If you want to be competitive and take Blake Snell back, which you should want to do for a full season, and I think Blake Snell is going to be like Matt Chapman. He's not going to want to wait all off season. He saw what it did. Make him a competitive offer and start the conversation now and tell us, damn it, we want to buy tickets next year. Give us a reason. Tell us you're going to sign Blake Snell. We're going to do everything we can because you send him a message. You send Boras a message. We want Blake Snell back, and we're going to do everything we can.
Does Blake Snell want to come back?
He just made it sound like he did.
No, well, no, he didn't. So Blake Snell was quoted a little while ago, and Matt Chapman's quotes were pretty clear. After they lost those first 3 games to Atlanta, the first 2 in extra innings, then Robbie Ray got bombed, and essentially the season was slipping away before the day game. He said, I want to resign. Come resign me. We talked about it. And then you thought, you want to do it in the middle of the year? Boras doesn't typically do that, but Chapman directed his agent to do what he wanted, re-sign me. They got it done. Blake Snell, and we've talked to Susan Slusser about this. There's a quote from Blake Snell that I've saved, talking about re-signing with the Giants. If that's something they want to talk about, I'm open to it. I've enjoyed my time here a lot. Fans have been hounding me about it, but truthfully, it's up to the Giants. That is from Blake Snell. But then, obviously, what Farhan is saying is that he's had preliminary conversations with Scott Boras, who he just got a deal done with the help of Buster to get it over the end line. It's good to see Farhan is healthy again and out of the hospital and able to travel with his baseball team at the end and watch them play so well. But now he's talking about having a seat at the table, and it's going to be a big table. So he has obviously already had exploratory.
You're bracing us. That's what it sounds like. He's bracing us.
Well, he's already spoken to Scott. And Scott, we just signed one of your clients to a deal in season to, bypass free agency again, and we're assuming you're going to opt out. Would you re-sign with another client? And it's because he represents both. They're different people. So obviously, by Blake Snell's actions, even though he has a quote there, he's going to hit free agency. Now, is that because The number with Matt Chapman was livable, even though it was they gave him a no trade clause, but we got the reason for that too. If he's going to be the recruiter on the team, he's got to tell people I'm going to be here for a number of years and they can't trade me. So if I'm asking you to come play with me, I will play with you because I'm not leaving. So I get all that. I would like to have a no trade clause in a player's contract and not have a no trade, but at least maybe. But at some point, he's going to be a 10-5 guy, so it's not going to matter anyway. Well, he's only been here a year. He's going to have to wait 4 more years. But as they've opened up, the number for Matt Chapman is agreeable. It's $25 million a year. It's a lot, but you can do that. What exactly does Blake Snell want? What does he want? Yamamoto got, how much money did he get, John? 12 years, $300 million?
He's not getting that.
Okay, if I'm Blake Snell, I'm just saying, have you seen me pitch since I've come off the IL? That guy never pitched in Major League Baseball. He got hurt. He's got great stuff. Is anybody pitching better than me? And what he's looking at is, I won the Cy Young last year. I dominated from May 1st on last year, and I didn't get paid. So what number is, Scott, if you want to do it again, and we're going to sign your client before the end of the year, before the playoffs start, before, 5 days after the World Series, and you're an unfettered free agent, and we got to wait in line or sit at a table that's so big, we're not going to be at the Mr. side or the Mrs. side of the table. We're going to be in the middle. What are we talking about? He could be asking for just a huge amount of money annually, and the term could be 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you want to go out on the 31-year-old pitcher? So I think my read on it is that they've had this, preliminary discussions about it, and he's going to opt out of his contract, and the number is going to be, he's going to want to get a number so high because he's got to take advantage of what he's doing right now. And then along the way, you've got some pitchers on this staff that are showing that are going to be a lot cheaper. I understand.
I'm sick of
that.
that.
Okay, what if you have to pay Blake Snell an 8-year deal for $40 million a year?
Good.
Do you want to do that? You're just going to give him that?
Well, let me ask you this. The biggest issue with the Giants right now is they have a bunch of players that are in the same place. And by that, what I mean is they're not proven yet. And so are we going to go through another season of maybe Casey Schmidt, maybe Marco Luciano, maybe Hayden Birdsong, maybe Kyle Harrison, maybe they've got all these guys that are in the same place. And what you need to do is you can have some of those guys on your roster, but questions can't be everywhere. So what if you look at teams that have made the playoffs, they all of them at least have one star in their lineup. Chapman's a nice player, but on a good team, he's a 6 or 7 hitter. He's really nice defensively, great WAR, all these great things, but he's not the building block. So first of all, you need to find that player that unequivocally every night is your 3-4 hitter. If you look at this team, Farhan said it was the best rotation in baseball. Now, that hasn't been the case, but the reason why, Logan Webb has held up his end of the bargain, but Robbie Ray's coming off Tommy John, and you can't expect that, and these two guys are too young. So if you lose Blake Snell, where are you? You're going to pay somebody, and here's the other great thing about this team. No, not a lot of guys are making any money. Matt Chapman's making money. Maybe your shortstop will make money, but all these guys are young. They're in arbitration or pre-arbitration. Nobody's making money. Pat Bailey's not. 2 of those starters on your team are not. You paid Jung-Hoo Lee a decent amount, but not a ton. Conforto's $20 million's coming off the books. That's gone. Please don't re-sign him on a late season surge. He loves.
So you would give Blake Snell an 8-year contract for $40 million a year?
Based on what they have right now, they're not paying a lot of these guys. They're all young. But what the team desperately needs is, if you're going to build around what you should in this park, which is pitching, defense, speed, all these kind of things, Blake Snell at times can be the best pitcher in baseball with Logan Webb, who's going to give you 200 innings, with Robbie Ray, who's a year off. And then you can do what you want with the 4 and 5 and the young guys. You can bring those guys along. Perfect. And then in the offseason, you sign one of those shortstops. If Bryce Eldridge is ready, great. If not, you get a short-term replacement at first. Then you can play around with, is Fitzgerald any good, or can Casey Schmidt play, or can this guy? But you can't have a full roster of those guys. And that's where they are, is a bunch of ifs. If all these young guys come through, it's been proven time and time again that you can't do the ifs. You can have a couple of ifs on your team, but you can't have 9 of them. So if Blake Snell fits perfectly, it's a great park for him. Seattle, just like Lincecum, it's not far, but your parents can't drive in and say hi. It's a great place for him to pitch. He likes pitching here. He has said it time and time again. And you have a window which good teams take advantage of where nobody else can talk to him. If I'm the guys around the big mahogany table and I own this team, I'll tell you what, Farhan, you want your job? sign this guy. Show me that you're a closer. If you can sign Blake Snell, we'll keep you. Because that's what we need.
All right.
You need Blake Snell back. He's a pitcher, not a hitter. You can't get hitters. Don't even talk to Juan Soto. You can't get hitters in this park. But you can get pitching, and this guy has said he wants to be here. And you're not paying a bunch of guys a bunch of money. It's a perfect scenario for you. A guy who's from the West Coast. There's no excuse. There's no excuse not to sign Blake Snell in a window that you have exclusively right now.
When we advised, go get Matt Chapman signed, the word was, you can't get Matt Chapman signed. Scott Boras wouldn't allow that to happen. Matt Chapman insisted on it happening because Matt Chapman played with the Oakland A's here, and he grew up here, and he loves the Bay Area. Judge a man by his actions, not his words. Blake Snell is saying he loves it here. Come get me, Giants. But what's the price tag going to be? I think Blake Snell's looking at this differently than Matt Chapman, and he's advising Scott Boras to do it that way. What Farhan is saying is, we'll get a seat at the table, we think, kind of, but there's going to be, because he's going to go to free agency.
Yeah, I agree.
He may not want to pitch here for whatever reason. He doesn't think they can win here. I don't know I can't read his mind. He did talk about the traffic being here. He's a simple guy. He just likes to pitch, and he works on it, and he's great at it, and then he wants to go game after he's done. He could do that in any city. I don't know exactly what he's after, but in order to sign him, you have to have a willing player to sign. He doesn't want to sign. Chapman wanted to get it done before the end of the year, not go into free agency. Blake Snell does.
But he has said he wants to stay here and play here.
Well, let's see if he proves it.
And here's the other thing about Blake Snell. This is just logic. He's not going to want to do what he did last offseason. He saw, and we know, that if he's in camp early, in spring training, he's going to be better. So I'm not saying that he's going to sign early for that reason alone. But one of the reasons Matt Chapman signed is, yeah, he likes playing here, likes the surroundings, likes Bob Melvin, likes all these things. But he didn't want to go through another offseason like that. He didn't want to sign late, and neither does Blake Snell. He doesn't want to sign late again. He's not going to go through that whole process again like that and go in late and be terrible in the first half. That was embarrassing to him, I'm sure. I don't know him at all, but it's just logic. So I'm not saying that he's not going to try to get every penny he can, but I'm sure he's going to advise Scott Boras to get him into camp on time.
Well, he can do that with another team.
But what I'm saying is that the Giants aren't the A's. If you want to be the franchise that they should be, then you get this done. The Dodgers get this done. The Yankees get this done. These guys would get it done. The Astros would get it done.
Then he'll sign with the Dodgers or he'll sign with the Yankees.
But why wouldn't he sign here? You have this advantage that he's already.
You have to ask him. It's his career.
He's already in house. You can talk to him right now.
Right, but he doesn't have to agree to a contract, and clearly he's not.
If they don't get this done, it's a massive failure. It is.
Part of what he's thinking, he's pitched beautifully. The Giants have won his last 7 starts, 10 of the last 11. And way before they got hot here on this road trip, they were winning his starts. He's got a 1-2-3 ERA since coming off the IL. Part of what he may be thinking is, let's see what the Dodgers do in October. Let's see what the Yankees do in October. More so the Dodgers. With the amount of money they paid last offseason when everybody else was rolling back, Giants got into it late, but with the RSN crunch, there wasn't a big bid for that. They spent $1 billion on 2 players. If they fail again this year, and they go out and don't make the World Series, don't win the World Series, go out in the division series, what do you think the Dodgers are going to do? They're going to pay. He does pitch well at Dodger Stadium. I don't have any idea what he's thinking, but it's obvious he's not going to follow the Matt Chapman path, even though he said, it's up to the Giants. Well, it's up to the Giants to give me $1 billion. I don't know what he's after, but he's got one more start to make. He'll make it over the weekend against St. Louis, barring any kind of a major injury. And even if he does suffer one, and we don't want that to happen, he's going to get paid this offseason, you would think. But he thought he was going to get paid last offseason. He did not. He got a good salary, but he had to wait later. So I think he's just going to play this game of poker until the end. He's not showing his cards. They may be able to re-sign him 5 days after the World Series, but he's going to talk to other teams to drive the price up. And I would venture to guess he's already volleyed out there a long-term deal for a pitcher maybe they're uncomfortable with, and then also a huge number in average annual value.
All right, give us your thoughts, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll talk more about Farhan's future because Bags had some interesting things to say this morning. We'll get more into it as well, whether you want to talk A's or Giants. Good stuff from Pop if you missed it this morning on his travels to the Coliseum for a final time last night. Hit us up, 415-808 KNBR. We'll get into that discussion next. We're live at Levi's. We still got a lot to discuss there, and we'll give you a guest list. We haven't even gotten to that, and we're an hour into the show. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Mafe and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's finish up some Giants talk for now. And then we'll get into, a lot of injuries for the 49ers, but there's one that is very scary, potentially. We'll get into that conversation coming up next. Andrew Baggerly was on this morning and talked about Farhan Zaidi's future with Murph and Marcus. He says, quote, there are a lot of indications that there are a number of board members who are ready to move on. I've heard that from many of them. They believe it's time for a new start, quote, unquote. That will make a lot of restless Giants fans happy. Farhan did mention that as well. He said he is being evaluated and he understands that. The timing, as Bags continued on, the timing is interesting because normally a general manager, especially this late in the season, would just wait to the end of the season to address the then finished season. But as Bags points out, a little peculiar that it would be now because if you fire Farhan, he's probably not going to talk to the media. I mean, it has happened, but generally speaking, probably not going to gather to say, yes, I've been fired. Let's talk about it. He'd just be gone. So Bags kind of made that speculation. What do you think, Harris?
Well, he's been away because of the hospitalizations and he's traveling with a team. So I don't know if it was organic that he was just hanging on the dugout bench and he was available, or it was the final address and he's trying to get some of his comments out there. Because there's one more week to go in the season. There's one more road game. They play the final road game tonight in Arizona, fly home after the game, have an off day tomorrow. I do wonder if Farhan will go back and see Oakland. I know Bob Melvin was talking this morning about he wants to go back to the day game tomorrow for the final in Oakland, and Farhan was there as well. If he is going to be unemployed, he may want to check in with his former employers. And, David Forst is entrenched there and Dan Feinstein. But we talked about Billy Owens and, maybe Billy comes over to the Giants in some role and Farhan goes back to the A's. Who knows? He could go to the Dodgers but we're getting towards that time of the year where it's over and you got to start thinking about next week. So we'll find out next week, probably on Monday, maybe right after the final game against St. Louis. You're going to get an invite to a Giant end of season Q&A. Who will be speaking there? If they say it is Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin, then he's coming back. If they say it's Greg Johnson by himself or Larry Baer, probably Greg by himself, or maybe Buster, and then a separate one the next day with Bob Melvin. Maybe they do it on the same day. I don't know. Would it be Black Monday right after the season is over? Would they wait? Typically, they wait till Tuesday to do these things. But, John, they fired Gabe Kapler going into the last weekend of the series last year against the Dodgers, right when they were doing Willie McCovey Award, the Willie Mack Award, they fired Cap. So are we bracing for them to, the Reds fired their manager, David Bell, the other day. You're not going to fire Bob Melvin, but would the Giants maybe do this before the end of the year? I wouldn't think so. There's no urgency to fire the president of baseball operations, but I don't know. So, yes, when I heard he spoke to the media, I thought that's interesting. Why wouldn't he just wait a week and do it at the exit interview? Because he may not be at the exit interview. He could be the topic of the exit interview, and they could be explaining why they're moving on from him. So time will tell. But I think one thing's for sure, they're going to make changes. They're going to make changes on field. They're going to make changes in the front office. They're going to make changes in the coaching staff. Some of these guys are going to be let go. And they are, finishing with a boom, and I hope it saves Pat the Bat's job and other people there. Justin Veely and Pedro Guerrero, Brian Price on the pitching side, you think would be safe. I don't know what they're going to do. But I don't think they'll make a move with Farhan before next week. But we're going to find out. When Matt Chisholm sends out the email invite, who's exactly going to be speaking. Maybe they just do it open-ended and just say you're invited, and then we find out that morning or, when you get there and you see how many microphones are there and who's on the dais. But they're going to make changes. I think at the very least, they're going to make hires around him, maybe not to take some of his responsibility away. Would they keep him in the organization and pull an Al Davis and make him still finish up the final year of his contract and do it in a different, not allow him? I don't know what he has language-wise in his contract. He probably has a clause in there, and he's got an extension. We found out not as long. I don't know if they changed the language or what is the language. If he stays in the Giants organization, does it have to be as the final baseball decision maker? Is he the president of baseball ops and they can't bring in anybody above him? Could they strongly encourage him to bring in somebody that's got more of a scout's eye since they lost Bannister? And we've talked about, Dick Tidrow to Brian Sabian. Would they make him go add, someone like that? And we mentioned Billy Owens. Would that be enough to keep his job where he'd still be the number one baseball decision maker? Or are they looking to just clean house? And have they already made the call? Are they just waiting for 162 to come and go?
I would think.
I don't know. I don't know if they have meetings on this and what. I think you evaluate all to the end, and I am impressed the way they're playing towards the end of the year. And some of the young pitchers I thought were running out of gas, now they're hitting second wins. Obviously, Kyle's on the IL, Kyle Harrison, but Hayden Burnstock's pitching better. Leighton Roop, who you loved in spring training, if you do lose, Blake Snell in the offseason, he's a guy who could be a candidate at the back end of your rotation. I mean, you've got Birdsong, you've got Harrison, Robbie Ray's not opting out, you got Logan Webb. If you sign, Blake in the offseason, Blake Snell, re-sign him, you could trade some of these pitchers or just keep pitching depth. We've obviously learned you can never have enough. And, Keaton Wynn, what's his situation? Mason Black. Oh, and then, even Robbie Ray himself. They got young guys, so I don't know. But when I saw that Farhan did meet the media yesterday, that's curious. Why he's going to do it in a week, but he may not have a week. Yeah. This could be his last week.
I think that the questions he would have to answer if he's already met with the higher ups, there's two things. What is this team? Because I don't know. I don't know the direction you're trying to go. What are we? What is our identity? I don't think that's been established enough of what Farhan Zaidi is trying to do. In other words, free agency's over. Let's get the scraps that are left. And that doesn't really give you a direction of what they're trying to be. I just don't know. And then the second part is if they don't let him go, who's going to close around here? Because he's kind of all due respect to him, he's kind of this dorky guy that I just don't see being able to walk into a room, command that room, and close a deal. Now, maybe that's Buster. Whatever the differing opinions of how all of this went down between Bags and Susan Slusser, John Shea, whatever. I really don't care about the details of it. I just care about, as far as Matt Chapman goes, I just care about who's the closer around here. You're the president of baseball operations. I don't see him as a closer. Why haven't they been able to acquire that bat that goes in the middle of the lineup and is a star? Because you can't deny that every team that is in the playoffs, and that's what you try to do, it's a copycat. All of sports is copycat. Something is successful, everybody copies it. So why haven't you gotten that bat in the middle of the lineup? I know they won't sign here, but how come you haven't made a trade? How come you haven't sifted through who's keepable, who you're going to keep and who you're not going to keep? Like this offseason, like I said, there's a bunch of guys kind of in the same place that we don't know what they're going to be as major leaguers. The ones that you really like, keep them. The ones, why are you so afraid to trade all these prospects? Like, that's what they're here for. They're here so we can get better. What exactly, how come we haven't improved? How come the Padres and the Diamondbacks are improving around us? How come we cede to the Dodgers the NL West every year, and then we have to fight the entire National League to try to get into the playoffs? All these different things that I would be curious about that really haven't moved the needle. They're in the same place. Everybody says that their system is better. I don't think it's better. I think it's confusing to what they have and what they don't have. I think you should be pitching, defense, and athleticism. He says that every offseason, and it's never accomplished. There's just a lot of things. I got nothing personally against the guy. It's a weird setup, and I just don't understand where they are, what the direction is. There's nothing. Like, if you are driving towards something, I get it. You keep the guy. But it's hard for me to defend the direction because I don't know what the direction is still.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the Aaron Judge situation and how close they were and how they thought for a few minutes they had Arson Judge and getting Carlos Correa and then flunking him. And he's played well, but he's hurt again. He's on the IL again. And then this past offseason, Shohei, but was that even realistic to do that? They did get Jorge Soler. That was going to be the middle of the order hitter, and he just did not perform well. And now in Atlanta,
but did that ever make sense? Like, let's add another DH.
Well, I just wanted the guy in the middle of the order hit the ball to the ballpark, and yeah, but he just didn't perform well. If he performed well like the guy that hit 2019, hit 48 homers in Kansas City, yeah, I want that guy. He hit 12 homers here. He's at 9 at Atlanta in virtually less than half of the plate appearances. But in any event, they moved on from him Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt. There's been a lot of factors involved. But as you look to what would be a lame duck year, what do you expect them to do this offseason? I mean, honestly, you want them to go get Blake Snell. I don't know if you need Farhan to go in there and say, hey, here's, the San Francisco waterfront. He lives here. He knows. That's more.
But he's going to want to know the direction, right? You said he might want to go to the Dodgers. He might want to go here or there. And win because he's not sure of the direction.
I think it's Bob Melvin, it's Brian Price, it's the guys in the clubhouse, it's Logan Webb, it's Matt Chapman. I think he already knows that. And then realistically, if they sign him, that's going to be about it. You're going to be able to, the one guy they're going after, and it's so obvious that everybody, if I'm the San Diego Padres, I'd call and say, hell, will you stop tampering with our shortstop? He's still under contract for us. You're making it out like Hassan Kim is just going to go play for Bowman, and he might, and they may let him walk.
He's not that seminal player, though.
No, but that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to sign him like Bob Melvin is running the direction of player acquisition to some degree. Obviously, his tie to Chapman, his tie to Blake Snell. He wants Hassan Kim to solidify the infield defense. That's so obvious. So that's going to cause, what he do with Tyler Fitzgerald, Casey Schmidt. It's going to cause a trickle down. But I'm bracing you right now. That may be all they do. And it may be they can't get Blake Snell because he's asking for just a huge price, or he'd rather go pitch somewhere else and pitch in October. He pitches well at Dodger Stadium. Let's see how they do in the playoffs. He may just wait for that. But even if Snell walks, Farhan is kind of setting it up for the young pitchers, and I somewhat agree to that. But outside of Hassan Kim, maybe getting Hoskins back, but where's Eldridge going to be? Is he going to be your starting first baseman at some point next year? Maybe not out of spring training. Maybe goes to Sacramento and you bring him up around Memorial Day. I don't know. But you're looking for him to close. Who does he have to close? Hassan Kim is coming here to play for Bob Melvin if they do that. Blake Snell, similar. Who else are they going to go out and get? They may not add any other free agents.
So as I see it, again, this comes back to they have money. Matt Chapman's making money. Hassan Kim will replace Michael Conforto's money in left that you let go. Second base isn't going to make any money. You need a power-hitting first baseman. Now, it's too much to say to Eldridge, hey, you're 19, come save us. Patrick Bailey
But they know he's there,
yeah, he
so
is,
Pete Alonso's not coming here for a year.
But what I'm saying is okay, Patrick Bailey is great, but he's not. Let's just assume he's not going to hit. And maybe he will, maybe he won't. But I'm going to assume right now, really good defensive player who's not a great hitter. Then I go out to left field. I got to replace that. So can I get a power bat? Maybe
Ramos is playing left.
So Ramos is playing left. Lee, which by the way, everybody acts like that he had this great year. He had a 641 OPS.
I know, but they paid him a lot of money. He's the guy.
I know he's going to be there, but I'm simply saying that he's an unknown. And in right field, please, I love Mike Yastrzemski, but this late season surge does not fool me. You got to get you need power in right. That's a traditional power hitting spot. You got to figure out power at first. And, okay, you want to get Hassan Kim for defense? Fine. He didn't have a great offensive year, by the way, everybody. And he's not an elite defensive shortstop. He's good, but he's not elite. So I need to find, and if that's a trade, think all these young pieces they have that we're all excited about. You can't come back with all of them. So in this offseason, and I don't know why he's so afraid to trade these guys, but you got to figure out, you've had a whole season to watch these guys. So it's not a wasted season because you brought all these guys up. You should have a damn good idea of who you should keep and who you can move. So of all these young guys, which there's a glut of, figure out, like Casey Schmidt just had a great, does anybody like Casey Schmidt around the league? Can you get a few guys? What major market teams do, and this is what the Giants are, a major market team, even though they often don't act like it, is they prey on the weak. That means the teams who don't have any money. That's what the Dodgers do. That's what that's what the Yankees do. They prey on the teams that don't have the revenue. So go to those teams and find power bats. They're not going to sign here. I'm cool with that. But Blake Snell is going to sign here, or could. And if you get him and Hassan Kim and you have a bunch of guys on this roster not making any money, pre-arb guys and arb guys, you can afford to go get, like the Dodgers went out and got Teoscar Hernandez. Find that guy. Find the Teoscar Hernandezes that aren't going to cost you a ton, but are going to.
They thought Jorge Soler would have that kind of year. The last 2 years they've missed on that spot. They brought Jock Peterson back. He's having a better year in Arizona. They could have had J.D. Martinez. The Dodgers got J.D. Martinez 1 year, Teoscar, and they're going to have to maybe go get Teoscar Hernandez. You want him?
Because teams don't.
Are they going to re-sign him? They gave him a 1 year deal for what, $23 million? Right. He's going to want a multi-year deal there.
The reason why the Dodgers get those guys is because they have a defined direction and they'll do anything to win. Teams don't feel that way, but guys don't feel
They
that way.
just picked the
Agents don't
right
feel that way.
DHs in back-to-back
They
years,
do.
and the Giants picked the wrong DHs.
Yeah. Well, fix it, because isn't that on the guy who may or may not have a job next year? Right? I mean, that's fair. That's fair, right? That's fair to say.
I would bring Mike Yastrzemski back. Why don't you like him? What is
Because
he,
it's a
besides he strikes out on high
Because
fastballs?
when it mattered, he didn't play well. Defensively,
He's
he did.
fundamentally an excellent baseball player. He does everything well. He runs well. He's really a five-tool player. He doesn't hit for high average. The one major glaring weakness he has, and it bugs the crap out of me, is he can't hit a high fastball. But you know what? No one can. Very few people in baseball can hit a high fastball. That's just the way the game is now. He's a buggy whipper. He's trying to go low to high.
He's typical of where the
But
Giants are right now.
He's an excellent player. He doesn't
has
have
been late in the year.
He does not have a weakness. He's a tremendous outfielder. He is who he is. I mean, he may have 20 home runs. He's had 25 home run seasons. Fundamentally, he runs well. He bunts. Even he surprises you. He is a excellent overall baseball. He did it throughout. The guy said, "I thought he was the best player on the team." In 2020 and 21, he got hurt. He ran into the walls and he kind of got hurt. He's an excellent overall baseball player. He wants to come back here. They like him. You just have to understand what his roles is. Well, who are you going to platoon him with?
I got to find. That's what I'm saying. Is you have to find players in the order who are going to produce day in and day out. And then those players who are inconsistent, which is basically the rest of the lineup or the entire lineup of this season, then they can be inconsistent. That's fine. But you have to find players who are going to look at the playoffs right now. There are players in every single lineup that is going to the playoffs that bring it every single day. And then
Yes plays every day. He posts every day. He's played 136 games. He'll play
that
140.
are productive every day. And then you can build around those players with inconsistency. That's fine. But they don't have consistent, that star that you have to have in every single sport. And that's what when I talk to Farhan at the end, I'd say that's who you got to get. And that's the issue is if you bring back Snell, you bring on Ha-Seong Kim, and then it's a bunch of question marks around them again, you're going to have another 500 season because that's what they do, right? There's too many questions for this team year in and
Who's
year
the
out.
Milwaukee Brewers star? Churio's become that guy
He's
as a
that guy.
baby.
Yelich, when he's healthy, is that guy.
He's hurt right now. Adames, a good player. They're just top to bottom. You can win with Mike Yastrzemski.
But there's two or three guys. You just mentioned two or three guys right there that are going to bring it every day. And then around that, I can have a Hoskins. And around that, I can have other guys that aren't as consistent. But I got two or three guys in my lineup that you have to deal with. And like every single sport, I want them McCaffrey of the Giants. Because now everything goes and everybody's better because of McCaffrey. Where's that guy in the Giants? Where's that guy? Now, the Yankees have Soto and Judge. But if you look at teams that are in the playoffs, they have those guys. The Dodgers have three of them in their lineup. Is it too much to ask for one? I don't know. Just thinking. All right, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Let's get to something that nobody's talking about. We're talking about all these injuries, but there could be one that would actually be a major problem for the 49ers. It's Pop and Lund, live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former NFL QB Sean Salisbury joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the standouts from the first few weeks of the NFL season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Wednesday as we're live from Levi's. A lot of good baseball conversation. First part of the show. Pop was with the A's last night, or at the A's game last night. We'll get into that a little bit later, and we'll let you hear from some Billy Bean. We got Tim Kawakami coming up on the state of all sports. Very busy right now with the A's situation, the Giants and Farhan wrapping up the season. The Warriors are going off to Hawaii pretty soon, and of course we're down here with the Niners and all the injuries. And by the way, so Tim Kawakami at 11:50. We'll talk to Trevor May at 1:30, former A's pitcher who's been going off on John Fisher and has been posting a lot of good stuff. So we'll speak with him at 1:30. And Kyle speaks at what, about 12:40-ish? Okay, yeah. So we'll get the latest on the injuries. You know, we've talked so much about Javon Hargrave and all the guys who have been out and George Kittle and et cetera down the line that we have failed to discuss properly Brock Purdy's back.
The quarterback may be injured, Jan.
Anybody who's had a back, any kind of back injuries, and I know you have, you just never know.
L4, L5, L5,
something like that. So
yeah,
do we need to be worried? Because I made this proclamation that I'm not worried, and I went over the 2020 injuries because people are starting to comp this season to 2020, the year after that Super Bowl. One of the big reasons why was Jimmy Garoppolo was out for 10 games. And in this sport, more than any other, when you go from quarterback 1 to quarterback 2, it just changes the entire outlook. Look at Miami against Seattle, and they couldn't do anything. I mean, we all know that. We've seen it around here. So do we need to be worried about Brock, and if so, how much?
Well, I just want to hear Kyle at 12:40 address it because I know Brock was sore after the game. He only got sacked one time in the game, but he ran with quarterback sneaks and scrambles. He had 10 carries in the game. There were a lot of them where he was diving all over the field. That one going out to his left when he dove late in the game to stay in bounds. When I saw him get up after that one, he was grabbing at the back, and he was sore. They did do some imaging that came back clean, but we'll hear. I'd like to hear Kyle's thoughts. If he says Brock is a full go in practice today, we're good. If he's limited in practice today, that could still be good. A lot of times they say a quarterback or any position player is limited, and they wind up taking every rep. Like, when he got concussed in Minnesota last year, there was a procedure you had to go through, but they have a way of quantifying the degree of concussion, and it was like 0.1 or something, and he was able to practice. I had full confidence he was going to play. But if we get the other side that he's unable to practice, period, or he's limited and he doesn't actually practice today at 150, then this was your thought process. And Brandon Allen's a good player, but he's not Brock Purdy. If Brock is unable to play in this game, would it change your thought on this game? I'm already, going into it, you're thinking New England, and we watched the Thursday night game, and Aaron Rodgers got the ball out fast, and they overwhelmed them. Brissett was taken out of the game. They brought in the young guy, Drake May. But I was glancing because the Niners' first game was a Monday night game, so we watched the whole league that day. But I watched the entire New England first half, and we'll watch all the games before Tim gets here tomorrow for the football hour. But their first half performance on opening day in Cincinnati was impressive. They are tight. They got a lot of new players on this team, but their defense that Belichick built last year, most of those guys are back. They got good safety play. Their front is good. They're tight. And the quarterback knows how to run this. Jacoby Brissett, we thought we were going to see him last year in Washington, but he wound up not playing because he got hurt. Remember, leading up to the game, he's got a big arm. He's got a big body. He's later in his career now, and he's just smart. And then they got Ramondre Stevenson. They got Antonio Gibson. They've got Jermichael Hasty, and they got the wide receivers are young. They brought in KJ Osborne from New England, but they play a lot of two tight ends. They got Hunter Henry's a good player. And then they added Austin Hooper. Remember Austin Hooper, the 49ers wanted to bring in, the former Stanford Cardinal who started his career in Atlanta. So they're going to play a lot of two tights in this game and force the Niners to play in their base, which means if D Winters, I want to hear an update on D's ankle. Is he able to play? They may go at Devondre Campbell. You can see how New England wants to play. They have a big offensive line. They run an outside zone. They want to kind of maul you in the run game. You got to tackle this running back. Not having the Gravediggers not going to help that.
And then, it's going to be a day game, warm here, wear down, you have to rotate. So I fully expect the Niners to win this game and get back at 2-2, but I do respect New England a lot more than I thought. This was a team that won 4 games last year. Their defense was really good a year ago. They look tight again. But if you don't have Brock Purdy in this game, how does it change? I'm hoping and feel as though Brock will be able to go, John, but I want to hear it from Kyle's lips. I haven't heard if he's practicing. I'm staying away from it. I haven't asked. But at 12:40 when he talks, just the words he uses about Brock, is he limited? Is he a full go? His back is fine. He came bouncing in here Tuesday and today, and he's Brock, and he's all spry and ready to go. Then we're good. Let's go play and get to 2-2. But if Brock, is limited and can't play and does not have full mobility, plus they know it's a back. So they're going to try to tag him in the game to get him out of the game. So I think this is a big injury update. Other guys involved. Will George Kittle practice today? Is he going to be able to play? Where's Debo at? Debo's probably another week away. Maybe get another update on McCaffrey and Pearsall. Maybe Ricky starts practicing a little bit here. But the big one, obviously, is the quarterback. And what's the situation with Brock's back?
I'm probably 1,000 times more worried about Brock's back than I am the Patriots. Other than the Panthers, in watching those 2 games, the Jets-Patriots was the worst team I've seen. And they have some players, there's no doubt about it, but they have the worst collection of skilled players. Now, the backs are decent, but the receivers are horrible. And the 49ers, if they can't win this game, that's a major problem. If they can, and I believe they will, then some guys are on the road to recovery, and now we're through 4 games. So the guys who've been on the IR, now you're starting looking at guys like Ricky Pearsall so that Ronnie Bell doesn't have to be in the game. Now, the Cardinals are good, but maybe they're not as good as we thought. So you get the next 2 games at home. I think the guys are going to be fired up. I think they're embarrassed the way they lost to the Rams, and I think they could get back on track, and we could start talking about the 49ers in a way that we thought we were going to if they can get back and be, say, 3-2 versus the 1-2 that we are right now. But everything to me changes if Brock's back is hurt, because there's just not – we can talk great about Brandon Allen. He's not Brock Purdy. It's the hardest position in all of sports to find. And when you lose your quarterback, as the Niners have when they lost Jimmy Garoppolo after Kansas City in week 3, right? And that got them Nick Bosa when Jimmy went down with the 10 games. Now, a lot of seasons are not going to be like the season they got. That was the craziest thing when they went from Trey to Jimmy to Brock. That's never been done in the NFL. When you go to your second and especially third quarterback in this league, you're cooked.
And then on to Josh Johnson.
Right. And now,
then on to Christian McCaffrey.
And look, I think that their situation as far as the backups is as decent as it is around the league. You go to Brandon Allen, you possibly go to Josh Dobbs. Could those guys win 1 or 2 games? Yeah. But a back injury is just different. Everybody listening, a lot of people, you at least know somebody with a back injury. You could wake up some days, it feels great, and you're going to go run a marathon. You wake up other days, you can't get out of bed.
Yeah, he's a young man. I don't think it's a disc injury, or he just got tagged in the game, and he's got a bruised back. Were they able to work it out and get the swelling out? What exactly did he do to the back? So, he acknowledged he was sore, and he wasn't moving great after the game, and it was bad enough where he had to go in for imaging. So, just to make sure, you're obviously, McCaffrey's not playing in this game. Debo's probably a long shot. Can you get Kittle back for this game? You're starting to, if you lose Brock and you have to go to Brandon Allen, it would change the game plan and how you play and how New England attacks you. So it's not like he's an old guy with a, Larry Bird type of back and it's just not going to get better. It's not that. But he did take a shot. Exactly what did he do to it? Sometimes imaging shows initially and then it changes later. The pain goes away and there's different imaging. What do they do? MRI. Did he have to get a CT scan on the bones? There's things that may have developed. I don't know. We haven't heard from Kyle since Monday. It's just today's installation day, and it's back. And I'm hoping he's in the quarterback room right now with Brian Greasy, and he's leading everything, and he'll play in this game. But we need to find out what his availability is for the first day of practice today to get ready for New England.
All right, we'll continue the conversation about Brock Purdy. Tim Kawakami is going to join us. He's got a new gig at 11:50. He'll discuss, plus there's a ton, like we said, not just Niners, but with the Giants situation, the A's, all this kind of things going on right now, and the Warriors aren't far behind. So we'll talk to TK about that at about 11:50. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, can you smell it here? We are here at Levi's. That means Tony's Pizza is getting fired up for a Sunday home game. You can go to the North Beach and get Tony's Pizza there, the best I've ever had. And it's been ranked #1 in the entire world. And it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. And their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time go-tos. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef Sandos. Those beefs are gigantic and mouth-wateringly delicious. Save room for dessert. Get the super delicious cannoli or the tiramisu. And then the next morning, stroll through the North Beach and do it all over again. And try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And again, you're going to a Giants game over the weekend. The Warriors are going to camp next week or here at Levi's on Sunday. Don't forget to visit Tony's Slice House, fast, casual restaurant serving up delicious slices and more across the Bay. Wherever you are across the Bay Area, next time you're eating pizza, make it at Tony's.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Wednesday edition of the show. By the way, we'll be down here tomorrow as well. We'll have the Tim Ryan Power Hour from 11 to 12. So during this very hour, you'll find out a ton more about the 49ers, so make sure that you tune in for that. Tim Kamakami is going to join us in about 10 minutes. He's got a new gig. Plus, he sat down with Steve Kerr. We got some Niners stuff. What does he think Farhan's future is? The A's final series in Oakland. So there's nothing going on. So we'll talk to TK about that in about 10 minutes.
It's all overlapping right now.
And if you missed Billy Beane on the morning show, we'll play some of the best of. I thought that was as energetic as Billy had been. Obviously, he's got a good relationship with Murph, but he just took a stroll down memory lane and talked about a lot of things, from Billy's first time as an opposing player on the Twins to his time with the A's. What's he doing now? What's his relationship with Brad Pitt? He comped Giants and A's fans, which was kind of funny. And then Murph was like, we were a candlestick when you were getting a ton of, don't forget that. But anyway, good conversation had by all. Also said that Bob Melvin's into 70s rock a little bit more than he would like.
Not a shocker.
Yeah. So Bob Melvin, I didn't know he was a 70s rock guy.
He's not a yacht rock guy? No. He doesn't go 80s rock?
Said 70s like...
Well, he and I are virtually the same age. What kind of 70s rock?
I'm just thinking like 70s
Early
rock
doobies?
is like... Yeah, I mean, but isn't that like Aerosmith? And like 70s is, Black Sabbath? No, I don't know if that's what he was into, but anyway.
I mean, it's the 70s rock was where it all happened after. Good time to talk to Kawakami because it's all coming together. It's a potpourri. I mean, we got less than a week left in the Giants season, and he does have a piece up. I got to say, I have to kind of search for Kawakami now. It used to just pop up early, but I do get him with the Niners clips. He's very prominent there. They're still leery of what Kawakami's writing. But he does write why these are probably the last days of the Giants' Farhan Zaidi era. So we'll get into that. And you mentioned he sat down with Steve. So next week, while the Niners, segue from week 4 to 5, and hopefully they're 2-2 and not 1-3 or 1-2-1, whatever the hell they are, the Giants season's going to end and the Warriors season's going to start. They're going to have media day on Monday. Then they fly to Hawaii and they go to training camp. They're gone. It's a short. They're going to play one preseason game against the Clippers, and then they come back, and then it's on. So we'll talk to Kawakami about Steve Kerr and life after Clay, about Farhan, and certainly get his thoughts on the Niners and this uneven start to begin the year and all the injuries that are mounting. So, but it's that transitional time of the year, but the Giants not going to the playoffs again. What is this, 3 straight years now since 21, 22, 23, 24? But he lays it right out there, and read it right now in the San Francisco Standard. They got Lombardi. They got Kawakami. David's doing unbelievable work. It's like he was at The Athletic, but I think he's writing more frequently and he's posting more, and he's got his YouTube page as well. But there's the content's still there. You just got to go over it. It's free. They're not charging it. There's no paywall to begin. We'll talk to Tim about that at the Standard, San Francisco Standard. They didn't have a sports section, I don't think, before. But he flat out states why these are probably the last days of the Giants' Farhan Zaidi era. And then we'll get his thoughts on what's going on with the A's. So it's all kind of a melting pot, John. It's a potpourri of Bay Area sports, and Tim covers all of the teams as well as anybody.
Yeah, so we got a ton to talk to him about that. We'll get into in the noon hour, play some Billy Beane for you. Then at 12:40, don't miss it, Kyle Shanahan's going to speak, and it seems like this every single week. What are the injuries like? Because the Patriots could be a really easy game, or Brock could be a major issue. Is Kittle going to come back? Like you said, the only one so far this year that's a season ender, unless they get really deep in the playoffs, which we always expect out of the 49ers, is Javon Hargrave. I think they can find ways. They do have some cap space as long as it doesn't bleed into next year. If you get one-year guys, I think they could do that. If it came down to it, they're going to try some internal options first, so we shall see on that. But Kyle's going to give us an injury update. Yeah, there's a lot of things to discuss around the 49ers, but the first thing is he spits out the injuries, and that's as big as anything right now.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, so that's what we'll get into. All right, let's talk to Tim Kawakami. He's got a new address at the San Francisco Standard. We'll get into that conversation with him and as you called it, the potpourri of things.
The poo-poo platter,
yes,
John.
The poo-poo platter.
I love a good poo-poo platter.
What's going on?
I have it during the meal, and then I have it right after the meal, which is difficult.
They still do those things where they used to do it where they had like the little grill and you could put the meat on there yourself, and then all the other stuff was on the outside. Those are good.
Oh, the poo-poo platter?
Yeah. It's outstanding.
Can we call it something else?
Yeah.
It's not very
that's not
appetizing.
great marketing. No, poo-poo platter is not
very
great
appetizing.
marketing.
Cocky duty, for instance?
Yeah.
Why don't we call it that? It's just not appetizing.
Tim Kawakami's next, talking to all the sports.
What am I, a dog?
On the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I didn't read the entire story, but, there is 2026 language in both of our contracts. It's not fully guaranteed, with these contracts, it's not always the case that every detail is publicized or divulged, especially when there are kind of complicating vesting scenarios and things like that.
That was Farhan Zaidi last week with Tolbert and Copes. He spoke to the media yesterday and admitted that his future is murky. Talked about Blake Snell and underperforming team, even though at the end of the year they've been hot. There's a ton, as you said, a potpourri of things to discuss. Injuries with the 49ers. He sat down with Steve Kerr recently. We got a lot to talk about. And he's got a new place. You got to find him at Tim Kawakami. Make sure that you follow him on Twitter at SF Standard. The San Francisco Standard now has a sports section. He's there. David Lombardi is there. And now he's here with us. Make sure that you're checking everything out. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. It is Tim Kawakami. How are you, man?
How you doing, John? Nice recap there. I was following you along. That's where I am now.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Got to make sure.
Nicely done.
Yeah, got to make sure.
San Francisco Standard.
Yeah.
San Francisco Standard.
Before we get into everything, and there's a ton of it, how's everything going so far?
Going great. People are asking me like, hey, God, you're changing your job. And I was like, yeah, I didn't really think about that because I'm not changing my job. I do what I do. And I'm just at the right place for me to keep doing what I do. Everyone knows what I do. Like that's the fun of this is the 49ers are not batting their eyes at this. The Warriors or the Giants. They know what I do. I write my columns. I do my podcasts. I talk to people and I write what I think and I write what I hear. And this is just the right place to do that. There's no change. So it's kind of getting me, like, you didn't, but other people are like, hey, God, you're changing. What's that? And it's like, no, it's the same job. It's just going to the right place to do it for this point. The Athletic was great for 7 years, probably for 4 years, I should say, but in another 3 years. And this is the right place for me to be. It's very exciting. I'm very glad to come have Dave Lombardi with me. We both were in L.A. for that scintillating 49ers-Rams game, and there's just more to come. It's the same stuff. And I just love that it's the same stuff. This is what I do.
Now, and you got a piece at the Standard I'm reading right now on Farhan Zaidi, and it's the same bad phone line you've always had whenever you come on the show to get in with me because I go through canyons.
I might Levi Stadium.
Are you? Come right. We got an open mic right here. Just come to the studio before you go
too
here.
Far away. Too far. I'm in a Shark Club, sitting in a.
I can get you a cart. I can get you a golf cart to pick it up and bring you here. We'll have somebody drive you. But
go get him.
Anyway, find somewhere where we can hear you because I want to get these thoughts and. Our time is precious because we got to hit everything. You talked on your TK podcast with Steve Kerr and what's going on with Brock's back and, obviously the A's. I'm getting emotional with them, tonight and tomorrow. But let's just start with Farhan because we heard him at Tolbert and Copes and your latest piece, why these are probably the last days of the Giants' Farhan Zaidi era. You do state 6 reasons why the Giants should keep Farhan Zaidi. Maybe 66 why he wouldn't, but the bottom line is he did have a Q&A yesterday, which is interesting. You think he would have it next week, but maybe next week is not going to come for Farhan Zaidi. So you hear things. What are you hearing? Do you think the Giants make a change at the top of their baseball ops next week?
Yeah, I think it's likely. Been hearing this, probably the same things you guys have been hearing. I've been to the park a couple times and just from people who know the situation, and none of them are saying, get this guy out of here. He's terrible. He's a jerk. No, they're just saying it's just kind of time, maybe run out of time, that he's well-meaning. I think they like the way he thinks. I think the ownership, Buster Posey's now become definitely involved. That's what you hear more and more, that Buster Posey is the person that Greg Johnson, the chairman, is listening to. I don't think any of them think this is a bad general manager. They just think it hasn't worked. And the connection to the fans is not there. And you hate to have that decide the uppermost decisions of your organization, but it does have something to do with it after 6 years. I like Farhan. I've had him on my podcast. I saw him the other day. I told him then, this is going to be complicated for everybody. But I just don't know that you can go another year of this. Like, I think they did set it up for next year to be the year they decided that, the contracts, as John Shea reported, the Chronicle, are guaranteed through next year. You bring Bob Melvin in, you spend all the money they did in free agency. I think it was next year when they really wanted this to come down to it. But can you just go down to it next year and then what? Then you're not good in May, and what happens? The whole season's gone, and then you got to restart in a year. Restart now. Restart with a little more sense of the long term. If you're going to make the decision in a year, maybe you make it now. That's just what I feel. It's a tough spot. Again, I don't think he's unpopular, at least within the ownership group. I don't think he's unpopular, to Greg Johnson and Buster Posey and Larry Baer. I just don't think he's won enough games. He's established what they are in enough ways that you can say, you know what, one more year and then they'll be right back on. I don't know that you can say that with this roster. What are they basing it on? Logan Webb, Matt Chapman, and then I don't know. And that's a tough way to go into a seventh season when you haven't won for the last three. It's tough. It's a tough call. I do not say this. I do not write that column happily. I like the guy. I've known him for a long time. I just don't know how you can go to another year of this. I don't know how you can sell that to fans. I don't know how you could sell that to the clubhouse. This is exactly what we're going to do for one more year, and we're not quite sure how that's going to work, but we're going to. That's a tough sell. It's not all based on tickets. It's not, but it really is. A lot of it is certainly at Oracle Park to fill that place up. And, you might not next year. You might not even come close next year. I do think they need to feel this urgency right now, not point it to next year, and just get something else in there. And it's good. And the one thing I'm telling everybody, it's going to be somebody similar. They're not going away from analytics. This is an ownership group that believes in analytics.
Do they already have somebody, Tim? Do you think they're down that road, or are they going to wait till next week?
I think so. Yeah, I think they want to be clean about this. You don't want to be talking to people when the job is still, you have someone in place. You don't want to go behind, and maybe he has this great plan that sells them. I'm not saying that's out of the question. I just think that if he had the great plan, it would have been implemented already. I think they tried it last offseason. He was going to go for, more big name players and weren't going to do the platoons as much. They weren't going to do the openers, but he kind of did that reluctantly, and that was felt too. I think it's just a general sense that this thing has kind of spent its final time, and you move to something, 5 degrees different, 10 degrees different. But I don't think they have names. I don't think there's an obvious candidate. That's part of this. But I think just go with something else that you think you can, I don't want to say sell to the fans, but something where everyone can believe in it. And believe that this thing is going to go in a different direction than the one they've been on for the last 6 seasons. I just don't think you can sell a seventh season of this.
Tim Kawakami's joining us. You just laid out a bunch of stuff there, but where you led, I don't know. There's been a lot of executives who haven't been liked around here beyond the winning and the losing, but like you said, it's just gotten to a point where it's almost ridiculous, and they can't ignore that for an organization that does care what the fans think, and they got to fill the seat. So that's a big part of it. But the one thing I would say that was most damning if I was asking Farhan is, after 6 years, what are we? What direction are we going? What do we do? Because just logically, I look at the ballpark and I say it's pitching, defense, athleticism, and every single year he says, we're going to get more athletic, we're going to get more athletic, we're going to get more athletic. And they really haven't. And they're not, at the beginning of the year, they were better defensively, but they're not now. So there's all these different things. And the other thing, too, is I feel like this organization has too many players at the same place, which is young players who, after a year of going through this, we still don't know exactly what they are. And so I don't know if he could sell me on a direction of the team and what exactly they're doing and what exactly the idea is. And so there's so many unknowns that I think you just have to reset the button just based on that fact. And I acknowledge that they want, that 2021 did happen. But outside of that, it's a bunch of 500 and it's a bunch of almost and it's a bunch of, God, we got close on this guy. And it's just, there's not a clear direction in my mind of what they're going to be. And he could try to still explain that to me or to them more so. He doesn't have to explain it to me, but to them. But I just haven't seen enough. It's not like it's a year or 2 or 3. Like you said, we're 6 years into this and it's like, what exactly are we?
Well, let me get to the direct point I keep thinking about as I see the Tigers win and win and win and win. That's a tough one for Farhan, and that's his former lieutenant, Scott Harris, general manager, president of baseball ops, whatever his title is in Detroit. And they're putting this together with young players, many of them that Scott Harris has acquired, and they have this future ahead of them. They might make the playoffs this year. I think they're now favored to make the playoffs this year. Out of the blue, putting together, using analytics. I'm saying this, the Giants are going to remain in the analytics field. You have to. They are going to do this. But maybe you can do it better. Maybe you can do it in a more appealing way. Maybe you can do it just in a successful way. And I just look at that team. I look at the Diamondbacks. I look at the Kansas City Royals. Like, these are teams that don't have the same kind of money that the Giants do. The Giants are a big market team. You can do this in, an analytical way, but you also can spend some money. They've been spending some money that hasn't been effective enough. I just look at those teams and go, well, you know what? You can do it. These things, what Scott Harris done in 3 years. And that is a tough thing if you're trying to, figure out a way that Farhan Zaidi stays for a 7th season. And you look over in Detroit and you go, they hired Scott Harris, your lieutenant, and they're winning. Whew, it's just a logical leap. It's hard to make to say, okay, one more year, this is just fine. Because what if they do this exact same thing in year 7, and they're getting 22,000 in the middle of June at Oracle Park? That's a disaster. That's the one thing they cannot have happen. The Giants cannot have Oracle Park be half empty the whole season. It's hard for me to say then, okay, the way that you make sure that happens is to get 35,000 every game is to bring back Farhan Zaidi and do this over again. I just don't know. And I do think kind of the compromises he made, which I salute him for, to go for the bigger names and to get away from the platoons and to don't do the opener. I think he has a lot of doing that. And I think he might get a little, awkward next year if he feels he's being forced to do things in his final year. I just don't think you want to load up for that. I don't think you want all those things on the plate with people not knowing if this is going to end and then probably thinking it will end. It becomes self-fulfilling. Do it now. Do it now. I think, and I was in the column, I think everybody will be relieved. I frankly think everybody will be relieved. You just got to find the right person, but you find the next Scott Harris. You had him, and it's doable.
The Tigers are 83-74. Baltimore clinched the spot last night. Right now, they're tied with Kansas City for the second wild card spot, and they're 2 games ahead of the Minnesota Twins. So it's incredible. I think Scott Harris is going to get the Tigers and Old English D into the playoffs here as a wild card team. We wonder what Farhan's future would be, maybe going back to the A's or the Dodgers could be. We've talked about Billy Owens leaving the A's and maybe going to the Giants, but we'll worry about that next week. But I was there last night. Really emotional for me, not just the A's finality, but obviously the Raiders. And just give me your thoughts. I don't know if you're planning on going tonight. You're in Santa Clara tomorrow for the final of the Oakland A's, Tim. But just what are your thoughts on this happening? I mean, we know it's here, but when it gets right in front of you, like losing a loved one, they're gone. After tomorrow at like 3:30 our time, the Oakland A's don't exist anymore.
Yeah, it's sad. I feel for all the A's fans who have been there since they're kids, who brought their kids there. I feel for the people who work there. In my mind, this happened, like 2 years ago, whenever, John Fisher turned away from the Howard Terminal project, decided that he wanted to Las Vegas. As I've written many times, I have my serious doubts whether he ever gets the Vegas thing done. I have serious doubts how the Sacramento thing is going to work in the interim. I just think you celebrate the times. You're sad that you're losing the A's, but you also celebrate that you're losing John Fisher. I just don't think the city of Oakland and A's fans needed to deal with John Fisher anymore. He's a loser. He is a loser. He has lost everything he's ever tried except for the inheritances he's gotten. He's blown it in every other stadium attempt he's made, many of them that were never going to work, ever. I don't know. If it means losing the A's, it's terrible. I get it. You might never get a baseball team there back, but I think you'd rather not have the A's if you had to deal with John Fisher for another 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You might get the A's back too. If this thing all blows up, and I'm not ever betting against John Fisher screwing something up, you might have to be there for the A's, in 5 years and 6 years, whenever this thing fully comes to a head. I feel terrible for everybody who's feeling.
Timmy, we're using your cells to signal. If you get somewhere in the building here, and he is with us here in Levi's to make it stronger. Let me just ask you this one question, because the Vegas thing is very much up in the air. But by not, getting him to sign temporary lease extensions, they're not playing at Oakland next year. They're playing in Sacramento. If Vegas falls apart in the future, does Vivek Ranadive, as far as you know, have a clause in there where he would have the right to buy the A's from John Fisher and keep them in Sacramento? Is there a mechanism where they do come back here to Oakland? Would it have to be different ownerships? I mean, obviously, this is the final, couple of games tonight and tomorrow of this year, and they're not going to play in Oakland next year and the year after and the year after. But beyond that, what do you think their future is?
I do not believe there's any, agreement that Vivek Ranadive can buy the team. I just think he is positioning himself for that if John Fisher fails. It's not a bad way to position this. I would bet against that every chance I got. I don't think John Fisher intends to sell. I think he intends to go to Las Vegas. But we have seen him announce how many different stadium sites, guys, like over the years, like 5, 6.
I've lost count.
And not all in Oakland, right? I mean, he's San Jose and Fremont. There's no agreement. It's all positioning. There's other people in position. I'm sure if John Fisher ever wanted to sell, but you're betting on him failing. That's what the bet is. And if you're a smart person, I would agree with that bet. But there's nothing. There's no. I don't think even a hint that this could happen that way. You're just in position for it. Vivek Ranadive's got money. Vivek Ranadive wants a team there. This is his play for it. We'll have to see how it plays out in Sacramento.
Real quick, wrapping up with Tim Kawakami. Man, again, you can find him at the San Francisco Standard at SF Standard. Make sure that you continue. And, of course, like I said, nothing changed for you, just the address, so make sure you check it out. As far as the 49ers, you're down here in Santa Clara today. What is your concern level with all these injuries now? And now we have to pop up, and it's Brock's back all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, if Brock's going to practice today, that's a pretty big deal. But I think he will. I think if they have Purdy healthy and Juwan Jennings, they still have good players enough. They should be able to beat the Patriots at home. Beyond that, yeah, there's questions. There's questions about the defensive line. There's questions about the secondary when they're healthy, but they're screwing up. And obviously the questions about the offensive playmakers, when they're going to get Debo back, when they're going to get Kittle back, maybe soon, especially for Kittle. I think the offense is going to be fine. Again, we'll have to see about McCaffrey. We'll have to see, long term how that's all going to work. But I think the offense is going to be fine to put up 400 yards on Sunday. Should have been enough to win. Ronnie Bell makes that catch. They do win. The various other things. I think the big question is on defense. The big question is how this thing gets pieced back together, because they're giving up a lot of yards. And as even Shanahan said on Sunday, that the receivers are getting fast, the receivers are getting deep. That cannot happen. This is a team built on its defense. It has all the offensive weaponry, has all the great talent. It's built on the defense dominating. It's built on defensive line dominating, and we know how much they've invested in this. It's not happening. It's feeling a little bit, like some of the worst parts of last season. And we know Steve Wilkes was an uncomfortable fit. I don't know what the situation is with Nick Sorensen. I don't know if Brandon Staley's had a hand in this. Maybe we'll have more of a hand in this. I was actually thinking today, I wonder if Brandon Staley's ever coached special teams, because the special teams are terrible right now. I don't know that, I'm pretty sure Kyle Shanahan never thought he'd have all these questions after week 3. They got him. There's some kind of structural things that don't feel right about this team right now, other than we know they have all this talent. We know offensively they're probably fine, should win Sunday. But, Arizona and Kyler Murray comes after that. And I don't know. You watch this defense chase around Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., and then they go up to Seattle. I think in a game they now have to win if they're going to win this division. I just think the defense, if they can't fix the defense, this defense is going to keep the opponent under 17 points. If they can't say that, then a lot of things that we presumed about this team are in jeopardy, and in big jeopardy.
TK, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Again, we'll be checking you out at the Standard, and I assume we'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah, good. Hey, Pop, I walked out to the field to get a better reception for you. Happy?
It's in and out. Leaving the Athletic to the Standard to give you a new cell phone, or are you using the old one? I'm concerned.
I'm using the old one. We're all good. No, I'm more concerned about your cell phone.
Yeah, I know.
You know that.
I know. The TK
driving through canyons.
I know.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, man.
See you guys.
There you go.
Nick Sorensen did coach special teams. He was a special teams coordinator in Jacksonville. I don't think Staley has.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens there. So,
all right, we'll talk about some of the things that TK said there. And if you missed Billy Bean, you do not want to miss this. He was in rare form today on the morning show. We'll play a few of the cuts that he had, including his final days in Oakland. He's actually watching more games. We'll get into it next on the Esports Video.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
For the great Dante Whitner, former Niners safety, and of course you see him before and after all Niners games on NBC Sports Bay Area, joined our show yesterday to break down the 49ers loss to the Rams and look ahead to the Pats. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It's always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. You see, he has all the answers to your tax issues, including, Steve, we're back on it. ERC, what's that all about?
ERC, if you're tired of waiting for your check, there's 3 different ways to hurry them up. We want to talk to you about those. Or if you got a nastygram that said you were denied, you only have 30 days to appeal that. And we think the IRS is using some AI here because we've seen denials that the IRS wouldn't know if you were entitled to it or not. We want to do the appeal for you. Or if you're being audited, the bottom line is anything to do with ERC, call us. We have a free consultation. Let's see what we can do about it, and let's do it for you.
Very simple. All you have to do is call Steve, ERC. I thought it was all done. It's not done. Just give Steve a call today. Now, he's got the answers to all your tax issues, but talk to him about ERC. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been, when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night? Thinking of you's working up my appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together, making sparks ignite, and the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight.
The Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR. 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Thank you so much for joining us. A's final series, big story. I got the Niners, bottom of the hour. We'll get you ready for Kyle Shanahan at 12:40 and get you the latest on the Niners. But you were at the game last night. And Billy Beane, this is as engaged as I've heard Billy. And Billy used to be on with us weekly in another life. And he's everybody knows Billy. But he was very engaged and very thoughtful in terms of the final series. He's watching more baseball than ever. He's an advisor for the A's. We'll have him tell you about that. But everything from his first time in the Coliseum as a Twin to be an advisor now, to his relationship with Brad Pitt, to David Forst being a brother, to Farhan, to music with Bob Melvin. He comped A's and Giants fans as the A's fans were the Ramones and the Giants fans were the Bee Gees. It's kind of funny. Anyway, just lots of stuff that they went over, and he was very engaging this morning. So we're going to play some of those cuts for you. We'll talk about it. I'll try to get to as many as we can because Billy's like you. He doesn't speak in short sound bites.
Wow.
I'm saying that in a good way.
I'm kidding.
So they're not.
I'm
short
still stuck
cuts.
on the Ramones versus the Bee Gees.
Yeah. And Murph broke in and said, "Look, we were a Candlestick, dude. We weren't the Bee Gees, okay?"
Really saying they're soft?
Yeah,
Is that what he's saying?
He was saying like mainstream versus like the alternatives kind of thing, alternative music. But here's Billy kicks it off on the A's last series in Oakland. What does he think?
I think like a lot of people, it didn't really seem real. I've obviously been at a little bit of, on the inside, but on a distance, David and his staff have done, except for me getting Rooker and drafting Butler and putting Miller in the bullpen, they've done everything else. But I've had a little bit of a, kind of been able to put it out of my mind. But I think like everybody, all of a sudden the reality, it kind of hits you. And so, yeah, certainly there's a significant amount of nostalgia that I have going back. Listen, as you mentioned, 86 as a visiting player, then 89 as a member of the A's. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to sort of get your arms around it and your mind around the whole idea. But it is, unfortunately, it's reality, and I'm going to enjoy the last couple of games like everybody else.
Like how
I made all the smart moves.
Like how he
Forced
slipped that
did
in
all
there.
the crappy moves.
Butler,
Wow.
Mason Miller to the pen, and Brent Rooker. I know a team that could use that kind of advisor.
Wow. I'm the one that
Across the
drafted
bay.
Mulder, Hudson, Zito. Xavi went to my high school in San Diego. I found him. Our Dominican project started. Actually, Sandy Alderson started that. So anyway, I would like to hear. I know Billy has a whole era of A's baseball, and after they broke through and Isringhausen struck out Frank Catalanato to win the West in game 162 in 2000. The A's made the playoffs 11 years under Billy Beane. But with Sandy Alderson, they made it 5 straight years and won a World Series and went to the World Series 3 straight years. So I would like to. Sandy's not in great health right now, and Sandy's the one that found Billy. Billy Beane worked under Sandy Alderson. He was the one that really Moneyball. And the analytics, Earl Weaver started it, and to some degree the Mets in '69. But really, that was Sandy Alderson who started that.
By the way, he referenced his Twins days. So in '86, he was there, but he was on the injured list, the disabled list then, but the injured list now. And he talked about the first time he played at the Coliseum, he was in center field for Kirby Puckett. And he said the whole time the Coliseum guys in center field, when they had a center field, were screaming at him, did he steal Kirby Puckett's car keys? Because Puckett wasn't there. And then after that, they started saying, he yelled back at them. And this tells you how great the A's fans are. He goes, buy a program, meat. He actually used the crew code. Buy a program, meat. And they said, we did, and you're not in it.
Actually, there's another Billy Beane in there that doesn't have the E at the end of his name. It was a much better player.
Yes. Anyway, it was good stuff.
He actually was a Met to begin his career.
Absolutely, drafted by the Mets. Here's Billy on what officially his position is with the A's now.
Friend of nature, lover of peace, and I just annoy David about 4 times a day. So, it really is an advisory role. Listen, I'm, David, beyond our professional relationship, he's like a brother to me. So I really, truly do, I think, annoy him like 4 times a day. And I'm obviously very close to David and Cott. So I speak to both of them quite a bit. And, anything I can, sort of add in any experience, I do. But more than anything, it's not just professional, but it's the friendship that I've had with these guys for a long time. So, again, amazingly, I watch far more games now, and that's why I'm kind of annoying, I think, to David. I watch far more games now than I did when I was a GM. I mean, it's not urban legend that I really had a hard time watching the games and would just sort of disappear. But now that, I'm in a different role, I'm probably far too attentive than other people in the organization would probably be. So it's very much an advisory role. I've got 2 kids who are going to be out of the house soon, so it's been a great opportunity to plan trips with them that they don't want to go on, and because they're teenagers and they would prefer to do other things than hang out with their dad. But I do have a lot of time to spend with both of them, and it's been great. So I really enjoy this. It was a good time for me, and I watch more games than ever, and in a weird way, it's been a lot of fun. The challenges the staff has had and some of the progress they've made is really, really incredible. And I know nobody's going to talk about it nationally, even locally, but I've seen the challenges they've had, and really I've seen an incredible amount of progress here. It's been a fun team to watch, to be honest with you.
How about that? Watching all these games when he was the GM.
Is he sick, or it doesn't sound like Billy? Is he getting old? And last time I saw him, we're all getting older, but I don't know if he's ill or his voice didn't sound like Billy.
Though, doesn't he?
Yeah, but his voice sounds different. Anyway, I would go up and leave the clubhouse to go up and do the broadcast, and Billy would be walking in the weight room, and the game would start. So we knew he was down there working out, and Jerry West was like that. Jerry would watch the Lakers play, but he was so nervous. You'd see him in every different concourse, exit. He'd be like, he's over there now, he's over there, and he's pacing. So I do wonder when the kids are out of the house, what is Billy going to do? For a long time, we thought he was going to go into international soccer, and his interest was there. Seemed like he was kind of bored by baseball for a while. Maybe he's reinvigorated it now. It's funny. Now he's become like Joe Lacob, calling Bob Myers 4 or 5 times a day, forcing Bob out. So maybe he'll force David out. And then Dan Feinstein was in the video department. I saw Billy before games. He'd be back there watching video with Dan Feinstein. He was the video guy with the A's, and now he's the assistant GM to David Force, which is amazing, and then Billy Owens. But it does beg the question, when Billy's kids leave the house? Is he just retired? Has he reinvent himself? I mean, the guy makes like $50,000 he used to doing speaking engagements. Is that all done now that you're not running the baseball team? And, Brad Pitt's older now. We're all older. I do wonder what his next chapter in his life. We wondered that for a while. Do you think he goes back into running a baseball team, or he becomes Jerry West himself and becomes a special advisor to an owner? What do you think he does?
Get the Giants use Brett Rooker, Mason Miller, and Lawrence Butler. He's still seeing
all the great moves I made. David made all the bad moves.
Here's Billy talking about how the A's were one of the first teams to do things differently.
The one thing, I think they touched on it in an article today, the one thing I was always proud about being with the A's is we were always a little bit, the organization was always kind of the first to do things a little bit different. And there was a cool factor to that. You've heard, I think I said this to you, Murph, years ago. I always said being a Giants fan was like, cheering for the Bee Gees. Yeah, we know you sold a lot of albums, you're number one, but cheering for the A's was like the Ramones. It was cool and it was going to last. And we sort of took pride in that. We were the Velvet Underground. We didn't necessarily have a lot of number one hits, but we influenced. I felt like there was an influence, and that was kind of cool. And our environment kind of really helped. Listen, being in the Bay Area, this is a cutting edge area in every walk of life, and so. We were a part of that, and it was cool. Again, always the criticism. Well, what did you win? Well, you know what? Sure, true, but I think there was a tremendous amount of influence that went on, going back to Charlie Finley, to Sandy Alderson, to Tony La Russa, and the groups that followed. So, and I'm pretty proud to be a part of that.
What do you think, Ramones and Bee Gees? Ramones to the Bee Gees.
Where are we going?
Come on, you can do
I
this.
was going to sing it.
can
You know
do
I
this.
was.
I know.
The Brothers Gibbs.
Come on.
We're not getting on them. All I remember was
You're not going to
was
sing this?
Billy
You've
Bean.
changed. I don't
Billy
even know you
Bean.
anymore.
When you yang, I'm yanging. If you didn't say anything, I would have sang.
I know. It's my fault.
But the one thing Billy would,
won't be able
whenever
to
he referred to the
resist.
Giants, and I'm glad he mentioned
Keep it going.
Sandy.
He's gonna sing
Sandy
eventually.
Alderson would not allow the Giants games to be on in the A's in the Coliseum at all. We'd be on at that time. We didn't have two different channels, California and Bay Area, and we'd be on a lot of times. After a Giants game on the East Coast in Atlanta, and I'm like, can I watch the Giant game so I know what's going on coming in? Our audience just went from Giants to A's, and Sandy would not have it.
People don't. Maybe some people don't realize that the 20th game in a row that wasn't on.
We did not broadcast
the
that
Dodgers were
game. It
playing
was
the
on the
Giants,
well.
right?
They had a guy named Barry Bonds at that time, and he had a few home runs the year before. And it was a Giants-Dodger game. That was always a higher rated game, even with the A's going for 20 in a row. But I remember Billy would always refer to the Giants then as the Bonzes. They do have other players on that team, Billy. Ked's pretty good. Rich Aurelia's pretty good. They got some pitchers. That would be.
He did acknowledge, by the way, in this interview that the 3-4-5 of Bonds, Kent, and Burks might have been the best of all time. That's what I mean. That's
the best of all time.
One of the best.
The Yankees had some good ones. But
He
anyway,
was talking about how Ellis Burks was underrated.
His wet dream would be to have because you talk analytics, and Sandy did start all that. But the ultimate player was Barry Bonds, the way he got on base and slugged. That was the whole thing, was to draw a walk if you can, but get into a favorable hitter's count and slug the ball was the basis of what the A's wanted. And on-base percentage is something Sandy started before Billy. He just took a lot of those elements there. But do you ever see Billy Bean going to work for the Bee Gees in the role?
I don't know why you wouldn't call him.
He would call him. I'm not sure Billy would.
I'm not saying he's going to be the everyday GM,
I'm not sure
but could he be Jerry West? Why not? Why wouldn't you?
Maybe because it's the Giants and it's orange and black. I don't know.
He's staying in the Bay. Why not?
I don't know. But how old are his kids? When they're the kids out of the house?
I know somebody who crossed
It's like
the
John
Bay.
Gruden. Remember, we wondered for years, how old is Deuce Gruden? When is the kids going to be out of the house and John's going to leave Monday Night Football and go back and coach?
He doesn't have a choice.
And now the irony is John's not coaching anybody anymore, and Deuce Gruden still works for the Raiders, which is really weird.
This is great. So and he even does a Jordan Steinbrenner impression here. He got it. This goes back to Yankees, A's, and Major League Baseball actually calling Billy to tell him to cut out the drumming in right field. This is great. This is a story he told this morning.
Well, two Steinbrenner stories. One, the playoffs was the drums, which I've told is that they called and wanted me to stop the drums. Like the commissioner's office called, you got to stop the drummer. Steinbrenner wants it, and I like go, oh yeah, I'll get on it. Like, and I hung up. I go, there's no way I'm stopping them. But the other one was me and Brian Cashman are longtime friends. We started the same year, and I go to New York, and this is when we were starting to trend line up. We had a good young team, and we were kind of becoming a little bit of a story. And I met Mr. Steinbrenner for the first time next to Brian, and we were like two little schoolboys. And then George just looks at Brian and he says, "You got to watch this guy, Cashman. You better watch him." Right? And I'll tell you, to his credit, I wish I could saved it. When we made the playoffs the first year, he sent me a handwritten note on his own stationery, which was really, really cool for a guy who was, in his third year as a GM. So I've got good memories. But yeah, I did nothing to stop those drummers and hope that they kept pounding away.
You better watch that guy, Cashman. You better watch him.
Why did they tell that story to Michael Lewis? That would have been in Moneyball.
That was awesome.
Who would have played Steinbrenner? Could you imagine?
Oh, that would have been amazing.
That would have been that was the whole point. How the low budget A's took on the mighty Yankees and Red Sox, and
it was almost like the knockoff of Seinfeld during the Steinbrenner.
Exactly. Watch this guy, Cashman. You better watch him.
Hire Costanza.
How tremendous is that? You better watch him. You better watch him. Anyway, all right, there you go. There's Billy Bean from this morning. If you want to hear it in its totality, just go to KNBR.com. That was a fun conversation to listen to coming down, and I think we gave you the highlights. Can we cue up the Bee Gees again, and I just won't say anything?
I'm not doing it, John. I'm not doing it. I'm just glad we have a Billy Bean sighting. I haven't heard from him. I haven't heard from Billy in years, and now he comes out and he tells all the stories when they're leaving Oakland. Thank you, Billy.
Better watch him. Better watch him, Cashman. That's good stuff. All right, Kyle Shanahan's going to speak in 7 or 8 minutes. We know that Kyle is often late, but got to get the injury updates. And is there any update on Brock Purdy's back? So we got to hold our breath for that. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday, so get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are now in full swing, so now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long, so change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And we are playing 17 games and have for many years now. So let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
They're Papa and Lund, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
I blew this.
I'm not doing it,
I know,
John.
I blew this whole
I'm
thing.
not doing it.
Shouldn't have said anything.
Now, if you queued up Night Fever, that's a different deal.
So are the Giants fans are not the Bee Gees in your opinion? The
I
A's
don't know
fans
what
weren't the
Billy. I don't know what
Ramones?
Billy's talking about.
You were the
I
Rebels.
don't even think that sounds like Billy.
You were the Rebels.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. Maybe Night Fever a little bit later when I'm not so obviously smiling, waiting for you to sing.
We got to get to Kyle, don't we?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm worried about Brock's back.
All right, Kyle Shanahan's going to give us an update on all the injuries, including the one that they cannot afford to lose. That is Brock.
And Kittle. We'll
back.
find out how Kittle's hammy is.
Yeah, we got to find that out too. But maybe it's not big brain Brock. It's what the hell's with Brock's back. That's what we're talking about. So we'll get you that coming up next. We'll opine off that. We got a foreplay at the top of the hour in the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
This morning, did you hear Billy Bean? He was awesome. On the final homestand of the A's, check it out on all our socials at KNBR.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kyle Shannon expected any moment, so we'll let you hear from him. And we got to be on time for that because he starts with injuries and just does the list right out of the gate. And then Matt Miyoko asks him about it. And then Matt Barrows asks him about it. And then, so that's the big deal today. Brock's back. What's going on with George Kittle? We'll get you the latest as well. They did sign Shaquille Brown, a defensive tackle. They'll go with all the in-house candidates.
To the practice squad.
To the practice squad.
Yeah,
So
he's a second-year lineman out of Troy. He played the preseason, wore number 60, and they got Evan Anderson in the practice squad and T.Y. McGill. I would have actually wondered one of those guys would probably come up on game day on Sunday.
Yeah, they have two open spots on the roster right now. So we will get you to Kyle when he decides to speak. We'll give you a foreplay at the top of the hour, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. And again, big baseball day with the A's starting their last homestand. Last night they get the win. By the way, I know I'm getting older. When Jack Wilson I used to have a show with in Pittsburgh back in the day, his son had the game-winning hit last night. And
the walk-off.
He's their brightest prospect. He's really good. So,
he had an adorable interview on the field after the game. It was interesting.
I bet his dad was there.
Fun being there. Yeah. And so I obviously was there last night because I can't be here today with it being at Levi's, and likewise
tomorrow, with it being installation day, Mikey Thalblum, who I visited with last night, among others, so many people, Steve Vucinich and Dennis Eckersley and Ken Korak and Vince Cotroneo, and just we went up and saw it all. But Mike's the one that really hit me, and he hopes to go to Sacramento. Mikey Thalblum's from the visiting clubhouse guy for 44 years, John. 44 years. So he started in 1980. Think about all the visiting players that came in the American League to start, from George Brett all the way to, I remember Alex Rodriguez. Who's that?
George Brett Crablegs.
George Brett. Is that what you think of when you think of the George Brett and the white pants? Is George Brett. Carl Yastrzemski came through there, and he's the one that had to take care. I remember Alex Rodriguez, being very finicky when he came in with the Yankees, and Mike had to bow down to all of them. But he hopes to go to Sacramento. But we're going to have Mike on, Mikey Thalblum, and he's got his shirt that just says Mikey. I mean, he just runs that side. Voos ran the home side, and Mikey Thalblum ran the visiting side. But it's his son is now at Arizona State University, and he's studying film, and he's making his first full-length feature film that Mikey was talking about, and it's about the Oakland A's and leaving home. It's called Leaving Home. So here's a guy like your son and my son grew up, and probably for his son, I felt like my kids slept there. Mikey slept there to watch the Unis day game after a night game. I'm sure he had his son there in diapers, but he's now making a film, and it's called Leaving Home. So you imagine how personal it is for Mikey Thalblum's son to see the franchise that his dad now maybe having to leave and go to Sacramento. But he interviewed everybody, Stu and Ricky and Reggie and Eck and Tony and Bob Melvin and Kotze and Forrest and Billy and, Mark Canna, Dusty Baker, Matt Chapman, Moore, Matt Vasgersian. Sure, I'm surprised, he's not crying like a baby like I was, because he loves the Oakland A's. Growing up listening to, Bill, and actually before that, Monty Moore doing A's games. And John Miller started in 1974, was 50 years ago, that last A's World Series championship. John was a rookie in baseball at the time, and now look at John's career. So anyway, we'll catch up with Mikey Thalblum at 1:15 to tell some A's visiting clubhouse stories, and mainly I want to hear about his son's film and when we can watch it. It's called Leaving Home, and it's all about the A's leaving their current home of Oakland after 56 years.
It's, like you said, imagine that. That's a kid that grew up literally there, so that's crazy. But anyway, we'll get more into the A's. You were wonderful in how you had a retrospective, and you were there last night, so we'll revisit that as well. And got a ton of stuff coming up. And again, we're waiting on Kyle Shanahan. He should get in there shortly. He's probably getting briefed on all the injuries. That's probably why he's late, because he gets briefed on everything before he has to go in there.
Well, Corey does that on the way in. But today's installation day and meeting, so he'll get the sheet as he's walking in. Like, this is the injuries that I'll go. But right now, he's worried about trying to figure out Gerard Mayo's defense and the Patriots and get his team to 2-2. And they got meetings all day. Today is the day they go back to work. It's installation day. And then right after he's done, they have to go out and practice. So there's a million things he's doing when he walks in there.
Number one on the list, Brock's back. So if we have to worry about injuries, and like I said, so far only Hargrave is a season ender, so that is good news. I'm not saying he's easy to replace, but I don't think he changes the trajectory of the team. Now, you want to talk about
he's an important player on that defense,
but I don't think he's out for the year. They can't win a Super Bowl. I don't think that, because that's the goal for this organization.
It certainly hurts the run defense. If you can't stop the run, you're not getting to the playoffs. You're not getting to the Super Bowl. That's a major loss, losing the grave digger.
No, I'm not saying it's not, but to me, it doesn't change what they can be. They lost Huff last year. They were still that team. They're, to me, the guys that they're getting back potentially, and I don't even put McCaffrey in that. I think if McCaffrey comes back, it's a bonus. But the guys that are definitely going to be coming back, I think there's still enough talent here to win it. I just think that if Brock Purdy is going to have a back issue, and I've been lucky enough not to have him. I know you've had him. My dad had him through his life. My wife has him. I know lots of people, and lots of people that are listening know. It can just be any moment that it can give out on you. And he's a young guy, but he does play football, in which you're getting in a car crash 50 times a game. So that's a major issue for your quarterback. So if everything else is equal and no one else is out for a long, long time, and they're going to start getting guys back, I think they should beat the Patriots. Cardinals going to be tougher, but with guys coming back, and now we're past that magical fourth game where Ricky Pearsall's in there, not Ronnie Bell. By the way, whoever did the brick hands on Ronnie Bell shame on you. Saw the meme with the brick hands for Ronnie Bell. Yeah, shame on you. But
they didn't do the Venus de Milo where he has no hands.
No, but he had,
anyway,
he had bricks for hands.
When Talanoa Hufanga got hurt last year, on November the 19th, right after that, there was an appreciable change in the 49er defense and their inability to stop the run. Javon Hargrave, I love Talanoa Hufanga, but, he called his all-pro year mediocre. Javon Hargrave's a better player, and he's right in the middle of your defense, and you're not going to find anybody to be as good as him. And it forces Jordan Elliott, in theory, to go up and start, and that he's not as part of the Bravos. So now who's a part of the Bravos? Kevin Givens could work in there, T.Y. McGill, or one of the young guys. Could you move Gross Matos inside when you go turbo? That's a significant injury that will impact the defense. They're going to have to find a way to overcome it, and we'll see. And then as far as Brock doesn't have an old man back like we have. He got hit in the game. He was diving and something came up. So it's more like a bruise or a contusion with the back. They can work to get the soreness out unless, the imaging came up initially and it was fine. And then later they said, he got a little something here. So it's something they could probably work out and he'd be fine. But let's just hear from Kyle on what's the availability. And they're going to be on the practice field in about an hour. And Kyle will just give you a rundown on what guys will do. But he is the quarterback of the team. The Minnesota game was a little uneven as far as his indecisiveness. He played a magnificent game on Sunday, and you could see where he would have a bad back after a game like that, the way he was diving all over that field turf, and he was going feet first, head first. He took a sack right before halftime. McKivitz got beat, and it gave up a chance to score there. So his body may just overall be bruised as the amount of times, plus the 2 quarterback sneaks he had, and he lost the fumble on the one, got the ball back later and did it again. He may have had a third one in the game. So, he's not a big guy, and he took a pounding in that game. They hit him a lot. So hopefully he's able to come back and practice today full without any limitation. So we'll see just how they categorize it. Will Brock be out, unable to practice? That would not be good. Would he be limited? And then actually when they practice at 150, we'll see if he's still able to take the reps and then get an update on George Kittle and his hamstring. And I think at some point here, maybe not this week, but he probably would like to have him practice a week before he does come back. I'd like to hear an update on Ricky Pearsall if he includes that. It's not for this game, so he may not say it, but he may say Ricky will be cleared to be able to practice. I'm not sure what the doctors are doing, but he is working out more, and he would be eligible to play the Arizona game after missing the first 4. So, could you get Ricky Pearsall back on the practice field to prepare him like it's a week that he could play so that next week he comes back and is able to get ready to actually play a game?
Yeah, I would hope. I mean, it's a miracle that we're even talking about this soon. But, everybody said, and you saw him a lot in training camp, get him on the field. And I'm not just talking about replacing Ronnie Bell. I'm saying, look, you start to think about weapons. And this is what I'm advocating with Christian McCaffrey kind of being an unknown, that a major thing missing from this offense, and especially when you're talking around the goal line, we saw what Kyron Williams did against the 49ers out of the backfield, running that Texas or arrow route, scoring that touchdown, flipping into the end zone. They've got to find somebody who can be that outlet. So it's not going to be Christian McCaffrey. Mason, for all the jugs machine talk and all that kind of stuff, I don't know it's going to be him. I think you can replace Christian McCaffrey as a runner. But who's that guy out of the backfield that when things break down, that you can take a 2-yard pass 7 yards and on that third down and keep the drive going? Can Juszczyk do it? Can Kittle do more of it? It's going to be a combination of things.
But Tebow's hurt right now.
Yeah, right. But, I'm just saying for the short term, these are 2 winnable games. All the games are winnable, but these are 2 winnable games that goes from, oh, my God, what's going to happen to what often happens with this team, which is, okay, we panic. And then you beat New England, you beat Arizona at home. Now you're 3-2. Seattle, we'll see this weekend what they are against the Lions. I don't think they're for real. Their defense, I think, potentially is for real, but they're potentially also missing Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams this weekend at Detroit. So we'll start to see this thing crystallize a little bit more. But one thing offensively, and especially in the red zone, is you've got to find when everything breaks down, who's that guy who can be Brock's drop-off alternative and say, okay, it's 3rd and 5. You just took a 2-yard pass and you made it a 7-yard play and we continue the drive. They need to find that.
Can you go to the CMC store and get another one? Those guys are hard to find. That's why he's one of one.
But you can develop it. I'm saying I'm not saying anybody's McCaffrey, but I think Mason can run it well enough. he's not going to be that guy in the pass game. Who can be that guy? Can't Kyle Juszczyk catch some balls out of the
He
backfield?
does not run routes like McCaffrey.
No,
He's not
nobody
even
does.
close.
Nobody does. But you're not going to just say, well, we're not going to do that.
I mean,
anymore.
you have to ride out this game even with Kittle back. But when Ricky comes back, you could use Ricky as a slot receiver and then just use Debo more in the backfield. I think but Debo doesn't even run, option routes as well as McCaffrey does. They just got to be less predictable with
triceps
Debo.
will not practice.
Here's Kyle. Here's Kyle.
Debo, calf won't practice. D. Winters, ankle won't practice. Trent Williams is sick, won't practice. George Kittle, hamstring limited. Go ahead.
Brock Purdy's full go.
Full go.
Everything.
Yep.
Any update from Christian on his trip? Was it helpful?
No update. I'm gonna talk to him.
Is there a chance he won't play this season?
Not that I know of.
I know that you're a big fan of analytics. There's
Sometimes.
an analytic out there about separation win rate for receivers, and Brandon Ayuk is at the top of that list. I'm just wondering whether you're sort of saying the same thing, that he is separating like he's done in the past.
You're saying top is in separating a lot? Yeah, I definitely think he is. And you're saying the analytics matches that?
That's what it's suggesting. I'm just wondering whether your eye is seeing that.
Oh, yeah, I do. We played a lot of zone coverage here in the last couple weeks. Usually when it's zone, there's not many people around the guys. There's just people underneath. It's about throwing over people. And he's done a good job of man covers, too.
How do you think it's going defensively? Obviously, the stats aren't there. You mentioned guys are getting open deep. We asked you then, is there something structurally that's going wrong here, or how do you circle what's been happening on these?
I think all three levels have had an issue at times. I think that we played good at times too. I didn't say a lot of guys are getting deep on us. Both of them. It's been twice in 3 games, which were big ones. But when you have the PIs, those are 2 bigger penalties too. But 2 guys have gone by our defense. One just caught us sleeping a little bit, and the other one, I think, was basically yelling 500 and bombing it, and had him in double coverage, and the guy made a hell of a play. But nothing structurally wrong with that, but 2 plays that you would love to have back. But I just think, we've had some new guys in there. We've had moments where we've been strong. But we're not playing up to how we usually do, and we got to make sure to get back to playing that way.
Brandon Staley's role been in these first few games, and could you see this evolving as the season goes?
Evolving in what? His?
Doing more things, doing different things?
No, he does. He works like all the other coaches do, and he's the same as all the other coaches. He's not here to do anything extra than that. That's what you're asking.
For so long, you guys you relied on your front four to generate most of your pass rushes. Without Javon now, especially, do you feel like you have enough there to do that, or do you see maybe adjustments having to be made in terms of?
You got to have plans for that, and we do when Javon's here. You would love to always get there with front four. That's the goal. Getting there with 4 and having 7 guys in coverage makes it a lot harder for the offense. But if you can't do that, you got to mix it up. We mixed it up throughout the year. I thought our D-line last week affected the quarterback the most that they had in their 3 games. I thought they had one of their better games, but it's a huge loss losing Javon. Guys going to have to step it up, and when you don't have the rush, then you got to turn to other things schematically.
What does Mayo's defense look like? What's that challenge going to be this week?
It looks very similar to how it's always looked in New England. There are multiple looks, multiple fronts. They play the run very physically. I think they're top 5 this year, and last year I think they were top 2. So the way they stop it with their front 7, the way their front players 2-gap, how good their safeties are in tackling, and when they do play man coverage, where they do quite a bit, their secondary is as good as there is at it.
You described in great detail Monday about that busted coverage. Is there enough time in the day for you and the offense to go through all the scenarios on any given play, not only what their defense, what to do against a particular defense, but what to do if there is a bust and how they bust it?
That makes no sense. I'm sorry. You don't go through when people mess up what to do. That's off schedule is what people call it. And when it happens, you hope people see it. But you don't sit there and make up stuff all week and go through it. Hey, if I make this up, I want to prepare you for what you need to make up at the time. So that would be something that no one would ever would do. But
You did mention that I did the right thing.
yeah.
On the busted coverage, so I mean, you have general rules in place for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, when no one's there, like just if they had 10 people on the field and no one lined up over the receiver, you know, we don't want him to just sit there and run a slant. I hope he puts his hand up and runs a go route so he walks into the end zone, and I hope the quarterback's looking that way and sees it. And be the same thing. When a corner's supposed to play deep half and he sits at the line of scrimmage and they have 2 people and you're going to run your route and no one's there, you look up and do the same thing. But that's something that happens in football a lot. Happens throughout the games, and that was a big one because it happened at the end, but we just didn't fall into it the right way.
Is that feel on off-schedule play something that you would develop in training camp and that?
No, the other 10 plays that Brock scrambled on and did, those are off-schedule plays like that we did throughout the game. But what you guys are getting at a busted coverage is just, but it's way off. Like that's not really part of something it's off-schedule plays that, you know, I think Brock's done a really good job of finding those guys. He didn't find them there.
On Friday, I think John Lynch said that maybe Jacob Cowing is getting ready to get in some action, maybe time to see some of the things he can do. Was that sort of the plan? Do you have a general idea, okay, let's get a younger player into the game, and then why didn't it happen on Sunday?
Because it wasn't the plan. If there would have been injury, he would have, but he wasn't ready to do that yet, and so we kept him at punt returner. But you have 5 guys up, so if someone did get hurt, he had to be ready, and then he would have got those reps.
Is he getting close to being ready for that?
We'll see this week. Nothing's happened here in the last few days. We got practice today, and we'll see how he does. I hope so.
Do you have any sense of where Ricky is psychologically, emotionally, and whether he would be a viable possibility to play after this week?
I'm not exactly sure the timeline, but I know he's getting a lot healthier. Seems great when I talk to him, but that's something you could ask him.
What are you emphasizing with the special teams units this week, and are you going to pay closer attention to them?
I mean, I got a lot of confidence in Brian. I mean, you know, he's sick about some of these plays that have happened here these last couple of weeks. We're just trying to be on every detail, like we try to every week. But yeah, we can't have these 2 mistakes. You know, I thought we were in a bad, I didn't think we had the right look on the fake punt. But as far as with the block punt and stuff, it's just going back to technique, coaching guys up on that better, who are in that for the first time, and making sure they can continue to get better so it doesn't happen again.
Kyle, do you sleep a little bit easier this week knowing Bill Belichick isn't on the opposing sideline when the Patriots are here?
I mean, I don't really think about that stuff much. Just watching them on tape, they look like a real good team, and I know we're going to have a huge challenge for us.
Kyle, I know Kyle Juszczyk is a big part of your offense, but what does he bring that maybe we don't see?
Just the threat of a fullback out there all the time. You know, we're in a lot of 11 formations, so people like to go nickel defense to defend one-back formations. But when you have a fullback on the field at any time, there's a threat of I formation. So defense have to account for that, and there's some things that you do in one-back that aren't very sound versus two-back. So sometimes it could limit the looks we get and things like that.
It's been asked by analysts and discussed by former players, analysts, that, can the Niners right the ship and kind of survive with all the injuries that you have right now? I just want to know, what are you kind of talking to the team about it? Is that an overall overarching feeling between the guys? Can we survive with all of these injuries, or are you guys kind of...
I mean, every time you have injuries, everyone knows that makes it tougher, but people have injuries throughout the league, and you got to be able to overcome those. I felt we had every chance to win on Sunday, despite some of our injuries. So I felt we should have been 2-1. But we found a way to lose that, which is completely on us. And when you lose games that you believe you should have won, it makes it that much harder, injuries or no injuries. So I don't look into that to really why we lost. We had every opportunity to win that, and we made some mistakes that cost us, and that's what I hope we learn from. Not thinking about who we were missing. I thought we did some things that was good enough to win, but doing things that just good enough to win doesn't always guarantee you win, and you got to make sure you do it all the way to the end, and sometimes it's who can do right longer, and we didn't finish that to the end, and I don't think that has anything to do with injuries.
Talked about the run defense specifically, and where does Javon's injury kind of fall into that? Who do you need to see step up on the inside?
It makes it tougher. I mean, when you have 4 inside guys up, on your roster, and then you go down to 3, it always makes it tougher to stop the run. But we got guys on practice squad that we need. We'll see how that works out as this week goes. And you got to think of other fronts too and stuff that we got to do at times. So a lot of stuff plays into that. And Javon, whether it's run game or pass game, it makes it harder.
2 weeks in a row, you guys got burned by verticals. When you watch the film, and some of them were penalties, when you watch a film, are there any common denominators that you can point to as why you guys are giving up the verticals?
Yeah, one was a post. They got and we got to stay on top. You know, our quarter. They got us in quarters where the quarter safety has the underneath thing, and the corner's got to stay on top, and he didn't. So they got by us, and Stafford's got a hell of an arm and aired it out. The next one is what I said earlier. You know, we had double coverage on a really good player, and they just bombed it, and he made a good play. So I think I answered that earlier.
Last one, Branch. Way to go, guys.
First, I want to point out, I don't think you've ever said the question line doesn't make sense.
Oh, what?
I don't think you've ever told me a question line doesn't
I'm
make
trying. I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about.
When we have a busted question, are we supposed to just run to it?
But that's all, that was my statement. Brock had 10 runs. I realized at least two of those were quarterback sneaks. But is that, usually he doesn't scramble that much. Is that probably a couple reasons for it? But is it partly a function of him not having all his guys, normal guys out there?
No, I think you got a lot of three-man rushes. When you have a three-man rush, usually that's the number one thing. You stay in the pocket and try to buy time, and once they eventually get you out of the pocket, you have 8 guys looking at you, and you break to get someone to come up to open people up, and if they stay in coverage, then you take what you can get. A couple times, he jumped the cadence a couple times, and he had to just get up in there and break out. But I think, with the number being so high, I think it had to do with a few quarterback sneaks and a number of three-man rushes. And then the typical 3 times that it happens other places. All right, guys.
That was spirited. I'm going to go ahead and call that spirited.
Maya
today.
Coco.
Spirited.
That question made no sense.
Where's our drop from Billy Madison? That made no sense whatsoever, and we are all dumber for having listened to it. I'm just kidding. It made sense. I understand what he was asking.
What he was saying when they busted coverage, you basically...
Is there a protocol when there's a bust?
You go to a scramble drill.
Yeah.
But it's different than a scramble drill because of the busted coverage. Ayuk just went deep, and I think Brock was...
Which is what Kyle said you do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, whatever. In a scramble drill, if you're going short, you go deep. You adjust to go deep. You go opposite of wherever you are. You readjust.
He's saying if there's a bust, though, don't run your slant. Go deep and get us a touchdown.
Well, and he was open.
Yeah.
But Brock thought there's got to be a middle safety there somewhere, and he just didn't see it. Brock will talk tomorrow, and Maya Coco will ask him that question and see if
It
it's
made
done.
sense.
But yeah, he's just saying, do you have it built in?
Yeah.
And it's just basically there's not a busted coverage element to the play. It's a scramble drill.
But then later he said you go to the end zone and you score a touchdown. Like you alter your route. So that he did answer.
If you go deep, you come short. If you're short, you go deep in a scramble drill like that. So in any event, the bottom line is Brock Purdy is a full go in practice today. He's good to go. And George Kittle will return to practice today on a limited, Mr. Unlimited, maybe later.
God.
But he'll practice today, and we'll see. A lot of times limited is just he's working it. He'll feel fine when we get out there in about 40 minutes or so. So that's basically good news that Brock is a full go and the back is fine.
Debo not practicing with the calf, of course. D. Winters with an ankle. Hargrave out. Trent Williams is sick, and George Kittle with a hamstring. No injury designation for Brock. That was the injuries that we were waiting for. We got a ton to talk about. We'll do that later on in the hour, but we'll go back to the A's. Your buddy's coming on with us coming up next.
Mikey Thalblum.
Yeah.
And I know you want to get into it with
I want to
this
ask him what
movie
his
he's going
kids
to
do.
make.
Can my kid
So
be
he's
an
been the
extra?
visiting clubhouse guy with the A's for 44 years, 1980. It's just amazing. But his son, who grew up in that clubhouse in diapers, saw those players, is now at Arizona State studying filmmaking, and he's making a film, and it's coming out, which you want to get a copy of, called It's Leaving Home, the story of the A's leaving Mikey's home. So, he interviewed Stu and Ricky and Reggie and Eck and Tony and Bomel and Kotze and Forrest and Billy and Mark Canna and Matt Chapman and Dusty Baker and more. And Matt Vasgersian as well, who grew up loving the A's, now a great broadcaster. So this will be interesting to hear from Mikey Thalblum on just about his theories. And we got emotional. What do you think it is? Mikey's been here since 1980 as the visiting clubhouse guy. Voos was on the other side, Steve Vucinich forever. Mikey was across the corridor, and that clubhouse is a little smaller. The greatest thing was when the Raiders have since moved into the A's have moved to the Raiders' old locker room when they came back, and that thing was huge. The A's clubhouse was nice, but now it is huge. But the visiting clubhouse is really small.
But it's really small. When the visiting teams would come in and play the Raiders like the Chiefs,
yeah.
it was awful. It was so small. I don't know how they even dressed there.
All right, we'll talk to Mikey next. Some good stories. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former NFL QB Sean Salisbury joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the standouts from the first few weeks of the NFL season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
And there's longtime fans that have been there. They're there every game, every single year. Some of them even, would drive, great distances, and you kind of realize that this is really this, and, with a little bit too, like the radio and guys like Bill King and King Korak have been a part of their life for the last, in some cases, all the way back to the beginning, in the 60s. So it's a little bit sobering and for everybody. So I know everybody, even in our organization, feels their pain because we've got, and Murph knows this. I mean, you got employees like David Renetti who go back to, he grew up in the Oakland Hills. He's our director of stadium ops, and I know it's going to be a really, really sad day, not for just fans, but also longtime employees as well.
That was Billy Bean this morning with Murph and Marcus. Great conversation. If you missed it, go back to KNBR.com and hear the whole thing. We did play some cuts earlier on, so check it out. But one of the guys he's talking about there is a friend of yours. Mikey Thalbloom has been there since 1980 in the visiting clubhouse, 44 years. Steve Vucevic had been there for years. Many, many guys that you know. Mikey's been there since 1980, so 44 years, and his son's making a film called Leaving Home, the story of the A's leaving the Coliseum and leaving Oakland. And Mikey now joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Mikey.
Hey, you guys. Thank you very much for having me on. What a pleasure.
44 years, brother. What'd you start when you were like 2 years old? I mean, I can't even believe it. Just give me your thoughts. Obviously, I got really emotional leaving last night after I saw you. At first, it was like, going to a class reunion and seeing a lot of faces I haven't seen before. And then it got to be, when I drove away, it was, damn, I ain't going back here anymore. It's going to be all different. And for you, it's a lifetime, and I want to hear what your son's doing. But just the raw emotion. And you'll do your job. You'll do it tonight. You'll do it tomorrow. Well, when 3:30, 4 o'clock hits, Mikey, have you thought about the emotional wave coming your way?
Yeah, I have, and it started with Texas coming in. You start thinking about things more and more, and this is really home. I've slept here every night while the A's are home for over 30 years now since I got this job. So it really is leaving home, just because I love my job. I care. And as your job is, and everybody else's, everything's about preparation. And so I've always slept here.
That's amazing. I said, I think day games after night games, you sleep there. But what do you tell us what you have to do to get the clubhouse ready for the visitors to come in the next day, that you literally, and the A's could be home for a 10 game or 12 game homestand, and you would stay like 2 weeks in that little clubhouse, Mikey?
I do, and thankfully, my wife has always, her and the kids have always come to a lot of games, so I do get to see them a lot. But yeah, I mean, the day starts early. I've had guys show up for, back in the day when the games were at 7:30. I had Dustin Pedroia walk in at 10:30 in the morning. I'm like, hey, Dustin, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm not going good. Team's not going good. I'm going to get this shit figured out. Excuse my language. But, so I got to be prepared for that. And, we feed the guys 3 meals a day. And we got to have the towels done. We don't have the biggest laundry facility there is. So, yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about preparation. So I just stay here and I get my workout in. And I'm thankful that I've had the biggest backyard probably in the Bay Area for all these years.
And it's good because you're a big kid, Mikey.
So take me over the years. So 44 years. We're going back to 1980 to 2024. So I'm thinking you've been in that visiting clubhouse from Carl Yastrzemski to Mike Yastrzemski. I mean, it's unbelievable.
No, not quite that long, because the job did start. I had my first paycheck sitting in front of me, a Charlie Finley check for
Did it cash?
$5.
Did it cash or did it bounce?
No, my mom took it, and we never cashed it, so I hope we didn't screw up the payroll too much. But out of that, the first 5 years was just spring training.
Okay.
And then I found my way up here out of high school. And a matter of fact, when the A's were out of town, I worked for Murph and Harvey over at the Giants so that I'd have a job for all 30 days of the month.
Mikey Thalbloom is joining us, visiting clubhouse of the A's since 1980 for 44 years. So take us through some of it. Like you said, Voos had the A's side of things, and so had the same guys. But any stories, or were guys particular, or what? I mean, what kind of things over 44 years? I can imagine the stories.
Oh man, the stories just flow when I give tours here and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's all about the people. And I have a lot of players from the past in my cell phone. I think it hit me about 2 months ago when I was walking the dog in the hills, where I just started texting players that I had a long-lasting relationship with, that, how much I appreciated them and them coming through here. And they answer me right back. They're great. The Torrey Hunters of the world, and King Felix and Big Hurt, and I could go on and on and on. People become friends. It's not like the other two sports where they're in and out that day. I have teams in here for 3 days and sometimes three times a year, right? So they become friendly, and you get to know them on a personal basis. And it's just been an absolute honor to be able to do that and know these people.
And you're the best. They love you because they know, even though they're tight in there compared to a lot of visiting clubhouses in the newer ballparks, Mikey, but you make it feel like home, and whatever they want, when they're there for the 3 or 4 days, you're going to make it there. That's why they love you. But one of the things that struck me last night when we were chatting, and you were talking about sleeping there and your wife bringing the kids, you raised your family in that stadium, and your son is now at Arizona State and working to make films, and he's going to actually have a film come out called Leaving Home, which is literally what's happening with the A's leaving and going to Sacramento, and we'll see what beyond that. But just tell me about the project that your son is undertaking, Mikey.
Well, he was originally, he asked me just to do the project on me, being that I did meet my wife here at the stadium. I called AAA about getting some insurance, and she said, I'll come to the game and sign you up. We did get married up in the West Side Club, which anybody that's been here to the stadium up in the West Side Club knows how nice it is. And we had over 200 of our closest friends, including some players, Giambi, and some managers, LaRussa and Art Howe and stuff. And so, yeah, it's just home. So he was going to originally do it on me, and it blew up into being able to be able to get all these interviews, Ricky, Reggie, X, Stu, LaRussa, Kotze, Melvin, Hatterberg, Forrest, Billy Bean. I can go on and on. He's got over 30 interviews. He's getting Dallas Braden today. He got Marcus Simeon yesterday. So we're so lucky to have the access to these guys, and them everybody say yes and want to be a part of this. Dusty had us up to his house up in Sacramento to do his part. These are interviews that I'm not even sure a network could get all these guys. And Johnny, I couldn't be prouder of both boys, because all I've ever asked them is to be good people. And Johnny's got a chip on his shoulder in the film business. He's hopeful to go to the NFL Network, and he's talked to them, and he's done more for a 20-year-old in film than I got to imagine than anybody. He does NBA players and DMs them their hype videos, and they love it. He's been hired by WNBA girls, and he goes and films them. He's just doing some great things. He went to USC summer school. So this thing just blew up to this, and I know he had a drone company here for 12 hours the other night from 4 in the morning till 8 at night. And I know he's going to do this thing right, and I know it's going to be a huge hit. He was just really doing it for his own content, but I wouldn't be surprised if a network or Netflix or somebody wants to pick this up, and I have the utmost confidence that it's going to be great.
That is awesome. I also have a 20-year-old at Arizona State. He's in the broadcast school there at the Cronkite Broadcast School. I gotta get his number because he's a massive. My son. We grew up in the East Bay, and he's a massive A's and Raiders fan. So he'd love to meet your son, maybe podcast with him or something. It sounds really cool.
These two would get along great, and Johnny will be driving back to school next week, and yeah, we definitely got to get them together.
Yeah, that is incredible, man. That's very cool.
You're a proud papa, Mike. I can hear it, and you're such a good dad. So,
I am.
just one last thought.
Guys,
yeah.
You know where this comes from? You and I both know this guy really good, Dave Stewart. When I was young and I came up here, and he took me under his wing, and he basically taught me to do something for someone every day without expecting anything in return. And I've been able to pass that on to the two boys, and they've exceeded those expectations. They're wonderful young men, and I couldn't be prouder, to be honest.
Wow. And Stu's going to be on, I think, the afternoon with, and we are going to have Brody Brazil on today as well. So here, Brody, we all cry like babies. So just your final thoughts. And I know you're hopeful of going on to Sacramento, and we'll see about Vegas in 44 years. I saw Voos last night, and he's in semi-retirement or retirement. You got to be one of the longest. Is Pam Pitt still there? You see Mike Selleck. I mean, the A's employees, Renetti. Billy was talking about Renetti. I mean, these people have been there for their whole lives. But just, are you going to be able to hold it all in? Are you going to cry like I did this morning, cry like a baby, Mikey, when the final out hits tomorrow? How are you going to handle this?
I'll be 100% honest. I'm a little superstitious, and today I actually cried giving a lady who I make sure I go to her line every time I'm in there, which is, a lot, and gave her a hug goodbye, and I shedded a tear there. So I'm sure tomorrow I'm going to definitely shed some tears.
Good stuff.
We all are, brother. Love you, man. Great seeing you, Mikey.
I love you guys. Hey, I appreciate it, and yeah, we'll talk soon.
Sounds
Let
good.
us know when your son's film comes out. We want to watch that right away and get him on the air, Mikey.
Without question.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Mikey. Mikey Thalbloom, been in the visiting clubhouse for the A's since 1980, over 44 years. His son Johnny's making a film, Leaving Home, about the A's leaving. And man, that list that he just, I mean, like he said, I don't think networks can get that many guys. And he's in town, and then he'll go back to school, but in town filming a bunch of stuff. So he had drones there and all these different guys he's talked to and all that kind of stuff. Very cool stuff. So there is Mikey Thalbloom. All right. One of the most outspoken former players, in fact, the most outspoken former player, Trevor May, who's now retired. That letter, it was going viral, but
John Fisher's letter?
Yeah, John Fisher's letter. Larry Beal went off on it.
Yeah, I saw Larry.
On social media, Trevor May absolutely nuked John Fisher. We'll ask him about it next on the Sports Leader.
Lower mortgage rates are finally here thanks to the Fed and Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto just locked in a homeowner at 4.59% APR, the lowest in 2 years. Whether you got your loan last month, last year, last week, whenever, it's time to call Loan Pronto and dump that high-rate loan. You can lock in a lower rate fast with virtually no paperwork and usually no appraisal. There's no limit on how many times you can refi. So get started. Use this opportunity to get cash out and wipe out your credit cards. You can do a cash out refi and get $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 or more out of your home. You can use that to pay off all of your high interest debt and end up with just one low monthly payment. If you act now, you can even skip your next two house payments. So purchase loans are available as well. You can call now to get your rate quotes in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. So streamlined loans are also available. VA streamlined loans are available also with Loan Pronto. So call 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. That number again, 415-808-5721, or just go to loanpronto.com.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. Papa was at the game last night. Only a couple more to go before the Oakland A's. They're not going to have anything on Sacramento. They're going to have Sacramento across their chest.
It's just going to be athletics.
And then maybe move into Las Vegas. But we'll see. It's John Fisher after all. What Larry Beal's video did on Channel 7, that's what Trevor May's social media post on Twitter/X did after the John Fisher letter came out. Trevor May eviscerated the owner of the A's, and we wanted to talk to Trevor about it. He is a former A after all, at I am Trevor May. Make sure that you follow him. And he has certainly been outspoken. And we welcome Trevor to the show, courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Trevor. Good to talk to you, man. How are you?
Good, guys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Doing well.
Thanks for your responses here. And I know a lot of people appreciate it. I was looking under the comments about that whole thing. And so just tell us what your thought was when you as a former player, once you saw that John Fisher, I don't know, what would you call it, apology letter, whatever it was?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I had thought I had, I don't know, come to grips with the fact that, you know, this is the way that the world works and it is his prerogative to do. I'm a firm believer that when it comes to baseball teams and sports teams in general, owners don't actually own the team; they rent them because they usually last longer than the owners do. And some people have this; they approach it in a "it's mine, I can do what I want" way, and I just have a problem with that in general. But that is the way it is. So I thought I had just kind of not forgotten about it, but just kind of accepted it's happening. He is the way he is. He makes his decisions the way he makes them, and there's nothing to be done about it. So I tried to really work through it that way. And then he felt the need to try to get a little bit of sympathy with an apology letter, but he did it in the lowest effort, minimal way possible, and it includes some lying. And that's just something I can't abide by. It's just insult to injury. It's disrespectful. I think it's insulting to people's intelligence to act like you could identify Ricky Henderson if you saw him, because I know for a 100% fact, anecdotally, from a lot of people that have interacted and heard stories over the years, that John Fisher does not know who these people are. And to act like that is just disrespectful. Just be who you are. You don't have to try to put on a show, because we've seen the movie. Everyone knows it's not something. It doesn't work, and it's baffling to me that it was even a decision made, that serious adults were sat in a room and thought it would be a good idea. So there's just a lot in there that is trying to act like that he's one of, I'm also disappointed. He's just disappointed it wasn't easier for him to do. I think that's pretty clear. And secondly, to act like you have an understanding that fans have is also disrespectful to them and their love of the game. And then to end it, or to include a little "woe is me, I tried really hard, but everyone didn't let me do it." Just that he can't help but do that. He cannot help it, and that just really speaks to his character and his upbringing, and probably the way that things have worked in his life for a long time. I doubt he takes a lot of responsibility for a lot of the things he's done up until this point. So all of those things, I just could not listen to it anymore, and I wish he would just choose to either stay hidden or stand in front of a camera and at least just read the statement off the prompter. But he can't even do that. He's not confident enough to do that. And instead, we're just going to have someone else write a letter and then put our name on it like we wrote it, as if no one's going to know that. And it's just tired. I'm exhausted. And I don't even live in the Bay Area, and I am exhausted. I can't imagine what it's like for you guys.
Yeah, I saw Ricky last night, and Ricky's going to be a big part of the final tomorrow with Stu. The A's play on the field that is called Ricky Henderson Field. Are you saying the current owner, and I agree with what you're saying, I think the way owners should look at it is they're the current caretakers of the team. Are you saying he does not know who Ricky Henderson is? If he couldn't pick Ricky Henderson out of a lineup, he has no idea who Ricky is?
I bet that if we were isolated, possibly. But if there was no hint given, I am not confident. I've heard stories of other stars having interactions where he wasn't aware of who they were. Many of which are very popular names in A's lore. I will leave it there because I heard it through the grapevine, and it's the people maybe don't want me to tell the stories, which I want to respect. I do not want to cause any issues for anyone else other than myself here. Right. But we had the picture of him writing down a couple names and Mark Kotze's name on a pad of paper last year before an interview. So and earlier when he unveiled Sacramento and only could think of Aaron Judge's name to say, it's just a pattern. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. And if you had everyone in the Hall of Fame for the A's, or every A's Hall of Famer in a lineup, I think you would struggle to point and name more than a couple of them.
Well, how about his current? I hope you know his manager's name, but did he ever? I knew his dad, Don Fisher, was a part owner of the Giants, and he loves sports. I've never seen Mr. Fisher at a game. I hear he's here. He shows up every now and then, but you don't see him. Did he ever, Trevor, go in the A's clubhouse when you were there last year and say hello to his players? No. Did you ever meet him?
No, our only the only point of contact that it was even close was the day we received the announcement of the move to Las Vegas was kind of publicly put out there. The press release was, and we received our Air cowboy boots from one of the companies. And the other time was on photo day that I was in the close proximity to Dave Cavill for about 10 minutes. That's as close to John as I've ever been. And I heard there was not a person, at least at the clubhouse level, that had heard about him being at the park all year. But it was entirely possible that he, snuck in, snuck out. I don't know what the point of doing that is, but if it happened, I didn't hear about it, and I definitely never met him.
Trevor May, good enough to join us. By the way, 6 years with the Twins, a couple of the Mets, and then his last year, which you're very, very good. 4-4 with the 328 and 49 games for the A's last year. Just give us the viewpoint, because I could always imagine, and I've talked to a number of A's players, but just the uncertainty that always surrounded the team. Is that easy to block out for a player, or is that always present?
It's always present. One of the hardest parts about playing is uncertainty, and it's a game full of uncertainty and failure. Anyone who has bounced up and down between the minor leagues or gone through, DFA hell and had to play for 5 different teams in a season knows that not knowing where you're going to be in 2 weeks is very hard, very detrimental to your ability to play at a high level. It's hard enough even when things feel fairly secure and your family's taken care of. So to not know where you might be living soon, and you add to the fact that the average age on the team's 24 or 25 and they don't have a lot of experience, is they're just trying to establish themselves in the big league. So if you add the fact that also we don't know what city we're going to play in, it is tough. But I think that I got to tip my cap to a lot of the guys who were there, and then even the new guys who have joined. They've done a great job with sticking to the plan and just trying to play and deal with the best you can and not worry so much about this stuff. I am a little bit unique in that some of this stuff just irks me and drives me crazy to the point where I can't ignore it. And it's not really about ignoring it, it's about acceptance. And they've done a good job. And I think the fans know. That's one thing that really struck me, was how in tune the fan base was, that the coaching staff, the people that worked at the stadium, and the players had nothing to do with this, and supporting us and treating us really, really, really well. Even though all this stuff was going on, it was not something that I think we would have understood had they included us in some of this stuff. But they didn't, and that really speaks to the fan base and the way that everyone has handled it so far. They've all kind of just taken it with flying colors and just doing their best. But that's a testament also to how baseball is and the things you learn to play baseball. You kind of have to have that bone in your body anyways.
So are you going to watch tonight, or maybe even more poignant tomorrow when they play the final in Oakland? Will you ignore it and just hear about it, or are you going to sit there and watch the end?
I will watch the game. It's going to be, I only played for a year, but I've grown up watching them. They've had a soft spot in my heart. They were always my, when the Mariners were inevitably eliminated from the playoffs for my whole childhood, they were my number 2 team. They were the one that, I could always get behind, because they represented, my dad always felt he's a blue collar guy. He worked a blue-collar job for 35 years. He just really identified with the way they operated and how they did their best with what they had. And so we had that soft spot. So it'll be sad for me. But I'm also going to try to get, even though I am expecting my son any minute, we're a couple days past his due date.
Congratulations.
Wow. Thank
Best
you.
wishes.
I'm going to the A's end in Seattle this year, so I'm going to try to get to one of those games, at least say hello to some of the people that I haven't seen in a while, and just lend my support.
Yeah.
Don't name your son Fish. That's all I got to say.
That's not happening.
Yeah, we won't be. We're safe there. Yeah.
Yeah. What is the relationship like with the fans? Like you said, because look, they're going up to Sacramento. Teams leave, but like you said, there's ways to do certain things. I doubt they're ever going to make it to Vegas because of John Fisher, but there's great people within that organization, and there's great ops people, and we just had Mikey Thalblum on, who's on the opposing clubhouse. We know Voos really well, and there usually with an organization, as you know better than anybody else, that if a team is bad, it starts from the ownership and it goes all the way down. But that's not the case with the A's. It is poor ownership with John Fisher, but then there's so many good people and there's so many great fans. So, you pull for the organization because there are so many great people. And with a lot of organizations, it rots from the top down, but that's not really the case with the A's.
Yeah, the history there, like the loyalty, the number of people who work not only, in operations for the park and stuff, but people that work in operations for the organization, baseball people that are from Oakland or surrounding areas too, like that have their hearts are in the team. With Mikey's been there for 40 years. Like there's so many people there's security guards who've been there for 2 decades plus. Lots of them, most of them. And it's like you don't get there's this weird dissonance between the amount of loyalty that the people who've been there the whole time, and then John. It just doesn't. It completely doesn't line up. But I loved playing for the Oakland A's. I loved everyone I interacted with, the coaching staff. I had my anxiety issues that I was going through, and the support was, above and beyond anything I could have expected, especially with the stigma and the way that hadn't been really utilized and how quickly they were to be good with it and to give me everything I needed and give me space. It's just, I can't say enough about the type of people that work there, all the way up to David Forrest and the people that I interact with the front office that are savvy baseball people that are doing their best with a lot of times with one hand or both tied behind their back at times, where they just they can't ask certain questions that other front offices can ask of their owner. And I can't imagine how hard it is to do your job at that point. But I do know for a fact firsthand that every single person that has a job in that pyramid is doing the best they can with the situation and just trying to navigate it without having much control. And it's not fun, but it is commendable. And I love those people. I loved coming to the park every day. I really did.
We know you're up in Seattle. I'm looking at your social media. You're doing a bunch of podcasts now, huh? What are you doing?
Whole bunch of podcasts.
It's cool.
I run. I do one with the Bay Area's own Eno Saris and Derek Van Riper called Rates and Barrels on The Athletic. That's weekly, though. This is our first week of no episode because of said baby things.
Mm-hmm.
And I also do a podcast about baseball called Mayday. That's mine, and a live show on Monday mornings on YouTube that under the same name where I discussed a lot of things. John was on the menu yesterday.
Yep.
And those are my big things I got going. I'm just making some fun, creative stuff and trying to, I don't know, give back a little bit, give my knowledge that I've learned in my interesting ways.
That's really good stuff. And Eno is an awesome guy. At I am Trevor May. Make sure that you check it out. He's got all the podcasts listed there. You can link to him up in Seattle. And you've got a son on the way. We both know.
Wow.
Both Greg and I
Congratulations.
know. That's awesome, man. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any day now, huh? So you're just on baby watch.
We were on baby watch for a while. I thought there was no chance he would get to his due date, but he proved me wrong.
It's nice and cozy in there. They don't like to come out. All right, man.
Womb service.
Yeah, there you go. Best of luck with everything. Congratulations. Thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it, man, and hopefully we can do it again soon.
Of course, fellas. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor.
There's Trevor May, at I am Trevor May. Check out all those podcasts. Very outspoken, obviously, about John Fisher. Good stuff from him, and he's got a boy on the way. All right, speaking of our guy, we used to have him on all the time, man. Miss him.
It's going to be a cry-off.
I know. You two are going to start bawling.
Is he going to the last one? He was in studio last night with Stu. I don't know. They're going to bring A's pregame live out on location. It costs extra money. They may not do that.
Yeah,
How's he going to handle tomorrow for Brody Brazil?
All right, Brody's in for Tommy today, so it's going to be Adam and Brody, and we're going to talk all about it, and you guys will start bawling. Like
I'm all cried out. I'm done.
Roy Firestone.
I'm the crying game's over. I'm not.
No, I'm going to be like Roy Firestone.
I'll let Brody cry.
Yeah, and it'll be.
I'm done.
You're not going to do it again?
I'm not doing it.
What about?
I had no idea I was going to get hit like that. When we've had to talk about people dying, I knew when I had to say Al Davis is not here anymore that I was going to cry. This one, I had no idea till I got the last minute that it just hit me when I was driving away last night. And for Brody, I mean, I didn't grow up here. I watched this team from afar and loved it, but I felt like a kid, growing up here as a broadcaster. But Brody grew up here. He loves this team. So he's going to get he got emotional when they, announced they were leaving.
Right.
So how's he going to handle tomorrow?
All right, let's ask Brody about it coming up next, and then Tolbert and Copes with Brody at 2 o'clock on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the great Dante Whitner, former Niners safety, and of course you see him before and after all Niners games on NBC Sports Bay Area, joined our show yesterday to break down the 49ers loss to the Rams and look ahead to the Pats. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I'm not doing that now. That was Billy's line. That was Billy's
if
line.
Night Fever
Brody
came on.
Brazil is here. We got to talk
Well, he's got
baseball.
he's got Brody's iPod. If you had some Taylor Swift, he would be singing.
Remember we did that?
Yeah, he would always bring it
Brody's
in.
a 12-year-old girl.
We are doing it at what time here?
Brody's iPod?
3:15.
Are you really bringing that back?
Jared Papa said yesterday, last night, he texted me, he said, we got to do the iPod segment.
A lot of Taylor Swift in there, Brody?
You would leave and we would do the iPod.
There is Taylor Swift, Papa. Hey, good.
Shock, you're a Swiftie.
Good to talk to you guys, by the way.
What's
How
going
are
on,
you, bro?
man?
How long do you have for that answer?
I know, dude.
That's actually been the hardest question for me to answer for people who do know the situation, who don't know the situation, because I don't know how honest to be. And there's layers of this, and we've known this is coming, and it still is not easier. And having the breakdown moments. Papa, by the way, I heard your breakdown earlier today has gone viral on the KNBR social accounts.
Yeah, I was not. But when I went back last night, and I hadn't been there in a while, it felt like going back to a class reunion to some degree at the start.
Yep.
Or maybe even, more like for those of you that have wakes, when you go to honor someone's life. And the wake is where everybody's talking and it's kind of a pseudo cocktail party. And then the next day, you may have a hangover. You got to wake up at 9 a.m, go to the funeral.
Yeah.
And when I was driving away, the wake ended, the class reunion ended, and it hit me. I'm never coming here again. And I'm not going to see these people. So, but I didn't grow up here. I feel like I did. I was a baby when I got here. But you watched it all. Have you? First of all, are you going to be on site for A's pregame and postgame in Oakland or in the studio tomorrow?
Unfortunately, we'll be in the studio.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. But
I made my last trip out there on Sunday. And
how did you handle it?
Not great. I went to the top of Mount Davis. I had an interview scheduled with Carney and Steiny. I did that. I collected some dirt, clay wood. I had clay wood. I mean, I was going to scoop it myself. You knew I was going to do it. And then I saw him there and I said, it would mean more if you, the head groundskeeper of 30 years, if you did it for me.
I did the same thing last night.
Yeah.
I brought the dirt and
he scooped up some dirt for me. So I have that now. I'll put it somewhere. I might separate it into 2 or 3 spots in little containers, but, so I'm walking out for the final time. I'm at the A's door to the clubhouse, the former Raiders locker room up there up top.
That's a big one.
I see Matty Weiss, who's the newer clubhouse manager who took over for Steve Vucinich. And so Matty and I are talking. Then all of a sudden, Dallas Braden walks out of the clubhouse. And, I've known Dallas since the playing days, but real well since 2017 when he joined us on the broadcast side. And I said that question to him, the one that you just said to me, how's it going? How are you doing? And he couldn't get a word out. And he wasn't going to break down. Like, he was fine. He just couldn't get a word out. And I don't know what it was about seeing Dallas, but I could not stop crying. And me and Matt Weiss started hugging each other in that weird way, like we don't know what to do. And Dallas is leaning in. And it just hit me. And I cried later that day because it was Schudy's last show on TV. And tomorrow it's the last home game. And Bip's going to be the last time I work with him. And then eventually on Sunday, same thing for Dave Stewart and I when Oakland is worn across the chest for the final time. So it's just unexplainable. I never thought that getting into this business, I'd be covering a storyline like this, the departure of a baseball team. This doesn't happen very often, once in the last 50 plus years. So there's no playbook for this. And I was kidding earlier, Pop, because I know you're a pretty thick-skinned guy, but to hear you break down like that,
you're a softie.
I cry like a baby.
No, that's not.
I cry like a baby.
But you are.
Every time I hear a Taylor Swift song and I can't sing one right now, I break down like a baby.
You are calloused by this business.
Yeah, you become that way.
That's
and you
true.
know what?
That part's true.
And I'll say this: like, I was there thinking about what would Ray Fosse be feeling right now? What would Roy Steele, the voice of God, how would he be handling all this? How about Dick Callahan?
Bill King.
Bill
I
King.
wish Bill was alive.
Those 4 names have been cycling in my mind lately, and I'm glad. This is weird to say. I'm glad they're not here to have to see what's unfolding, but I would have loved to have them be here for the experience and the support and to lean on them and to have another friend kind of going through this. But rest in peace to all of them.
Now they're watching. Bill's watching, and Bill would give us the holy. But it wouldn't be Toledo.
He would be in his He'd be in his boxers calling the game and his tank top.
It would not be Toledo. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. I hear you, boys.
Well, look, man, it's always good to hear your voice. I'm excited to hear you talk, even though the circumstances are what they are. And, man, it's always great to have you in, man. We really appreciate it. But you're going to have fun for the next 4 hours. I know it's going to be therapeutic potentially for you, but, man, it's no matter the circumstances.
Are you doing all 4 hours? You doing pregame?
I actually have to jet out of here at about 4:30. But it's my first time here at the KNBR studios.
What do you think?
Where's the 50,000 watt blowtorch I heard about? Am I talking into that right now?
The studio right there. Reach down to the third drawer and pull that out.
Can I also ask, by the way? So I'm at the end of this week. I'm out of a job. So John, do you have a lawn that I could mow?
Yeah.
Pop, what kind of cars do you have that I could come over and wash? I will wash your cars. Whatever you need me to do.
You have the best setup in the Bay.
Papa, Lund, and
Brody.
Brazilian.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's do it. We got
so is
time.
that now? Is that the OnlyFans thing that people have been telling me about that I got to get into, or is that's not the same thing?
What's that?
Yeah.
Talk to Derek Papa. He'll hire you.
Oh, I've been talking to Derek so far.
Here's what I know. Brody has the best and has for years before this all became a thing. Brody has the best setup there is, man.
He does.
The home studio is
awesome.
It
is
He
awesome.
had that before the pandemic.
Yeah,
I am proud of it. I do not hesitate to make a lot of material there.
Maybe we'll do Papa, Lund, and Brazil from the Brody home studio. Let's do that.
Dude, you live right down the street. You used to live there. You know the way.
Conveniently, the problem is that studio is only big enough for literally one person, and even I have to tiptoe to get in that room. So
I got a studio. It's big enough for 3. It's
you
not,
know what you got to get in that
like
studio?
Yours, but it's all right.
You know, when that final out is recorded tomorrow, and hopefully the A's win.
Yeah.
I want that Holy Toledo sign. We should give it to Korak, though. Korak should take
agree.
that.
I'll put it this way.
We're ripping that down.
How about
Korak
this?
Doesn't want it. I want Holy Toledo.
I told Stu that number 34 that's retired up there. Do I really want to ever see that in Sacramento or Las Vegas? Do I ever want to see that Holy Toledo sign in Sacramento
I'll
or
take
in
the
Las Vegas?
43X. You take the 34, Stu.
You want to steal something?
People were taking seats last night. My God.
We just told
man,
everybody.
ripping them up.
I got my dirt. Can I smoke this, by the way?
This is going to make you cry right here, some Taylor Swift?
Yeah, it's going to make me cry.
I cannot shake this
You know
off.
what's making me cry? It's 2:04 and I'm still on the air, bro.
You're worth it, Brody.
I don't know what to do. Are we starting? Where's Coach?
Yeah, you go.
Coach, help me, buddy.
I'm going to go watch Niners practice.
I don't want to be in here. I'm in a room all by myself right now. I don't even know what I'm doing.
I don't think Copes ever comes in.
No.
Is this a prank? Oh, here he is. Here he is.
You don't need a co-host. You don't need a co-host.
What time's the? This will make us all feel better. What time is the iPod segment?
3:15. Yeah,
I'm telling you,
we have.
nothing
Okay,
to
I'll
keep you away.
give you the tease. One is on the future of the Giants.
Okay.
One is on the 49ers season so far.
Okay.
And one is kind of a diss track about the A's leaving Oakland.
Okay. I can't wait, man.
It's not Kendrick Lamar, but it's close.
You gonna listen to our show today, Greg? Maybe for once, huh? You check us out.
Yeah, he's going to practice, dude. Every time Greg
I'm already gone.
leave-
I'm not here.
Yeah.
I said AI
Hey,
Jen.
Copes, now what time am I supposed to change my? What time do I change my outfit? Is that every segment that I do that?
Anytime you want.
Does he get naked in front of you guys?
If I switch topics on him mid-topic, he'll leave the camera and go get something on. He does. He goes over there.
Are
and
you guys
changes.
still talking? I'm gone.
All right, man.
See you
Listen
guys.
up for the iPod.
Don't cry, Brody.
Great stuff, Brody.
Don't cry, Brody.
I'm
We'll
going
see you
to.
soon.
I know you are.
You already did.
I'm crying with you.
Crying. All right, Brody's in for Tommy today. It's always going to be great. And at Tolbert and Copes with Brody coming up next. Thanks to Walter. Thanks to Danny as well. Trevor May was tremendous today. Lots of great guests. We had a lot of fun today. As always, live from Levi's. Tomorrow we have Tim Ryan from 11 to noon. It's late. We got to get to these guys. Tolbert, Copes, Brody. Now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports City, our Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Tolbert and Copes, sans Tom Tolbert, plus Brody Brazil on a Wednesday afternoon. 2:30, we'll be joined by Dave Stewart. Smoke's going to stop by 2:50, JT Snow. played many games at the Oakland Coliseum, will come on by, talk some about the final games played in Oakland tonight and then tomorrow afternoon. Dante Whitner at 3:50 to get into some 49er football ahead of the Niners and the Patriots on Sunday from Levi Stadium. And the best half hour in radio, Steve Young stops by for his weekly conversation at 5 o'clock. Plus, of course, Steve Kerr, his usual time before Giants pregame at 5:40. It is a pleasure. First time I've ever had the opportunity actually to be in the same room. We've spoken to each other. We've texted. I think had podcast stuff before. We've done things like that. I've watched you from afar on High School Sports Focus and all the great stuff years and years ago. It's Brody Brazil in-house at KNBR. Good to have you, man.
It's about damn time, and I appreciate it. And let me just say what's weird here is looking at you, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, I hear your dad's voice.
Yeah.
I grew up watching your dad on Channel 2, mornings on 2. He's doing good, by the way, I hope?
Yeah, you'd have to tell me. No, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Anybody heard from him?
Okay.
No, he's good. He's good.
All right. But
Anybody talk to my dad?
It's a trip. And then Derek Papa's over there, who obviously I just talked to.
Yeah, right.
But, I mean, that's another person here. So
I never met him before.
And then Tom Tolbert, who should be here. Let's be honest. I'm the cheap version of
Tom's
a
been
fill-in.
here since before. I mean, since I was like in kindergarten.
But I watched him play on the Warriors back in the day. So like all of this is just a
Somebody
weird.
who actually saw Tom play.
Well, actually, I saw him mostly on the bench, but a couple of times he got it. Tom, I love you, buddy. Tom's another one that I don't really have firsthand experience with yet.
But from afar on the brim. Dude, it's good to have you. It's unfortunate that we decided that Derek, I mean, sort of an a-hole move by Derek to take one of the worst parts of your sports career and life and then exploit it for our benefit here.
Like you just had to drop Cool in the Gang, right? You just had to do that.
He was like, look, things are going terrible for Brody and the A's. Let's get him in.
He's going to try and make me cry, I think.
I know, dude.
We got to milk it.
We got to milk it for all it's worth. So, well, I mean, we'll get into this all day long. Dave Stewart, of course, going to join us at 2:30, and we'll talk more and more about this. But I want to give you the floor, your opportunity. You just talked to Greg about it a bit, but final 2 games tonight in Oakland. And again, for you, it's much different in that it's not just a fandom and being from here. It's been your livelihood for the last number of years. So I just want to give you the floor and opportunity to talk about what all this means to you.
Well, and to be clear, I mean, I also lost my job because of all this too. So it's personal, it's professional, it's a kick in the shorts in the front and in the back. It hasn't been fun. I've just tried to answer all the questions through this process. And I think that's one of the most frustrating things about it. If we can break it down into where we've been and then maybe where we're at right now. Where we've been, and there's still a lot of questions about how's this going to happen, Sacramento-wise, Las Vegas-wise, financing-wise, 9-acre stadium site-wise. There are so many questions that still exist. And it would be easier, Copes. It would be easier if all this was laid out to the point where you say, you look at it and you go, well, they're moving, and I get why. I understand why. There's something better out there. But it has still yet to come across to me in a sensible way of why exactly this is happening, why this needed to happen, why this isn't viable in the Bay Area. So that part of not understanding it obviously still exists. But now we get to the present and the last handful of days of baseball games, not only at the Coliseum, it's tonight and tomorrow. I mean, honestly, by this time tomorrow, we're going to be late in a baseball game that is the last one ever at the Coliseum. And then they're going to go play 3 games up in Seattle. By the way, how strange is that schedule with Major League Baseball? You should have had the last game of the season be the last game at the Coliseum. If you had any inclination, and I know they made the schedule long before the A's announced Sacramento and that they're going to be leaving, but they should have made the last game of the regular season the home game. Anyway, now that we're here, the last visit to the Coliseum, seeing these sites for the last time, a lot of photos have come out, and I truly appreciate all the compliments that have come my way and Stu's way and Shooty's way and Bip's way about love the shows and appreciate everything you all did. You know, nobody likes a preview of their own funeral, but it kind of has been that. And so I don't know how to describe it. I would tell you this. I would tell anybody else listening this that doesn't have their work tied to something like this. Be fortunate that you don't know what this feels like, because I've lost sleep a lot of nights. I've had moments where I just have to take a breather, step away. It's been a lot. And I'm not trying to over magnify this, but I think anybody that can understand sports, even if the A's aren't your team. I know the station I'm on right now. I know that all of you are Giants fans. I totally respect that. And if you're a long enough Giants fan, you remember in the early 90s what that last day supposedly at Candlestick Park was all about.
One of the most famous photos in the last decade is Brandon Crawford at that game, right? I mean that's the feeling the Giants fans had.
100%. Mr. White, do what's right, I think was on that sign. And what a trip, by the way, that somebody went back into the archives to say, wait, is that the same Brandon Crawford that is our Brandon Crawford? And so, no, I mean, look, Giants fans have been through this, maybe not to the same extent. When the slogan "Rooted in Oakland" came out, and that was used directly against the Raiders' departure and what the Warriors were bound to do. And then it turned 180 degrees off that. I think this could not have been a more torturous experience. And I think that needs to be recognized. And, for anybody who's going to criticize Oakland, they haven't been perfect either. But the people and the fans of this region do not deserve it. And so I'll just be interested to see where it goes. I mean, after this is all said and done, I wonder what October, November, December are going to be like, April next year when they're playing somewhere else. I just wonder how it's all going to shake out.
It's all, and to your point, because there's no obvious reason, there's no obvious explanation or road forward into the future, it all just feels weird and hazy. I mean, my first ball game was an A's White Sox game at the Coliseum. I've seen hundreds of games over there. It's grew up in San Leandro, a BART stop away. It's a weird feeling that there won't be two baseball teams in the Bay Area after today.
And we're not even
tomorrow.
Well, we're not even at that point yet. So the weirdness continues because, like I said, even though tomorrow's going to happen and then Sunday's going to happen,
they're still playing this weekend.
Right, but and what happens next April when you're on 880 and you look past and you're like, there's nothing going on. But there will be roots and soul soccer matches over there, I understand, but it's not the same. So it's a process. It's not a fun process. In fact, it's a terrible process. Like I said, I'm glad this has only happened once in 50 plus years of baseball in recent times.
Well, no easy way to do this. We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see the band Korn, who's coming to Shoreline Amphitheater.
Nice transition.
October 6th. You have an opportunity today. Listen, between now and 6 o'clock, we'll give you the cue to call in when you hear it, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those Korn tickets. It's what we do here, Brody.
It's like the pop-up promo where he's breaking down in tears. How does that go?
It's going to happen.
He's breaking down in tears.
You're a great pop-up promo, I promise. It's just going to bring some
levity.
It's going to bring some levity to the situation. Coming up momentarily here.
Great.
When you hear this cue to call, though, you can win Korn tickets. Here you go.
This makes me feel better. I'm over here crying.
Got to bring a little levity to the show, dude. You know what I mean? Got to do it.
And I don't mean to be that downer.
No, you're not.
I know that's why.
Yeah.
I know that's why I'm here today, and we are going to have some fun. We are going to have some different moments, but at least thank you for letting me get that off my chest.
Yeah, man. That's why we want to hear it, and I know it touches and resonates. Based even on social media, the idea that you were coming on today, a lot of people had commented on that, and excited to hear from you.
I appreciate that.
We love having you here. If you hear that cue to call, caller 10 415-896-KNBR anytime between now and 6, and you're seeing Korn at Shoreline October 6th, furnished by Live Nation. You can get those rules at KNBR.com. All right, we got Brody's thoughts on just what's going on in Oakland. We're going to talk some 49er football. What's going on with the 49ers? Losses, injuries, trips to Germany. That's next with Brody on the Sports Leader. Longtime A's executive Billy Beane joined Murph and Marcus today and discussed his time with the A's and what the team leaving Oakland means to him. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes, Wednesday afternoon. Brody Brazil hanging out with me today. Tom will be back tomorrow and on Friday, as will Harmony. Harmony returns on Friday for her double banger. Stay tuned for that. We'll get into a conversation with Dave Stewart coming up at 2:30. JT Snow for his weekly conversation at 2:50. We just talked a lot of A's, but let's get into in Coliseum. But we'll come back to that with Stu in a few minutes. But briefly, we got to touch on the 49ers. So, by the way, I saw a report from Adam Schefter today. Said Brock Purdy was expected to be back as a full participant at practice. But 30,000-foot view, Brody, 1-2 right now, heading into Week 4 against the Patriots. They've started 1-3 in the past in the last 5 years and made it to an NFC Championship game. Different after a Super Bowl loss. What's your take on the Niners as it stands right now?
You better be 2-2 after this week based on the opponent, based on the situation. Even if you are like half send right now, you don't need to be full send to beat the Patriots. I think the other part of it is, let's remember last year how the worst part of the season were the 3 losses in a row, the regular season, right? And if you don't win this game, you are 4 weeks in and you are literally at your low point. I think it's easy to see why, though. It's not a team that's underperforming. It's a team that is flat out limited in terms of personnel and injuries that are unbelievable. I think there's a couple things that instantly pop to mind. Number one is I've covered teams that get to the title game, the championship. Obviously, we're talking Super Bowl here, right, and don't win, and then are expected the next year to at least get back to that and have another crack at that. Nobody understands how difficult, like how much easier said than done that actually is to go through the process. And you forget about like the 2 playoff games for the 49ers last year that got them to the Super Bowl. Do you remember the total amount of points they won each of those games by?
Wasn't a lot.
3. Yeah. 3 each. That's it. It's hard. You need lucky bounces. You need breaks. You need health. You need fortune. You need all that stuff. In addition to, you need Brandon Ayuk to be like Brandon Ayuk, and that obviously hasn't happened yet, too. I have a thought on that in a second. But I think, like, how much worse can the health stuff get? Now, it feels like something significant has been avoided with Brock Purdy and the back injury. Now, was it a hit he took, or is it from carrying the offense that his back was sore? Never mind. That bad.
No, I got you. We've been there.
I've really enjoyed seeing Jordan Mason emerge. I think Juwan Jennings to have a couple games like he has that, like, I'm not saying you don't expect that from him or he's not capable of it, but there have been some players to step up. And that is an amazing part about this 49ers team. It's not just that top level. They are that deep. And so they can survive. And as my iPod segment will allude to later, you cannot, and they're not, but you cannot at this point be so dejected and deflated by some of the injuries. There's also this school of thought. Would you rather have some of these small nagging things happen now or in late November?
Well, you'd always rather have them happen early with the hope that guys can come back and contribute later in the season. I think, of course.
Do you think, can they win the Super Bowl this weekend? No. But
can they lose it? Yeah, for sure.
Yes, exactly.
It's the fantasy football draft day argument. Right? Can I win the championship today? No, but can you lose it? Absolutely.
Exactly. So I think there's a lot of that going on. I also think with Ayuk, how many targets did he have?
He had 10 targets.
But he had 5 each of the first 2 weeks. I mean, it was 5 and 5, if I'm correct. I think he
I'll get them for you.
So Monday night, he dropped the one in the end zone, but he was targeted 5 times, had 2 catches. I think week 2 against Minnesota, he was targeted 5 times, may have had 4 catches, and then 10 targets this last weekend. I'm going to make this comparison. Blake Snell and Brandon Ayuk, 2 players that put themselves in this situation of, in Snell's case, being a free agent and taking his sweet time. And he admitted, like, halfway through the year, I'm not right. Like, I missed spring training, and maybe that was not the best idea.
Yeah.
And for Brandon Ayuk, different situation, right? The hold-in deal, but so he's there, and it's his team he's already been on. It's not completely unfamiliar, but like I'm wondering, and there hasn't been. I also want to go real deep in the weeds, like maybe when Dante comes on about separation that their pass catchers haven't been getting. They're just not open. Now I think last weekend you watched Brock Purdy had a lot more time in protection in the pocket, like pass protection was there, but with the Ayuk thing, it's hard. Like, how do we not go back to training camp, not being around, exhibition season, not being around, and kind of starting on the fly? Well,
and because there's so many injuries to the roster, everything is highlighted,
magnified,
for him, right? Everything
100%.
is magnified by,
100%.
like, he's looking around like, damn, I didn't know I was going to have to be the guy immediately. I thought I would maybe get ramped up a bit. Now I do question, because the separation stuff and getting in the weeds and that is stuff that we should talk to Dante Whitner about, because that note has been out there where they're getting less separation than almost any other receiving core in the league.
I saw that. I did a little.
In terms of, this was after the Vikings game. I haven't seen it since the last.
Plug in the YouTube channel already. No, I did a video on that. But I did some deep dives into the research and the stats on that, and the cushion they have on the snap versus the separation they have when the catch is made. And I think the league average is about 3 yards on a catch. The average receiver has about 3 yards of separation. And for the 49ers, everybody, I think Kittle was the only guy at like 4.1. Everybody was like 2.1. I think Debo was at like point something yards of separation. Like they were all over him. Yeah. So it's just, I don't want them to be, how should I say this, distracted from the end game. But I think at this point, you have to kind of figure out, how do we get through these weeks? How do we get through? And oh boy, we haven't even gotten into McCaffrey yet. I think to go to the lengths of going overseas in the middle of your season shows you how aggressively the 49ers really want to try and get a fix to happen here and to get him back at some point during this season. When you're going overseas to get special treatment that you can't get here, and like, are you a doctor? No. Am I a doctor? No. But we both understand that sports-wise, that's somebody trying to rush something and absolutely get it right at the same time. Do we also know, by the way, is it right Achilles or left Achilles with this tendonitis? Or is it both? Do we know?
That'd be wild.
Do we know?
What are you doing? What are you putting that in the universe for?
I'm saying, like,
but we don't know. I don't know.
No, wait a second. When
wasn't it a left calf strain? Was that it? Was that what he was dealing with?
Has that ever been? I don't know. Just putting it out there. Has it been discussed? And just super concerning. Like, at what point did we know it was that severe? I mean, I heard it was all right. He'll be fine for the regular season. It's training camp deal. I mean, this has not gone away. So,
well, it seems to have gotten a little bit worse just in the way they've spoken about it. Right. At first, it was kind of a nagging injury. Then we got into camp, and it went from calf, then it went to Achilles, and that's when everybody's antenna went up.
And you're also worried with the past immediate history of Dre Greenlaw. You're thinking, oh boy, does one thing lead to the next?
And we've seen this with so many guys.
Rupturing an Achilles.
Well, we all think Kevin Durant here in the Bay Area. That's the one that immediately comes to mind. Is when it goes calf to Achilles.
Yep.
Now, we had a doctor on yesterday, Dr. David Chow, 17-year on-field doctor in the NFL, and he was saying, because my immediate thought is, well, things aren't progressing the way they'd like them to, or he wouldn't be going to Germany, to your point. And what he said is, they want to get this thing better. They're going to be aggressive about it. He's going to have these platelet-rich plasma things he believes put in. That's why guys go over there. Somebody else I spoke to who I know has ties to an NFL team in terms of health was telling me yesterday, and me personally, a guy I know via text, that this doctor does it by all means, every means necessary. He's going to get him back. That's what this guy does.
So that's reassuring.
He said, quote, it's that good. This is a friend of mine. It's a friend of mine who works for an NFL organization.
Is that what it's called?
He said he's going to get that Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant good.
It's the technical term.
And then I said, and then I actually followed up with a legit question. I said, is this a bad sign that they waited after 2 weeks of IR to do this?
To send him out there,
and he said it's a bad sign that it's resulted to this.
Right.
It's a good sign because this doctor gets it done by any means necessary.
I also heard Trent Williams is battling a little bug of some sorts.
We don't have time to get into that.
Hargrave
we can't be adding more to these. Okay, I don't need any bugs or things like working their way through the locker room.
I'm not doing a good job of being optimistic here on this show.
Tolbert and Cope's Brody Brazil. Great to have him today hanging out. Your buddy, Dave Smoke Stewart, going to stop by next. We'll get into more Coliseum talk and some of the final thoughts on the A's in their final days in Oakland here with Brody Brazil and Dave Stewart, who joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, Brody Brazil with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Unfortunate to have Smoke come on under these circumstances, but always great to catch up with Dave Stewart, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, part of NBC Sports California's A's coverage. You can see him over the next weekend here in the Bay Area talking about the history of the A's in Oakland and wrapping up time at the Coliseum. I'm going to hand it over to you, Brody. I'll let you take it from here.
Smoke. What's up, buddy?
What up, Hammer? What up, Hammer?
Now, when you say Hammer, now Copes needs to understand why you call me Hammer and what I'm in your phone as. I'm not in your phone as Brody Brazil. Why am I in there as Hammer?
You're bro Hammer. That's who you are.
And Copes, he doesn't. So Dave Stewart has a large contact list on his phone, right? He's got a lot of important people in there.
Absolutely.
And he is nervous about somebody someday stealing his phone and getting a hold of that and then having the access of all those phone numbers.
He uses code names.
He code names people. So, but here's the funny part. Here's the funniest part. So like Jose Canseco's in there as like Hosey, but that's obvious. Like there's no secret.
Yeah, right.
But he picks a code name for me. Who cares if they have my phone number? Nobody cares.
Bro Hammer.
Can I quote Gary Radnich on this station? Nobody cares. What's up, G-Rad?
More people care than you know.
Hey, Stu, I've given my 2 cents on this. At what point, though, did you get a sinking feeling about the A's leaving Oakland? I mean, again, we're here at the doorstep of it officially, but at what point in the process of the A's process did it start to become real to you that they would not be playing in Oakland anymore pretty soon?
Hammer, how long do we go back on this topic? You and I in studio, we talked about this topic repeatedly, and that's been a couple of years, right?
Yeah.
So, being involved in the expansion process, I wasn't privy to information. That's not something I would say. Like the commissioner's office wasn't saying something to me that I should know. We talked about our expansion process and what we were going to do for Nashville. But when you're in that circle, you start hearing, rumors, talk, most of it. I have to say, and you're a witness to this, when I said, well, this is going to happen,
right?
Then it happened.
And I didn't believe you, to be honest, at first. There were a lot of things. I didn't think you were crazy, but I'm like, that can't be.
Yeah, you didn't. And so when I'm hearing all of this stuff, the sinking feeling was happening then.
Yeah.
And so we're dating back 2 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago.
Yeah.
When all of this stuff started going down, and I'm hearing all of this that, the A's aren't going to do this. Part of it had to do with the fact that I was also, trying to purchase at that time the city portion of the Oakland Coliseum, and I was going through all these conversations about that, and Shane Tao at that time was a part of the city council, and I was hearing that even at that moment that the city council was not, all in on the A's relocating even from the Coliseum to Howard Terminal, and that they didn't have money for it and they weren't going to be able to find money for it. And then, when you're hearing the other side of the coin from the Oakland A's that if we can't go to Howard Terminal, then we've got to start looking for other places to play. And so when you put the A's part of it with the city part of it that I'm hearing about, and what I'm hearing in the circle of MLB about, hey, the A's have to find a home, and if they don't find a home, this ballpark is not suitable for them to play. They have to get out of there, and the different pieces and deadlines that were being put on them to try to move the process. I had a strong feeling in reality that baseball was not going to be played in Oakland. But the biggest piece for me was knowing that, Carol Fife, Shane Tao, Rebecca Kaplan. I mean, there were a group of people in the city council, that really weren't going to help try to find money to keep the A's in the Bay Area. Noel Gallo wanted them to stay at the Coliseum, which, as far as I'm concerned, that's fine and good. But knowing what Fisher had in mind, which he felt that the Howard Terminal was the proper site for baseball in Oakland, knowing that the then city council was not going to try to help fund that, I knew at that time that baseball wasn't going to exist. And I think you thought I was trying to be, hurtful by telling you, hey, they're not going to play. The A's are going to move. But I just had a lot of inside information that I felt was reliable to lead me to believe that they weren't going to play here. And I'm telling you, when you're hearing all of this, it's a sinking feeling. It's almost like somebody is telling you that your wife is out there cheating on you.
Wow.
That's how bad I felt at that time, taking in that information and knowing that there was nothing that I could do about it.
Talking to Dave Stewart, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. I think what's weird to me, too, in having grown up here, is thinking about how blind the future kind of is and vague it is with Sacramento and Vegas, and the feeling that the A's are leaving, and it's not like they're becoming a new franchise, but that so much of the legacy and history, because of how this has made so many people feel for so many years now, it doesn't feel like a lot of that same legacy is going with the team beyond Oakland. What's your take on how they keep that alive? I mean, I don't know what former players feel and people who have been tied to the city of Oakland like yourself, but it just doesn't seem that it'll have the same, hey, we've kept this history of our organization with us.
Well, I mean, I know very little about the Philadelphia A's, very little. When I first became an A's fan in 1968, I had no idea that an elephant was even part of the Oakland A's history. I thought Charlie O'Mule, the Mule, was Oakland A's history. But that's what I thought it was.
You thought it was a dinosaur because that's how old you are, but I digress. Go ahead. I think when Stu pitched, a T-Rex used to run out there in left field. Yeah. Abner Doubleday hadn't even invented baseball yet. Sorry, Stu, go ahead.
So then, Kansas City, I knew about the Kansas City A's. But when they came to Oakland, none of those organizations, in my opinion, there was nothing that came to Oakland from Philadelphia or Kansas City. I do think that Oakland has been a golden era for the A's. And the things that have been done organizationally are pieces that you carry forward and you talk about and you build through, and so the legacy and what has happened here in Oakland, I think that because it's something that's worth talking about and it's worth mentioning and it's worth continuing to live through your players, and so that technically is how it happens. I mean, I'm still going to be at spring training 2 weeks of every season with the big leagues and 2 weeks with the minor leaguers. I'm sure that I'm going to have opportunities to do, promotional stuff, at the ballpark for the A's.
Sacramento.
Yeah, in Sacramento and eventually in Las Vegas. And so it seems that, and I don't know this for a fact, that the A's technically won't be really worrying about their legacy and what this organization has meant here in Oakland until they get in Las Vegas. It seems that that's the way this is going to play out, and Sacramento is just a 3-year resting place. But the bottom line is the way that this thing stays alive, what we've accomplished here in Oakland, the way that stays alive is the same way that every organization does it. The Los Angeles Dodgers are the best at having, when I came into the Dodgers organization, there was Roy Campanella, there was Don Newcomb, there was Sandy Koufax, Don Drysdale, Ralph Branca, Duke Snyder. All those guys were in spring training. You would see them, and you can feel what the Dodgers were about. The A's have always had players come into spring training. Myself, Ricky Henderson is there. Carney Lansford shows up. Blue Moon Odom is around. They've done a good job of having players past come in spring training. Mark Ellis, and so that's how you keep the legacy alive. That's how you keep the history alive. That's how players understand what they're playing for and who they're playing for. You have to keep the history involved in the organization.
Stu, final question for me here. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or let everybody know, but you'll be out there tomorrow for the final game. In fact, you'll be throwing out the first pitch. Did I let the cat out of the bag there? Is that I'm okay to do that?
No, you were fine.
All right. So, how do you think this is going to go for you? For a lot of people that I know you're bringing some family out there. I mean, it's not great. We know that. But how exactly do you imagine that scenario to be tomorrow from a human level?
And I've really tried to just, I've had a couple of moments with Dallas already, as you know, that have really just struck me in the heart. I can't give away the memory of hopping the fence and being in right field and catching fly balls that were hitting the stands when I was an 11-year-old kid. And I can't give away that first meeting with Reggie Jackson as a little kid. I can't give away the memories of having my two cousins with me riding a bicycle and literally going to game after game after game and being able to name lineups from the best player to the worst player, all 25 players. Those memories I can't give away, and they don't go away. Seeing the bunny rabbit pop up from behind home plate with baseballs in it for the umpire, Charlie O. the Mule circling around the warning track in the stadium, and just the pride that the A's have given Oakland and East Oakland in particular. I mean, those things are alive in me. They're part of the fabric of who I am, and more importantly, having that pride, quite frankly, was a driving force for me as a player in the Oakland A's organization. And I thought that you can just celebrate it, which I will, but at the same time, it's a piece of my life that's technically being taken away from me and being transplanted someplace else, and that doesn't feel good.
Well said, buddy. I'll see you in a little bit for TV.
All right, Hammer.
Good stuff there from Dave Stewart. I can see him with Brody Brazil tonight. NBC Sports California getting ready for the final couple of games the A's will play at the Coliseum.
That's a guy that, I went to the Coliseum and watched pitch all the time. I had the fortune of working with him for the last 7, 8, 9 years.
Yeah.
He's a buddy. It's weird to have my friend on as a guest on the show.
Cool, and that your friend is Dave Stewart. How cool is that, dude? That's pretty incredible. Well, it's funny because he says that he has your name in there as Bro Hammer.
I'm Hammer.
So if anybody steals Dave Stewart's phone,
they think it's MC Hammer.
They'll think it's somebody else, but it won't be Brody Brazil. So it's kind of like if I want to be Santa Claus, I got to push Tim Allen off the roof. If I want Brody Brazil's number, I just got to steal Smoke Stewart's phone. That's all. What do you got, Tim? Tim put his headphones on like he was going to contribute.
Oh, I got something for Brody just on the way out.
Okay, Let's get to it. JT Snow, longtime Giants first baseman. We talk to him every week. Going to make me eat some crow about the Niners and the Rams. We'll talk to him next as well about his experiences at the Coliseum. Adam Copeland, Brody Brazil hanging out. JT Snow is next. And then Brody's iPod right here on The Sports Leader.
John Lennon in a bikini. Nobody cares.
Steve Young joins myself later today at 5 o'clock for the best half hour in radio to react to the 49ers loss to the LA Rams. You can catch that interview on KNBR.com or on our Twitch and YouTube channels right here on The Sports Leader.
Winter is coming. They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no. It's gone! Snow has homered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's your game. If he makes it, the Rams win. If he misses, we're going to overtime. 37-yard field goal. And the Niners lose in L.A.
Oh, Tim goes home in my ear. We got a highlight. I assumed it was like JT hitting the bomb at the Coliseum. No, he's teeing up JT Snow to let us eat some crow here. JT sponsored by the Hayward Police Department. Visit joinhaywardpd.com today to learn more about how you could be the difference. All right, JT, I'm sure you've been licking your chops all week, dude. Go for it.
You know what, Copes? We're on to Chicago.
He tried to high road you right there.
Yeah, what else do you need to know? I've had so many people come to me and complain about how the Niners blew it, whatever. I'm like, yeah, we're on to Chicago.
Yeah. All right.
We beat your ass. And we're on to Chicago. Let's go.
Did the Rams win that game or did the 49ers lose that game?
Both.
The Rams, it's always a win. Like, it's not our fault that the Niners can't handle 3 phases of the game. But the telling thing for me was when Shanahan goes, oh, yeah, we knew they were going to fake the punt, and you still can't stop it.
That's pretty frustrating. That's pretty frustrating to hear afterwards. He's like, yeah, we kind of thought they might do that. Yeah, I was like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm not an NFL coach, but you can't say that. There's a lot of stuff you shouldn't say. But when you say that, no, after the first 2 drives, I was like, I poured myself a nice Bloody Mary. I was watching the game. I'm like, we're going to lose 50-0. And then we hung in there. And you know what? It's sports. You let teams hang around.
Yes.
And you start trying to be cute and you don't execute. Guess what? You're going to get beat. And that's what happened. So, yeah, I mean, the Niners lost it. They should have beat us by whatever. Both teams had great players that were out, but tip of the cap to the punt return and Stafford and Moody missed the field goal and whatever, but a win's a win. So I've been relishing the win all week. It's only Wednesday. I've got like 4 more days left of this, so I'm good.
You may have 2 weeks of it after if you saw what the Bears have been doing so far this season. You may be feeling pretty good next Monday too. JT Snow with us on the Uma guest line. You know what the most shocking thing to me about the game though, JT, was, and I was saying this to Brody earlier. I thought the Niners were, even though it may have slipped away, I thought after the missed field goal, the first play up the sideline where Stafford just comes down and guns it to Tutu Atwell, and he catches it at like the 2. That was the first moment where I thought, oh man, they're going to lose this game and probably going to lose it in OT. They lost it in regulation. That's what was the most alarming thing to me about all of it.
Yeah, no, you know what, Tashawn, that's a great play. Like, be aggressive. Like, stay aggressive when you turn it over like that or when you get the ball back. Take a shot down the field. And, like, watching that game, for me, the play was when the Niners had 3 penalties on 1 play.
That was disaster.
Right?
Yeah.
And so the Rams are like, okay, let's just take the best. But you watch, we talked about this last week when Tom was here, and, like, it's in all sports. It's like the fundamentals and the attention to detail is like gone out the window. And the Rams did it in the first half, right? Their DBs or pass interference. It's like
tons of penalties in the first half. Right.
Right. Like, what's going on here? And then when the Niners got those 3 penalties, I was like, all right, we might have a chance. But that's why we love sports, right? That's why we watch. And I'm just excited that we can't have a losing record against the Niners this year, because the worst we're going to do is 1-1, so we're good.
Hey, JT, Copes just gave me the motion of, like, move this on, and he gave me the baseball. I think I'm here to bail him out, because I think you drug him about as far as he wanted to go.
Oh, man.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, all right, so we'll move on to baseball. Look, I know Farhan did his in-the-moment press conference down in Arizona with the beat writers last night, and you know, as much as something came out of it, and basically him saying, I realize that I don't know the future, and I don't know where this is going, and everybody's job is up for consideration at this point. Something came out of it, also nothing came out of it, and I'm not asking you to tell us maybe your opinion yet on this, but how about this? You know, you have the typical structure of a baseball team where Farhan is the man in charge. There's also a GM. There's the president structure, then the GM structure. What if baseball moved to more of a collaborative effort in the front office? And I mention that because I know Buster Posey's around. Obviously, we all know that. But I also know, being around San Francisco in the media market here, and there's a Sean Estes close by, and there's a Randy Wynn not far out of reach, and there's a Rich Aurelia, and guys like yourself who are all so connected to this franchise still and have such a passion to this franchise still. What if baseball ever moved to, instead of having a singular GM, a collaboration, a collection of players like that's some, a job that you could be a part of, Do you think that would be a good thing for the game, or do you think players like yourself, former players, would be interested in running a team like that?
I think former players would be all in, and I think that that's an incredible, valuable thing to have. And I look back when I was with the Giants and Brian Sabian ran the team, his right-hand man was Dick Tidrow. I don't know if Farhan has a right-hand man. And so sometimes you need to rely on a guy. And I don't ever think, and I will never think this in any sport. I saw my dad go through it with the Rams after he played and retired, and then they came back to him. There always should be the upper level guys asking former players. You don't have to ask them you just have to ask them for what they see and what they think. The game is the game. It's going to change in certain ways, but it's not going to change in certain ways. But I think the game's gotten away from that, especially in baseball. These organizations, they don't want former players' opinion because they want the analytics guys that think they're smarter than everybody, that have never played, never been in a game, never played in a World Series, never been at the plate when the game's on the line. But that is invaluable. And I think that it's wise for organizations, and we're seeing the game kind of shift back to the way it was, right? We're seeing more bunts. We're seeing more hit and runs. We're seeing more steals. It should go back to that. And the former players, trust me, we're not going to go in there and try and overturn everything. The analytics are real. There's a lot of great stuff out there. But you have to talk to guys, and guys that have been there can talk to players about what it's like to be up with the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth or whatever. And some of these people don't have that. I think it's invaluable to have guys around that have been there and played. And a lot of the good GMs, like I said earlier, had a good right-hand man. I don't know if that's going on now. I think ownership and the GM are out on an island by themselves and trying to make decisions. When we watch the games, I watch a lot of baseball. I love baseball. I watch it every night. And you see the brand of baseball that's out there, and it could definitely get better, and we can definitely improve it. And I said this a while ago, the Giants fans I'm out there in the community. They're like, they hunger for it. They want a better team. They don't think they should finish behind the Padres and the Diamondbacks and finish 12 games out in the division. They want to get to the playoffs, and they should. And I think it's good to have former players that just give their opinion. We're not going to try and override anything, but just the fact that you can work with players and tell players. And I did that this year with the Oakland Ballers. It was an independent team, but the kids listened. They wanted to learn. They want to know because you have a track record, and they listen and they got better. And it's really fun for everybody involved.
Talking to JT Snow. Nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. I wanted to ask you about this one because you're talking about how players relate to stuff, and I wonder about something within the game. So, did you see what happened to Rowdy Tellez yesterday?
Oh,
the Pittsburgh Pirates.
DFA'd him?
He needed 4 more plate appearances. He was at 421 plate appearances on the year, had played 131 games, needed 4 plate appearances in the next 6 games to get a $200,000 bonus, and they DFA'd him yesterday. And the first thing Tom said when we brought this up is other players around baseball are going to see that, and they're going to pay attention to that front office. Tell us about how the ripple effects of that on what it means to go out and get talent and what young talent is thinking about when that happens to one of their vets.
Yeah, so first of all, it's a bunch of BS that the organization did that to him. You're going to hold on to him. And it happened the other day with David Bell, a friend of mine in Cincinnati. They fired him 5 games ago. I mean, that's kind of it's a weird move. But with the Rowdy Tellez thing, I read it yesterday. And it's all money, and the ownership in that, and Ben Cherington came out. When I was in Boston in 2006, Ben Cherington was the assistant GM for Theo Epstein. And for him to come out and say what he did and try and spin it, it's a bunch of BS. And you don't treat a player like that. And Tellez is going to file a grievance with his agent. He's going to win because it's obviously didn't want to pay the $200,000. But you know what? That's what the owners do. And when they hired Bud Selig to be the commissioner of baseball, who was the owner of the Brewers, and I went through a strike in '94, and we held out for the good of the players because we want to know salary cap. That's what we stood for, and that's what we were hammering. I don't trust any of the owners. We see the owner for the A's. Now we're seeing this for the Pirates. It's a bunch of BS, and I'm always on the player side. And I don't know if the players nowadays realize what we stood for. They're getting contracts nowadays because there's no salary cap. And we held out. And I was a rookie in '94. Yeah, I was losing $5,000 a month. There was guys on our team when I was at the Angels, Mark Langston, Chuck Finley. These guys are making $6 million a year. They're losing $1 million a month. But we held out. The World Series got canceled. And now it's benefiting the players nowadays. But I don't know if the players nowadays realize that. The contracts, Matt Chapman's contract, Blake Snell is going to sign a big contract. That's all because what the guys ahead of you, we all did. And we did it for a reason, and we fought for it, but we didn't trust the owners. And for the Pirates to do that to Tellez and for the A's owner to move them it's a bunch of BS. And that's why the players will never trust the owners and ownership group when it comes down to negotiations.
I guess this is the perfect time to ask an A's question about their situation. I also had another Giants question. I don't know if you want to get to one of these or the other, but JT, I feel like shortstop is an area that they've got to figure out, shore up. I mean, you think about the Giants with all the years of Richie over there, or Omar Vizquel after that, or Brandon Crawford for so long, and it's not that Fitzgerald or Wisely, I don't know if they're the ultimate answer, or Luciano, or whatever else you do there. As much as there's a cleanup hitter situation to be figured out, maybe a closing situation to be figured out, shortstop to me is the everyday position that has got to be addressed sooner than later. And if it's Farhan making that move, I guess we'll find out by this time next week. We'll know, who's in charge and where this is going. But whoever's in charge in the coming weeks, I think they got to look there. Where do you see this team needing to start for next year?
Yeah, Brody, I think that's a great question because I've watched Fitzgerald. And so the one thing I will say about shortstop is it's tough to be an offensive shortstop, right? Shortstop defensively is very tough. There's a lot going on. And Fitzgerald's made some plays that are questionable, and he's a big guy, right? He's a tall guy. I think if you move him to the outfield, because he's an athlete, if you move him to the outfield, you put him in right field, you put Ramos in left, and Jung-Hoo in center, it's a lot easier to hit and take care of your offense when you're playing in the outfield because shortstop is such a demanding defensive position. And I think if you just get a shortstop that can catch the ball, whatever you take offensively, you take. And the league started to figure out Fitzgerald a little bit. He hit a home run last night, which is great. But, he's got a little hole in his swing. But there's a huge you could take a deep breath and go play in the outfield. The guy can run. He's a big guy. I would go get a shortstop that can catch the ball. Second base, you can kind of fill in. I was a big fan of Tyro Estrada. I don't know exactly what happened with that whole situation. I saw him in Sacramento a few years ago, and I think he got railroaded. I think you need to go get a first baseman that can drive and runs, and then you're pretty much set. But yeah, it's hard. Rich Aurelia was probably the best offensive shortstop that I played with or I've seen with the Giants in the era. Brandon Crawford was great. That's what you want. Play defense, whatever he gives you offensively. But it's hard to be an offensive shortstop. And you can see it with Fitzgerald making some mistakes or some errors, but I guarantee if you put him in the outfield and just let him
keep the bat,
catch fly balls, and keep the bat. Exactly.
One more thing. I mean, we do have time for it. It's the last couple days of baseball at the Coliseum for the A's. And I know your connections to Oakland now are probably greater than they've ever been. You spent most of the year with the Ballers. I'm glad you got to finish the season and help get them to the playoffs. You already kind of alluded to it, maybe your thoughts and being very opposed to this and how it's happened and why it's happening. But is there any feeling that you have? I mean, a guy who everybody in this area directly ties to being a Giant, being a part of the San Francisco baseball team. How do you feel about the Oakland situation here at the very end?
I don't have a lot of ties to it. I mean, I played over there, and I think it was when I came up with the Angels, the player, if you look at the players the Oakland A's had and developed, it's amazing, right? And the seasons they had, the teams they had, it was actually a great environment to play in, even as a visiting player. And we saw it year after year. I think the A's had one of the best player development scouting departments in baseball. They developed these guys, Chavi and Tejada, and played against McGuire and Canseco, all these guys, Steinbach, and then we can't pay them. It's just, as a player, it's frustrating because you want all the players to make as much as they can, play as long as you can. It's a short career, but I just think in the past few years, and I think I've seen some quotes from their owner John Fisher. He was like, the fans need to come out and then we'll get the players. Well, that's backwards. You have the players and then the fans come out, and the A's have had the fans. The A's have had the players. The fans have come out and then they stop coming out. So I don't know. I don't have a lot of ties over there except I was talking to Copes and Tom a few weeks ago. And
tell them the bat story, JT. Yeah, tell them about the bats.
I have a bat buried in the right field bleacher. So you know what? Maybe when they tear that place down, maybe I'll get my bat back. And
I'm sorry. Wait, what happened?
1996. I was out for early batting practice, and they were building the
Mount Davis.
Mount Davis.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mount Davis, and in right field, there was guys out there pouring concrete, and so we were out there for early batting practice, and guys were like, "Hey, throw us your bat. We'll bury it in the cement." So it's in there. I know exactly where it's at. It's right up the walkway to the left. They put it in there's me and our shortstop, Gary DiSarcina, and another guy. We threw our bats up there, and they put them in there, and they poured the concrete, cement, whatever. I don't know if it's
some Louisville sluggers stuck in Mount Davis.
So when they tear it down, we're going to dig those bats out.
I learned something new. Here's another depressing fact. Mount Davis still being paid for through 2025, by the way.
Yeah.
That's also true. That also sucks.
They're going to pick it up. It's a C271 model, and it's in the right field, right?
Wow.
The walkway to the left. So, but you know what? I think it's I have a good memory of the A's and the guys we've played against, and La Russa, and one of my favorite stories real quick is in 95 I was with the Angels. We're in a pennant race. Our pitcher hit Mark McGuire, and so McGuire goes down to first. La Russa comes out all the way from third base, walks. He looks at me. I'm in my second year, and he looks at me. We're like a game out, and the A's are out of it. And so La Russa looks at me and goes, "Hey, who's got more to lose here? You guys or us?" And so I looked at La Russa, and I was a 25-year-old, and I go, I didn't effing hit him. So don't jump down my throat. And so I got in it with La Russa at first base because and he left, and McGuire was like, "It's all good, man. He's just trying to intimidate you." But that's what La Russa tried to do. He tried to intimidate me. And I wasn't going to have any of it, and I told him, like, I didn't hit him, and so anyways.
Sounds about right.
JT, always love catching up, man. You go get ready for the Bears, man. We got to deal with the Pats.
We got to go on the road. The first 3 out of 4 games on the year we're on the road. We went to Detroit, Arizona, and now we got to go to Chicago.
Oh boy!
So,
yeah, that means you get more home games late in the year. Come on.
Wait, are you traveling on these trips? Are you on the team? Oh.
No, he'll be here. He'll be here.
I travel via YouTube TV.
There you go. Attaboy, JT.
Yes.
Have a good weekend, bro. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. All right, take it easy. See you guys.
Good to hear there from JT Snow. Good stuff there on the Coliseum. Yeah, he told us that bat story a couple weeks ago.
That is awesome. I'm glad I missed it. I'm glad I got to hear that in person.
I was going to say, I hope he tells you that story. Good deal. Brody Brazil hanging out with me here, in for Tom today. Tom is out, and I guess years ago when you used to fill in for Greg Papa, you did a bit called Brody's iPod.
Yeah.
Do kids today know what an iPod is the question.
That's how dated the segment
We'll get
is.
into Brody's iPod. It's an oldie but goodie. We'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader. If you've wondered how Brian Murphy would get along with Bay Area rapper Mistafab, wonder no more. Mistafab joins Murph and Marcus tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m. You can catch the interview on KNBR or on our YouTube and Twitch channels on The Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes, Brody Brazil hanging out with me on a Wednesday afternoon. We just caught up with Dave Stewart and JT Snow, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We are streaming, by the way, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR YouTube channel. Why don't you shout out your YouTube page for us, dude?
Just search Brody Brazil. We're almost at 50K.
How about that? Woo-hoo-hoo. Look at that.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Check him out, at Brody Brazil over on YouTube as well.
I feel like 100K is where you should actually celebrate. 50 is like, ooh, you're halfway to what? But yeah, it's making progress. I love YouTube. I really do. I'm glad that KNBR's on YouTube. Like, honestly, how do I say this? I listen to more KNBR via YouTube, where I can see you too. I just like checking in on you. Maybe more than actually the radio, the actual physical radio. So
we appreciate it.
I'm glad that it happens.
Something for everybody too. And you get that nice elevator music when you go to break there.
I like watching the bullpen cam.
Yeah. I throw crap at people.
I'm such a creeper.
It's good. It's all good. It's what it's there for. It's for all of our creeps. Yeah, all our creeps can watch. Okay, so this is a segment called Brody's iPod, to which I was asking Brody, it's like one of those NFL videos now where they're stopping guys outside the facility and handing them a VHS tape, and they're like, you know what this is? The guys are like, one guy said, I don't know, is it a DVR?
Yeah.
I was like, no, dude, what are you talking about? So this is an old bit you guys used to do once upon a time at another radio station. Never once that I referenced on Twitter and then got in trouble, even though I was right completely the entire time. Brody Brazil would fill in for Greg Papa with John Lund.
Yeah.
Right? You guys would do a little segment called Brody's iPod.
Because Papa would take like weeks off at a time.
I'm going to Greece.
Is he actually coming back, or am I the new host of the show with Johnny Lund?
While they pip me, this is my show. So today we'll bring the segment back. This is where we'll run through some of the latest songs that Brody's listening to here, and you'll pick a song that represents feelings on the Giants, A's, and 49ers. So where do you want to start?
Well, Derek asked me to do this, Derek Papa. So last night he gave me 3 topics, and I said, oh, that's great. I got songs for each one of them. You think about the San Francisco Giants season. When did it ever even get started? Now, technically, I know it got started in March, but when was this team 10 games over 500? They never were. When were they also 10 games under 500? I mean, it's just like lately it kind of went on the slide. But I do feel like as soon as the calendar month went from August to September, it was like, well, they're running out of time. There's too much competition. The wild card is just out of reach. And so this is my track for the 2024 San Francisco Giants. I like to sing on this too.
Yeah.
Wake me up.
It's home.
When September ends.
You said this was Giants or Niners? What was that? Yeah, just clarifying here. Just making sure we're on the same page.
But I'm also here to say that when September ends, we'll know maybe a little bit more about the future of this team. And whether it's Farhan or not, I'm Bob Melvin, please stay. Please stay another 5 years. But, yeah, you're looking at the calendar.
I'm looking at the calendar because I know Monday is the 30th.
Last day is Sunday, right? So there is one more day,
so here's what I would say to you.
So you think it might happen on the 30th?
I'm with you. Look, there are a bunch of things that Farhan spoke about. We talked to Andy Baggerly yesterday right after he had spoken to Farhan, and Farhan addressed some of the stuff you had just talked to JT about.
Yeah.
They want to go and they want to sign or trade for a veteran shortstop, a defensive shortstop. They don't plan to sign a long-term veteran first baseman that would block Bryce Eldridge, right? They don't know if they're going to sign Mike Yastrzemski. He wouldn't reference whether or not they were tendering him a contract after this year. The issue with all this is that Farhan also acknowledged it may not be his decision to make by the end of next week.
I think the music's about to hit right here.
Yeah, this is where it comes in.
Hit it, Derek. Yes. Yes. See, I am a radio guy.
There you go.
Call in right now to make your requests on Brody's iPod. No, but it's just like there will be some more direction, I think, for the franchise come October. And so this month of September has kind of been like a wasteland of, oh, great, Chappie hit it inside the park, or Chappie hit 2 in the same game. He came back after becoming a dad. It's just there's nothing left. And to get rejuvenated once September ends, I do feel like that is a theme for this team. And there can be some excitement when October hits, even though they won't be playing.
Real quick, Chapman, how many home runs now? He was at 27 entering yesterday. Is that correct?
So he would be the first guy to 30.
Since Barry Bonds hit 45 in 2004, Which, by the way, this is the way this season's going.
So wait.
I think he's capping 29.
Wasn't Soler supposed to be that guy? Wasn't Conforto supposed to be a 30 home run guy?
I saw a note the other day. They're like, Conforto 15 homers. He's the most since he hit 30-something for the Mets like 6 years ago. I was like, come on, man.
Chappie hit 30-plus with the A's. I know he can do it.
Yeah.
And but it just, like, optimally, you don't want Matt Chapman to be your power hitter, your best player. Chapman is a great cornerstone and complementary piece. So,
Great call.
Thank you, Green Day. So the next thing Derek asked me to talk about was the 49ers season so far.
Okay.
And you know what? I gave him this song last night, but I also was like, things might change today. I mean, it could get worse today. So,
yeah, we're making worse news now.
So I had to kind of play this safe, and this was actually before I even kind of got any inclination that Brock Purdy had a back issue. But little Kevin Rudolph is going to help me describe the 49ers season so far, maybe where we're at. I mean, it can't get worse, right? Don't look back. Your time is going to come around. How many sports seasons have you seen that start off like this, Copes?
Lots of them. Lots of them.
This bad?
Oh, no, this bad? You mean with like the injuries and you're not talking just record. You're talking the whole body of work.
1 and 2 can be overcome. Like we said before, you don't lose the Super Bowl in week 4, but you can kind of pencil yourself out.
You're talking about the whole offseason into the holdouts, into the injuries. Ricky Pearsall's situation.
Got shot.
The whole thing is noisy.
I mean, it feels... If I listed everything that's happened here even since July, you look at this list and say that's unbelievable. There's no chance that all of these things happen.
Javon Hargrave's out for the year.
Yeah. So don't give up. Don't look down. Your time's going to come around.
You think so?
I know Dante said he was hitting the panic button on Post Game Live over the weekend.
Did Dante Winter say that?
That's why I'm doing this now.
I'm hitting the panic button.
I'm going to be a little bit. You can say that on here?
Yeah, if you spell it wrong.
Oh, wow. Love radio.
Man. Dante Winter at 350 for his weekly conversation today. Brady Brazil's iPod rolls on.
This is just, I don't want anybody to lose hope yet. I think we're still at that point, Copes, where you and I could look back in January and say, remember September 25th when we did that show together and we were like, it was doomsday? It doesn't have to be that yet. They're still so talented. There's so many pieces. They're going to get through this weekend. They're going to be 2-2. That losing record for right now, for the first time in 2 years, doesn't feel great. But you were born to be a star. There you go.
All right, let's go.
That's what I got.
Born to be a star. I'm just skeptical because of all the stuff. I think that's why I'm worried. Like, again, we've seen them start poor before and pick it up, and maybe McCaffrey comes back and things are all good. It's just that the issues they had last weekend weren't corrected. Some of the things that they've lost in Hargrave and the run defense, now we're getting more analytical with the iPod, which is something we should do. It's not what this segment's about. It's not what it's for, okay?
This is a very low-hanging fruit.
This isn't for separation stats in the secondary. Right?
No, but when Dante comes on, we are going to ask about those things. So, and then the last thing here is Derek asked me to give a song about the A's situation and relocation and moving to Sacramento and ultimately Las Vegas, but more importantly, playing these final games in Oakland. And I think the best way to put it for me is this: think about an alternate universe. Think about somebody or several people or many people who saw this situation and said, you know what, this isn't right. I'm going to make sure they stay here. I'm going to do everything in my power to be the hero in this. This situation, and I mean this from all angles, the A's side of it, the Oakland side of it, the County of Alameda side of it, this situation has literally had no heroes. In fact, I think this situation, you could say, has had some anti-heroes.
Here we go. I'm the problem, it's me. Yeah, I'm with you. Time. Everybody agrees.
You like this too, don't you? See, John Lund would shun me.
Never in the mirror. It's about how A's fans feel.
Rooting for the anti-hero.
I mean, dude, you just hit it on the head. Absolutely perfect.
Like, think about if somebody was the hero. And you can point fingers. Everybody has their own anti-hero here. But if one person stood up and said, you know what, I'm paying for this, I'm taking care of this, I'll have the patience to get through this, nobody stepped up. There was no hero in this process. And if there was a hero, that person, that man, that woman would have a statue somewhere. And that person just didn't exist. And I understand sometimes you got to stand up for what's right. You got to go against the grain. But there were no heroes in this entire situation. And there instead of being anti-heroes and people who are the antagonists here, there could have been a protagonist. There could have been a hero in this, and there's not. And so it's depressing. Here comes the chorus. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What's another radio station that's in this building here? What's our music?
107.7 The Bone.
Okay.
You won't be hearing this on The Bone.
You're listening to 107.7 The Bone.
It's Dirty Friday with Lamont Tonelli. Talking anti-heroes.
This is
Tata Tuesday.
Tata Tuesdays. It's Tay Tuesdays on Lamont Tonelli, 107.7 The Bone.
Now that I'm in the midst of a career change, are they taking resumes down the hall?
Not maybe for a Wake Me Up When September Ends. Probably not for Kevin Rudolph or for Taylor Swift.
Probably have to drop some They do Metallica? What do they do?
Yeah,
AC/DC?
something like that, yeah. They do Korn, who you can hear, by the way. If you hear that cue to call, you can win Korn tickets today to go see them at Shoreline.
I always wanted to be a radio DJ and talk up a song, and you know about this, hitting the post.
Yeah.
So, like, you talk, and then when you stop talking, boom, the drop happens, or the song begins. So
I think they record a lot of that. Tolbert and Cope's Brody Purcell hanging out with you on a Wednesday. It's a theater of radio.
Is anybody listening anymore? Yeah. When they heard those songs, is that tuning people in or tuning people out?
There's a horseshoe? Is there a horse sock? Is anybody listening to me?
This is my first and last show in studio.
Oh, all right. We're going to keep moving here. Dante Whitner joins us at 3:50. Brody's iPod, a blast from the past. If people still have iPods.
Literally, blast.
It'd be great if we were like Brody's Zune. If we called it that or something like that. By the way, Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto rates with competitive rate. How about we start over?
Hey, can I try it?
Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. All right, Dante Whitner at 3:50. When we come on back, 3 guys who are catching hate in the Bay Area. Kyle Shanahan, Farhan Saidi, and Bob Melvin.
No.
Can you understand the hate these guys are getting? That's next on The Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes Wednesday afternoon. Great to have Brody Brazil with me. First time ever in studio hanging out today. He's hanging out for about another hour or so before he gets over to NBC Sports to cover the final couple of games in Oakland.
Real quick, I heard you and Tom talking about doing remote shows. You're going to be at Fieldwork pretty soon?
I think we're going to be at Fieldwork. I don't want to get them all wrong. We're going to Fieldwork and we're going to Almanac. Do we have the date? I think we have one next week, don't we, Derek?
We have a show in Almanac next week on October 4th.
I want to shout out Fieldwork specifically. Barry Braden, the proprietor over there.
The best, Barry.
Friend of me, friend of the program, obviously. I go to Fieldwork all the time in the San Ramon one at the City Center out there. In fact, might have been treated extra nice by an A's fan who was working there and recognized me and said, you deserve a couple extra of these. But no, I'm so glad you guys are collaborating with Fieldwork. That is such an awesome place to host not only a radio event, but take in a game, good social atmosphere, good food. So
I think we're hitting the San Ramon one too. I think we're hitting 3 or 4 different locations. We'll make sure we let you know.
November, December? I will bike over.
I think it's October and November we'll be there.
I'll bike over. You know what I mean? I will bike myself.
Yeah,
over
you
there.
will.
No driving.
And then we'll park the bike and Uber home. You want one of those BUIs, you know what I mean?
My wife told me about those.
You can get them apparently.
Apparently that's a thing.
Yeah. Be
I've
safe
got a
out there.
wheelbarrow.
We're at home. Thank you, Tim. Adam Copeland, Brody Brazil with you. All right. 3 guys out there who are getting hate in the Bay Area. What's your reaction to the public outrage for these 3 guys? We'll start with Kyle Shanahan.
Off of what, last week?
Not last week. Many question in general his play calling.
Yeah.
Many people will point to last week as a nugget or a feather in their cap and say, well, he can't keep a lead in the fourth quarter. And the thing that Tom and I say frequently is if you were to fire Kyle Shanahan today, he is hired by a new organization
tomorrow
before the day is over.
Yeah.
He's got interviews and he's going. Everybody wants to poach. Look no further than his coaching staff being poached or the guys that he's worked with and the branch of that sort of coaching tree that we're seeing ripple throughout the NFL. Start with Kyle Shanahan and some of the hate he gets.
So the end of the game is one thing from this last week, but how about even halftime? 14-7. Like, it should have been 21-zip, 21-3 maybe at halftime. I don't know that the game was necessarily lost in the end. Certainly it was, but I feel like there should have been so much more insurance from that game that was set up and established. And I'm also here to say, like, Brandon Ayuk's not been getting the football. It has not been the productive receiver so far that you would expect. Is that on Ayuk? Is that on the play calling? Is that on what? Like, where? So is that fair to throw on the head coach? I don't know, but if I've got a Ferrari in the garage and I'm kind of driving it slow and carefully, I mean, as you should, by the way, pay attention, follow the rules. But like, it's just he's got something there that has not been fully realized yet. So is it? You said hate? Are we hating Kyle Shanahan?
I said he's getting hate. He catches heat from the fan base.
Are people discouraged a little bit? I mean, I would think he has stacked. Let's talk about this. Does Steve Kerr have the most poker chips of any head coach / manager, if we were talking baseball, of any team leader in the Bay Area?
Of any current head coach in the Bay Area
head coach.
Of which there are 4. So, yeah. I mean, 5, I guess you're going Sharks.
Ryan Warsofsky. See, I dropped that knowledge on you.
Good knowledge.
Are we going to be in the?
Somebody checked in and asked if we're getting any Shark songs from you too on Mike Greer's Sharks. Whether or not he was going to catch a song for today. Anyway, you're right. Yes, Steve Kerr because of the championship.
So I mean,
and even he gets flack, by the way.
Right. Well, and now I mean, this upcoming season is going to be far different for him without half the Splash Brothers.
I saw the Vegas win total.
Uh-oh. What is it?
It's like 44 or something.
Oh, geez.
It wasn't good.
That is, it
was low.
That's on a playoff team.
It's not fun.
So I think Kyle's right below Steve Kerr. And honestly, Bob Melvin, through time, Bob Melvin should be in that same spot eventually. He's not now, I know, and he's on our list here. I think it's way too early. If by the end of this season, the 49ers have a really bad record and are nowhere close to a playoff situation, injuries or not, like they are still deep enough to be a competitive team, like even right here, right now. So I would understand it more by the end of this season. But as of right now, and as of where this team has been, I definitely don't understand that.
Okay, let's move on then. Number 2, Farhan. Maybe the most hated or disliked general manager or president of any team in my memory in the Bay Area as a sports fan. Like, Al Davis was not beloved in my childhood, not liked all that much. And I don't even remember the Raiders coming back. I was like in kindergarten, I think, when they moved back from Los Angeles. My point is, he had done so much good for the NFL, for the franchise itself. He had won Super Bowls. Whether he just became an old man and shouldn't have had control that he had is neither here nor there. I don't believe that I can think of anybody else who's been as disliked as Farhan has been in his era. For really mediocrity.
Well, it's been 7 years.
I think this is year 6, right?
6.
So 2019 was his first season.
I feel like he almost needs to be. Now you're doing.
Yeah, I did.
I just saw you counting.
I had to count him.
That's why I got it wrong too.
I got him on video. You're good. Yeah.
I feel like, do people want some savage, shrewd GM? Because he's nice. And I wonder if almost like the personality and the thoughtfulness and the carefulness with which he speaks sometimes comes across the wrong way. Like, just because you're smart, and I know he is, and I know he thinks about the game differently. My first interview with Farhan ever was in 2005. I'll show you the video of this. We're walking up and down the steps of the Coliseum, and in the story, I'm like, here's the brains behind the brawn of the Oakland Athletics. He was Billy and David Forst's right-hand man of, like, crunching the numbers. And then, you know what? Honestly, his trajectory when he was in charge of the Dodgers, you're like, holy smokes. Like, this is quite the leap to be in charge of a major pro sports team in a market like Los Angeles. And to be given the tools, right? Like, going from the A's to the Dodgers and all the tools and all the resources that they have and throw money at everything. And then to come from Los Angeles to San Francisco, I don't know that right now there's an identity of the Giants. Certainly when you bring in Matt Chapman and then you re-sign him for 6 more years, that should help bring identity. Having a manager like Bob Melvin should have some identity. I mean, Gabe Kapler had identity. I don't know if it's entirely the identity that they wanted to forge on the baseball field, but even a Jung-Hoo Lee getting a Blake Snell, like what? It's hard to go back move by move and say he's doing a bad job because I don't think he is. That sounds pretty gross. It just didn't add up. So in a way, I go back to the whole nice thing. It's almost like if he showed some emotion and was pissed off and was beside himself about how this season turned out, he might have gained some more credit with people of meeting them where they're at, fans where they're at. Now, again, I don't know as a GM or as a president of baseball operations that you can come down to that level and flip a desk upside down and drop some F-bombs in a media session. Like, that's not him, and you know what? That's not me either. But I feel like the nice aspect is maybe why and look, I have friends who I see them picking kids up at school, and we talk baseball, we talk A's, Giants, and Farhan's name has come up a lot lately, and even the whole Buster situation about, did Buster really help Matt Chapman get the 6-year deal? So what if Farhan got overstepped? You know what? If I'm Farhan and I'm like, Buster's one of my dudes, and I leveraged one of my dudes to get you what I want, great. But people don't see it that way, maybe because he's just so nice. And so it's weird to say that somebody is disliked or there's hate towards them because they're so nice, but I feel like there's something to that.
Real quick, I just want to circle back because people are checking in on the text line. 310 says Balky was pretty despised post Harbaugh. That was only 2 seasons, though.
Yeah.
And he went to a Super Bowl in 3 straight
kind of
NFC
forgot
championships.
About that, yeah.
I know, but it was also only 2 years, and then it was out. So, yes, it did get bad in that final year of Harbaugh, 8-8. Right. And then this is the one I always get pissed at with Kyle Shanahan. 408 says, Kyle's lost 3 Super Bowls in 10 years. I was like, 3? Oh, you're one of those guys who thinks the offensive coordinator who built a 28-3 lead is responsible for the Falcons losing the Super Bowl. Yeah. Again, I have never in any losing football team ever seen an offensive coordinator take as much heat for building a 28-3 lead, the team losing it in overtime, and then blaming the Kyle Shanahan, the head coach. The head coach was Dan Quinn, by the way, of that team. A defensive-minded coach. Yeah. A defensive guy. Why are we blaming Kyle for building a 28-3 lead and then them lose? Oh, he didn't run the ball enough. Threw it too much in the second half. He also made Matt Ryan an MVP. The one time he had a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback, he made him an MVP.
It's the way the 49ers won all their Super Bowls and then haven't been able to win one since. Yeah. You know?
Yeah, but people are going, Balky's getting hate in Jacksonville. You don't get credit for the Jacksonville stuff. I'm saying Balky, yes, hated at the end. Farhan has been fairly disliked since day one. He forced out Bochy. He lost 88, 89, and 98, and he had to get his guy.
I mean, Bruce.
He took over a different situation.
Bruce was definitely not ready to be done with baseball. Took a couple years off last year. Oh, hi, Texas Rangers. Oh, hi, World Series. I had, through it with a group of people, I had some drinks with Bruce Bochy. Winter meetings, 2023? No, 2.
Before he goes into Texas, right?
So he was just back. So like he hadn't taken over.
Hey, Brody, good to see you.
Yeah, I told him that Bob Melvin's my favorite, but you're my second favorite. Anyway, but you could see the energy, and like he was rejuvenated, he was ready to go, and look what he did with that team. I think the Texas Rangers, they're not in the playoffs this year, but he took a pretty darn good Rangers team and made him a great team, made him a World Series champion. So, but going back to that and how Farhan entered and Bruce exited, this is a very difficult situation.
Yeah, and you're asked to do a rebuild without actually tearing down for a complete rebuild, which is maybe why he's been given the leash that he has. Bob Melvin, somebody you know very well. Despite the desire to have him replace Kapler, there have been complaints about Bob Melvin this year, and specifically management of the pitching staff.
I was going to say the one criticism that I hear, is when running a team, getting guys to buy in, none of that is in question. And first off, he's in his first go around of this, and he's fallen into the same newness of a team that's trying to get a different look and taste and feel about it. So I think number one, it's way too early to, again, everybody else here has prior years of history and a track record, and Bob does not have that yet in San Francisco. Now, I will say it is frustrating for me to see the San Diego Padres, good again the year after he left.
Frustrating for you.
I'm here to, I'm saying I don't think that is because of him at all. That's just the way that some baseball seasons shake out. He had a really difficult situation with their GM, AJ Preller, down there, and it was a lot of butting heads, and so, you know what? I think when he came here to San Francisco, I think that when he got the interview opportunity, I don't think there was much of an interview. Farhan knew that Bomel was the guy. And to the point, the one criticism that I will take and accept from people is that sometimes bullpen moves are hard to make in games. What else can you criticize a manager for? It's the management in game of the game. And I don't think anybody's looking at him saying, I don't like your lineups. They're not platooning hardly as much anymore. They're not having the opener. And part of that's an organizational strategy that Bob has come in and said, we're not doing this anymore. And so they haven't. They've really shied away from what they were doing 2 years ago. So I think of the three that we've named, Bob better be the least of that. I don't know if you know this too, Copes. Family dog at the Brazil house, Melvin.
Didn't know that.
Melvin's 10 years old. That just goes to show you how long.
You go way back. You had to be cool with Bob Melvin first before you were willing to name your dog Melvin.
I got to bring dog Melvin on the Coliseum field to meet Bob Melvin. This was when dog Melvin was a puppy. And Bob comes out. He goes, okay, you're really going to owe me for this one. We took a picture. It's up in my office right now. But even when I got to the front of the Coliseum gates, the security's like, are you sure this got approved? I'm like, radio it in. They did, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Melvin can meet Melvin.
Billy Bean doesn't even get to bring his dog out here. I was like, well, this one's kind of special, but no. I just think I get it. I get the bull. If you want to come at me with the bullpen stuff, you know what? That's kind of a gamble. He's playing some odds, playing some instinct, but everything else, I don't think you could even go there.
The one that I like is when people are like, Kapler was better at bullpen management. I was like, oof. Maybe.
So, and then
we want him back, right? Everybody? Then you want him back because that's about it.
Because I heard he's still trying to find the best burger in San Francisco.
He's in Miami now, assistant GMing, trying to find the best burger.
Do you know that if you walk somewhere, you don't have to take a call? What was that thing on Instagram?
Yeah, it's like, his whole thing is, when you pull out your Google Maps and it says it's going to take 8 minutes to walk somewhere, all you have to do is walk faster and it doesn't take 8 minutes. Also, I'm looking for the best Cubano in Miami, if anybody can let me know. It's Auburn and Cubs. Brody Brazil hanging out with me here on a Wednesday afternoon. Dante Whitner going to join us for his weekly conversation. Brody said he hit the panic button on the postgame. We'll ask him about the panic button heading in to Week 4 against New England, and then we'll get into some of Brody's top 5 Coliseum moments.
Here on 107.7 The Bone.
Dante Whitner next on the Sports Leader. Longtime A's executive Billy Beane joined Murph and Marcus today and discussed his time with the A's and what the team leaving Oakland means to him. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Dante Whitner is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. He joins us weekly courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. You can see him right now on our Twitch channels, on YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app, and, of course, part of NBC Sports pre- and post-game coverage of 49er football. What's up, Dante? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're good. Brody Brazil hanging out with me today, one of your NBC colleagues.
It's good to see you. Man, you're a person that deserves to be seen. You're always, sharp, presentation to the T's. Yep. You're a person made to be on camera, Dante. I know you know that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I try to use my father's features very well. I really appreciate that.
That's good. We all appreciate having you, man. Dante, first, Brody told me this. I didn't see, because I was doing our postgame show on Sunday, so I didn't see. You apparently hit the panic button on the 49ers?
You said code red, I think, right?
Code red, okay.
Absolutely. Code red. I felt like they didn't do anything in any phase of the game on defense. They're not getting the pressure that we're accustomed to seeing Bosa and his colleagues on that defensive line get. They're not tackling well. They're not stopping the run. They're giving up almost 60% on third down. They're giving up almost 60% in the red zone. They're giving up explosive plays. These aren't things that championship teams do, or they don't do them consistently. So they have to get back to fundamentals, get back to basics, stopping the run, playing with attitude, causing turnovers, and then I'll take the panic button off.
So, you know what? One thing you didn't even mention there, Dante, you didn't even say a single injury. You didn't even mention a single player out of the multitudes that have different things going on there. The 1-2 start, it is what it is. Are you basically saying these guys are pros, and even a team that's shorthanded should be able to figure it out last week against the Rams and maybe even 2 weeks ago against the Vikings? You didn't even use that in your explanation there of where they're at.
No, there's no excuses and no explanations. When I watch the film as a former player and a person that I feel like I have a high level of intelligence when it comes to the game of football. And when I watch these guys in, critical situations, not communicate properly, not play route concepts properly, not really attack running backs, in blitz lanes, and when they lose contain, I don't really think it's a lack of talent. I think that the 49ers are really a deep squad, deeper than a lot of teams around the National Football League. And when one guy goes down, they have another guy that's very talented that can take those positions. So I don't think that there's any excuses that need to be made for the 49ers. These are simple things that they're not doing at a high level, and it's costing them football games.
How much harder will it be to get these things done at a high level when you don't have a guy like Javon Hargrave? Because, that was supposed to be a big piece from last year. He wasn't playing great at the start of this year, but you bring in Malik Collins. That was a key focus this offseason, is shoring up the defensive line and making sure that was the strength of the defense again. And now you don't have a big piece of that.
It's going to be very difficult. And right now the weakness of the 49ers is those interior runs and the defensive tackles and the way that they're playing double teams and slipping blocks and backdooring blocks and allowing those offensive linemen onto the second level to block Fred Warner and his colleagues there. So I think it's going to be very difficult to find somebody in-house that has the capabilities to be a run stopper. And then not even just the interior of the defensive line with Hargrave. That's not the only problem. I think you have problems with both defensive ends being strong at the point of attack on a lot of these outside running plays, being blocked by tight ends, not killing blocks, not shedding blocks, and making plays on the football. So it's going to be very difficult. And that's what the New England Patriots want to do this week. They're going to come in there and they're going to try to run the ball 40 times because they have two talented backs and they feel like they have a big, strong offensive line.
If I'm looking at Brock Purdy week by week, opening night, Monday night against the Jets, he was great. He was sharp, even though not every pass was caught, Ayuk in the end zone. I thought he was on his game minus maybe just 2 or 3 attempts. I felt like against the Vikings, he just did not have time. Pass protection wasn't great. I felt like, though, against the Rams, and obviously, especially those first couple drives, he had all the time in the world. Time for the officials to throw 7 or 8 flags out there as they got the first 2 touchdowns. But how do you see 49er pass catchers either not getting open for him or being blanketed when he's trying to thread needles to him? Copes and I were talking about separation, and so far through the start of this season, the 49er average receiver is getting well below the 3 yards, which is the league average of separation on a catch. It just doesn't seem like the offense has it so that receivers are open. How do you see that, and maybe what options Brock has?
Well, when I'm watching the game, I'm looking at what coverages they're playing. What are the weaknesses of these coverages? And a lot of it isn't even man coverage. So I don't know how they're really gauging that, separation per snap. I do know that Brandon Ayuk has been getting separation. He has been getting in some of those dead holes in the zone. Brock just makes decisions early and gets the ball to the first guy that's open, as he should as a quarterback. When I think about the Minnesota Vikings game, I think they struggled mostly because they didn't have the data to really implement on the football field. And when I say data, all that offensive coordinators do is collect data on what a defense like to do in certain scenarios. They'll go into a game plan, they'll guess right, and then you'll hit for a big play. Well, with what the Minnesota Vikings do with that extensive pressure and multiple players that can play versatile roles, you didn't really know what they were going to do. You didn't know if it was going to be three-man rush, if it was going to be all-out blitz, man-free blitz, cover four, and they move those safeties around. Do you see what the Minnesota Vikings did to C.J. Stroud and the Texans last week?
Yeah.
So I would say that Brock Purdy, not having that information and how he played in that game, I would give him a B+ grade. And then going into last week versus the LA Rams, I felt like if Brock Purdy didn't do a lot of the things he did by improvising, moving away from pressure, making a lot of those key throws to Juwan Jennings, they didn't have a chance with the way that the defense played and the special teams played. So I would give Brock Purdy an A+ grade on the season right now. And he's really showing that he can get it done without his top playmakers, which is what everybody wanted to see him do.
Is it fair, we're talking to Dante Whitner on the Uma guest line, is it fair to get on Brandon Ayuk? Because I always, like for receivers, yes, when the ball's thrown their way, you want them to make plays, especially drops. I know Ronnie Bell, that was a different situation. But Brock goes, I think he had 8 passes that were not completed. 6 of them were drops. I mean, it's tough to ask a receiver who's just out there to go step up, but he does have a duty to get open. Does he not, Dante?
Yeah, but why are we forgetting that this guy didn't have any training camp? He didn't have any reps with the number 1 offense. He didn't see a real defense until basically week 1 when he stepped on the field. This is just now becoming week 1 for Brandon Ayuk, almost as if he's coming out of training camp. It's been 4 weeks now since he signed his contract and joined the 49ers. I would say judge Brandon Ayuk off of this week moving forward. Now he has his cardiovascular endurance up. He's repetitively run the same routes over and over. He's getting used to running full speed and his eye level consistently bouncing and coming through with the catches. So I would say judge Brandon Ayuk from this week moving forward, because last week he was getting separation. He just didn't get targeted. So I'm expecting him to have a huge week this week. They're going to have Christian Gonzalez traveling around with him. And if the 49ers offensive line step up and protect Brock Purdy, you could probably see a 10-target game from Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I think he was, 5 targets, and then 10 this last week. Is that what we...
I believe that was the number, yeah.
10 last week, yeah.
And just 4 catches on those, though.
Is, Dante, when you look at this Sunday, you have 2 1-2 teams. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't feel like that, obviously. I mean, the 49ers should probably take care of business. What's the internal approach? These are 2 professional teams, but people on both sides understand who's the favorite here and what needs to happen.
Well, they do understand the favorite, and amongst fans and people that aren't inside the 49ers building and organization, they feel like they don't have anything to worry about. But when I turn on the film, I feel differently. They have 2 really good backs, and Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson. And these guys run hard. And I don't know if I've seen a guy break as many tackles as Stevenson has this year. And he's a bigger back. He's strong. He has low center of gravity, contact balance. He's ultra physical. You should see how many guys he ran over from the New York Jets and how many guys were turning down contact. And right now, that's the weakness of the 49ers, is stopping the run. They're giving up almost 5 yards per carry. And if they allow that guy to get going and allow the New England Patriots to control the tempo and steal some possessions away from Brock Purdy and the offense, it could be one of those games that come down to the fourth quarter, and you don't want it that close. That's too close for comfort.
You believe they have enough quarterback play, whether it's Drake May or Jacoby Brissett, to win this game?
I think they do have enough quarterback play. And Alex Van Pelt, he learned a lesson from last week. 7 of their first 9 plays, there were pass plays. Ramondre Stevenson didn't have, 10 carries in the first half. He had 5 carries in the first 3 quarters, his 6 coming maybe 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. They're going to try to get back to their identity. And it's no joke. These 2 backs are really good. Antonio Gibson runs very hard. He has a ton of experience. And Jacoby Brissett, he won't turn the football over. And if you can get it to 3rd and 2, 3, 4, he's using his legs to create, get first downs, and to improvise. So I don't think this is just a gimme for the 49ers. They're going to have to go out there and earn this one.
What gets them away from Code Red for you? Is it just a win? Is it a couple weeks here worth of solid performances?
Is it clean special teams for one whole game? Yeah, what is it?
What's the checklist?
I think it's getting back to the identity. And the identity is winning in the trenches, no matter how that looks. That looks like the defensive line getting constant penetration, refusing to be blocked, using their hands. That looks like the defensive end setting the edge. That looks like Fred Warner and the linebackers playing downhill. That looks like the secondary from the 49ers communicating at a high level. That looks like Nick Sorensen mixing some things up and making it look like man, making it look like zone, dropping out of man looks and making it play zone, not being so predictable on the defensive side of the ball. And then the defensive line, throwing in some pass rush games, not just putting 4 guys down and allowing them to go C gap, B gap, A gap, C gap, and saying, hey, get home. No. You have to surprise these offenses with some run blitzes, some pass blitzes, some zone looks. If you can come up with the element of surprise, that'll make me go off a Code Red. But right now, what I'm seeing from the 49ers, I don't know if it's going to be enough for the top teams in the NFC right now.
When you see a team perform or have a player like Juwan Jennings perform the way he did last week, obviously outside of the Super Bowl where he probably would have been the MVP had they won it, this was a career receiving day, 175, 3 touchdowns, averaged like nearly 17 yards of reception. How do secondaries go into that next game against this guy? Because fantasy players look at that and they're like, oh, man, this is a guy I got to play. But now you've made noise for yourself. Now teams start game planning for you, right? What changes for him?
Yeah, now you're on high alert. So now when you're in those critical situations on 3rd down and you're number 3 in the slot, they might have the backside safety looking you up and the front side safety looking you up and a linebacker bumping you off the rhythm. They might go in and out sometimes where they put a safety in front, a corner in front and a safety behind. But the thing with the 49ers offense is it makes it very difficult because all of these guys are interchangeable. You can align Juwan Jennings at the tight end position. You can align him in the backfield. You can align him as Z, X, W. You never really get a beat on this team, especially when they get the run game cooking. So if the 49ers can get the run game cooking, I don't know if they're really going to have to worry about Juwan Jennings being double teamed, especially with all the other talent on the football field.
Well, you get players like Jennings and Miller emerging because of some of the 49er injuries. Speaking of that, Christian McCaffrey going to Germany to get this procedure taken care of and the Achilles tendonitis on one side or both sides, but does it worry you more that he's going to that length of process to make this right, or does it make you feel comfortable that he might literally be seeing the most talented, skillful people in the world to get this taken care of and to try and expedite the process?
Well, he's a world-renowned athlete, and world-renowned athletes have to do whatever they have to do to seek counsel to get themselves back to optimum condition. And it's funny, because I predicted this sitting in the green room with my colleagues watching the game. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if the York family sent a private jet to ship Christian McCaffrey off to Germany or somewhere in Europe to get this Achilles looked at. And a week later, I walk into the building and they're like, yep, Christian McCaffrey is going to Germany. I had a feeling. Yeah. So I almost predicted it, guys.
Well, no, I think Oktoberfest is happening, though. Oktoberfest is happening right now also. So are you sure he's getting the Achilles looked at? Or, I would be out there for Oktoberfest.
Yeah, I don't know if a person as serious as Christian McCaffrey about his crab even cares 1% about Oktoberfest. His only main priority right now is to get back on the football field as fast as possible so that he can help this team win a Super Bowl. And you know that it's eating him up more than it is the fan base.
He wants to score touchdowns and chew bubble gum, and he's all out of bubble gum. Dante Whitner, we do it every week on the Uma Guest Line, and of course on YouTube and on Twitch. Everybody checking in. got to see Dante today. Dante, great to see you, man. And we'll talk to you next week. Have a good call this weekend.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Talk to you guys next week.
Good deal. Dante Whitner, always fun when he can join us. Brody Brazil hanging out for a little while longer. Do have Giants pregame coming up at 5:40. Steve Young, the best half hour in sports radio in under an hour at 5 o'clock. But before we do that, before Brody heads out today, because he's got to go cover the final 2 games.
Oh, boy.
For the Oakland Coliseum, Brody's favorite 5 Coliseum moments. We'll get into those next. By the way, Nicole checked in on the YouTube chat. She said, this is my Super Bowl with Brody in. Tolbert and Coves with Brody Brazil on the Sports Leader. Steve Young joins myself later today at 5 o'clock for the best half hour in radio to react to the 49ers loss to the LA Rams. You can catch that interview on KNBR.com or on our Twitch and YouTube channels right here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, I know we've talked a lot about the ERC. What's up with it today?
A lot of people are growing long white beards waiting to get paid. And they're waiting and waiting. The reason they're waiting so long, the IRS stopped processing because there were a lot of scammers who were making up businesses and making up employees. But the baby got thrown out with the bathwater. So if you're tired of waiting, there's 3 different ways we can hurry them up. We want to explain all 3 to you. Or if you got a nastygram from the IRS that said, rejected, you only have 30 days to appeal. And we think the IRS is using AI because we see some of the letters rejecting on information the IRS doesn't have. They wouldn't know if you had that or not, or if you're being audited. The bottom line is this: if you're waiting for that ERC check, or you were rejected, or you're being audited, call us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us, we'll go ahead and take over for you. We want you to get your money. That's what Congress intended. That's what we want to get for you.
So Steve Moskowitz wants to help with. Give him a call, 188-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Another Wednesday in football season is, obviously it's midway through the week. It is every week, even outside of football season. But we can also dive into some other stuff. Like we had some Giants news to get into. We'll talk about that just a little bit in terms of Farhan Zaidi and his future. He's going to join us tomorrow for his bi-weekly conversation, myself and Tom. And the question we have to ask is, will there be another conversation with Farhan beyond that? Because even he's a little bit uncertain about his future. We'll get into that in just a little bit. But first, Brody, before you get out of here, man, final two games of the Coliseum. Last night game at the Coliseum tonight.
Ugh.
Final day game tomorrow. I mean, I can't imagine the feeling you're going through in terms of I can imagine it, but I can't fathom it. It's hard trying to empathize with you, but I can't. I'm sympathizing because it's not a feeling I've experienced. So we'll walk through some positive things because we talked about what a sad moment this is. But the reason it's sad, it's sort of like a relationship ending in that it's more of a relationship to me than closing a casket on a family member. A relationship is because relationships you're in and you think about your future of what it can be. You think about plans you're going to make and things that are going to happen. And that's how we feel about sports teams. It's why baseball is the best relationship you could have in sports, in my opinion. It's every day. It's there for you when things are good, things are bad. You go through trouble together. You go through happy times together. Things get dramatic together. Things get easy together. And then you plan for the future, and it leaves you in the cold winter, and then you come back and you do it again. And this time it'll leave, and it's not going to come back in the same capacity for any A's fan. And so, Brody, we should shine a light on some of those moments that have made this. It's tough because they're great moments which have made this a more difficult time.
My son is 7. He won't get to go to A's games at the Coliseum like I did when I was 7, 14, 21, 24, 35, and now 43 years old. It's a generational loss. And I tried to encapsulate here these 5 little clips of Coliseum moments. To be fair, I was born in 81. Rumor has it I went to my first A's game at the Coliseum in 82, right? So I can't speak to the 72, 3, 4 stuff. I know there's people out there listening who say, I remember it. Well, maybe I'm a little bit younger than you, so maybe I'm going to exclude a little bit of that, and I apologize, but I do want to recognize that. And actually, the first little clip here I want to begin with was actually June of 2023, and this was a long planned out, what they called a reverse boycott. I mean, who even knew what that terminology was until A's fans...
It's like fake news. It's like it's an invented term. We're
so
like, how did this happen?
Reverse who, what? Boycott what? So to figure it out, I mean, if you weren't in tune with it, you wouldn't really know, but I'll just say this. It was a night where A's fans, at least, finally got to voice their feelings and their opinions about how things were going and how the team had planned to go to Las Vegas and things were moving forward and public money had just got approved. And this is how the A's fans showed up that night.
You heard the crowd go silent and now getting very loud at the Coliseum.
this is not a perfect moment that this had to happen, right? But it was such a moment that Hogan Harris couldn't even pitch. The pitch comm was, you hear Vince talking about it in the background. Pitch comm wasn't working because it was so loud, and that chant that broke out that was planned in the 5th inning, that's the fans doing right there. And I want to tribute the fans through all this who had to stick with this. They had no say in this. They had no control over this. But to at least get their voice heard in all of this, and that's more than most franchises could actually do. So as much as fans are going to get ripped for this and that's totally undeserving, having the fans at least get their moment to stand up. And they really hadn't done one of those since. There was one reverse boycott. There was thoughts of doing another one and a third. It just didn't make sense. They made their stand. They made their mark. And so, you know what? If that's one of my final memories, at least it's of the fans, and it's the best they could do. I'll move on to something I do remember a lot more fondly. 1989, obviously the A's won the World Series. They did it in a sweep. So, unfortunately, the series concluded at Candlestick Park. And there was the earthquake, obviously.
You're going to mention the 10 days off. I'm just saying, you get to throw smoke twice, you know what I'm saying?
Game through, yeah.
I just want to mention that. That's what I mentioned. You get to line them up again.
Stu's a cheater anyway.
I just want to throw it out there.
For the course.
Just mention, it was a sweep, but there was, it was a 10 days break.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think the Giants had it. The Giants were a great team.
I know. I just love hanging my hat on that. Well,
Hum baby just wasn't happening that fall.
I would tend to agree based on roster construction, yes.
But based on Dave Stewart's performance in Game 1 at the Coliseum, he shut out the Giants and kind of set the tone the rest of the way.
And down he goes here. So Stewart has his first strikeout 3 straight years with 20 wins or more. And down goes Maldonado. And Williams gone on strike.
Sorry, Matty.
He lived up to his old nickname there. And it's grounded to third, backhanded by Phillips, straightens up, and Stewart has his shutout.
There's a little celebration in the background. It's a trip to me to hear also like Al Michaels, somebody who I was still doing it, but is so iconic, talking about my buddy Stu. And I was an 8-year-old kid watching that and remembering that. So anyway,
that was pretty cool, by the way. Maldonado goes down.
Candy
using his whole, he takes his old nickname there. That was pretty cool highlight reel.
Matt Williams was the only guy who could actually hit off Stu, I think.
Unfortunately, even Giant loss, but a great moment for A's fans. Yeah. And were you in the house for that?
Yeah, I was.
That's pretty cool, man.
Another thing I was actually there for was in 1991. Got to skip school on the first day of May. Ricky Henderson, for like a couple days in games, had been trying to get this steal that would break Lou Brock's record and get to 939.
You were at this game? Your parents took you out of school to go to this game?
Oh, I was there.
This is so cool. Go ahead.
And so Ricky, not only, again, he was having trouble getting on base. He couldn't get it. He got thrown out, I think, earlier in this game trying to steal. He finally steals third base, and I hope this is the Bill King call.
The A's having come from behind a 1-0 deficit. Ricky goes. A pitch taken. He's going to have it. He does. Ricky Henderson, no contest, steals third base, jerks the bag from its moorings, and holds it aloft, representing number 939.
Yeah, those are goosebumps that I'm getting right now, Copes. Like that's, And then he did it. I'd never seen a baseball game stop.
Yeah,
and then they gave Ricky the mic. His mom was out there. Lou Brock was out there. Obviously, I think Jose took the base out and did 40-40 a couple years before. But then Ricky pulls the...
and the famous quote.
Yeah.
Now I'm the greatest of all time.
I'm the greatest.
My favorite thing Ricky could have done. You mean base stealer? No, just ever. Yeah. I'm the best there ever was. And it's on the table.
The field is named after him.
It's on the table.
Anyway,
Ricky.
it was such a cool thing. Again, I got to see in person, which was incredible.
Good boy, Rick.
Number 2, and this is not really a countdown, but then the second to last one here is obviously what they made a movie out of this. And Derek's dad, I think, was in the movie. And so you win 20 games.
Still get residuals.
I was going to say, are there royalties for that?
I'm still cashing checks, Brody.
Like 20 cents.
And I say, how often does a team win 20 games in a row? Didn't Cleveland do it a couple years?
I think Cleveland did just a couple years ago.
Yeah. So it kind of got surpassed. But at the time when Hatteberg did this in a game where the A's were up by a bunch of runs and then gave the lead right back, and it was a tie game, and Hatteberg did this to get the 20th win in a row.
Now the pitch. Swung on. There's a high drive. Hit way back. Right center field. That one is gone. And it's 20 consecutive victories for the Oakland Athletics on a April 9th when they lost an 11-0 lead, and now they win it. Helleberg is mobbed at home plate. The crowd comes back to insane life.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Just plain crazy.
Plain crazy. How do you explain it?
Well, and part of the reason that was so big is they broke the American League record for consecutive wins, right? The Yankees, I believe, had won 19 in a row back in like the 40s or something. So for the first time in like the modern era, a team had done it. The other thing was how they got to 20 is what I remember. Tejada in game 18 and 19, the two walk-off hits, galloping around the bases. Right. Like the fact that they got to 20 was incredible. Right. I'm getting chills thinking about Tejada winning the MVP that year. And after game 18 and 19, I want to say, I could be wrong. Was this a Monday night? Or a
it was definitely a weeknight.
It was a weeknight, I want to say. And the part of the reason I remember that is because I remember one of the walk-offs, I want to say it was 18, was in the daytime for Tejada.
No, you're right. That's such a great point, too. We always celebrate 20, but the things that were required to get you to the last... I know. Those are the forgotten parts about getting to 20. I want to end it with this because, I could talk about personally my best memories, but professionally in covering this team for more than 16 years, probably closer to 20 years, going back to the Channel 36 days, but... The 2012 season was magical. They came in after kind of retooling and reloading in the winter of 2011. It was a season destined to be a losing record team. And they had about a 500 record at the All-Star break. They made a push in the second half, and guys like Coco Crisp and Yoenis Cespedes and Josh Reddick, and it was Bob Melvin's first full season as the A's manager. They ended up sweeping the entire final homestand, 6 games, and those final 3 that they won against the Rangers, game 160 punched their ticket to the playoffs, which was already like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they did that. Then they had to win the next 2 to try and win the West. It was like, wait, they won't do this, will they? They did win one game 61, and game 162, Josh Hamilton drops the baseball, and the A's win the West.
Tough man to strike out, but how fitting it would be. He struck out Michael Young Monday night, but he's punched out to side in the game that got the A's in the postseason. And these fans, a sellout crowd announced early. No tickets available, standing room only, and that's sold out.
Fly ball, center field, Coco,
ball game.
Western Division. The Oakland A's have shocked the Rangers and the baseball world, and they are the AL Western Division Championship. Unbelievable.
And it's the fact that I memorize those calls. Those are just moments to me. And now they're gone. They still exist, but there won't be any more after this weekend. You can see me right now. Yeah. You can see what's happening. I'm doing Papa right now. The voice is getting wobbly. I don't know. It's just, and it won't hit me until it's truly done. I mean, we're still got a heartbeat. We still got a pulse. But come Sunday, when the last game is played up in Seattle, really come tomorrow afternoon. I mean, 24 hours from this moment right now at 4:30 p.m. approximately tomorrow, the Coliseum will never host Major League Baseball again. This is the place where I learn baseball. It's hard. I tried not to have this moment, and I'm leaving at 4:30.
You got it in.
It's just I can't even stop myself. I cannot stop and hearing all that, and then thinking about what I'm about to go do tonight. It's just hard. This is never supposed to be right. Don't make a promo out of this, by the way.
Dude, that's why I hung back. I was like, this is prime cut stuff for the internet. I can't wait to throw this out there.
No, it's just,
this is real. This is raw. I mean, and your emotions have built over this. I mean, you started with a moment from last year, June 13th of 2023, the reverse boycott, and you built it up to 2 of the greatest moments in Oakland A's, especially in my lifetime. I mean, not as somebody who didn't grow up an A's fan, but went to so many games. Or you're talking the 20th win, then you think 18-19.
Yeah.
You think about that clinching the division, but the 5 games to get there, Coco sliding across home plate, doing the Bernie on home plate, right? That's when all that stuff comes out. So, you got me thinking about great moments. And I was there for Jason Kendall's walk-off steal of home against Francisco Rodriguez, right? When he tried to grab the ball and it got knocked away. Marco Scudero, a walk-off against Mariano Rivera down the line.
Hit the foul pole.
Pretty sick win, right? No, Mo hadn't blown one in years.
This is the song that my wife and I concluded our wedding to. Like, this, this song should stay in Oakland. This song can't go. It can't go anywhere else.
You guys own this.
I feel like Oakland should claim the right to Kool and the Gang. I don't know. This is the win song. So, and as much as I like it is, even this reminds me of like the post-game show starting.
Yeah.
We're on. But after this weekend, not anymore. So.
Well, Brody, we're happy that you were here to celebrate this and talk about this and what the impact and magnitude was on you personally and on Oakland A's fans. And I know it hits you in a much different way. We are thrilled to have had you today.
Appreciate you, man.
We have been thrilled to have the opportunity to watch you on NBC over the last number of years. A text came in here, 805, says, please tell Brody how much us Sharks fans love and miss him.
Yeah, I appreciate
we love
that.
you, Brody, and you can always find Brody on his YouTube channel. And I would guess more frequently on KNBR in the future.
Can I just say my last three words?
Please.
The sports leader.
Take it away.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kurtz.
Tolbert, Kurtz, how you guys doing, man?
I'm good, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes Wednesday afternoon. Brody Brazil just signed off with us. That was really fun having Brody in. No joke. I followed him for a lot of his career, and I know many people, knowing that he's leaving NBC at the end of the season, are emotional about it. And stuff's always hard, especially, again, with baseball. You feel that way about the players on your team because you see them every day. You feel like you get to know them a little bit, the guys you fall in love with. That's why when baseball players leave, and again, that's my favorite sport, but when baseball players leave, you just have a different tie and emotion to them. But the same thing can be said about like the broadcasters of your baseball team. That's why when Brody's quoting lines from Vince Cotroneo and Ken Korak and Glenn Kuiper there, it really does hit home when you think about how close the Giants were in '93, and then thinking about the relationship that we have with our broadcasters and how great they are with the Giants, with Kruk and Kuip and John and Dave, and now FP's back with them, and you've got Joe Rizzo there. I mean, the relationship you seem to have with these guys, because they're with you all summer long, every single day, whether it's raining or not. If it rains, they make it up to you the next day. It's a unique situation. So really cool to have Brody here. As I followed his career, like when I was in high school, and grew up in the East Bay, Castro Valley did Brody, so all this stuff touches home for him. But really cool to have him in today. Fun fill-in day on a Wednesday. And I said, hey, Wednesdays, during football season, you can sometimes take a break if there's not tons of news out there. Brock back in practice today, getting to some other stuff. And somebody said 650 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says if the 49ers were 3-0, we'd be talking about them, right? They said not the lame ass A's. Just came crashing down on the entire segment of Oakland Coliseum and A's memories.
By the way, we are going to post Brody's top 5 memories on the website. So if you missed any of it, go check it out, please.
Very cool. Up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. As are our interviews from today. Dave Stewart stopped by. That was really cool to talk to Smoke. JT Snow. I stopped by at 2:50. Dante Whitner came in, and we talked about he's actually a little bit more fearful of the New England Patriots and their run game. Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson, a couple of guys he says to pay attention to this weekend. Steve Young, by the way, going to join us still for his weekly conversation coming up at 5 o'clock. So in about 20 minutes, you get Steve Young for the best half hour in sports radio.
What?
Before we get to that, I made note of this yesterday, and we should talk briefly about this. Farhan Zaidi is what we found out a couple of weeks back, per Susan Slusser, and I think Andy Baggerly had reported this based on sources that he had spoken to. For those who forget, just a little rundown of the last couple of weeks of history is prior to the Matt Chapman deal being worked out, it became, or maybe it was right after the deal was worked out, it became public that, per sources to Andy Baggerly, close to the situation, that when Farhan got his extension at the end of last year, we all thought this was an extension that was going to carry him through 2026, right? 2024 season, 25 and 26, 24 having been the previous last year of the contract. Well, come to find out, he was not signed only through 2026. He signed through 2025 as the only guaranteed year left on his contract, then an option for 26. So really, Bob Melvin as well handed just a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year team option. Farhan, then when he came on with us that week after it was reported, confirmed that what had been reported was accurate. Then when we spoke to him 2 weeks ago, I asked him pretty point blank, like, have you been given any reassurances that you will be back beyond next season? And there were no reassurances given. There is a contract there for next season, but there is still some thought that if the Giants wanted to get out of this deal right now, they would only be on the hook for paying him for next season. So yesterday, Andy Baggerly joins us after having met with Farhan in his media availability, and he said, did Bags, it was a little bit awkward trying to talk to Farhan about, re-signing Blake Snell or what's the situation with X minor leaguer or how are you going to approach the offseason when there was no certainty really about his contract. So he will join us, Farhan will, tomorrow for the last time at 4:50. I think we'd all be lying if we weren't wondering whether or not this is the last time we'll be talking to him as president of baseball operations for the Giants. So when he met with the media yesterday, they did talk about a couple of different things. He did want to talk a little bit about the situation with Tyro Estrada and Marco Luciano. Tyro, who was outrighted to AAA earlier this season, about a month ago, which was sort of a weird situation in general. Don't forget, he's the guy who won the Willie Mack Award last year. This was a clubhouse guy who had been dealing with some injuries. Then Luciano's not getting the play at second base. So there were some questions about that. He tried to iron some of that out. And then he pointed out that they would like to both sign or trade for a defensive veteran shortstop for next season. He then went on to say there is no plans, or they do not plan to sign a veteran first baseman to a long-term deal that could block Bryce Eldridge, who, by the way, has already made it to AAA at the age of 19, played in 4 different levels of the minor leagues, and has been tearing the cover off the ball. He also acknowledged, Farhan Zaidi, that he'd like to get Blake Snell back, but said it's going to be a long line of people who want his services. He also acknowledged that they could lose Snell and still assemble a quality rotation without signing a free agent starter, which I think raises some eyebrows and makes you go, maybe it doesn't raise eyebrows. Maybe it furls eyebrows where you're like, I don't know about not signing Snell and having the quality rotation we're talking about. He wouldn't say outright whether or not they would tender Yaz a contract, but it sounds like a lot of these conversations were not so firm, or that they weren't given straight answers or straight up acknowledged as fact or truth, because he had to also acknowledge that by the end of the week, some of these decisions or all of these decisions may not be his to make, that there has been a growing frustration per Andy Baggerly in his piece today about Farhan Zaidi. Maybe it's from yesterday afternoon. He says all indications are that the board of the Giants has arrived at its decision and are waiting until the season ends to announce a way forward, either with Farhan or in search of his replacement. So we should know by the end of the season, which ends on Sunday against St. Louis at home. We would think by Monday morning or Monday afternoon, we'll have an idea of what Farhan's future holds. Now, Farhan went on to say this yesterday, quote, anytime you have a disappointing season, it's my job to evaluate everything in my purview, and it's their job to evaluate everything in their purview. And I also think that process is happening, and I understand it. You look around baseball, and there are other teams in the same boat as us with playoff aspirations, and it didn't happen, trying to figure out what went wrong and how to be better. I'm still very committed to that. He also did point out that they may be going into next season with some of the best young core of players that they've had in his time here, and I would second that. Elliot Ramos, Tyler Fitzgerald, Hayden Birdsong. If you want to throw Landon Roop in that pile based on what he's done in the last month and a half or so, Ryan Walker, maybe your new established closer after all the success he's had since both the All-Star break and the trade deadline. The issue here is just a matter of how you navigate forward over these next 5, because nobody knows what the future of Farhan holds. So a lot of speculation about his future. We just told you what Andy Baggerly had to say. Farhan did address the media before yesterday's game. Some might believe he's safe if he's addressing the future now, while others believe that he may have addressed the media not knowing what his future is after the season. His mentor, Billy Beane, was on today with Murph and Marcus on the morning show, and you can hear the full podcast up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Here's what Billy Beane had to say about the future of Farhan Zaidi on KNBR.
First of all, listen, I'm obviously a little biased. I adore Farhan. He's brilliant, and you know this to be true, Murphy. I mean, you have to interview on a professional standpoint. There's no funnier, warmer, more enjoyable person to be around. And so, in that sense, and listen, I've worked with this guy. This guy is really, really smart, very smart. He cares so much. And again, yeah, you'd have a hard time finding me. I remember, I'll tell you funny, from when Farhan left to the Dodgers, I think my kids cried. I mean, that's how much they adored. My wife felt the same way. It was, I miss Farhan, and we do. And hey, listen, here's what I would say. If that man's a free agent, there'll be no shortage of people who would love to have him with him. That's, again, you're asking the wrong person, Murph, because I've been with this guy. He's brilliant. He's a wonderful human being. And so I'm, am I biased? Maybe, but I'm also, objectively, I've seen this guy work.
Look, so he's talking a lot from a personal standpoint. And again, people in baseball and around the game praise Farhan. I am of the belief that if he were let go, if they decided to move on from him, that maybe he would be picked up quickly. Would it shock anybody if he was let go and then re-signed with the Dodgers quickly and joined their front office? That would be a frustrating element, because it would show you that they felt that they had lost something and that the Giants had gained something from their loss. All that remains to be seen. If you were to ask me, and I guess this is kind of what we're doing here, what I think ultimately happens, this is one of the most torn I've been. I was of the belief after we talked to Farhan 2 weeks ago and what he had to say to us, I took him at his word, and based on how he talked about the future, that he was of the mindset he would be back next season. As we've gotten closer to the back part of the season, even while the Giants have played better, while there's been questions about who hammered out the Matt Chapman deal and whether or not that was handled ultimately by Buster Posey, it sounds like it was still a joint effort, and Scott Boras said, I don't know what you're talking about. Farhan and I got together and talked about that stuff and ironed that thing out. I think there are a lot of different points of view on this. I think coming back would frustrate Giants fans. I think moving on from Farhan would make a lot of Giants fans happy, regardless of who that replacement would be. If I had to guess, Farhan will be back next season. That would be my general take. The Giants are not a team that has put themselves through a whole lot of turmoil or a lot of controversy or had to handle a lot of blowback on situations and decisions related to the organization within the last decade plus, really in the last 25 years or so. I think moving on from Farhan now, while it would make some fans happy, would also put the team in a bit of a disorienting position in that you're not ready to win right now. The Texas Rangers felt that they were ready to win and needed a manager who could come in and do that, and were maybe a couple of pieces away and prove that. If you move on from Farhan now, the question is, where do you stand as an organization relative to the rest of successful teams in baseball, and how far away are you from competing? If you believe you're 3 to 5 years from competing right now, then the answer is easy and you move on. If you believe that you're capable of competing and being more of the team that you saw at the back half of the season than the inconsistencies that you were a victim to or that you fell into regularity with through the first part of the season or the first 4 months of the season, maybe 5 months of the season, then you move on. Again, we're not in these meetings. We're not behind closed doors. We don't know what the game plan is, what the mapped out decisions are for this offseason. I do wonder what the offseason role plays in it, in landing free agents. Some of the injuries that came into this year, not Farhan's fault. I mean, you've got Jung Hoo Lee going up to try to rob a home run, and he breaks his arm or his shoulder, whatever it is, and he's out for the remainder of the season. He lands Blake Snell, and then he's not here and not successful for the first part of the year. You trade for Robbie Ray. Now, again, these are all things he has to answer for. That said, just about everything went wrong that could have gone wrong based on the offseason acquisitions, with the exception of signing Matt Chapman. So if Farhan is fired, the question is, who do you bring in? It's the question we always ask. If you were to move on from any head coach or manager, who's the guy that you want to answer? Who's the person that answers that call? And if I'm being honest, I think a lot of people would point to a couple of names that they know. I think some people would say Kim Ng is the one. She was the one in Miami for the last few years under Derek Jeter, and Derek Jeter now out of the president role for the Marlins, and Kim Ng out of that role for the Marlins as well as their president of baseball operations. I don't know that that's the right move. I don't think any fan is equipped to say that's the right person to be the head of our baseball ops team. We just want success no matter who's in the chair. And if Farhan would have more success or had more success, one, we wouldn't be having this discussion, and two, there wouldn't be a call for his seat or a potential replacement. You want to talk managers, that's a different thing. You want to talk players to fill positions or pitching coaches and what a guy's been able to do. For a president of baseball operations or a general manager, I do not know what the right circumstance or situation is. In football, we see this happen a lot, where now it's a former player, right? John Lynch, a former player, a guy who's taken over, a really smart guy, but he is the GM because he understands how to operate the football room. He understands what talent he's looking for. He's worked with these agents. He was a TV guy. He was a player himself at a very high level, a Hall of Fame talent. Basketball, we've seen that happen a lot as well. Baseball, we don't see as much of that. We don't see baseball players frequently now taking over GM spots or president spots and operating a team. Per what JT Snow was telling us earlier, they don't want players in those roles because they're looking for the edge in the analytics. The belief is that players are put in the system and operate at the system at what they're good at, and you find success there. To one of our texters checking in here, 408 checks in and says, you can't complete with players that can't hit. I agree. Everybody agrees. Giants have played better in the last month. The question is that of any impact in what happens with Farhan going forward? 650 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and says, 6 years not a big enough sample size for you? No, 6 years is a fine sample size. I was the one on the station 2 months ago saying, show me another GM or president in any sport who's in charge of putting the talent on the field, who has had this little success, no playoff series wins over a 6-year span, and is not on the hot seat. And shortly thereafter, we found out he's actually not signed for as long as we thought. My counter to the 6-year argument, and this is just playing devil's advocate, and I am of the belief that 6 years is enough. He was here to rebuild a farm system. He's missed on draft picks. He's missed on free agents. He's missed on some free agents that he's landed. Again, this is all stuff he has to answer for. If I were to counter that and give any credit to him in this window, it's that. The first year is, I don't want to call it a wash. The 2019 season is a little tough to get behind us saying, yes, it's on Farhan's plate. He was also catering still to Bruce Bochy. It's become pretty obvious that Kevin Pillar is not a player that Farhan would touch with like a 40-foot pole if anybody else were managing the team. Right? Bochy wanted a player. He could play in center field every day. He wanted a veteran. Didn't care if it was like a 670 OPS. I don't know. It's the way it works. I'm also of the belief that, like, unless things are disastrous, and this is a football analogy, but unless things are disastrous, oftentimes with head coaches in the NFL, you got to give them an opportunity to get their system in place. They maybe have hired new coordinators. They're maybe working on a new offensive system. Maybe they're getting the right defensive talent. We watched this happen with Kyle Shanahan. That's why he and John got a 6-year deal up front, right? To go and rebuild from the ground up. Get your system in place. What works here, what does not. Baseball operates a little bit differently, but still the same in that 2019 did not operate top to bottom the way Farhan wanted it to from a president of baseball ops stance. That's my belief, based on the fact that he still had to cater to Bruce Bochy, and he still had albatross contracts on the roster that he was not able to do anything with because of previous success for world championships and for fan engagement in terms of guys like Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt and Buster Posey, and a lot of those guys were on the decline, right? I pointed out yesterday, I think in the Diamond Notes, award-winning Diamond Notes, that Logan Webb is becoming the first Giants pitcher since Jeff Samardzija to throw back-to-back seasons of 200 or more innings. Jeff Samardzija was here when Farhan Zaidi got here, which shows you just how long that tenure has gone on for. 2020, tough year to even get behind as far as any growth, because how are you developing and achieving anything in that 2020 season? 2021 is the first year where we felt like Farhan got his guys in. You got Donnie Barrels winning a Silver Slugger. Lamont Wade Jr. is a hit for them. They signed Kevin Gossman off the scrap heap. He's a Cy Young candidate. All this stuff sort of comes to fruition. Logan Webb finally develops, even though he's from the previous regime. My point here is that while it's been 6 years, when I try to think about who's given this long of an opportunity without any success, 5-1 is Jerry Jones. Different when you own the team, right? But he just hands guys, seriously, he just handed Mike McCarthy contract after contract, year after year. The 6-year thing is while it's more layered than just saying that's 6 years and no success, I do think that's why we're sitting here on this hot seat. Because if you're even going to say that's 4 years and one playoff berth and no series win and that loss coming to the Dodgers, I would like to have more of the mentality about that Dodger series loss that they have at like Michigan or Ohio State. If you're going to lose every game of the year, you better win that one. If you're going to lose in the playoffs, you got to get past the Dodgers. That's what I want to see. So given the situation in front of us, and again, we'll talk to Farhan tomorrow at 4:50, my belief is that he will be back and that this next year is a walk on eggshells type of year. There's the thought, and Derek put this in my notes here, thought that he could be demoted and stay within the organization. That seems like something that would be untenable. Like, I don't know that that's something that a guy in his position takes. Who does he step behind? They keep him on as a what? Like, if he's not under the same contract, I would just assume that he would take his money and go find an opportunity to coach or to be a GM or a baseball ops guy elsewhere. So he's got enough friends around the league. We will see. If he stays, what could change? I think he operated this past offseason much differently than he had the previous off seasons, and they found about the same level of success, close to 500. So we will see. We'll talk to Farhan tomorrow, coming up at 5:40. All right, we will take a quick break. When we come on back, Steve Young, the best half hour in sports radio, joins us for his weekly conversation. Number 8, the Hall of Famer Steve Young joins me next right here on The Sports Leader. If you've wondered how Brian Murphy would get along with Bay Area rapper Mistafab, wonder no more. Mistafab joins Murph and Marcus tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m. You can catch the interview on KNBR or on our YouTube and Twitch channels on The Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and this is Copeland and Copes on the Sports Leader.
It's just me. Left me high and dry. Well, it's just me and Tim and Derek, unfortunately. And
God, I'm sorry.
Number 8, the Hall of Famer, the best half hour in sports radio. We do it every week on Wednesdays at 5 o'clock. Unfortunately, we're doing it after another Niner loss. Let's open up the Steve Young Show. Oh, not yet. We're not doing it yet. So you left me high and dry again. You didn't even tell me we're still Niners fall to 1-2 after a 27-24 loss, and lots to talk about with Steve. There's the defensive line, specifically the triceps injury, the partially torn tricep to Javon Hargrave, which is going to keep him out. They're saying now for the remainder of the season. Christian McCaffrey is headed to Munich. By the way, one of my buddies on my softball team is, what up, Spence? Who, by the way, I just found out after playing with softball with him for like 5 years, his name's not Spencer, it's his last name. Found that out like 2 weeks ago. He's one of McCaffrey's best friends, like since childhood, was at his wedding and everything. Like they're really, really good buddies. He was there in Vegas at the Super Bowl, was there at the after party, all that stuff. Anyway, I was talking to Spencer at our softball game Monday. I ran by him. I go, yo, did you see your boys out in Munich? He said, I didn't know that today until I heard you say it on the radio. We've made the connection with number 8. Let's open up the Steve Young Show. All right, we have made the connection with Steve Young. Steve Young is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference, and by Putnam Family Dealerships. Car shopping driven by you, and it would not be a Steve Young Show if we did not open up with the Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week. Every week, KNBR and Steve Young Foundation, the Forever Young Foundation, are honoring the Bay Area hero as a Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week. We've seen so many great individuals and organizations go truly above and beyond over the last year and a half to support those who need it most. And this week we salute the Sheriff's Department Helicopter Division, Henry 1. The Henry 1 helicopter unit, stationed at the Charles M. Schultz Sonoma County Airport, is ready to respond to emergencies 24/7, averaging 1,000 missions a year. Known for its exceptional rescue skills, the unit often assists beyond local borders when other resources are unavailable. Join us in supporting this vital service. Consider volunteering or donating to help ensure that Henry 1 can continue its life-saving missions in our community and beyond. And we welcome from the Sheriff's Department Helicopter Division, Henry 1, Larry Mattelli joins us here on the phone line. What's up, Larry? How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing well. This is incredible work you guys are doing. Tell us more about the, not just the helicopter division, but Henry 1 specifically, and how people can get involved to help.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Henry 1, you said we're based out of the Sonoma County Airport. We are. We try and operate 7 days a week. One thing that we do have is we have a nonprofit. It's called Friends of Rescue Henry 1 that people can donate to. That allows us to get equipment and other stuff to help with our mission that the sheriff's office here, can't afford. So
we're going to bring in Steve now. Steve, what's up? How are you, man?
Really good, guys. Listen, tell us about this. You guys sit essentially waiting for the call to do something, whether it's the fire, whether it's rescue, whether it's the smoke, and whether it's in the rain or, in the fog. And you guys had to go in with a helicopter to save somebody's life. I know it happens a lot, but you rescued somebody off of the cliff just recently, and only you could go in at night and do that. Could you just quickly tell us about that one?
Yeah, so it was Easter Sunday. We got a call at about 7:40 p.m. We got a request from the Southern Marin Fire District down there in Marin County, and we ended up doing a night long line rescue of an individual who was about 50 feet down on a cliff, just clinging to dear life.
Wow. And then how did you get in? I mean, it was like, is there special equipment? You fly down and then you hover with some bucket and you try to go get people? How do you get it done?
Sort of. So we use what's called vertical reference long line. So basically, we land nearby. Either myself or the paramedic will get out of the helicopter, hook a 100-foot or 200-foot rope up to the bottom of the helicopter, and then we hook ourselves to the bottom of that line. The pilot picks us up, flies us in. We do the rescue, and then fly the victim to a safe location.
Incredible work.
Amazing.
So people
Well, Copes, go ahead.
People can donate. Like I said, people can volunteer or donate. You can help ensure that Henry One continues its life-saving mission in the community and beyond. It goes beyond borders. For more information, you can go to sonomasheriff.org/about-helicopter-unit. Again, sonomasheriff.org/about-helicopter-unit. Larry, thanks so much, man. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing.
Larry, you're the best.
Thank you.
Dive into the fray, man, to help people without worrying about yourself at all. It's what the spirit of what we're talking about. First responders jumping in, trying to help out. So thanks so much for joining us for a minute.
No, you guys are welcome, and thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, Larry. Okay. Larry Mattelli of the Henry One unit out the Sheriff's Department Helicopter Division up at Sonoma County Airport. All right, Steve, we brought everybody up with a great uplifting story, ways to help. Now we're going to get to the song, and then we'll talk about the down week that the Niners had. Here we go.
I thought you were going to skip the song.
All right, Steve, shake it off. That's our second Taylor Swift song, by the way, on Tolbert and Copes today. That's a record, I believe.
No way. Yeah. I thought it was going to be the first time ever.
I endorse her. I endorse Taylor Swift.
The only way that I could bring it on was Tom wasn't here today. I know he would just say no. He was like a flat. That's a hard no. But you know what? When we play like that, and we do have to shake it off. So I just thought, let's just embrace it. Let's embrace the spot we're in, and all. I mean, people are saying like no, Taylor Swift's not going to play the song, and like, no, we got to do it.
No,
so that's how we went.
Well, interesting you said that, because that's like the shake it off mentality is what Kyle Juszczyk kind of had after the game, where he's like, look, man, not the way you want things to go down. We got to get back to the drawing board and get ready for next week. Nick Bosa kind of had a different tune about it. He was more about, we got some problems, and he sort of took the leadership role on afterward and said, we got to figure this out. We got to get to the bottom of it. Is there a fine line there, or is it as simple as just shaking it off?
Yeah, I'm wondering, worried. Like, I think everybody's a little worried that this idea of Super Bowl hangover, fatigue early in the season, is there something substantively wrong? Are we just going through a little rough patch like we've done in other seasons when we're 3-5 and we kind of shake, we shake it off and get moving back? And so I think that's the fear. Is there something, and maybe that's what Nick's talking about, is let's make sure that we're buttoned up so that if something is awry, that's substantive and something we can't quickly fix and get, back on track, let's face it. Let's look it in the eye and let's go try to figure out what that is. And I think that, it's not going to be obvious right now because there's so many injuries, and you kind of watch the game unfold and you think all the stupid things that happened, and you say to yourself, well, no, it's not this. There's nothing systemically wrong here. And you want to say that, but I appreciate Nick wanting to look, whatever it is, to look it in the eye, because I think that's the danger, is that if you don't, and you kind of like make excuses, give us the mitigation, you got to own it, say it was terrible, and it really was terrible, and we're going to go fix it. And I think that's the spirit of what Nick's talking about.
So in terms of how that game went down and things that you do want to correct, I mean, special teams obviously was messy yet again. You can talk about the missed field goal. That's there, sure. But what did you make of Kyle Shanahan's play calling in the second half? Most people will get to didn't run the ball enough. I thought the Rams D'd up a little bit better in the second half. It just felt to me like every opportunity that they had, they took advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose, especially when you lose that way to a team that's depleted and really you knew you could just put the gas on and finish it, and you don't, then you want to point, like, I want everyone out there that does this when we lose to do it when you win and go, oh, when you look at all the little things that happened, it could have gone better. Yeah. Like, it's inevitable that you kind of belabor all of it, but you have to. I think that's what Nick's saying. I want to look it in the eye. So I don't mind doing that, but look, we got the most explosive offense, right? We got the team the guys that can, they're super efficient, that, plays out of the huddle. You want to look back and go, yeah, we should have run it more. Yeah, no, whatever we did didn't work. So it's, of course, how do we want to do it into the future? What I worry about, Adam, is that I've made this case for many years now, that since the rules have changed, everything's like the fourth quarter. It's like the NBA. I used to say that the NFL is now the NBA.
It all just comes down to that, right?
Well, you look for finishers, and then if you don't have a finisher, you can't get to where you want to go. And so, what does the finishers look like? Now, look at the Sunday night game when you got Patrick Mahomes and Kirk Cousins. Kirk is as good as anybody. Move the ball down there, but then you can see, to be a finisher, you've got to be able to kind of attack it with your body. And that's what's open. That's the space that's been provided, that's new in the NFL for quarterbacks. Go get it. And you watched Jaden Daniels. You watched, I mean, every game you see guys just kind of waltzing into the end zone, will play it a couple times a game because of the talent that they have and what they bring to the game. And so that fourth quarter, when you think about our fourth quarter, you talk about running, we should have thrown more, should have run more. Look, the fourth quarter, that's where it all happens in the NFL, more and more so. More 10-point, 14-point swings than ever before in the history of the NFL, and it only will get more so. That you know that when you get down the last 8 to 10 minutes, it's going to go back and forth. And so we look at our fourth quarter, and we scored 3 points. And you look at their fourth quarter, obviously they came back and won the game, scored 13. But it's really putting it into the end zone. It's the ability to, and so that's Brock. I appreciate his 40 yards rushing. I loved, like you could feel his urgency, his sense that I've got it. This ball's got to move forward. This can't go down this way. And I really appreciate the grittiness of that. I want more of that. You look at even the Super Bowl, the last 2 drives in overtime. Our drive, we physically didn't do that, and Patrick did it. And so that, those are the differences. To me, the game today is really demanding that physical presence from quarterback. It's how you get done in biggest games and the tightest games. And so if I look at this game last week, that's the thing that I want to watch for, is that we're now in that fourth quarter. We can finish. We can finish like LeBron. We can finish like Steph. We can finish and that's how we have finishers, and that's how we do it. And so that's the LA game is a concern, and that's why I appreciate Nick. Like, let's face all of that. Let's look at it. And I love Brock's throwing out 40 yards. Maybe it's 60 in those bigger games I wouldn't mind some runs out of the huddle. I wouldn't mind running some RPOs where he's keeping the ball. Like, you have to pressure the line of scrimmage with a quarterback today because the game's so wide open. If you can't, like Kirk Cousins, it puts you in a real deficit.
Talking to Steve Young on the UMA Guest Line. We do it every Wednesday, best half hour in radio. Okay, I was asking Dante Whitner about this from a DB perspective. What happens to Juwan Jennings this week? Now that teams have seen what he's capable of, how does Brock get him the football? What changes?
I think the design is what you don't have to worry about it. Like, I don't know, especially as Brandon has got to answer, right? And I think that, like Nick said, Brandon needs to look it in the eye. Like, I'm sure there's things, maybe the plays haven't been called for him as much. Maybe there's some odd things that happen on certain downs where he wasn't the primary when they thought he would be. Maybe there's just some, but in the end, the full measure of what's happened, Brandon needs to own it. Like, I've come back, I missed camp, and now it's not happening. So I have to take that on myself. There's no blame other than yourself. Own it. It's me. I'll go fix it. And if he does that, then I don't need to worry about Juwan, because it'll all take care of itself as they put more pressure on defenses. As Jordan continues to run so well, it's like defenses capitulate when they're under pressure and they keep play after play after play. It's like, frick, give me a break. Defenses want to break, and we don't want to give them. We're great at not giving breaks, and so that's where it's not. I don't worry about people now answering Juwan like, oh, can he do it again? Like, I just worry that Brandon's not leaning in to pressuring those defenses, and he has to. We've got to have that. And then I think even with our depletion, the guys that are now across the in Germany running around trying to get healthy, we can still thrive because we have the people. And I think that's why we talked last week. You said Brandon Ayuk, I'm worried about him, and I think we all still remain concerned that we're not seeing the full measure of what he can do. So we got to get that going.
Okay, you see the Christian McCaffrey is going to Germany. You see that he was spotted at the airport. What was your first reaction? This is a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing that you have to do such desperate measures. You go to Germany for a particular procedure that the experts that are there that are not domestically, like, if there's something that you can't get in the U.S., then something's not right. And so it's concerning, and I am concerned, and I think that that's why he's willing to go and do this, because it gives him there's something about it, and I heard the doctor come on the other day. There's something about it that maybe can get him back on track, and otherwise it is super worrisome. I mean, you can easily say, where's this season going to go for Christian? You can easily say, I don't see him until the second half. And then, at best case, he's not going to be for another 2 or 3 weeks, right? So it's for arguably, best player in the league, or certainly best back in the league. It's a big deal. And you're heading over to Germany mid-season. that can't be good news.
Yeah. Again, one of my buddies who works in the NFL as a trainer was saying to me, bad sign that it has to happen. It's a good sign that he's going to this doctor because this doctor is one of the good ones in terms of getting guys back on the field. It's just a matter of how long it could be. But that doctor, Dr. Chow, who we spoke to yesterday, did say by getting this procedure done, theoretically he's going to be out longer than the amount of time on IR, which is something I think we had kind of anticipated at least to this point. Do you think vertical speed right now for the secondary is an issue?
It's not our strong suit, and I don't think it has been. So I'm not. Let's not belabor it. Let's not I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. It's not our strongest spot, especially when we're hurt a little bit. Sure, it's a little bit banged up. That's never been. I mean, we thrive on a pinch push, top 3, pass rush. That's what we do. And if we don't have the pinch push from the outside inside kind of doing their thing, and then what happens is it puts the defensive secondary in a much different spot. And so you get a good quarterback to a great quarterback like Matthew Stafford. When we run into these guys, we've been getting beat last year and this year from top 10 quarterbacks because we have not been able to rush the passer like we did in 19 and 21, and we've got to get back to it. Remember, we go AC after Christmas last year. Our pass rush even this week better, but now Hargrave goes back, and now I think is out. So then I'm saying to myself, where do we get the push? We got the pinch. I get that part, but that's not enough, and I think our defense needs that to help. That's how we play defense. I'm not going to say vertical speed. Oh, we got to get, but everyone wants to get faster. Everyone wants to get back. I get that part. But let's not start pointing fingers. Our defense is built and paid for to bring a top 5 pass rush. And if we're not, it will expose other places where it hasn't, it's not what we're about. We're not primarily about our secondary. We're primarily about our pass rush. Not to disrespect our secondary at all. I'm just saying, let's be honest. We need what we've. No, I don't want to say paid.
Well, I think the point you're making is the secondary was at its best. Excuse me, it played its best. And I know I probably look back to 2019 when the pass rush was at its best. That's the point you're making.
Of course, that's the case. That's what you bank on. You bank on quarterbacks under pressure, making bad decisions, in a lot of anxiety. And that's when you play secondary, and it's just like, oh my gosh, it's the greatest thing in the whole world because the quarterback's throwing the ball all over the place.
Right.
Doesn't even know what he's doing. Half the time they go to the sidelines and go, what did you see? I was like, I don't freaking don't know. I was under siege. I don't know what I saw. I just let it rip, And we'll watch the film the next day. The coach is like, what are you looking at, bro? What are you doing? He's making it up on the fly. Quarterbacks do that all the time. It's like, I saw the safety, and he came down, and you're freaking lying. You didn't see anything. You're just letting it rip because you're just under siege, bro. So, I mean, that's the thing. That's the secret. That's what we got to do. And we will not look if we're Super Bowl bound, right? That's what we're about. Then we have got to have a top 5 pass rush, and we've got to figure out without Hargrave now. So that makes it even tougher. So that's an ongoing. When Nick says, "Let's stare it in the face. Let's look it in the eye." That's the part we have to have quarterback play in the fourth quarter in the red zone. We have to have a pass rush in the fourth quarter when everything's happening. And if those two things are true, everything else will be okay. And that goes to, obviously, you have to protect the quarterback in the fourth quarter as well.
You mentioned, we talked about it last week, and you mentioned Brock already, but I want to ask you just in these terms, because I think the question I asked you last week is, who do you think performs better without their top 2 pass catchers or 2 of their top offensive weapons, Stafford or Brock? Stafford kind of did what I anticipated he would do. A little herky-jerky at first, and then he found rhythm and figured it out and obviously led them down and got the W. One of our callers the other day said we should be talking about the incredible performance Brock had. Instead, we're talking about blowing the fourth quarter lead. That was as good of a game as we've ever seen Brock play in my mind.
I agree. And I think that and the grittiness of it, he knew that he was, and that's why I think he was on the run. That's why I appreciated his spirit of how he wanted to attack. We don't have a full complement of all our talent and all our guys. And so I need to take that on myself. I kind of want to, as I said, I want to see that more often. I want to see that, kind of game to game now. I know that was how he handled it last week, but I'd like to see even more of it because I think him spitting out 40 yards, I'm not going to say it's a minimum because you can beat a lot of rank and file teams in the NFL and he doesn't have to worry about it. He doesn't have to do anything. I overstate that as far as like putting pressure on the line of scrimmage. But I think in the bigger games and the tighter games, that's where it's going to happen. So I liked all the things about his game. All I'm saying is, as a team, we have got to recognize that in the fourth quarter, it's all about it's the finishing, and whether it's finishing people off or finishing off the last score that to kick the field goal or to put the ball in the end zone that wins the game. It's all going to come down to that, especially when you get into championship games, championship regular season football, when you play big teams, and when you run into a team that's clawing back and making its way back when they shouldn't. That's why Nick's concerned, right? So that didn't seem right. Odd.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're talking to Steve Young here. After 3 weeks, has anybody in the NFC emerged as a contender, you think, opposite the Niners?
Well, I think if I think Sam's a player in Minnesota. I think it's actually true. And I know we got to see some more weeks, but
he threw 4 more, Steve.
Some good
4 more
defense.
touchdowns.
They're well coached. It's an innovative mindset that I talk about that is really important. So I think that's possible that Minnesota is a threat in December. I mean, you still have to. When it's Minnesota, you got to see it. It's like you can't talk about it like I got to see that one. And so we'll keep an eye on it. Green Bay winning without Jordan, it feels like that team's put together pretty well. You saw that when they came to our shop in January last year. It's like, yeah, something about that. Feels like they're coming. And so the Lions are going to be around, that. And then I just kind of don't worry. I should, I guess. I'm after last week. I think I should. But I mean, the Seahawks. I'm not there. I'm not in a panic mode yet. But I know there's 3 or 4 teams. There's no one in the East that I really think much of. That I think can. Even Philly. there's something haywire.
Something's off with them. Yeah.
It hasn't been fixed since we talked about it last year. Dallas. I didn't even want to hear about it. I don't want anyone to mention. I don't want to think about it. They are so classically Dallas right now. Well, we played great. Oh, we're terrible. We played great. We're terrible. We're not going to ride that wave anymore. In the South, I just don't see anybody. I mean, I thought Atlanta, possibly as the season goes on, but look at those big games with Kirk. Kirk can't pressure the line of scrimmage. And I'm telling you, Adam, that's a huge piece of the puzzle. It's a huge piece of the puzzle in championship football today.
What did you think of the first of all, you mentioned Jaden Daniels just in passing earlier. Show me a better throw than the one he made to Turner McLaurin for that touchdown. You talked about guys being under duress.
What I love about it is that's a prototype today. That is a prototype quarterback. That's the guy that can move around, pressure the line of scrimmage, throw it all over the place. And if he can throw dimes and start to really read defenses and get a sophisticated passing game, that's when you get Patrick Mahomes. That's when you get Josh Allen. And those are the guys that are going to be threatening the Super Bowl every year because you can't beat it. I told you 1,000 times, no longer in this era can you just have a number 1 defense and go win a Super Bowl. Those days are over. The rules have changed. It is offense, 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 and they can continue to change the rules even more so every year. So it's all about a quarterback that can run around, throw it all over the place, and go finish. And that's why I love Brock's game because Brock, to me, sensed that. And I'm going to go, in his own Brock way, right? His own unique Brock way, I'm going to get it done. And I thought it was super nifty.
Just an AFC thought, 2 0-3 teams, Trevor Lawrence's Jaguars and Joe Burrow's Bengals. Who's got a better chance of turning things around?
You want to say Joe. I worry about Trevor. I'm not convinced. I obviously, but Joe's a player. I mean, Joe's shown that, and what is it about Cincinnati? What is it about in the culture or in the water or from the ownership down? It feels like there's always I don't want to say dysfunction, but just they're not buttoned up, and it seems like they lose badly when they it's like all of a sudden you're pretty good. No, we're terrible. Then they come back and start playing pretty good. It's like what's in the amp the size of the waves that go up and down with them. You just can't count on him. But Joe is a guy. You saw what happened last year when Joe showed up at our shop. I mean, he freaking torched us. Yeah. He freaking torched us. So, very capable, scary dude to go up against. But they got to get theirs. Everyone's like preseason. I talk about it every week. But we're getting towards the end of it. But you can say you want to get out of the preseason 2-2 or 3-1, and great would be 4-0. But if you're 0-3, you've screwed up royally, as you still haven't got your feet under you. And now they put themselves in a real jam because I don't know. There is something streaky about Cincinnati too. It feels like they get streaky good at times, but they put themselves in a real hole.
I tell you what, I don't think he's ever dying his hair again, Steve.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
You can't do that.
What did I say? How many times I told you, Jessica Simpson, bro, do not do things that make your job any harder than it already is. And so you die here, and I was like, now people are going to make a thing of it. And now it's like, you actually have to play better. You have to play better than your hair.
Yeah, exactly.
You know
They got records out there.
Yeah, just shave your head, bro. Then it'll be better. Just forget it. We have no hair. We have a no hair system right now.
They're going 0-3 since he dyed his hair. I saw a stat like that. I was like, come on, man. Now we're coming at the hair. They're 0-3 on the season.
Folks, don't do things that make your job harder than it already is.
Oh, it's so funny. And then, Steve, I guess the last one for you. Are you willing to come around yet on the Pittsburgh Steelers offense?
No.
I didn't think so.
No, but look, Justin, he and I have had conversations, and I really appreciate how he's trying to develop his game. He was really worried about being too much of a, too dynamic, and wanted to go, like, Steve, what's the key to learning the game? And I said, look, you got to tie your feet up, and you've got to, metaphorically tie up your feet. You want to mentally be able to say, look, I'm going to be about the passing game. I'm going to be about the sophistication. I'm going to call a play in the huddle, and I'm going to get the most out of it before I give in to my super talent, which is to go running around, and it's amazing what he can do. I almost feel like I think I told you guys earlier, I think he overdid it in Chicago last year. He was getting sacked, and I was like, no, you still got to run. You still got to, you learn on the fly. I like Mike Tomlin for trying to give him the space to grow and mature. And so in that way, I'm a big supporter of what Justin's doing, the quest he's on to be a sophisticated passer of the football and yet maintain all of this incredible talent. That's the prototype. That's the guy that's going to be in the Super Bowl if he can harness all of that. And that's what's super exciting about the idea of Justin Fields. So I'm a huge fan. I just don't think, of all the places that I think to myself, I don't want to play quarterback, or I wouldn't, I always said, line up the play. You can play anywhere in the whole league, Steve. Where do you want to go? It would be in the bottom 6 or 7 that I want to go, right? Just generally on how they look at the position, how Mike looks at the position, but yet I think my early here with Justin, it's exciting to see what's happening. I'm super proud of him for being a warrior through what happened in Chicago. What he owned, he never ducked it. He didn't say it wasn't me. But then how do I get better? I get it. I understand I made some mistakes, but how do I own it now? I'm gonna go fix it. And the way he's fixing it, I'm loving, because I think that's how you flourish in the NFL.
But yeah, a pretty incredible start to the year. 73% passing. He's only attempted 4 fewer passes than Sam Darnold has, and he's only thrown 2 touchdowns, but he's completing 73% of his passes at this point. So
that's
he's operating
exactly
well.
What we're looking for. Yeah. Could you imagine if he kind of harnesses all of that, and then you still have Justin Fields to take you down in big moments in the game with easy runs, easy first downs, easy touchdowns? That's when defenses are going to. That's what Patrick Mahomes forces them to do. That's what Josh Allen forces defense. They capitulate. It's like, we got nothing. We're in the huddle. What are we calling? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We quit. We're done. We're cooked. There's nothing to be done.
Yeah.
And so that's the game today. Quarterbacks that can get people in that spot. Brock does it differently because he does it with efficiency. He calls a play in the huddle, and the defense is like, oh crap. Every inch of this play, Brock's going to get. And then, again, what happened this week, which I love, and I've said it 4 times now, but I just want to make sure that I keep screaming into the wind, more of this, because I think that's the element of Brock's game that will pay dividends in December, January, and then hopefully February.
Well, Steve, great talking to you, great catching up. And I would say enjoy these final few days of September, because you come back next Wednesday. It'll be October the 2nd, and you know what's coming your way from Tom.
Oh, that's right.
It's coming, dude.
I know, and we'll have him put his tree up, the Halloween tree, and look who does this.
This guy, I don't know. Tom's full of it, dude. Taking Wednesdays off and then putting up Halloween lights. Yeah, decorating his house. Unbelievable. Steve, have a good weekend, man. We'll see you.
It is scary in a different way.
We'll see you down there this week, man.
I see you, Coach.
Later, man. Steve Young, the best half hour in sports radio. Always a treat to catch up with Steve Young. You missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We got Giants pregame coming up in about 12 minutes. Giants and the D-backs, the Murderers Row Giants against the lowly, what was that jersey they were wearing yesterday? That pea yellow jersey? Wasn't a fan of that, as Tom called it, the jaundice jersey. We got Giants pregame at 5:40. We'll get you to that coming up shortly, only here on the Sports Leader. Longtime A's executive Billy Beane joined Murph and Marcus today and discussed his time with the A's and what the team leaving Oakland means to him. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, making the transition from work life to retirement life, it can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. You've been working hard, you've been saving hard, and sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. At a time that works for you, you can transition into retirement confidently and on your very own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number to call is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or you can visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
This is KNBR, and this is Copeland and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Copeland and Copes back with you. No Tom today. He'll be back tomorrow. Great to have Bernie Brazil with us today. Copeland and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Giants and the D-backs, game 3 of this 3-game series. Giants sitting right at 500. Mason Black takes the ball against Zach Gallen. We'll get you over to pregame next, only here on the Sports Leader. All right, getting ready to get out of here and get you over to Giants pregame. Giants and the D-backs. Giants got a win last night. Mason Black gets the ball tonight against Zach Gallen. A couple of righties going. D-backs at 87 and 71. Still pushing for a playoff spot here. Giants at 79 and 79. Hit 5 home runs last night. By the way, I just saw this. The Cincinnati Reds just broke up a perfect game after 6. It was through 6 into the 7th inning. Broke up a perfect game against the Guardians. It was 2-0 with a bunt. Bunt base hit, and people are pissed about it. Look, after 6, you get me. Like, again, you can call it Bush all you want. I'm also of the belief, like, if you're on the team that's getting a perfect game or a no-hitter thrown against you and you bunt for one, you're like, it's the job, right? My job isn't just to, especially, by the way, this game, it's a 2-0 game.
That's the critical part.
It's a 2-0 ball game. It's like the tying run now is at the plate. My job is to try to get on base so we can get the tying run at the plate. Just because you couldn't throw it to first quick enough to get the out, perfect game's over. That's your deal.
If it's 10-0, I'm pissed. It's 2-0.
If you're getting rolled 8-0, 8-1 or whatever. By the way, it's still the 7th inning too. 9th inning, that's Bush. Especially though in the 9th, if it's a 1-run game or a 2-run game, you need that guy on. I'm all for it. I'm okay with doing that. Anyway, Mason Black and Zach Gallen coming up. Big thanks to our guest today, Dave Smoke Stewart, came on by, talked about the Oakland Coliseum and his memories growing up and going to the Coliseum as a kid. His first meeting with Reggie Jackson, that was pretty cool. JT Snow joined us earlier today. You can check out those podcasts, KNBR.com, and the app. Dante Whitner, a good breakdown of the Niners. And some fears he says he has that are legitimate, he thinks, against the New England Patriots this week, especially if the Niners don't correct some of what they did wrong against the Rams. Steve Young just joined us for the best half hour on radio. You can hear that on the app as well. We ran out of time for Steve Kerr. We'll try to get to him tomorrow when Tom returns. Thanks to Derek, thanks to Tim, and a big thanks to Brody Brazil, who came by. I know it was an emotional day, and it is for a lot of A's fans. So, Derek, have a nice time at the Coliseum. A's fans, enjoy these next couple of days if you can. Until then, Giants pregame next. Take it away, Derek.